transformed into a member of the bear fur tribe from One Piece, and I turn out to be the most miserable existence of the entire tribe. Great! Our furry kingdom finally has a successor. In a luxurious building, a dozen members of the fur tribe surrounded the newly born child, excitedly shouting as the dog-headed leader and the king named the child Viper and Dog. Storm, meanwhile, in the corner of a dilapidated wooden house, a frail white bear mother clutched her stomach in pain, the sheets beneath her stained with blood. After an unknown amount of time, she picked up her bloodied cub, her hands trembling as she checked for breathing no. Are we going to be exterminated? Just as she was in despair, a faint cry sounded and the bear mother wept. Great, there's still hope. 3 years later, atop a great tree, a small white bear child hid in the treetops, watching the fur tribe children play in the distance, sighing, I died from an electric shock while gaming, and ended up as this thing. His name was Volebel, sharing a name with the legendary demigod from the game, but he was the most miserable member of the bear fur tribe in the One Piece world. In his previous life, he was Feng, a martial artist who died from an electric shock after stabbing the keyboard with his finger. When he opened his eyes, he found himself as a cub in a bear mother's arms. He thought it was lucky to have reincarnated as a fur tribe member, but unexpectedly, the bear tribe was the most discriminated against. The bear tribe used to be the strongest warrior group and among the kings, but 100 years ago, the bear king didn't want his descendants to serve the Kazuki family, leading to a joint attack by 2 other kings and the Moonlight family that wiped them out. The remaining bear tribe was driven to the most resource-scarce border, and now only he and his mother, Bells, remained on Zo. His useless father, before he was even born, wanted to kill him, and after being stopped by his mother, he abandoned them both and ran away. His mother relied on sewing and cleaning to exchange for food, and he could only desperately learn to walk and work to help his mother survive. Year after year passed, with not even a shadow of a system or a golden finger. He had to focus on surviving first. Now it was the year 1487 of the sea calendar, 10 years before Roger became the Pirate King, and the God Valley War had just ended, with rocks dead and the seas in chaos. Could Volebel help his mother survive? Did the bear tribe still have a chance to revive? Would he encounter a golden finger? Volebel looked at the fur tribe children playing in the distance. Clenching his fist regardless of the lack of a golden finger, he would rely on himself to make the bear tribe stand tall. While Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Mom were slaughtering each other on the seas, all of this felt too far away from Volebel. His attention was on the deep blue fruit in Viper's hands. This fruit was covered in spikes, with a strange pattern resembling Enel's rumble fruit. It was a devil fruit. Volebel hid in the tree, his heart racing. This was definitely the turning point of his destiny. Just as Viper was about to eat the fruit, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Stop!" The roar of the bear tribe startled everyone, and the fur tribe children looked at Volebel with disgust. A sinner the bear tribe dares to shout at the future king? Seeking death. But Viper frowned and said, "Shut up. We are all fur tribe. Don't say such things about our partner." He turned to Volebel. "Why don't you want me to eat this fruit? That's a devil fruit. If you eat it, you can't touch seawater, and you have to worry about sea prism stone." Volebel stated boldly, I need power." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Viper's eyes. "All right, let's do it by the rules. If you beat me, the fruit is yours." Deal. In the center of the grass, the two stood facing each other. At just 3 years old, Volebel was already 15 meters tall, muscular, and looked much more mature than an ordinary child. Viper was no slouch either. He would become a powerful figure capable of injuring Kaido in the future, and right now, his speed was absurdly fast. With a whoosh, Viper seemed to use the moonwalk, instantly rushing in front of Volebel, claws reaching for his arms with a sizzle. Only a bit of fur fell from Volebel's arm, and his skin wasn't even broken. Viper looked at his broken claws, his face contorting in pain. "Is your skin made of steel?" The bear tribe was the strongest among the fur tribe, not only immensely powerful, but also with thick fur and an incredibly tough body. Viper, refusing to back down, charged again, his fists slamming into Volebel's chest, producing a thud like a bell. His fists ached from the impact, but Volebel just laughed, his arms wrapping around Viper like a noose, exposing his sharp teeth. "Little kitty, I've caught you." Could Viper escape? Would Volebel obtain the devil fruit? What powers did this fruit hold? Viper was bound and unable to move. Looking at Volebel's sharp teeth, suddenly feeling a bit panicked. This little bear seemed much scarier than he had imagined. As Volebel tightened his grip, Viper felt the oxygen in his lungs being squeezed out, his face turning red as he quietly said, "I concede." Volebel released his grip, and Viper collapsed to the ground like a limp fish. The surrounding fur tribe children were dumbfounded, their clapping hands frozen in midair. Was the future king of the night really defeated by a discriminated little bear? Minutes later, Viper got up and handed the devil fruit to Volebel. "You're strong, I admit defeat." Willingly, Volebel took the fruit, suddenly becoming serious. "Thanks. I know you respect me. You'll remember this favor." We're all Fur Tribe. No need to say that. Viper smiled. Play with me in the future, maybe. Volebel waved his hand and turned to run, needed to hurry home to take care of his mother. Mother, and back upon hearing his voice, Belle tried to stand with her cane, her body hunched over despite being in her prime. She looked like she had aged over a decade. Volebel quickly supported her, feeling a pang of heartache in his previous life. He was an orphan, a beggar, fighting in underground boxing matches, and even when he became a champion, he never felt familial love. In this life, his mother's unconditional love warmed him to the core. He walked outside, looking at the devil fruit in his hand. His gaze firm. Had become a champion in his previous life, and in this life, in the world of One Piece, he must make some noise, aiming to become the strongest in the world. He swallowed the fruit, a wave of nausea hitting him, followed by a surge of power within him. Deep blue lightning surged across his body, and with a casual flick of his hand, a bolt of lightning split a tree with a 1-meter diameter into charred remains. Natural type storm fruit. Volebel was ecstaticable to control wind, rain, and lightning, and transform into 4 forms. Wind, water, lightning, and cloud. It was practically a natural disaster. He suddenly thought, would refining my body with lightning make me stronger? As a member of the Bear Tribe, his physique was already formidable, and coupled with lightning refining, he dared not imagine. Would Volebel's body refining plan succeed? How many hidden abilities did the storm fruit possess? How would he repay Viper's kindness? Bells watched the flickering lightning outside, a smile of satisfaction spreading across her face. Her child was about to become strong. In the backyard of the dilapidated wooden house, Volebel knelt before a small mound. Tears in his eyes. His mother had passed away peacefully in bed yesterday. Mother, I will make the name of the Bear Tribe resound across the seas. He stood up. 4 years had passed, and at 7 years old, he was already 3 meters tall, with clearly defined muscles, blue lightning patterns on his white fur, and a fierce, bare-head. Who would have thought this was a 7-year-old child? If I say it out loud, the expressions of those listening will probably be just like the 3rd emoji in your phone. It's time to leave Zoe with his mother gone and his strength sufficient. The sea is a stage before leaving. He needs to meet with Viper for these 4 years. Viper has truly treated him like a brother, protecting him when he was discriminated against and bringing nourishing medicine to his mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted this long. More importantly, he wants to recruit Viper as his first mate according to the original story. This year, Viper will set out to sea with Inuarashi to find the Kazuki family and serve under Odin. But Odin is a pitfall. He has the power to beat Kaido, yet has been fooled into a mess, causing Wano to suffer for over 20 years. Following him would be a waste of talent. Volebel pushed open the tavern door, and Viper was drinking fruit wine at the bar. Hey, want a drink? Viper waved with a smile. Let's talk business. Volebel sat down, his face serious. Thanks for helping my mother these years. Why say that, brother? I must thank you, otherwise it would mean I look down on you. Viper helplessly nodded. All right, so you'll call me benefactor from now on? Looking for a fight? Volebel raised his fist. Just kidding. Viper immediately backed down. I'm leaving Zoe. Volebel stared at him. How about coming to sea with me as my first mate? What? Viper's eyes widened. Then he scratched his head. I want to go to sea, but my identity is special. I need to talk to my dad. Would Viper's dad agree? Would he choose to follow Volebel or stick to the original story and find Odin? Where would Volebel's first stop at sea be? Viper frowned, seemingly making a difficult decision. This step might change his life. No problem. I understand your situation, whether you agree or not. I will respect your choice. He'll wait for you here. If you can't convince your old man, have him come find me, and he'll tell him what the truth is. Volebel smiled and raised his electrified fist, causing Viper to shudder. I hadn't forgotten the taste of being shocked. Viper went to find his dad, and just 10 minutes later, a roar came from outside the tavern. Bear Tribe rat, dare to lure my son to sea? Today, I must teach you a lesson. Volebel finished his drink, pushed the door open, and saw the towering Shadow King standing there, looking 7 parts like Viper. Was my invitation? Volebel stared him down. You think you're worthy? The Shadow King fumed. Viper is to inherit the throne, even if he goes to sea. It should be with the Kazuki family, not with you, a lowly Bear Tribe. Less talk. Volebel flexed his wrists in the Fur Tribe. The rule is that the one with the biggest fist says it counts. If you don't agree, we fight. The Shadow King charged over, his fist aimed at Volebel's head. But the punch missed. Volebel had somehow circled behind him, and his electrified fist slammed down on his back. Boom! The Shadow King was sent flying 100 meters, crashing through several trees, landing on the ground with his red robe torn to shreds, a charred fist mark on his back. Still smelling of grilled meat. Why is your strength so terrifying? The Shadow King gritted his teeth in pain. Will you let Viper come with me? Volebel approached. What kind of king hasn't experienced real battle? The Shadow King lit a cigar, looking at him as if seeing his younger self. Fine, I agree, but you must guarantee he returns alive. This is a father's request. I can't guarantee 100% safety, but I will do my utmost to protect him. Are you sure about going to sea on this ship? Viper looked at the 20-meter-long, shabby sailboat, speechless. What else? I'm the best shipbuilder in Volebel patted his chest. Don't worry, I can control the wind with the storm fruit. We will definitely sail. The supplies given by the Shadow King piled up like a small mountain. Along with a bukleta training method for dual-color hockey and flowing cherry, this is a treasure. While the two were moving supplies, a 25-meter-tall brown dog-headed Fur Tribe member rushed over, followed by a dozen younger subordinates, was Inuarashi. He was panting. Looking at Viper, is Inuarashi here to stop Viper from going to sea? Will he join the crew and go to sea together? Can this shabby sailboat really navigate the ocean? Inuarashi stared at Viper, his eyes urgent, as if he had something important to say. This scene made Volebel frown. Viper, you actually plan to go to sea behind my back? Are we still good friends? Inuarashi shouted, panting. Before Viper could respond, Inuarashi suddenly turned to Volebel. Take me with you to sea. Volebel remained expressionless. Knew Inuarashi didn't sincerely want to board now. The indoctrinated loyalty to the Kazuki family mentality from the older generation was too deep at this moment. Viper's dozen or so younger subordinates also gathered around. Boss Viper, we want to go with you. Have to ask Brother Volebel, Viper said. Brother Volebel, we will follow you to the death. If you want to come to sea with me, you have to agree to one thing. Volebel looked at them. Swear to never follow the Kazuki clan again. We, the Fur Tribe, are free. Don't be trapped by some old issues from hundreds of years ago. Everyone was stunned. The elders always said how great the Kazuki family was, but Volebel's words struck a chord with them. Viper's subordinates were the first to come to terms. We agree. Inuarashi struggled for a while, looking at everyone's smiling faces, and finally made up his mind. I agree too. He extended his fist and bumped it with Volebel's good. Let's set sail. The 20-meter-long shabby sailboat was packed to the brim. Captain, what should we name our pirate crew? Thunderstorm Pirate Crew. Sounds fierce. Volebel focused his mind, and a hurricane wrapped around the sailboat, lifting it into the air. Whoa! A flying ship. The sailboat soared from Zoe's back, flying higher and higher, with Zoe below, resembling a giant beast. Volebel was astonished. What a miracle! With a thud, the sailboat landed back in the water. Where now? West. Leave the New World. Head to the Grand Line. Half a month later, on the sailboat's deck, everyone lay exhausted under the sun, having just escaped from tsunami. No one knew where they had drifted. This half-month in the New World was like going through tribulation's massive ice blocks falling from the sky, sudden whirlwinds, and tsunamis on the sea. Fortunately, Volebel's stormfruit could deal with natural disasters, so the ship didn't fall apart. But not seeing other ships for half a month, food was running low, and they could only catch sea kings to fill their stomachs. Fresh water was solved by Volebel making rain, but lacking vegetables and fruits, the crew's faces were getting worse. If this continues, they would get scurvy. Can the Thunderstorm Pirate Crew find supplies? Will they encounter their first enemy on the Grand Line? Can Inuarashi truly rid himself of the loyalty to the Kazuki family mindset? Volebel looked at the distant horizon and suddenly stood up. There's an island over there. The crew jumped up. Was their hope? Great. Captain, there's an island in the distance. Hearing the lookout's words, the people lying down quickly got up to look into the distance. They could vaguely see a small black dot in the direction the lookout was pointing. Awesome, we're saved. Boys, get your weapons ready and catch that sailboat. We need to speed up, Volebel excitedly said, and the airflow around the ship strengthened several times in an instant, pushing the canvas and causing the sailboat's speed to double as it raced toward the small island. However, as they got closer to the island, the expressions of excitement on Volebel and the others' faces gradually turned to disappointment. Although the island was large, there were no human structures along the coast. They could only see a few peaks and primitive forests, making it look like a deserted island. Let us land first. Even if there are no humans living on this island, we can pick some fruits to solve our immediate problems. And we can also use the trees there to build a larger sailboat. Under Volebel's control, the ship landed directly on the sandy beach, eliminating the possibility of the ship being washed away or stolen. All right, guys, let us go ashore. There aren't any valuable resources on the ship that need guarding, and it's safer for us to stick together. What a deserted island. What a pity. I wanted to see what humans look like, said Viper, disappointment evident in his eyes as he looked at the dense primitive forest in front of him. Don't be discouraged. Let's first explore the situation on this small island. We've only seen a corner of it so far. Just as the crazy thunder pirates entered the forest, a massive creature lazily turned over inside the highest peak of the island, exhaling hot flames from its nostrils. As soon as Volebel and the others entered the jungle, they noticed something strange. The plants in front of them were incredibly tall. From the ship, they hadn't noticed, but once inside the jungle, they realized that the trees were at least several dozen meters high, with many exceeding 100 meters, and even the fruits hanging from them were several meters in size. In such an environment, it was undoubtedly inhabited by giant beasts, so everyone should be careful. As soon as Volebel finished speaking, a gorilla over 20 meters tall, covered in pitch-black fur, emerged from behind a large tree hundreds of meters away. Arrow, look at that guy. He looks a lot like you. The monkey-headed Fur Tribe beside Viper, hearing Viper's words, glanced at the muscular gorilla, which resembled a small mountain, and twitched its mouth. The gorilla looked at Volebel and his group with a wary expression. It was the first time it had seen a fur tribe like Volebel's, and it sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. Before Volebel and the others could make a move, the gorilla suddenly raised its powerful upper body and began banging its chest with its robust arms, producing a thunderous sound, threatening Volebel and his group to retreat quickly. Seeing this, Volebel wanted to drive away the gorilla in front of him, but before he could act, Inuzuka suddenly appeared in front of him. "Captain, let me take care of this." Although Volebel knew that Inuzuka was probably no match for the gorilla, he didn't stop him, thinking it would be a good opportunity for Inuzuka to realize his own strength. "All right, I hope you can hold on a bit, and don't make me come to your rescue." "Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely defeat this big guy in front of me." Inuzuka took a deep breath, drew his long knife, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. One sword style. Instant slash. Inuzuka's figure instantly disappeared, and at an incredibly fast speed, he reached the gorilla, slashing towards its thick neck with a long knife, aiming to decapitate it. Just as he felt the knife cut through flesh, before Inuzuka could exhale, a palm larger than his body swatted him away. With a loud bang, Inuzuka's body was sent flying like a meteor. Breaking Volebel lightly jumped up to catch the falling inland and handed him over to the anxious Viper. "It's nothing, just a few broken bones. With our Fur Tribe's recovery ability, it will heal in a few days." Then Volebel looked at the gorilla that was staring intensely at him. "What impressive strength. I haven't had a good fight in a long time, so let me show you guys the power of your captain." Zila, Zila, Zila. Blue electricity burst forth from Volebel's body, and soon everyone felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, reminiscent of a primal giant beast. At that moment, the gorilla seemed to sense a tremendous threat and fearfully began to retreat, even attempting to turn and flee, but it was already too late. Volebel transformed into a blue lightning bolt and instantly appeared above the gorilla's head, with both hands clasped together like a hammer. He brought down an endless surge of thunder onto the gorilla's head. With a loud boom, the gorilla's skull seemed to be driven into the ground like a nail, and several cracks spread out in all directions for 100 meters from the center of the gorilla's head. Viper and the others watched in shock as the gorilla, now upside down, had its jaw dropped to the ground. The visual impact caused by Volebel's overwhelming power is truly immense, in comparison to Volebel's strength. Their battles seem as childish as kids playing house. "All right, boys, stop being shocked by your captain's power. Let's continue exploring what this island has to offer." "Oh, Captain, how majestic." "No, as long as you can eliminate that biological weapon, I am willing to offer you the treasure of Giant Island as a reward." Upon hearing about the reward, Volebel's eyes instantly lit up. Knowing that this treasure was left behind by thousands of giants who once lived on this island, and its value is immeasurable. "All right, Elder, please tell me what that biological weapon looks like and where it is now." "It is on the highest peak of this island's mountain range. It resembles a dragon and possesses immense physical strength, capable of spewing out scorching flames. It seems I will have to be a dragon slayer this time. I promise you, Elder." Hearing Volebel's promise, a smile appeared on the Elder's face. "All right, I will have Boar guide you. Boar is the giant who brought you here, and he's the most outstanding young giant among our new generation. Well, I would like to wait a few more days before going." "No problem." After a few days of simple rest, the Thunderstorm Pirates, led by Boar, set off in the afternoon to the highest peak in the center of the island. As for why it was in the afternoon, this was also a deliberate arrangement by Volebel. Along the way, they encountered some gigantic beasts, but in the end, Volebel easily dealt with them, turning them into roasted meat. After witnessing Volebel's terrifying military power, even Boar's gaze held a hint of respect and hope. After climbing over several peaks, they finally reached their destination. Volebel looked up at the towering peak that was over 1,000 meters high, and from a distance, he could see that the summit was already covered in snow. Even standing at the foot of the mountain, Volebel could feel a terrifying aura coming from the peak. Although Volebel had not yet awakened his observation haki, his keen intuition allowed him to sense that the power of that aura was far beyond that of the giant beasts encountered in the jungle. "Viper, Dogstorm, if a fight breaks out later, you guys take the kids, and keep your distance. I may not be able to protect them. Woolabir turned his head, his expression serious, as he briefed the Viper members. The Vipers and the Houndstorm looked somewhat dejected, but nodded in understanding. Then, everyone quickly began to climb the mountain. Along the way, they could see many massive bones carelessly discarded all over the peaks. These bones were leftovers from the giant dragon's meals. Upon reaching the summit, Woolabir and the others were surprised to find a concave volcanic crater at the top of the mountain. In the center of the crater, amidst the red magma, there was a huge rocky platform, and on the platform lay a creature resembling a western dragon, sleeping with its eyes closed. This dragon had crimson scales, short and strong limbs, a pair of enormous wings, and a tail several dozen meters long covered in spikes. Even though the dragon was sleeping, the terrifying aura it emitted was still intimidating. I'll handle the upcoming battle alone. You all stay back and don't get caught in the crossfire. Feeling the powerful aura from the dragon, Woolabir's blood began to boil. Volebel approached the volcano's crater without concealing his aura any longer, and a violent and aggressive presence erupted from him like an explosion. The devil fruit activated, and in an instant, the previously clear sky was covered with dark clouds, with blue lightning beginning to flicker within. The dragon, sensing Woolabel's aura, suddenly opened its eyes wide, its golden pupils immediately locking onto Volebel, who stood at the edge of the crater. The dragon spread its wings and swiftly flew into the air. It then began to gather flames in its mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching deep red fire at Volebel. Feeling the intense heat of the flames, Volebel did not react at all. He was too lazy to dodge, allowing the flames to strike him. Captain, after the flame breath was unleashed, the spot where Volebel had been standing had turned into flowing magma. Yet, Volebel's body floated in midair, completely unscathed. Undoubtedly, the previous flame breath was terrifying, and a normal person would choose to avoid it. However, Volebel was a user of the natural-type storm fruit, capable of elementalization, rendering him immune to such ordinary fire attacks. In the spirit of reciprocity, it's my turn now. Volebel let out a thunderous roar that stunned even the dragon. Seizing the moment when the dragon was momentarily dazed, Volebel transformed into his fastest lightning form, enveloped in blue electricity, and instantly appeared above the dragon's head, preparing to strike down with his fists. Just as Volebel was about to land his blow, a massive spiked tail swung in from the side, aiming directly for Volebel's back. With no choice, Volebel had to quickly redirect his attack, colliding his fists with the dragon's tail. In an instant, lightning illuminated the dark sky, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward, nearly blowing away Viper and the others who were watching from the edge of the mountaintop. Volebel was sent flying by the dragon's tail, his body crashing into the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater. In that pure clash of strength, it was the first time in his life that Volebel found himself at a disadvantage. Although Volebel was still young, years of lightning training had endowed his body with strength comparable to that of a typical Marine headquarters vice admiral. Even without mastering Haki, his formidable power was not something ordinary beings could match. Yet, the dragon before him had undoubtedly overpowered him. Truly, it was a dragon, impressively strong. Volebel stood up from the rubble, brushed off the dust from his body, and gazed intently at the giant dragon flying in the sky. Fortunately, at the moment he was knocked away, he had used elementalization to transform into the softest water form, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, he had to admit that his power was not on par with the giant dragon in front of him. But today, he was also well prepared. Volebel controlled the dark clouds to disperse, and at that moment, the sky was getting darker, with the moon revealing itself through the scattered clouds. The brilliant moonlight poured down onto the earth, illuminating Volebel. No wonder the captain chose to challenge the giant dragon today. It turned out he wanted to use the Moonlight Lion. Upon seeing the moonlight, Volebel's body began to rapidly expand. His originally 3-meter-tall body swelled to 5 meters in just a few seconds, and the white fur on him quickly grew, transforming his form to resemble that of a true bear. At this moment, the static electricity in Volebel's fur complemented the power of the storm fruit within him, as countless blue lightning bolts enveloped his massive body. At that moment, Volebel seemed like a god of thunder. Sensing the sudden surge in Volebel's power, the giant dragon also sensed something was wrong and attempted to escape, but was already too late. Volebel stomped the ground, and a powerful force erupted from his body, causing the already sunken rock surface to sink several more meters in an instant. Volebel charged forward like a rocket launch, rushing towards the sky with the giant dragon fleeing quickly. Lightning and hurricanes surrounded Volebel, and in that moment, Volebel's speed doubled again. So fast that even the giant dragon could not escape. The dragon turned its head and saw a giant paw, entwined with endless thunder, coming towards its head. At the same time, several thick pillars of lightning from the dark clouds above poured into Volebel's paw, and with a powerful strike, he slammed it hard against the dragon's cheek. The dragon's cheek instantly caved in, and its massive body, spanning hundreds of meters, was sent crashing down into the volcano, shattering the rocky platform. The immense force forced the magma to erupt, causing the entire island to tremble. What a terrifying power! All the spectators were shocked by the force that Volebel had unleashed. But this was not the end. The dragon once again emerged from the magma, but at this moment, it had long lost its earlier imposing demeanor. The left side of its face was mangled, with red blood continuously dripping. The dragon looked up at the figure surrounded by wind, rain, and lightning in the sky, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. In hundreds of years, apart from the few creatures it had created, no other being had ever exerted such immense pressure on it. What kind of monster is this? With no way to retreat. The dragon's ferocity exploded at that moment. It had roamed this area for hundreds of years without experiencing such humiliation. Even if it had to die, it would take Volebel down with it. The dragon spread its wings and flew out of the magma once more, its eyes filled with ferocity, no longer defensive, intending to clash head-on with the current Volebel. Seeking death, Volebel observed the charging dragon with an expressionless gaze, as if he had already predicted it. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to rain down on the dragon. The crew, seeing the falling rain, felt somewhat puzzled. What was the captain doing? As the dragon approached, Volebel clasped his hands together. The accumulated lightning in the dark clouds was drawn by Volebel and continuously merged into his body. With his fur now charged with static electricity, Volebel could manipulate the powerful current with greater precision. Eventually, countless bolts of lightning coalesced in Volebel's hands, forming a blue lightning sphere about a meter in size, resembling a liquid. At the same time, a fierce wind trapped the dragon's movements in mid-air, and the rain had thoroughly drenched the dragon. The lightning sphere was thrown, crashing into the dragon and instantly expanding, enveloping its entire body. Billions of volts of electricity surged from the sphere. Spherical lightning. Under the powerful current, the dragon's bones became visible. As the lightning dissipated, the dragon, now charred and lifeless, fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Feeling the life force of the dragon completely vanish, Volebel in the sky also returned to his moonlight lion form and collapsed to the ground as soon as he landed. The crew hurried to Volebel's side to help him up. At that moment, the crew looked at Volebel with stars in their eyes. "Captain, you are truly amazing." Bull looked at Volebel with excitement and gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Volebel. You will be our giant tribe's benefactor from now on." Hearing their words, Volebel had no strength left to respond. Just now, Volebel had not only transformed into the Moonlight Lion, but had also used the Storm Fruit to its fullest. Though it only lasted a few seconds, it had completely exhausted his stamina. Despite appearing mature, Volebel was only a child of 7 years old, and his stamina was not enough to sustain such a level of combat. "It's okay, just out of energy. I'll recover after eating something in a while." "That's good. Elder, I have dealt with that dragon. Remember to give me my reward." Looking at the dragon's head brought back by Volebel and his crew, the elder stood up shakily, excitedly examining it. He had not held much hope for Volebel, but was surprised to find that he had indeed killed the dragon. "That's great. Thank you for avenging my tribe. In that case, I will give you the treasure of the giant city." As dawn broke, the elder led Volebel and the others to the mountain peak where the dragon resided. The elder approached a large stone and pressed a dent in it. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from beneath the stone, which then cracked open to reveal a large hole leading to a stone staircase. "Please come in. This is where the treasure of Giant Island is located." The entrance to the staircase was massive, standing about 30 to 40 meters high and nearly 50 meters wide. Inside such a vast passage, one could only wonder what treasures lay within. Following the elder deeper inside, they descended dozens of meters until a massive iron door appeared before them. The elder approached the right side of the door, which had a combination lock. After entering the password, the technologically advanced iron door, which was entirely at odds with the primitive appearance of the giant city, slowly opened to the sides. When Volebel and the others saw what was inside the treasure vault, their faces displayed astonishment. The treasure of Giant Island was not filled with gold and silver as the other members of the Thunderstorm Pirates had imagined. Instead, the vast cavern contained only large pieces of timber neatly arranged together. The treasure of Giant Island is the wood from the Atom Tree. This is the atom wood left over after the completion of the Noah's Arkansas. Each piece of atom wood here is over 100 meters long and is the most precious resource of our giant tribe. Hearing it was atom wood, Volebel's face showed not disappointment but excitement. After all, atom wood is undoubtedly the best choice for shipbuilding in the world of One Piece. Although the treasure of Giant Island may not be items that enhance strength or vast amounts of wealth, the value of atom wood is not inferior to those things. It should be noted that 90% of the world in One Piece is sea. The Thunderstorm Pirates need a top-notch pirate ship to travel freely in this world. Elder, I don't know if your giant tribe can build ships. Although we have the materials at hand, Volebel and the others cannot build ship, so we can only place our hopes on the giant tribe. Of course, our tribe has preserved the blueprints from when we built Noah's Arkansas. Although the materials here can only be used to build a smaller version, it will still be a top-notch ship in the world. That's good. I wonder if I could trouble you to help us build a pirate ship for our Thunderstorm Pirates? You have done us a favor, so this small task is certainly not a problem. However, building such a large ship may take 1 or 2 years. Hearing the elder's words, Volebel completely accepted it. Just in time, Volebel wanted to find a suitable place to train his two-color hockey. Without a doubt, this giant island, filled with powerful beasts, was a perfect training ground. There was no need to worry about external invasions, and with so many wild beasts as opponents, it was an absolute training holy land. Then I will leave the next period of time to you, Elder. Haha, Your Excellency Volebel, there's no need to be so polite. You have eliminated that giant dragon, allowing our giant clan to no longer live in fear of hunting while the other side sleeps. You have enabled us to live freely once again on Giant Island. You are a benefactor to our people. Volebel also informed his partners, Viper and Inazuma, of his decision. After understanding Volebel's thoughts, they expressed their agreement. Firstly, the Fur Tribe members of the Thunderstorm Pirates are all quite young and are at a stage where they need time to grow. Last night, during the battle between Volebel and that giant, they realized that their current strength was indeed too weak. Moreover, during the past half-month of sailing in the New World, if it weren't for Volebel, they would have been killed by various natural disasters long ago. As the future king of the Furry Kingdom, they have their own pride and do not want to be a burden to the Thunderstorm Pirates. By the way, Elder, can the bones of that dragon be made into weapons? During the previous battle, Volebel found that the hardness of that dragon's bones was quite extraordinary. Even when he used his moonlight line form, he couldn't break the dragon's bones. Furthermore, that dragon was electrocuted and not killed in combat. If the dragon's flesh and internal organs hadn't turned to charcoal, it probably wouldn't have died. That's a good suggestion. I'll give it a try. We just happen to have the world's top forging equipment in our giant city. I've studied it before, so just give it to me. Next, Volebel planned a reasonable training program for his subordinates. First, for the weakest 10 or so members of the Fur Tribe, Volebel set a goal for them to elevate their strength to the level of Navy cadet officers, and it would be best if they could learn hockey. The Fur Tribe has decent racial talent, and Volebel believes that with enough effort, they can achieve this without any problems. As for Viper and Inazuma, Volebel intends to train them as cadres. For this purpose, they need to undergo more training, and, at the very least, they must be able to proficiently use the two-color hockey before the next voyage. Thus, the sailing of the Thunderstorm Pirates temporarily came to a halt. Everyone in the Thunderstorm Pirates understood that everything they were doing now was for the future goal of sailing further on the sea. Boom! On the peak where the giant dragon once lived, Volebel sat cross-legged, enduring inhuman torment as his body continuously withstood the thunder falling from the dark clouds. The title of the world's strongest must belong to me. Volebel knows that achieving greatness is not as simple as just talking about it. At the beginning, Volebel also hoped to have a system to become a powerful bear. However, years of experience taught him that relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. Now he has consumed the nature-based stormfruit and has a great starting point. He believes that as long as he puts in efforts and sweat 100 or 1,000 times more than ordinary people, he can create his own legend. One day, he will make the name Volebel remembered by everyone in this world. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, and the battles at sea have never ceased, with thousands of people dying every day. On the island of giants, Inuarashi watched as a familiar gorilla stood before him, drawing out a katana wrapped in red flame patterns from his waist. This sword was crafted by the giant elder using the sharpest and hardest dragon teeth from a giant dragon, fused with various precious metals. Inuarashi cherished it and, after 3 days of thought, finally named the treasured sword Dragon Slayer. The name Dragon Slayer embodies his goal. He hopes that one day he can truly slay a dragon like Volebel and the legendary swordsman Ryoma. With a single strike of his sword style, Inuyashi's figure vanished in an instant, and before the gorilla could react, he was already in front of it. The scene at this moment overlapped with that of 2 years ago, but this time, the gorilla's thick neck was cleanly severed by Inuyashi's sword. A flash of cold light passed, and the confused giant head fell to the ground, with a fountain of blood gushing from the neck's severed edge, staining the green grass red. Indeed, it seems that your haki has improved a bit, Inuyasha. Viper walked over from a distance, holding a large piece of roasted meat in one hand, and slowly approached Inuyasha, wanting to pat him on the shoulder with his greasy hand. Inuyasha quickly dodged, looking at Viper with a disdainful expression. Viper, you look like you've gained some weight again. If you keep this up, the captain will have something to say to you. Upon hearing Inuyashi's words, Viper showed a struggling expression, glancing at the fragrant roasted meat in his hand. After a moment of thought, he threw the meat away with a face that looked like he was constipated. Really, the captain is just too disciplined. He won't let us indulge. It's so painful. All right, just saying it is enough. You know the captain means well. Speaking of which, time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Yeah, I didn't expect the construction difficulty of the Ark Noah to be so high, taking so long. Yesterday, the elder said that the finishing touches could be completed today. Let's go to shore and take a look at our new ship. Let's go now. It might already be finished. I can't wait to see our new ship's first voyage. The two walked together on the newly opened road created over the past 2 years. A road that was paved by the Thunder Pirate crew and the giants to build the ship. They first transported the atom, wood from the treasury to the shore, and then built a huge shipyard there. It must be said that the giants are indeed natural craftsmen. Even though they had never built a ship before, they quickly mastered the shipbuilding techniques left by their ancestors in just a few days. If it weren't for Volebel's request for too many additional features, this pirate ship would have been completed over a year ago, but all this waiting was worth it. When Viper and Inuyasha arrived at the shore, they saw that the giant shipyard had been disassembled and a massive 3-masted sailboat, over 200 meters long and more than 80 meters wide, with a white bear head at the bow and a deep blue hull, had already been launched into the water. This ship had enormous sails that could work with Volebel's wind power, and also built machines that could convert electrical energy into kinetic energy, allowing the propeller at the stern to spin rapidly to increase sailing speed. Furthermore, the entire ship was equipped with many functional areas, making it a small city on the sea. Hey Viper, you two are here. This call brought the two, who were stunned by the giant structure before them, back to their senses. Turning toward the source of the voice, they saw a massive bare-headed man towering over them. Upon seeing the newcomer, both of their faces lit up with surprise. Hee, it's really you, Captain. You look even taller. In these 2 years, Volebel had received ample nutrition and training on the Island of Giants, and he began to grow rapidly. In just 2 years, his height increased from 3 meters to 5 meters. His once athletic body now looked as muscular as a fitness champion from his past life, appearing strong and powerful. Volebel felt that as his body grew stronger, the large muscles that bulged on him became smaller and more solid. With his tall stature and imposing bare head, even without speaking, Volebel's fierce appearance instilled fear in others. However, to Inuyasha and Kinemon, Volebel was not only a dignified captain, but also their beloved elder brother. At first, Inuyasha and Kinemon were somewhat unconvinced by Volebel, but over the past 2 years, they were impressed by his daily discipline and increasingly powerful abilities. You two have grown quite a bit too. Looking at Inuyasha and Kinemon, who had reached 4 meters tall and resembled their former selves, Volebel couldn't help but marvel at the growth rate of creatures in the world of One Piece. Over the past 2 years, Volebel, with his powerful physique, easily mastered armament haki, and due to his enhanced physical condition from lightning training, he also grasped the basics of flowing cherry haki. Initially, he was at a loss with observation haki, but later he sought guidance from the elder, who was more than willing to teach. After Volebel got the hang of observation haki, perhaps due to the effects of the storm fruit, the range of his observation haki became quite extensive. Although it couldn't compare to Enel, he could cover a radius of 10 kilometers, which surprised the elder. Kinemon and Inuyasha were not weak either, and had also mastered the 2-color haki. Volebel also recalled the training methods for the Marine 6 styles. And over the past 2 years, everyone in the World Thunder Pirates had learned several techniques from the Marine 6 styles. Undoubtedly, the current World Thunder Pirates had gained considerable strength. Lord Volebel, this ship has been completed. Now, please personally name it. The elder, who had silver hair, leaned on a cane and appeared even older, jumped down from the ship's deck, his large body landing silently on the soft sand. He turned to look at his most outstanding creation, feeling a bit excited, and then he looked at Volebel with anticipation. As for the name, let's call this ship the Immortal. Immortal? That's quite an ambitious goal, but I believe this ship is definitely worthy of a name. This is a ship that will not decay for 1,000 years and will not be damaged for 10,000 years. The name Immortal not only represented expectations for the ship, but also embodied Volebel's own aspirations. The Immortal, combined with the World Thunder Pirates, echoed the nickname of a legendary demigod from his past life. Immortal Thunder. Volebel looked at the Immortal, which was even larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick, and felt a little excited. Over the past 2 years, the Immortal had gradually taken shape under his planning, from the basic framework to its current appearance, much like watching his child grow up. By the way, Lord Volebel, this is the pirate flag you asked us to draw. What do you think? The elder handed the rolled-up pirate flag to Volebel. Volebel took it and carefully unfurled the flag. He saw it on the black background of the pirate flag. There was a white bear head that bore a striking resemblance to his own face in the center. To the left of the flag was a yellow claw representing Kinnaman, while the right side featured a brown claw representing Inuarashi. There were also 6 symmetrical blue lightning bolts in the empty spaces on either side. It's well drawn. Looking at the enormous pirate flag that spanned 5 meters in length, Volebel nodded in satisfaction. Beside Volebel, the Viper and the Dogstorm couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes as they saw their own claws on the pirate flag. Captain, is that us? That's right. It's you two, as my right and left arms. How could the emblem of the Thunderstorm pirate crew be without you? Upon hearing Volebel's affirmative response, the Viper and Dogstorm exchanged a glance, feeling deeply moved. They knew that the pirate flag represented the symbol of the crew, and having their own mark on it indicated Volebel's regard for the two of them. The two immediately excitedly assured Volebel, Captain, don't worry, we will not let you down. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the Viper and Dogstorm, Volebel couldn't help but laugh heartily. You two little rascals, I absolutely believe in you. Now that the Immortal was completed, it was time for our Thunderstorm pirate crew to continue our voyage. Just as Volebel began gathering crew members and replenishing supplies to set sail, the usually silent elder walked over to Volebel's side somewhat awkwardly. Lord Volebel, my grandson Boar also wants to go to sea with you. I wonder if you would take that little rascal. Don't worry, he has learned the sailing techniques passed down in our clan over the past 2 years. Although he has no practical experience, he can still help you with your sailing. Moreover, he is the most outstanding giant among our younger generation, and I believe he is a qualified warrior. Seeing the tension on the face of the 300-year-old elder, Volebel understood the elder's good intentions. He didn't want his grandson to be confined to this small place. He understood that his grandson wanted to go out and see the broader ocean. As his grandfather, he had to fight for his grandson. No problem, but once you get on my ship, you can't get off. You should understand this principle. I understand. It is precisely because I trust your character, Lord Volebel, that I can safely entrust Boar to you. Boar, you rascal, come over and meet the captain. Hearing his grandfather's words, Boar, who was secretly observing from the corner of the deck, immediately showed a joyful expression and hurriedly ran to Volebel. Then, under Volebel's gaze, he stood straight and seriously made a vow. Captain Volebel, I am willing to offer you my loyalty. Please take me to see the broader world. All right, Boar. From now on, you will be the helmsman on our ship. I hope you don't let my trust down. Don't worry, Captain Volebel. I will definitely become a qualified helmsman. Boar, how much longer until we reach the red line? Captain, it's estimated we will need to sail for another half a month to reach the red line. It had been 3 days since they left the Island of Giants, and in these 3 days, the Immortal had completely gotten back on track under board arrangements. However, there were still too few crew members on the ship, making it difficult to fully utilize the ship's performance. The ship also needed many essential crew members, such as chefs and doctors. Continue sailing westward. Our goal is to cross the red line and reach the Grand Line first. Aye, Captain. Half a day later, while Volebel was lifting dozens of tons of steel dumbbells in the training room of the Immortal, a crew member hurriedly came into the training room. Captain, there are 2 unidentified forces ahead that are exchanging fire. With a bang, Volebel put down the heavy dumbbells and immediately got up to the deck. As soon as the crew saw Volebel coming out of the cabin, they immediately handed him a telescope. Volebel picked up the telescope and carefully observed the distance, only to see 5 ships confronting each other about 10 nautical miles away. Volebel recognized both sides' flags. One was the Navy's Seagull flag, while the other 3 ships surprisingly belonged to the Big Mama pirate crew. Their pirate flag featured a pirate with a captain's hat, big red lips, and a large red afro. "Captain, should we continue to approach?" Volebel immediately used his powerful observation haki to carefully scan the auras on those ships. Perhaps due to the similarities between the storm fruit and the thunder fruit, Volebel's observation haki was exceptionally strong. During the scanning, Volebel quickly determined that there were no powerful individuals on those ships who could pose a threat to him. However, both sides had one strong presence each. As for how strong, Volebel wasn't entirely sure, but he didn't feel any danger from them. Since they had encountered each other, he decided to take a look. Upon hearing Volebel's command, the crew quickly maneuvered the Immortal closer to the location. At this moment, on 2 Navy warships surrounded by the Big Mom pirates, a lewd young man draped in a Justice Navy cloak and wearing a yellow and black striped suit looked at the 3 pirate ships surrounding him with a helpless expression. He was Borsalino, a newly joined Navy member who was known as a monster alongside Sakazuki and possessed the glitter fruit. Yo, isn't that Charlotte Lean's second son? I've heard of your great name. Others call you a monster, and I didn't expect that today I, a Navy monster, would encounter you, a pirate monster. At this moment, Borsalino's gaze and attention were entirely drawn to a tall man standing at the bow of one of the pirate ships, who was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, Big Mom's second son and her most perfect child. At this time, Katakuri was already very close to his future appearance. At 17 years old, he stood nearly 5 meters tall and had a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, making him one of the most famous new pirates in recent years. It should be noted that this was not the era of the Great Pirate Age when bounties inflated. Currently, bounties were not as exaggerated as in the future, and 300 million was already a significant amount for a great pirate. "I've heard about you, the Navy monster with a natural fruit," Katakuri said. The two were now at a standoff, their auras intensifying, forcing those around them to step back. The entire sea seemed to be silent due to the pressure from the two of them. "You Charlotte pirates dare to make a move against us. You should know who I have backing me. Are you saying that the Charlotte family wants to go to war with the Navy?" Borsalino skillfully grasped the Big Mom pirates' sore spot. The new world was extremely chaotic, and the Big Mom pirates had enough enemies already. They certainly didn't want to offend such a powerful force as the Navy. "Oof. Borsalino, don't talk nonsense. I'll just ask you, did the Navy intercept the desserts that Mama purchased from Fishman Island a few days ago?" Upon hearing Katakuri's questioning, Borsalino's expression stiffened, because this matter was indeed true. At this moment, Borsalino could only curse inwardly. "Damn it. Old man Carp actually left me with this mess. I'm in trouble." A few days ago, Carp had intercepted a ship full of precious desserts while patrolling the entrance to the New World. The other party claimed to be delivering desserts for Big Mom, and ordinary Navy members wouldn't offend such a great pirate for some desserts. But unfortunately, he encountered the most unruly Carp in the Navy. After inspecting, Carp was dazzled by the many desserts, especially various types of donuts, and directly ignored Big Mom's reputation, seizing the ship. After all, Big Mom's money was ill-gotten. Carp just wanted to eat some donuts, so what? However, the consequence of this action was that Big Mom found out and got furious, sending Katakuri to the Navy to demand her purchased desserts. What was called a demand was actually a threat to seize the Navy's warships to get her desserts back. Although this matter was absurd, it was typical of Carp and Big Mom's way of handling things. Carp initially thought that Big Mom would refrain from opposing the Navy due to her own situation, so he seized the desserts without hesitation. But he didn't expect Big Mom's obsession with desserts to be so terrifying, leading to the current situation. Although Borsalino had requested assistance from the Navy's first branch in the New World as soon as he discovered the Big Mom pirates, the distance to the first branch was far. It would take several days of sailing to reach. "Old man Carp really left me with a mess. What should I do now? Katakuri, do you really think you can hold me back?" Borsalino's aura suddenly increased several times, directly overpowering Katakuri's aura. Although Borsalino had only joined the Navy for 3 years, he had already mastered the 2-color haki and the Navy's 6 forms. At just 17 years old, Charlotte Katakuri was not his opponent. Of course, Katakuri was not alone. Voices came from the other 2 pirate ships. 2 tall men stood at the bows. They were Charlotte Daifuku, the 3rd son of the Charlotte family, who possessed the paramecia-type soot fruit, and Charlotte Oven, the 4th son of the Charlotte pirates, who had the heat fruit. The 2 were full-blooded brothers of Charlotte Katakuri. Seeing the emergence of Charlotte Oven and Daifuku from the other 2 ships, Borsalino's expression turned dark. If it were just Katakuri, he could still manage, but with the addition of Oven and Daifuku, it became difficult. Although their strength was much weaker than Katakuri's, They were still pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. He couldn't defeat Katakuri in a short time, and aside from him, there were no other high-level combatants in the Navy here. The best outcome now would be for him to escape alone. But the thousands of Navy soldiers on those two warships would die here, just as the two sides were at a standoff. The lookouts from both sides spotted a massive, unknown pirate ship rapidly approaching. For a moment, both sides' attention was drawn to the swiftly approaching pirate ship, and as it drew closer, they could see the appearance of the ship clearly. The length of this pirate ship exceeded 200 meters, its hull deep blue, with a white bear head at the bow. Looking at this unfamiliar pirate ship and the flag of a pirate crew that they had no memory of, neither side dared to act rashly. After all, anyone who possessed such a large ship surely had considerable strength. Under the watchful eyes of Borsalino and the Charlotte brothers, a bare-headed man wearing blue shorts on his lower body and covered in white fur on his upper body, adorned with blue lightning patterns, walked to the front of the deck. To his left was a slightly plump-looking man with an orange head, and to his right stood a dog-headed man with a long sword at his waist, exuding a sharp aura like a swordsman. Behind them were a dozen or so members with various beast heads. Is this the Mink tribe? The first to recognize Volebel and his companions was Katakuri. Their mother dreamed of establishing a great nation where all races could live together, and up until now, there had been no Mink tribe joining the nation. Mink tribe? Upon hearing Katakuri mention this name, Borsalino seemed to recall some records. Was that the Mink tribe with beast heads? He didn't expect the Mink tribe to really exist and form a pirate crew. Both of them could sense the powerful aura emanating from Volebel through their observation haki. You must be the captain of this unknown pirate crew. What is your purpose for coming here? Katakuri asked Volebel first. Volebel set his sights on Katakuri, instantly making him feel as if he were being targeted by a powerful beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Katakuri instinctively drew his trident and assumed a defensive stance. Nice to meet you. You could call me Volebel. I am the owner of this ship, the Immortal, and the captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates. We just happen to be passing through here. You both can continue your fight. Volebel came this time just to have some fun. After all, being out at sea for such a long time is quite boring, and he wanted to see who was fighting here. Unexpectedly, he ran into two big figures. One is Katakuri, the future bounty surpassing 1 billion, proficient in the 3 types of haki and possessing the foresight of the observation haki. The other is Kizaru Borsalino, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, known for having the fastest speed in the world of One Piece and being the strongest combat force of the Navy headquarters. After hearing Volebel's words, both of them twitched at the corners of their mouths. Borsalino and Katakuri exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Today's grievances would end here. They would resolve it next time. Boys retreat. A few minutes later, watching the ships of both sides leave, Volebel felt a bit speechless. However, it seemed that both sides were smart. They feared the involvement of a third party would make the situation more complicated, so they tacitly chose the safest method, to retreat directly. Let's move on. But what Volebel and the others didn't know was that their appearance was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, starting to create ripples. Borsalino, are you saying that a strong Mink tribe member has formed a pirate crew? What do they look like? I understand. I will send someone to investigate. On the other hand, Big Mom was much more excited than the Navy side. What? You're saying that quite a few Minks have formed a pirate crew? In that case, hurry up and bring them back. But Mama, their strength is very strong, and I don't have confidence in defeating them. Is that so? First, arrange for your subordinates to find their location. I'll personally go look for them once I get off the battlefield. Yes, Mama. Just as the Navy and Big Mom pirates were reacting to Volebel's actions, the Thunder Pirates had already arrived at their destination. The members of the Thunder Pirates looked at the towering red line in front of them, feeling a sense of shock in their hearts. Boys, get ready. We are about to take off. Volebel immediately used the power of the storm fruit to manipulate the wind, lifting the entire immortal ship. The immortal ship began to ascend rapidly into the sky. On the red line, apart from the area near Mariewa where the celestial dragons reside, the rest is completely desolate. Therefore, Volebel planned to use his fruit ability to cross over the red line and reach the Grand Line. However, the consequence of doing so was that Volebel was uncertain where they would land. A few minutes later, Volebel finally brought the immortal ship to the top of the red line, but he did not rush up. Instead, he stopped and hid at the edge. Volebel sat wearily on the deck. The height of the Red Earth continent was astonishing. Dragging the immortal to this place had already consumed a lot of his energy. Seeing Volebel's condition, The Vipers had long been prepared and immediately placed various grilled meats and fruits in front of him. Looking at the mountain of grilled meat before him, Volebel sighed helplessly, then began to eat with reckless abandon, crunching through the bones with ease as he swallowed them whole. His powerful digestive ability instantly converted the food into energy. At that moment, Volebel had only one thought in his mind. One day, I will break free from the days of eating grilled meat every day. After consuming a mountain of food, Volebel finally felt his strength fully restored. Once again controlling the immortal, he successfully landed on the Red Earth continent. Looking at the desolate surroundings of the Red Earth continent, Volebel understood that he could not stay here for long. The observation hockey of Volebel can sense some human auras, which means they're not far from Mariewa. They must escape from here as quickly as possible. Kids, hold on tight. We have to leave this place fast. Volebel was fully utilizing the power of the wind to control the immortal as it raced across the Red Earth continent at an incredible speed. Just after flying a few kilometers, Volebel spotted numerous patrolling army soldiers. Have we been spotted? Viper, quickly activate the propeller for acceleration. Understood, Captain. With the propeller at the back of the immortal starting up, its speed increased even further, darting across the Red Earth continent like an arrow released from a bow. Not good. We have intruders. Capture them. Just as the army was about to attack the immortal, they realized that this massive ship was speeding through the air as if it were on the surface of the sea, making it impossible to catch up. This is bad. Could it be a ship of the sky pirates? Quickly report to the 5 elders. Volebel still didn't know that they had been mistaken for that guy. The Golden Lion, because of the flying ship. When the 5 elders learned that a suspected Golden Lion had arrived on the Red Line, they immediately flew into a rage and dispatched several CP0 agents to pursue him. Unfortunately, with Volebel's wind power combined with the propeller's boost, the immortal ship was much faster than the speed controlled by the Golden Lion. In the end, the few CP0 agents could only watch helplessly as the immortal ship fell from the Red Line, shrinking to a tiny black dot. Looking at each other and shaking their heads in frustration, wondering how they were supposed to chase it. Due to their failure in the pursuit, several CP0 members were punished by the 5 elders, and the world government subsequently raised the bounty on the Golden Lion to 200 million. At that moment, the Golden Lion, who was engaged in a localized war with the Whitebeard pirates, looked at his inexplicably increased bounty in confusion. Isn't it strange? Has the Navy lost their minds? I haven't made a move against them during this time, yet they still want to raise my bounty. No, once this battle is over, I must instruct my subordinates to take action against that Navy New World branch and let those Navy guys know I'm not to be messed with. However, all of this no longer had anything to do with Volebel and the others. Plop! The immortal ship landed back in the sea, and once again feeling the shaking brought by the ocean waves, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they had been chased by several powerful beings, and thankfully they had run fast. Otherwise, the Thunder Pirate crew would have been annihilated today. Captain, where are we heading next? Due to not having a log pose, Boreas couldn't confirm the nearby islands. Let's head north to the Sabati archipelago. Volebel had just used observation hockey to watch the direction from which those soldiers and CP0 came, which was to the north. This meant that as long as they headed north, they could reach the Sabati archipelago. Once they arrived at the Sabati archipelago, they could purchase log poses to select specific routes. Everyone, wait a moment and remember to disguise yourselves. Once we buy the log poses, we'll leave the Sabati archipelago. Our Fur Tribe's identity is special, so remember not to expose it and cause trouble. Yes, Captain. After sailing for several hours, Volebel and the others finally saw the outline of the Sabati archipelago. From a distance, the Sabati archipelago was made up of countless entwined trees. Near the Navy headquarters, there was the world's largest red tree, the Yarkaman red tree, whose roots were always exposed above the water, forming the Sabati archipelago. On the Sabati archipelago, Area 129 mainly had human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. Area 3039 mainly had Bubble Park, etc. Area 4049 mainly had sightseeing areas and specialty zones. Area 5059 had all shipyards and coding craftsmen. Area 6069 was primarily where the Navy stationed government entrances and exits. Area 7079 mainly had Tourist Street. Volebel's goal this time was to head to Area 129 to purchase the log poses needed for the 7 routes of the Grand Line. Fortunately, before leaving Zou, the Night King had generously sponsored them with funds. Volebel controlled the immortal to arrive at the docking area of number 1 to 29. To prevent the Fur Tribe's identity from being exposed, everyone in the Thunderstorm Pirates donned black cloaks, including the giant boar. Inuarashi boar, keep an eye on the immortal. Just the two of us, Viper and I. We'll go ashore, said Volebel. As the immortal reached the dock, its massive size attracted the attention of everyone at the port. The gangplank of the immortal landed on the dock, and Volebel's towering figure stepped down from it. At that moment, Volebel's tall body was shrouded in a black cloak, with even his exposed palms covered by gloves. Despite this concealment, he still emanated a powerful aura, a killing intent born from long battles with ferocious beasts. Viper followed closely behind Volebel as they disembarked from the immortal. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Volebel, some perceptive individuals at the shore immediately chose to back off. However, a portion of the crowd, enveloped by greed, began to whisper among themselves behind his back. Volebel didn't care about them. He believed that with the strength of Inuzuka and the others, dealing with these people would be no problem at all, due to the lawless nature of the area. As soon as Volebel disembarked, two seemingly shady thugs approached him. Hey, big guy, you need to pay 100,000 berries to dock here. With a ship this big, you owe us at least 100,000 berries. If you can't pay, you'll have to leave your ship as collateral. Looking at the greedy expressions on the thugs' faces, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Volebel's eyes beneath his black robe. Crack! People only heard the sound of something breaking, and the thug in front of Volebel lost his head, with scarlet blood gushing out like a fountain from the severed neck, staining the port's ground red. The thug's head was now held in a gloved hand, and with another crack, it was crushed like a walnut. With a loud bang, the head flew out like a cannonball, sending the other thug, who was already paralyzed with fear, flying several dozen meters away. After witnessing Volebel's thunderous methods, everyone in the harbor felt a surge of terror, and the surroundings fell into silence. Volebel looked at the effects he had caused with great satisfaction and then left the port with the Viper. He believed that there would certainly be fewer people daring to take action against the immortal after such a brutal display. In this chaotic world, slaughter was an inevitable occurrence. Volebel had no intention of holding back against these greedy individuals without power. Volebel never thought he could become a hero to change the world. Since he has been reborn into this chaotic world, he will become an invincible king. The treasures of the Viper will be entrusted to you. Later, go to the auction or the pawn shop to exchange them for berries and record the purchase pointers. It's best to buy 3 copies of the record pointers for each route, just in case. Don't worry, Captain, I will complete the task perfectly. But boss, where are you going? You don't need to ask that. I'll give you half a day. If you Haven T return to the ship by then, something must have happened, and I will come find you. However, with your current strength, there aren't many who can pose a threat to you in Sabati Archipelago. But it's always better to be cautious. Watching the Viper depart, Volebel glanced at the huge number 29 on the tree beside him and continued deeper into the Sabati Archipelago. After walking for nearly an hour, Volebel stopped in front of a small bar on the tree roots. The bar was named Shaki's Ransom Bar. Indeed, this is the future hideout of Rayleigh. But before Volebel could enter, the bar door swung open, and several drunken pirates, stripped down to just their underwear, were kicked out by a woman, landing right in front of Volebel. Really, no money, and yet you want a drink? Can't you see that my bar is called Ransom Bar? After kicking the drunken pirates out, the woman, smoking a cigarette, finally noticed the tall figure cloaked in black standing nearby. This woman was Shaki, the former captain of the Kuja pirates and the last emperor of Amazon Lily. Volebel initially just wanted to take a look. He wasn't sure she had retired or not, but he didn't expect that she had indeed retired. Hey, who are you? Shaki extinguished her cigarette and looked at Volebel with a serious expression. As someone who was once pursued by Carp, her strength and insight were naturally extraordinary. She could sense a subtle threat emanating from the cloaked figure before her, as if he were not a human, but a wild beast. Then Shaki heard a voice like thunder. You are the pirate Shaki, who was once pursued by Carp. Hearing Volebel's words, Shaki's expression changed as she glanced down at the several pirates still unconscious at Volebel's feet, and then she sighed in relief. Regardless of what you know, can you not say it out loud in public? I have already retired. Forget it. I want to argue with you. If you want to discuss something with me, then come into the bar to talk. Volebel nodded and kicked away the pirates blocking his path, striding into the tavern. As Volebel entered, Shaki closed the tavern's door and then scrutinized Volebel with an unfriendly expression. Who the hell are you? Volebel, facing Shaki's questioning gaze, said nothing more and simply sat down on a chair. Don't be in a hurry, boss Shaki. Just drink and talk, he added nonchalantly. Seeing Volebel's calm demeanor, Shaki ultimately relented and approached the bar. What kind of alcohol do you want? Volebel said without any hesitation, fruit wine. The alcoholic beverages in this world are actually quite mild, much like the low-alcohol drinks of the age of exploration in the past. However, the fruit wine here is made very well, tasting as if one is drinking juice. Additionally, Volebel, being a bear-type fur tribe, has a preference for sweet foods. So he really enjoys drinking fruit wine. He looks so big, yet it turns out he is still a child. When Shaki heard that this tall guy in front of her actually liked to drink fruit wine, she couldn't help but tease him a bit. Nevertheless, Shaki turned around and took a bottle of orange wine from the bar to pour a glass for Volebel. Volebel immediately pulled down the hood of his cloak upon smelling the tempting aroma, completely unconcerned about the possibility of poison, and took a drink from the wine glass. Wow, it's been a long time since I've had fruit wine, how nostalgic. Meanwhile, Shaki looked at Volebel, her mouth agape. A talking bear? Could it be a bear that ate the human fruit? No, you must be from the mink tribe. Seeing that Shaki recognized his identity, Volebel was not surprised. After all, her identity was not simple either. She was an information broker, and knowing about the existence of the mink tribe was quite normal. Although the mink tribe had not appeared at the Sabeti Archipelago auction for a long time, their legends still circulated here. I can't believe the mink tribe really exists. I thought those guys at the auction were lying. But looking at your aura, you're not an ordinary mink tribe member. I wonder how you found out about me, and what your purpose is in coming to see me. Let me introduce myself. I am Volebel, captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Although I'm still an unknown little pirate for now, my name will surely echo throughout the seas in the future. As he spoke of his ambitions, a strong confidence radiated from Volebel. Shaki felt as if she were looking at a younger version of Roger, who had also drunk here long ago, exuding the same confidence, or even arrogance. For a moment, Shaki felt as if she had grown old. An interesting fellow. Well, it doesn't matter where you got your information. Just tell me what you want. I came to see Miss Shaki to inquire about some information. Do you want to gather information for me? No problem. It's 1,000,000 berries per piece. Hearing the outrageous quote, Volebel's mouth twitched. I don't have money. If you don't have money, what do you want with information? Seeing the disdain on Shaki's face, Volebel awkwardly touched his black nose. But I can't provide you with a piece of very valuable information. Do you really know valuable information? If it's worth something and guaranteed to be confidential, I'll pay a high price. 6 years ago, during the God Valley incident, it wasn't just Carp who defeated Rocks. It was Carp and Roger who teamed up to take him down. How about that? Upon hearing this shocking news from Volebel, Shaki's pupils trembled, and her facial expression stiffened for a moment. She knew Rayleigh, but he had always been tight-lipped about what happened at God Valley. Is this information reliable? Believe it or not, you don't really think Carp alone could face and subdue many powerful pirates like Rocks back then, do you? Kid, I don't know whether your information is true or not, but it certainly has a lot of hype and could fetch a high price. However, I don't need it. I want you to ensure that the entire message doesn't get exposed. Now tell me, what information do you want from me? Me. 2 hours later. Looks like you're planning to keep a low profile. Huh? I wish you all the best. Thanks for the kind words. As she watched Volebel leave, Shaki's gaze was inscrutable. She had a feeling that this guy would definitely make a name for himself in the future. What an interesting fellow. It seems I'll have to add another person to my watch list. Next time I see Rayleigh, I must have him reward me. As Volebel approached the dock, he heard loud noises coming from the pier. Interesting, there are actually people daring to take action against the immortal. With this thought, Volebel couldn't help but quicken his pace. When he arrived at the port, he saw a red-skinned fishman with a scarf tied around his head and a wide mouth confronting Inuarashi. The two sides were arguing fiercely, and it seemed like sparks were flying from their locked gazes. As for the thugs from the earlier ship, they had long since disappeared. When Volebel recognized the fishman youth, he was taken aback because he knew him, although the other party's name was still unknown on the seas at this time. In over a decade, that name would resonate throughout the ocean. He was the one who climbed up to the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to rescue his fisherman brethren who had been bought as slaves by the celestial dragons, liberating thousands of slaves of different races. Later, he established the Sun Pirates and became the first captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. However, the tiger in front of him was still very young. According to the timeline, he was only 17 years old now. When Inuarashi saw Volebel behind Fisher Tiger, his eyes lit up. Captain, you're back. This fisherman kid suspects we are slave traders, and no matter how I explain it, it doesn't work. Such a luxurious ship. Who besides the celestial dragons would have it? Moreover, this is District 129. You are all wearing black robes. At first glance, you look like slave traders. Seeing the anger on Fisher Tiger's face, Volebel felt a bit helpless. A good ship really does attract some trouble. Volebel confirmed that there was no one else around using his observation hockey, and he was too lazy to hide his identity, so he directly took off his hood, revealing his head. When Fisher Tyke saw Woolabel's bare head, disbelief flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this guy is a devil fruit user? Seeing that the other party did not recognize his identity at all, Woolabel immediately felt a headache and covered his face. Inu-chan, you guys take off your hoods too, boar. You come out as well. Yes, Captain. As a dozen Fur Tribe members pulled down their hoods, Fisher Tyke looked around at the Fur Tribe members with various animal heads, and then saw the giant boar coming out onto the deck of the Immortal. He was momentarily stunned. Let me introduce ourselves. We, like you mermaids, are popular candidates at the auction, the Fur Tribe. The giant on the deck is Boar, the helmsman of our Thunderstorm pirate crew. We, like you, are a race persecuted by the celestial dragons, so we cannot be slave traders. It was only at this moment that Fisher Tyke dispelled his concerns. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Fisher Tyke sincerely bowed and apologized to everyone. It's okay. You were just acting out of good intentions. Volebel didn't expect Fisher Tiger to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago at such a young age. He truly is a future adventurer. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the atmosphere between the two parties instantly became harmonious. I apologize, everyone. I mistakenly took you for slave traders. My name is Fisher Tiger, and I'm a fishman from Fishman Island. It's all right, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. By the way, has Inuyarashi returned yet? It's been half a day since they set off, so he should have been back by now. No, Captain. Didn't Viper go with you? Wasn't he with you? What? Volebel immediately sensed something was wrong upon hearing this. Viper must have encountered some trouble. I will go look for him now. You all wait here and be ready to set sail at any time. With that, Volebel transformed into a blue lightning bolt and quickly flew toward the depths of the Sabaody archipelago. Woolabel quickly flew high above the Sabaody archipelago, not caring whether he would be detected by those powerful individuals, recklessly unleashing his observation haki to search for Viper's whereabouts. Viper, don't you dare die. At this moment, in Area 3, Viper was surrounded by several CP organization members wearing masks and white suits. Many people around Viper were kneeling on the ground, not daring to move, while a celestial dragon pointed his golden pistol at Viper from a distance. Just as Viper had finished purchasing a record pointer and was about to leave, suddenly everyone around him knelt down, just when Viper thought something was wrong. A strange figure dressed in what looked like a diving suit with a glass mask rode on the back of a tall pirate, accompanied by a group of soldiers arriving on the street. Viper, who had always lived in Zou, was unaware of the existence of the celestial dragons. However, sensing something was off, he quickly hid in a corner of an alley. But as the celestial dragon passed by, he happened to spot Viper in the corner. Seeing that Viper did not kneel, he immediately drew his golden pistol and fired several bullets at Viper. If Viper hadn't dodged quickly, he might have been shot to pieces. You lowly commoner dare not kneel before the noble celestial dragon. You've committed a capital offense. CP, kill him. With the celestial dragon's order, several CP members wearing animal masks quickly surrounded Viper from unknown places. The CP members acted in unison, and Viper could only use his armament haki to cover his body and block the attacks from several people. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the CP members struck Viper's body, producing dull sounds. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Viper had trained his armament haki to cover his entire body. Although it was thin and not much, it provided decent defense. Those CP members without armament haki were unable to break through Viper's defenses. When the CP members realized something was off after feeling the impact, they quickly retreated and exchanged glances. Although Viper's mastery of haki was not deep, there weren't many who could use haki in the first half of the Grand Line. Usually, the CP members could handle most unexpected situations. Moreover, being so close to the Navy headquarters, there was no need to dispatch powerful CP members as guards for such a worthless celestial dragon. Therefore, they did not have enough strength to defeat Viper. Even though Viper was stronger than any of the CP members present, he couldn't escape smoothly under the siege of several CP members. Seeing that his subordinates could not take down Viper, the fat face of the celestial dragon turned angry as he ordered the guards behind him, shoot. The celestial dragon completely disregarded the lives of the CP members and directly ordered the soldiers behind him to shoot. Hearing the celestial dragon's command, the soldiers had no choice but to raise their rifles. With the sound of gunfire, bullets rained down on Viper like raindrops. The CP members immediately used Jeppo and Shave to dodge the bullets. Viper was the main target of these bullets. Seeing the dense rain of bullets before him, Viper knew that even using Jeppo wouldn't allow him to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and once again use the little armament haki he had to cover his entire body. Fortunately, the guy Vegapunk had not yet developed powerful firearms, With these ordinary flintlock guns, they could not inflict effective damage on Viper. The bullets hit Viper's body with a clanging sound, shattering the black cloak he wore and revealing his appearance. Looking at Viper, who had a head resembling a snake's, the celestial dragon's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. This is a fur tribe. I haven't seen such good stuff in a long time. Stop. I want him alive to be my slave. The celestial dragon immediately took out a silver din mushy and dialed it. Hello, is this Admiral Steelbone? I'm currently in the Sabati archipelago. Send a Marine Admiral over immediately. I want to capture an assassin who attacked me. You have 5 minutes, or your military funds this year might not arrive on time. At that moment, in the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Steelbone's expression darkened upon hearing the celestial dragon's threat. Although the funds would still be issued, even with the other party's interference, the celestial dragon's identity could indeed create obstacles for the Navy. Even a one-day delay in the funds could affect the Navy's plans for the next year. I understand. I'll send Zephyr over right away. He's currently in the Sabati archipelago and can be there in 10 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll only give you 5 minutes. If you don't come, don't blame me for causing trouble for the Navy. After finishing, the celestial dragon arrogantly hung up the din mushy. Steelbone, filled with rage, threw the din mushy away, his eyes blazing with anger. A mere celestial dragon dares to command me like this. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. After all, the Navy's funds relied on the world government, and for the sake of the Navy, he had no choice but to swallow this grievance. Thinking of this, Steelbone immediately took out another din mushy and dialed. The din mushy was quickly connected. Is this Zephyr? Go to Area 3 and help the celestial dragon capture an assassin who attacked him. At that moment, Zephyr, who was resupplying in Area 60, asked expressionlessly, Admiral, is it really an assassin? Don't worry about that. Remember, first and foremost, you're a Marine. Zephyr could hear the underlying meaning in Steelbone's words, his expression darkening. He had heard this excuse many times before, but each time it was because a celestial dragon had taken a liking to a beautiful woman or a slave. If possible, he really didn't want to assist in such wickedness. I understand. I'll head over immediately. Several CP members were still stalling for time for Viper. As long as they waited for the Marine Admiral to arrive, Viper would fall into the hands of the celestial dragon. A few minutes later, a muscular man over 3 meters tall, with purple crew-cut hair, arrived on the street, draped in a Marine Admiral's cloak. As this man appeared, the CP members immediately stopped and moved to protect the celestial dragon. Zephyr, quickly capture this villain. Remember, don't kill him. I want him to be my slave. Hearing the celestial dragon's order, a hint of reluctance and struggle appeared in a side from them. The next strong figure to take the stage would be someone like Zephyr, a general-level powerhouse. It could be said that an existence like Zephyr has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the sea. At this moment, both Zephyr and the Viper sensed something and looked up at the sky. They saw that the previously clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, and a light drizzle began to fall as blue lightning gathered in the clouds. With a loud rumble, a thick bolt of blue lightning struck right between Zephyr and the Viper. A figure cloaked in black and surrounded by blue lightning appeared on the street. When Volebel appeared, a look of surprise immediately spread across the Viper's face, while Zephyr's expression turned serious. Captain, you've come to rescue me. Volebel did not respond, as the Viper's gaze was fixed firmly on Zephyr. Can you do me a favor, Admiral Zephyr, and let my little brother come with me? Before Zephyr could speak, the celestial dragon behind the Viper raised his golden pistol and fired a shot at Volebel. Impossible. This is my slave. Hearing the gunshot, Zephyr's expression changed, feeling that something was about to go wrong. Just as the bullet was about to hit Volebel, a magnetic net formed by electric currents intercepted the bullet. Volebel gently pinched the bullet with 2 fingers and turned to look at the celestial dragon, whose face showed a look of terror. You want to make my little brother your slave, right? I am a celestial dragon. You can't lay a hand on me, or I'll have a Marine Admiral kill you. Looking at the plump celestial dragon, who was clearly terrified yet still acting arrogant, Volebel couldn't help but scoff. He arched a finger and shot the bullet out directly. Zephyr wanted to block it, but it was already too late. Watch out, quickly dodge. Several CP organization members saw this scene and rushed to protect the celestial dragon. But unfortunately, the bullet, infused with immense power, pierced through the bodies of several CP members using iron blocks and accurately shot through the celestial dragon's head. As the blood stained the inside of the celestial dragon's bubble helmet, the plump body fell to the ground with a thud. You seek death. How dare you kill a celestial dragon? Zephyr's face showed shock and anger. He knew that as long as the celestial dragon was alive, the admiral could suppress anything. But if the celestial dragon died, it would anger the world government. Even if just a useless celestial dragon was killed, the true celestial dragons would feel furious, and their navy would surely bear the brunt of their wrath. "You despicable guy." Zephyr angrily threw off his marine coat, his muscles instantly bulging, causing his tight shirt to burst. His fists and wrists were instantly covered in thick black hockey. The ground caved in, and Zephyr's figure appeared in front of Volebel in an instant, his fist, wrapped in powerful hockey, aimed directly at Volebel's chest. Volebel's gloved fist collided with Zephyr's iron fist, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the glass of nearby buildings and even caused cracks to appear in the rocky walls. As their strength continued to increase, the rocky street beneath them rapidly broke and sank. Neither of them was willing to take a step back, each standing their ground. After a few seconds of stalemate, both Volebel and Zephyr were forced to step back several meters, leaving multiple dents in the ground from their retreat. Volebel shook his numb palm, looking at the shattered glove, his gaze fixed intensely on Zephyr. No wonder he is Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, the master of Navy martial arts. Your strength is the strongest I have encountered among my opponents so far. Of course, excluding the dragon. This was what Volebel thought to himself. Compared to the power of that giant dragon, Zephyr was still somewhat weaker. But the other party was a 100-meter dragon, while Zephyr was just an ordinary human. Why would a powerful being like you appear in the Sabati archipelago? The recent exchange of blows made Zephyr realize that the strength of this cloaked figure before him was definitely not much weaker than his own, but it was merely strength. If he could create a data chart for abilities like hockey, stamina, power, speed, and martial arts, each of Zephyr's attributes as an admiral would not be lower than A. You want to know my identity? Then Admiral Zephyr, why not use a bit more strength to break my cloak? At this moment, Volebel was also stirred by Zephyr's fighting spirit. He wanted to see just how strong the Marine Admiral really was. Interesting guy. You don't think that just because your power is somewhat comparable to mine, you can stand on equal footing with me, do you? Then I can only tell you that you're thinking too much. The Marine Headquarters Admiral is not as simple as you think. Volebel and Zephyr charged towards each other, their fists colliding once again. This time, both sides had equal strength. However, Volebel noticed something different. After a few seconds of stalemate, Volebel was unexpectedly knocked back by Zephyr, his body carving a trench several meters long across the street. Volebel struggled to get up and looked at his dislocated wrist, quickly using his other hand to force it back into place. So that's how it is. No wonder he's a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters. In that moment of collision, Volebel realized that in some aspects, he truly couldn't match Zephyr. Although Volebel had reached a level comparable to Zephyr by utilizing the power of lightning to strengthen his body, their levels of hockey were simply not on the same scale. While Volebel's strong physical advantage allowed him to quickly enhance his armament hockey, when compared to Zephyr, who had been training for 20 to 30 years, he fell short in both the quality and quantity of hockey. Additionally, Zephyr was still in his prime, just over 40 years old, without any asthma issues, and his stamina was not something the still-developing Volebel could compete with. It could be said that the only thing Volebel could compare to Zephyr at the moment was strength. In every other aspect, Volebel was completely outmatched. Volebel shook off the dust from his body and tore off the tattered black robe. Zephyr looked at the burly Volebel with a bear-like head in front of him, and his gaze became sharp. You and that guy behind you are both Fur Tribe members. Huh, I didn't expect such strong fighters to exist among the already rare Fur Tribe. However, even if you two combine your strength today, you're still no match for me. You will pay the price for killing the celestial dragon today. Let's fight again next time, Zephyr. Bye for now. Volebel suddenly appeared behind Viper, grabbing his shoulder, and then his figure transformed into a fierce wind, lifting Viper into the air. Not good. Zephyr cursed inwardly as he saw the two fly off and immediately used Moonwalk to pursue them. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Moonwalk was, it couldn't surpass Volebel, who was using the power of the storm fruit in the air. Watching the two disappear, Zephyr landed back on the ground and took out a cigar from his waist to light it, looking at the fallen celestial dragon beside him, whose body resembled a pile of dung. Zephyr's expression darkened as he exhaled smoke. This time it was really troublesome. What? You mean the celestial dragon is dead? Steelbone Kong exclaimed uncontrollably upon hearing this, then angrily smashed his teacup to pieces on the ground. Zephyr, are you sure you didn't report the wrong information? With you there, how could the other side kill a celestial dragon? Could it be that a powerful pirate intervened? At this moment, Zephyr, looking at the celestial dragon's body, held the Din Mushy far away to avoid Steelbone Kong's voice hurting his ears. Only after the other side's furious shouting subsided did he reluctantly say. There was no problem at first, but then another Fur Tribe member appeared. The other side should be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit with the ability to control lightning and wind. His strength is quite good. I didn't have time to stop him. Fur Tribe? Upon hearing this familiar term, Steelbone Kong recalled the information that Borsalino had reported to him a few days ago. Is it a Fur Tribe member with white fur and blue lightning patterns? Looking like a bear? That's right, it's him. The Fur Tribe member he saved is a yellow-furred one that looks somewhat like a tiger. I see. I will arrange to issue a bounty immediately. Sigh, it seems our military budget will be cut by at least half this year. Steelbone Kong sighed and hung up the Den Mushi, rummaging through the documents that Borsalino had sent him a few days ago. Inside was a photo taken by the Navy at that time. By the way, that Fur Tribe member should also have a higher bounty. I remember that the Fur Tribe's pirate group is called the Thunderous Pirates. What nickname should we give them? Let's call them the Indomitable Thunder. On the Indomitable, Volebel dropped Viper, who felt like vomiting, onto the deck. Seeing that Viper and Volebel returned safely, Inuarashi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Great, boss. You're all safe. Well, not exactly safe. Don't ask. We need to leave quickly. Although they didn't understand why Volebel was so anxious. Inuarashi and the others could sense the urgency in his tone and immediately dropped the anchor to leave the Sabeti archipelago. It wasn't until they could no longer see the Sabeti archipelago that Volebel finally relaxed. Captain, what happened? Viper, you explain. Viper, having finished vomiting, looked constipated and said, Don't say anything. I encountered a high-ranking lunatic. That guy actually wanted me to be his slave, something called a celestial dragon. As he mentioned the celestial dragon, Viper looked utterly defeated. What kind of person is this? Not only does everyone have to kneel, but he can also command such powerful monsters in the Navy. What? Celestial dragon. A shout drew the attention of everyone present, and it was then that Volebel realized it was Fisher Tiger who had exclaimed, Huh? When did we get another fishman on our ship? Viper looked at Fisher Tiger, puzzled, and asked Inuarashi beside him. He's a friend we just met. Please continue telling what happened. I wanted to escape quickly, but that guy called the Celestial Dragon ordered several subordinates wearing strange masks and white suits to appear. Their strength was quite good, and they teamed up to stop me, making it impossible for me to leave. Just when we were at a stalemate, a purple-haired crew-cut man arrived. The aura from that man was terrifying. The Celestial Dragon called him Zifa. What? Is it the Navy headquarters, Admiral Zifa? At this moment, Fisher Tiger was stunned. It was not easy for this Fur Tribe member to escape. That's right. That's how the Celestial Dragon referred to him. Just when I thought I was going to be killed by that man. Fortunately, our captain appeared like a savior. When the captain descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and stood in front of me, I immediately felt a surge of safety. The captain then exchanged a punch with that Zifa guy, and their powers were evenly matched. Then, to ensure my safety, he strategically retreated with me. After hearing Viper's description, Fisher Tiger looked at Volebel with stars in his eyes. At this moment, Volebel, who had previously seemed somewhat fierce, appeared incredibly mighty and imposing in his eyes. Volebel, can I join your pirate crew? Huh? Why? Wally Bell was momentarily stunned. He had spoken to Wally Bell for no more than 10 sentences before winning him over. Could it be that he already had a protagonist halo? Wally Bell, you are the first person I've known who dares to kill a celestial dragon and can even trade blows with a marine admiral. You are simply the strongest person I've ever seen. So, I want to follow you to become stronger myself, so that I can have the ability to achieve my dreams. Interesting. So, Fisher Tiger, what is your dream? What is my dream? Fisher Tiger thought seriously for a moment, and then said loudly, My dream is to one day overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and save those who have been persecuted by them. That dream is indeed somewhat difficult to achieve, but if you are willing to become our partner, then we will work together to realize your dream in the future. Welcome to the team, Tiger. Volebel walked up to Fisher Tiger and smiled as he extended his fist. Fisher Tiger understood Volebel's meaning and excitedly raised his fist to bump it against Volebel's. From now on, I will be your little brother, Volebel. I look forward to everyone's guidance in the future. Captain, which route are we taking next? As we all know, there are 7 routes in the Grand Line that can be navigated, and Volebel came to the Grand Line to find suitable companions. Let's take Route 7. Volebel plans to take the 7th route first. Previously, Volebel specifically inquired with Shaki about which route had islands famous for producing chefs. Coincidentally, the first island on Route 7 is the renowned Chef Island. This island is home to many excellent chefs and hosts a culinary festival every year. If one is looking for a great chef, this would be a good choice. Since Volebel arrived in this world, he hasn't had a decent meal. During his time in Zou, he could only eat some fruits and vegetables, and even when he managed to get some food, it was mostly grilled fish that lacked any flavor. Later, during his days on Giant Island, he ate grilled meat for every meal, and Volebel felt like his taste buds were fading away. Therefore, a chef has become the member Volebel desires the most. After the crew learned why Volebel chose Route 7, they became excited. They had heard how delicious human food could be and naturally wanted a skilled chef as their companion. In the following days, the Immortal began its normal voyage. During this time, the Navy had no idea about the whereabouts of the thunderstorm and couldn't track it. Additionally, the climate in the Grand Line was much better than in the New World, so nothing interesting happened. A few days later, just as they were about to reach Chef Island, a poster seagull suddenly flew overhead. Upon seeing the ship below, it immediately lowered its flight altitude. Tej, who was practicing fishman karate on the deck, quickly took out two belly. When the poster seagull saw the belly in Tej's hand, its eyes lit up, and it descended to a few meters above Tej. Tej immediately threw the belly, and the seagull skillfully caught it in its pouch before dropping a newspaper and a bounty notice. Tej picked up the newspaper and the stack of bounty notices. Upon opening the newspaper, Volebel's photo prominently appeared on the front page. This photo was taken when Volebel encountered Borsalino and Charlotte Katakuri in the New World. In the picture, Volebel stood at the front of a group of fur tribes, exuding a powerful aura. The newspaper reported on the incident where Volebel killed a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, a birdman who had privately trained the poster seagull to deliver this newspaper watched the seagull continuously, bringing him belly with increasingly bright eyes. Morgans finally had enough capital to start, and he thought, Volebel, you'll be my lucky star. Ha ha ha. I will make sure you guys who control public opinion know how powerful Morgans is. The newspaper exaggerated Volebel's strength, claiming he fought Admiral Zephyr for 300 rounds and ended in a draw while escaping with his subordinates. Tej looked at the newspaper with brightening eyes and hurried to the ship's training room. Tej, what brings you to the training room? Do you want to have another intense spar with me? Upon hearing Volebel's words, Tej's expression stiffened. Just yesterday, Volebel nearly beat him to death while testing his strength. If it weren't for his decent recovery as a fisherman, he might not have been able to get up today. Captain, the news about you killing the celestial dragon has already made it to the newspaper. Your bounty should be in these notices, but I haven't looked yet. As soon as Volebel heard it, he immediately put down the dumbbell that weighed over 10 tons. He then walked up to Tiger and took the newspaper and the wanted notice. Looking at the newspaper, which was only the size of his palm, Volebel curiously began to flip through it. This newspaper actually exaggerates my strength so much. Interestingly, it seems this newspaper did not come from the Navy. Could it be that Morgans is already up to something at this time? Volebel flipped through the stack of bounty notices, and the first few notices featured the most famous pirates on the seas at that time, such as Whitebeard and Gold Lion. After flipping a few pages, Volebel saw his own bounty notice. Unyielding Thunder Volebel, captain of the Unyielding Thunder pirate crew race. Fur Tribe bounty. 326 million berries crimes. Harm to the world nobles. Celestial Dragon's remarks. Suspected user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Life or death disregarded. Volebel was taken aback when he saw his bounty. He didn't expect the Navy to place such a high bounty on him. It's worth noting that even Katakuri, who had been sailing the seas for many years and was well known, had only a bounty of 300 million berries. Volebel's current bounty was already at the level of New World pirates. He didn't expect that he would be offered such a high bounty just for killing a celestial dragon. However, it made sense, as Volebel was the first pirate to openly kill a celestial dragon since the establishment of the world government. Flipping further, Volebel also found the bounty notice for Viper. Fur Tribe Viper, member of the Unyielding Thunder Pirate Crew bounty. 92 million berries crimes. Accomplice in harming the world nobles. Celestial Dragon's remarks. Life or death disregarded. Volebel wasn't surprised by Viper's bounty. After all, given the circumstances at the time, Viper's identity had long been exposed, and he couldn't escape the fate of being wanted. Handing these two notices to Fisher Tiger, a smile appeared on Volebel's face. Tiger, let's hold a banquet to celebrate. This time, our Unyielding Thunder Pirate crew is famous across the seas. Since we're arriving at Chef Island tomorrow, we should finish all the food. Yes, Captain. I'll notify the brothers to prepare for the banquet right away. Watching Tiger leave, Volebel's smile immediately vanished. Although the high bounty made him seem impressive, Volebel knew that he and his crew were now being targeted by the Navy and the world government. After all, they had killed a celestial dragon, and it was likely that their pirate crew would soon be playing a game of cat and mouse with the Navy. Though this was not in line with Volebel's original plan, he didn't regret it. While the unyielding Thunder Pirate crew would be hunted by the Navy for killing the Celestial Dragon, Volebel would feel unsatisfied if he did not kill the Celestial Dragons who coveted his companions. Anyway, the speed of the unyielding ship was far beyond that of Navy warships. There was no way the Navy could stop Volebel and his crew on the Grand Line. Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Under Tiger's promotion, it didn't take long for the entire ship to know that their captain had become a great pirate, and everyone on board began to cheer. On the deck at night, various meats were roasting over the bonfire. Watching the members of the unyielding Thunder Pirate crew drinking and eating together, Volebel's mood also brightened. Hey, let us raise a glass to our captain. Yeah. As soon as Viper's voice fell, all the crew members raised their cups toward Volebel. To celebrate the captain becoming a great pirate, everyone guzzled their drinks and then exchanged glances, laughing joyfully. In stark contrast to the festive atmosphere on Volebel's side, the Navy was in an uproar at that moment. They had just learned of the punishment for their failure to protect the Celestial Dragons. This year's military budget was being cut in half. Upon hearing this punishment, Steelbone Kong smashed several teacups in anger. The Navy's funding needs were in the hundreds of millions of berries each year, most of which came from the world government. This money was not only for bounties, but also for training new Navy recruits, maintaining weapons and equipment, building ships, and so on. Now, with half of it cut, the Navy wouldn't even be able to update their weapons this year, and they were running low on funds to train the new generation of sailors. However, Steelbone Kong and the others could only stew in their anger. After all, it was their failure to protect the Celestial Dragons that led to this outcome. And even if it reached the elders, it wouldn't change anything. Damn unyielding Thunder Pirate crew, you've caused such a huge mess. Just wait. As soon as your whereabouts are exposed, you will face our Navy's wrath. Steelbone Kong couldn't vent his anger on the Celestial Dragons, so he transferred it to Volebel and his crew. Now, whenever there was news about the unyielding Thunder Pirate crew, Steelbone Kong would immediately send Zephyr to pursue them. At this moment, because Volebel killed the Celestial Dragon, strong individuals from all over the world began to recognize and remember Volebel and the unyielding Thunder Pirate crew. After all, it was the first real case of a Celestial Dragon being killed in many years. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was engaged in a fierce battle with Gold Lion in the New World when he suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing a newspaper in his hand. Ha! What a daring little brat. To be able to kill a Celestial Dragon and escape unscathed, what an impressive guy. I wonder if he wants to be my son. If I get to meet that little brat, I must treat him to a drink. Gold Lion, fighting Whitebeard, also laughed upon seeing the news. I've long been annoyed by those damned Celestial Dragons. One day, I will turn this world upside down and kill all the Celestial Dragons. In contrast to the admiration of Whitebeard and Gold Lion, Big Mom's eyes glimmered with greed when she saw the newspaper. Great, he has decent strength. Looking at his physique, he should be able to be my husband. Volebel, right? With your strength, you'll definitely return to the New World sooner or later. When that time comes, I will catch you and make you give me some little Fur Tribe cubs. Ha. In the Navy's new recruit training camp, a black-haired young man looked at the newspaper reporting the killing of the Celestial Dragon with deep eyes. Captain Viper, wake up. Almost there. Volebel, who was in a light sleep, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the crew member's call. Viper and Inu Erishur also quickly climbed up from the deck upon hearing the call. The banquet last night lasted until midnight, and everyone was too lazy to return to their rooms, choosing to sleep on the deck instead. Of course, not everyone got drunk. Some crew members had to stay up and continue steering the ship. Moreover, Volebel and his crew had strong physical constitutions, and even after drinking so much, they were only slightly tipsy and could wake up immediately in case of any emergencies. Volebel got up and looked at the outline of the small island in the distance, kicking the crew members who had not yet woken up. Get up, boys. Captain, do we still need to wear our cloaks? No need. Our ship is fast enough. Even if the Navy learns about our whereabouts and comes over, it will take them 5 or 6 days. By the time they arrive on the island, we'll have already left. Volebel believes that 5 or 6 days is enough time for them to find a suitable chef. At this moment, people at the shipyard on Chef Island saw a massive ship, entirely deep blue, approaching the island. When they saw the white bear flag on that ship, their legs immediately went weak, because that pirate flag belonged to the notorious Thunderstorm Pirates, who had made quite a name for themselves in recent days. This is bad. A big pirate has come to our Chef Island. Hurry and notify the head chef. An hour later, Volebel's ship arrived at the port of Chef Island, dropped anchor, and tied the ropes to the wooden posts. Before Wally Bell and his group got off the ship, A crowd had already filled the dock. Among them, leading the group was a young man about 3 meters tall, with a slim build but an aura of sharpness about him. Volebel looked at the leader with a hint of interest, as the aura around him was surprisingly similar to that of Inuzuka. Volebel remembered this kind of aura. It was a momentum that only emerged after reaching a decent level of swordsmanship. If the Viper's talent lay in excellent martial arts, then Inuzuka's talent was his superb swordsmanship. Over the course of 2 years, through studying a swordsman's notebook left behind by the giant race, Inuzuka absorbed the knowledge like a dry sponge soaking up water. In just 2 years, he had comprehended the sword intent and was only 1 step away from breaking through to becoming a swordsman. Inuzuka could also sense the aura emanating from the other party and looked at the leading man with eyes full of fighting spirit. The members of the Thunderstorm pirate crew, I wonder what your purpose is for coming to our chef island. Chef Zeph nervously swallowed, but did not take a step back. Rest assured, we only wish to come to Chef Island to taste delicious food and participate in the annual chef conference. And we also want to recruit a chef to serve as the cook for our Thunderstorm pirate crew. If you are willing, you can come for an assessment. Hearing that Volebel had no malicious intentions, Zeph finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the culinary god who had dominated the food competition on this small island for 3 years, he was not only a skilled chef but also a capable fighter. It was precisely because of him that Chef Island was thriving as it was now. However, Zeph did not notice that some people behind him displayed a greedy glint in their eyes while looking at the members of the Thunderstorm pirate crew. Since you all want to participate in the chef conference, there is a rule that we hope you will abide by. Let's hear it. As long as guests come to participate in the chef conference, regardless of their identity, they can join. However, any grievances must be resolved off the island. No problem. I wonder if we can go ashore now. Of course, our chef island welcomes every guest who loves food. Wait a moment, Zeph, just in case. You will supervise the Thunderstorm pirate crew. Huh? Me? You are our strongest chef and the culinary god of Chef Island. Having you here will make us feel more at ease. Even Volebel and the others, as outsiders, wore intriguing expressions as they listened to these people. There was a sense of moral coercion in their words. Zeph's expression became troubled upon hearing the comments from behind him. He had intended to further hone his culinary skills during this time. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Zeph stepped in front of Volebel, extended a hand, and smiled. For the next few days, let me, Chef Zeph, the culinary god of Chef Island, take everyone from the Thunderstorm pirate crew to enjoy delicious food together. We will be delighted. Volebel also smiled and shook hands with the other party. After sensing Volebel's sincerity, the smile on Zeph's face became a bit more genuine. An hour later, a group of people dressed in black robes, led by Zeph, arrived at the bustling food market. To better enjoy the food, Volebel and the others specially wore cloaks to hide their identities, fearing that their status would affect the islanders and cause panic. Zeph had already issued a gag order to those islanders who had seen Volebel, explicitly prohibiting anyone from leaking the whereabouts of the Thunderstorm pirates. Even if these people wanted to inform the Navy for a bounty, they had to wait until Volebel and the others left the island. Zeph understood that if Volebel found out someone had informed the Navy, the entire Chef Island could be destroyed as a result. Even though Volebel couldn't yet compare to top-tier powerhouses like Zephyr, escaping from the other party was already proof of Volebel's strength. Not everyone can escape from the hands of a Marine headquarters admiral, because Zeph was leading them. Even though Volebel and the others looked strange in their black robes, the vendors warmly welcomed them. Fortunately, when Volebel left, the Night King had given him plenty of treasures in exchange for berries. Enough for everyone to feast on Chef Island for a while. Although as pirates, even if Volebel and the others had directly robbed, no one would say anything. They did not have the hobby of bullying the weak. When Volebel once again tasted the diverse flavors of the food, he was deeply moved. Nearly 10 years of suffering had finally passed, under the onslaught of Volebel and his group of big eaters. All the stock at the food stalls in the entire snack street was eaten clean, just as Volebel and the others were enjoying the food. Someone had secretly contacted the Navy and leaked the information about the Thunderstorm pirates. In the office of Admiral Steelbone Kong at Marine Headquarters, Steelbone Kong immediately contacted Zephyr upon learning that the Thunderstorm pirates had appeared on Chef Island. Zephyr, I've received a lead. The Thunderstorm pirates are now on Chef Island looking to recruit a chef as a partner. I understand. I'll head out to pursue them immediately. Zephyr, can you handle that guy alone? If not, I can send 2 more vice admirals to support you. After considering Kong's words, Zephyr agreed to Kong's decision. After all, Volebel possessed a devil fruit that granted great speed, and that guy named Viper was also quite strong, so it would be somewhat difficult for him to capture the thunderstorm pirates alone. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to be flexible. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During those 3 days, under Zeph's guidance, Volebel and the others had met many top chefs from Chef Island, hoping to invite them to join the thunderstorm pirates, but unfortunately, they were all rejected. "Captain, what should we do? No chefs are willing to come to our ship. Are we going to return to the days of eating barbecued meat every day?" Looking at his dejected crew, Volebel sighed. "There's still 2 days left. Tomorrow is the food festival. Let's enjoy a good meal first." Upon hearing about the food festival, the initially dejected crew immediately showed excitement. The food festival is Chef Island's annual feast, where food lovers from various islands, regardless of their professions and identities, gather to partake in this celebration. At that time, the top 100 chefs from Chef Island will participate in the Chef God competition, where they must continuously create food for the guests attending the feast within 12 hours. After the competition ends, voting will take place, and the one with the most votes will become the Chef God of Chef Island. Becoming the Chef God not only grants access to many precious ingredients, but also the rights to manage Chef Island. Zeph had already been the Chef God for 3 consecutive years, and this year he was still confident about winning first place. But can Zeph really achieve his wish? As dawn broke, many food lovers had already gathered at the dock of Chef Island, including Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, and merchants. On this day, people of various identities set aside their grudges and conflicts, all coming to satisfy their pursuit of food. The Thunderstorm Pirates had arrived early at the food festival site. At this moment, in the center square of Chef Island, 100 chefs stood in front of their stalls, with various ingredients piled high behind them, waiting for the competition to begin. Volebel and the others immediately spotted Chef Zeph at the very center of the square, where only the previous food god could occupy the best position. During the competition, chefs can create their signature dishes to win over everyone's taste buds and recognition. Food enthusiasts, welcome to this year's food festival. Today, the 100 best chefs from Chef Island are ready to showcase their specialties to you. Especially the man standing in the center of our square, Chef Zeph, who has been our culinary master for 3 consecutive terms. Many of you probably know him. Will he be able to continue his legend this year? All right, enough talk. The competition officially begins. With the referee's command, thousands of food lovers entered the square, dispersing to each stall to await the chef's offerings. The moment the referee's voice fell, the chef's hands immediately began to fly. In the world of One Piece, not only must the food prepared by the chefs be delicious, but must also be served quickly. After all, everyone in the world of One Piece is a big eater. One must say that these 100 chefs truly deserve to be the best on Chef Island. As within just a few seconds, some stalls began to prepare exquisite dishes. Among the chefs, some were making desserts, while others were crafting ramen. With a dazzling array of food on display, Volebel and his friends are all big eaters, and they are having a great time at the food festival, which lasts for 12 hours. There isn't much to discuss during the process of enjoying the food. All Libel and his friends can say is that this life is simply paradise. Hundreds of chefs showcase their best dishes, and this feast is something even the celestial dragons cannot enjoy. It truly lives up to being the most famous food competition on the Grand Line. Volebel and his companions queued up at Zeph's place right from the start. Over the past few days, they had developed a good relationship with Zeph, so the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were eager to try the culinary creations of this chef who had been the culinary god on Chef Island for 3 consecutive terms. When Zeph saw that his first customer was Volebel, he smiled and immediately started tossing the frying pan. Before long, a bowl of golden seafood fried rice, full of color, aroma, and flavor, was served in front of Volebel. Looking at the dish that looked appealing but couldn't compare to the extravagant dishes of other chefs, Volebel took a bite right away. The moment the rice entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. It was delicious. This was Volebel's first impression of the seafood fried rice. At that moment, Volebel felt as if he could sense the purest essence of the food. Despite being made from simple ingredients, the flavors were brought to life in this straightforward dish, elevated to numerous levels. It made Volebel feel as if he were dining like a master chef of Chinese cuisine. Delicious. Zeph smiled when he saw the satisfaction on Volebel's face. Zeph, you truly deserve to be the previous culinary god. I hope you can continue your legendary status as the next culinary god. After saying that, Volebel stood up to make room for the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates behind him. After tasting Zeph's seafood fried rice, everyone else was convinced and then headed to other chef stalls to sample more delicacies. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was evening. Volebel was thoroughly satisfied with the variety of foods, Over 100 dishes filled the void from the past years, allowing him to understand once again what true delicacies were. However, despite having eaten the food prepared by the other 99 chefs, Volebel still believed that Zeph's seafood fried rice was the best. Although the ingredients for Zeph's seafood fried rice were simple and even inexpensive, it contained a flavor that seemed to strike at the soul. All right, everyone, today's voting has concluded. Let's congratulate this year's culinary god, who is last year's second-place chef, Woosher. Hearing that the champion was not Zeph, the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were taken aback. They had tasted the dishes made by Woosher and found them quite good, but they paled in comparison to Zeph's. Upon hearing the judge's words, Zeph, who had originally shown a confident smile in anticipation of his fourth culinary god title, immediately stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Volebel's thunderous voice spread across the entire square, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Chef Zeph's seafood fried rice was clearly much tastier than the dishes made by that guy. Woosher, so why wasn't Zeph the first choice for votes? Upon hearing Volebel's question, the middle-aged man who had initially smiled and was about to give a speech, Woosher, turned dark. Who do you think you are? This result is based on the votes of so many people present. Do you really think we would cheat? Or that so many people have a problem? Volebel was momentarily at a loss for words in response to the other party's remarks. Just then, Jifu, who had been looking down, spoke in a deep voice. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your support, but given the outcome, I, Jifu, am willing to accept my loss. In the end, the title of Culinary Master of the Food Festival still went to Woosher. As people began to disperse, Volebel noticed that Jifu's figure had vanished. Strange. We all clearly felt that Jifu's seafood fried rice was more delicious. There must be some hidden issue here. Viper, you go keep an eye on that Woosher guy. Hound, you check if there's anything unusual at Jifu's stall. I'll go find that guy Jifu. Aye, Captain. Volebel knew that at this moment, Chef might have some negative thoughts. So he immediately opened his observation hockey to scan the entire island. Finally, he sensed the other's aura at a remote coast of Chef Island. Without hesitation, Volebel transformed into a blue lightning bolt and quickly arrived beside him. When Volebel reached the beach, he saw Chef sitting on the sand, holding a bottle of alcohol, his face flushed and tears streaming from his eyes. Chef was somewhat surprised when he heard footsteps behind him and turned around to see Volebel, who had already taken off his black cloak. Thank you, Volebel, for speaking up for me just now, but perhaps I really can't compare to that guy, Ushi. No, what you made, seafood fried rice, is definitely tastier than what he made. Although I don't know what methods he used to win this competition, in my heart, you are absolutely the number one. Chef could feel the firmness in Volebel's tone, and his previously dejected expression became a little better. Speaking of which, if it weren't for you, Volebel, speaking up for me just now, perhaps I wouldn't just be here drowning my sorrows in alcohol. Don't be so down, buddy. I've already sent my companions to investigate what happened just now. There must be something wrong. After saying this, Volebel sat down next to Chef and snatched the drink from him. All right, don't drink anymore. It's just a small island's chef position, not the world's #1 chef. Besides, did you become a chef just to compete for fame and fortune? Upon hearing Volebel's words, Chef was momentarily stunned. Yeah, why do I want to become a chef? What am I pursuing? Chef fell into contemplation until, after several seconds, he recalled his original intention, revealing a bitter smile. You're right, I lost my original intention. The purpose of becoming a chef was to create more delicious food to make diners happy, not to compete for fame and fortune. Perhaps after becoming a chef, I received too much praise, and in that praise, I lost myself and forgot what I truly wanted as a chef. I never expected that one day I would need you, someone who isn't a chef, to remind me of the original intention of being a chef. Volebel, do you want to hear a story? Chef lay back on the white sand, looking at the crescent moon in the sky, his gaze becoming hollow as if lost in memories. I'm all ears. 20 years ago, a child that didn't know who his parents were lived in a garbage heap, surviving on scraps. At that time, he had no idea what real food looked like. Anything that could fill his stomach was considered gourmet in his eyes. One day, while rummaging through a garbage bin behind a restaurant for food, he was discovered by a middle-aged chef who was throwing out trash. At first, he thought the man was going to hit him, but to his surprise, the chef took the little beggar as his apprentice. Later, under the chef's careful guidance, the little beggar inherited all of his master's culinary skills and further refined them, turning that restaurant into a nationally renowned establishment. Although he felt happy when satisfying customers, over time, he realized that his cooking lacked innovation, and the restaurant was filled with old customers. As time passed, even they stopped coming frequently, leading to the restaurant's decline. He then understood that his culinary skills were entirely inherited from his master and lacked his own ideas. He believed that his culinary skills were still missing many things. So he used his last savings to board a merchant ship to Chef Island. He stayed there for 10 years, competing with countless chefs, and his skills became increasingly profound, ultimately winning the title of Chef God at a culinary competition. However, from that day on, everything began to change. Clearly, he initially came here to improve his culinary skills. But when his skills had already surpassed everyone on the island, he didn't choose to set sail again to seek ways to continue improving, but rather became blinded by fame and wealth. Perhaps this experience was a revenge for losing his original intention. Volebel remained silent, waiting for Zeph to finish speaking before he said, "Zeph, would you like to join my pirate crew? I can take you to find more skilled chefs, experience unique culinary arts from different places, and improve your cooking skills." "Zeph, my dream is to become the strongest in the world. So how about it? Do you want to become the strongest chef in the world and achieve your own legend like I do?" After hearing Volebel's words, Zeph fell into deep thought. At that moment, Volebel sensed two familiar presences approaching rapidly. Before long, Inuyarashi and Kinemon arrived at the beach, having followed Volebel's scent. "Captain, I found some issues with Zeph's seasoning." Inuyarashi handed an empty seasoning box to Volebel. Curious, Volebel took the box and examined it closely, but ultimately found nothing unusual. "Can you show me?" Upon hearing Zeph's request, Volebel handed the empty seasoning box to Zeph. Zeph took it, scrutinizing it carefully, and eventually seemed to discover something. He ground the inner wall of the seasoning box and tasted it. "I see." Zeph's eyes lit up with realization. "There is a problem with the seasoning in my box. It has been mixed with other spices, which disrupts the balance of my seafood fried rice and makes its flavor worse." "But why did it taste normal when we first started eating?" Volebel was somewhat confused. The food from the Thunder Pirates was obviously delicious. This was because only the second half of the seasoning had been tampered with, while the first half was regular seasoning, meaning he only received half of the usual votes. Then, to Volebel's and the others' bewilderment, Zeph directly threw the seasoning box into the sea. But it didn't seem to matter anymore. He smiled at Volebel and said, "Thank you, Volebel. You have helped me regain my true self and my dreams. My dream is not just to be known as the chef god of Small Island, but to be the greatest chef. Captain Volebel, I accept your invitation. I, Zeph, am willing to join the Thunder Pirates." Viper, hearing Zeph's words, happily picked him up. "Great. Our pirate crew finally has a chef. Welcome aboard, Zeph. From now on, you will be our chef in the Thunder Pirates. How about it, Zeph? This will be your domain." Zeph looked at the huge kitchen, over 100 square meters, and was somewhat excited. He had originally thought the cooking space on the ship would be small and that he would need to adapt. But he didn't expect the kitchen on the Immortal to be so large. Seeing the excitement on Zeph's face, Volebel showed a hint of pride. The Immortal was over 200 meters long and more than 80 meters wide. Volebel had long prepared enough space for such an important thing as a kitchen. "Captain, this is definitely the largest and most luxurious kitchen I've ever seen at sea. Haha, my crew deserves the best." Just as Zeph was admiring the kitchen, Viper came to Volebel's side, looking somewhat displeased since he returned. "Captain, I heard some intel from that chef named Wusher. Not only did the other party tamper with Zeph's seasoning, but they also contacted the judges in advance to make fake votes. Otherwise, even if only half the people had tasted Zeph's seafood fried rice, he could have taken first place. Moreover, they contacted the Navy as soon as we landed. The Navy is probably on their way here now. Is that so? I understand. Call back the other crew members. Since Zeph has joined our Thunder Pirates, our goal has been achieved. We should leave." "Yes, Captain. By the way, Viper, where is that Wusher's home?" "Captain, why do you ask that? His home is the largest seaside villa on the other side of Chef Island." At that moment, in a large, luxurious villa on the east side of Chef Island, Wusher, now in a bathrobe, was happily drinking red wine worth millions of buri. Sitting opposite him was the judge of this culinary competition. "Great. From now on, I am a god of chefs on Chef Island. When the benefits come, I will give you 30% as agreed. By the way, the Navy will arrive here tomorrow, and there will be a bounty of 10 million buri. Ha ha, we're going to get rich." However, they did not notice that a large cloud flashing with blue lightning had gathered above the villa, over a dozen nautical miles away. Volebel smiled as he saw the thunderclouds charging up. 10 million volts, thunder punishment. With a press of his finger, a thick blue lightning bolt fell from the cloud and exploded the 3-story villa with a bang. Volebel was not someone to swallow his anger. If his partner was bullied, he would feel uncomfortable unless he retaliated. He was not the kind of person who would suffer in silence. "Boys, sail at full speed. The Navy is chasing us. We need to distance ourselves from them as quickly as possible. We need 3 days to record the next island. Yes, Captain. A few hours later, as dawn broke, a massive Navy warship over 100 meters long, flying the Navy flag, arrived at the shore of Chef Island. Many people on Chef Island were gathered around a large pit where the original 3-story villa had vanished, leaving only a deep, charred pit. Just when everyone was worried and confused about what had happened, someone spotted the Navy ship on the shore. Look over there. Isn't that a Navy warship? The crowd then shifted their attention to the warship, and as it approached, they realized it was a large warship over 100 meters long. A ship this big must have high-ranking Navy officials on board. It seems someone among us sold the information to the Navy. I wonder who it is. If I find out who it is, I will definitely kill him, completely disregarding everyone else's lives. If the Thunder Pirates haven't left yet, everyone on this island would be in trouble. Yeah, I wonder who that bastard is. Forget it. Let us go welcome the Navy. The onlookers quickly dispersed and headed to the dock, where the massive Navy warship docked. A group of Navy soldiers surrounded a purple-haired man wearing a General's Justice cloak as he stepped off the ship. It was none other than Admiral Zephyr from the Navy headquarters. Several leaders, upon seeing Zephyr, turned tense and hurried over to greet him. Admiral Zephyr, we didn't expect you to come in person. Where are the Thunder Pirates now? They left shortly after the culinary competition ended last night. The chef Wusher who provided us with information is not here. There's a bounty of 10 million berry waiting for him. Admiral Zephyr, Chef Wusher and the villa he was staying in were struck by lightning and destroyed last night. I wonder if this 10 million berry bounty will still be given to us. Looking at the greedy faces of the people in front of him, Zephyr frowned. I can give you the bounty, but you must tell me everything you know about the Thunder Pirates. Hearing Zephyr's inquiry, the crowd looked around, unsure of what to say. After all, for a while now, it had been Zeph alone leading the Thunder Pirates, and they didn't know much more about them. Just when everyone fell silent, a porter dressed in coarse linen stepped out of the crowd. Admiral Zephyr, I am a porter at this port. Last night, I saw our former god of chefs, Zeph, board the Thunder Pirates ship with Volebel and leave. Perhaps Zeph has now joined the Thunder Pirates. Upon hearing this news, Zephyr had his adjutant inquire more details about Zeph, while he followed the villagers to the site of the Wusher villa. Looking at the charred pit before him, Zephyr confirmed this was indeed Volebel's handiwork. It seems that Volebel has indeed landed on Chef Island. Hurry and replenish supplies. We will continue to pursue the Thunder Pirates. Yes, Admiral Zephyr. At this moment, Volebel is transplanting orange seedlings purchased from Chef Island in the specially constructed sunroom. Looking at the sunlight streaming through the glass, Volebel feels very satisfied. This sunroom was specifically built by Volebel for growing fruits and vegetables. It has also become the 4th recreational activity for Volebel, in addition to exercising, eating, and fishing. Since the arrival of Chef Zeph, the atmosphere on the ship has improved significantly. Enjoying delicious food helps to alleviate the time spent sailing. Volebel arrived at a room at the top of the Immortal, which he specially designed for thunder body forging. Dark clouds loomed above as bolts of lightning continuously struck the lightning rod above the forging chamber, the end of which was wrapped around Volebel's body with chains. Violent currents surged into Volebel's body, constantly ravaging him. His cells were repeatedly destroyed and then reorganized, with the reformed cells becoming stronger and more vibrant. Although this process brought excruciating pain akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, Volebel had long grown accustomed to it. He understood his own talents, but he was still far behind the natural monsters like Kaido and Big Mom. Volebel knew that in order to catch up to those innate monsters, he must work hard to improve himself. The pain of Thunderbody forging was great, but the gains were also substantial. However, as his physical quality improved, Volebel felt the speed of his body's strengthening slowing down. Perhaps soon the Thunder Body forging would become ineffective. Meanwhile, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew watched the lightning strike down, having long since become accustomed to their captain's abnormal training methods. At this moment, Inuarashi finally found an opportunity to discuss swordsmanship privately with Zeph, as he had sensed a similar aura in Zeph from early on. Sorry, Inuarashi, I'm not a swordsman. I'm just a chef. Inuarashi looked at the half-meter-long silver kitchen knife that Zeph was polishing, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. You clearly have sword intent, just like me, which means at the very least you are a swordsman at the iron-cutting level. Don't lie to me. Iron-cutting? I can indeed do that. Zeph casually drew a spoon, and with a flash of silver, the iron-made spoon broke into 2 pieces. You really are a swordsman. Then what is your sword intent? I'm just a chef. I don't know any sword intent. This ability came to me when I was cutting a type of fish called bullet tuna. Huh? Upon hearing this, Inuarashi was stunned. What's going on? Can chefs awaken sword intent now? As a chef, I should be able to handle all ingredients. There is nothing I can't cut. As he spoke, a powerful will rose from Zeph. Ultimately, sword intent is the ability to infuse one's will into a blade. It's just that the weapon Zeph infused was his kitchen knife. Zeph, you truly are a genius. Inuarashi felt that all his years of sword training had been in vain. Zeph, right now you seem like a baby holding a precious sword. If you could train your body in master hockey, I might not even be your opponent. Haha, since I'm a pirate now, could you please teach me how to train, Inuarashi? Of course, no problem. This way, when you grow up, there will be someone to practice swordsmanship with me. Captain, we will reach the next island in about 2 more hours of sailing. Okay, I got it. The small island that Volebel is about to land on is called Kara Island. Kara Island is not a famous small island, but Volebel knows that there is a great scientist on this island. Volebel's most important purpose in heading to the Grand Line is to find like-minded companions. Volebel does not intend to have a crew of just a dozen members like Luffy or Roger. Instead, he wants to establish his own large fleet like Kaido or Whitebeard. But the first step is to select potential partners. Therefore, when Volebel was at Sabati Archipelago, he learned from Shaki about many suitable recruitment locations and some well-known but powerless talents. The scientist on Kerala Island was once a very famous biologist, a leading figure in biological research. Volebel wants to find such a scientist in order to confirm something he has in mind. It is well known that the Fur Tribe can transform into Moonlight Lion form under the illumination of moonlight. After entering the Moonlight Lion form, the physical abilities of the Fur Tribe are exponentially enhanced. Volebel has always felt that this transformation is somewhat similar to animal-type devil fruits, and this inference originates from an event in the anime. It is widely known that besides being exposed to moonlight, there is another way to transform into the Moonlight Lion form, which is through Chopper's Rumble Ball. It is important to note that Chopper's Rumble Ball stimulates the animal-type fruit within Chopper, causing his body to undergo various peculiar transformations. The fact that the Rumble Ball can enable the Fur Tribe to become Moonlight Lions suggests that there may be a certain connection between the Moonlight Lion form and animal-type devil fruits. Volebel inferred that with the right method, he might be able to freely enter the Moonlight Lion form through certain means. If this inference is correct, Volebel would gain a powerful trump card. Although this is currently just Volebel speculation, as long as there's a chance of success, it is worth trying. However, there's another problem that troubles Volebel. That scientist has been in hiding for over a decade. If it weren't for Shaki's previous acquaintance with that scientist, no one else would even know that such a formidable figure existed on Kara Island. Although it is uncertain whether the scientist is alive or dead, Volebel still wants to try to find any trace of the person. Before long, Volebel on the deck spotted Kara Island in the distance. The immortal ship was docked at the port of Kara Island, and the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates disembarked, only to find that there wasn't a single person in the port. It seemed that the locals had fled upon discovering the arrival of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Volebel had anticipated this situation. The Thunderstorm Pirates continued walking towards the small town, and as they entered, rustling sounds came from various parts of the town. Some villagers armed with sticks emerged from the corners of the town, nervously and fearfully watching the Thunderstorm Pirates. After a few seconds of standoff, a short, elderly man with a haggard appearance, leaning on a cane and exuding a sense of desperation, slowly walked up to Volebel and his crew. "You must be Captain Volebel," he said. "I am the mayor of Kara Town. I wonder if you could spare our lives. In exchange, we can offer you anything." Volebel could see the fear on the villagers' faces, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, I want 1 million belly and supplies for us." The townspeople immediately sighed in relief upon hearing that Volebel only wanted this little. "Thank you, Captain Volebel. We will prepare the supplies for you right away. Norus Major. Do you know where Dr. Kasna is?" Upon hearing the name Volebel mentioned, the mayor was taken aback and showed a look of tension. "I'm sorry, Captain Volebel, but Dr. Kasna passed away 5 years ago." Hearing this news, disappointment washed over Volebel's face. Noticing the expression on Volebel's face, the mayor hesitated for a moment and then said, "Although Dr. Kasna has passed away, his granddaughter has inherited his laboratory. If you have any issues to resolve, you can find Dr. Kasho." Hearing that there was a successor, Volebel perked up and said to the mayor, "Then please take me to see Dr. Kasho. I have some matters to discuss with her." "No problem, Captain Volebel. Just follow me." Volebel followed the mayor to the edge of the town, where there was a sizable yard surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. However, due to his height advantage, Volebel could see some mechanical creations inside the yard, and in the center, there was a laboratory wrapped in metal. Captain Woollebear recognized that this was Dr. Choka's laboratory. Looking at the steel laboratory in the center of the yard, a hint of surprise appeared in Woollebear's eyes. The entire structure was made of steel, and he estimated that even cannonballs would have little effect on it. The mayor walked to the entrance of the yard, where there was a large iron gate. He pressed the doorbell, and not long after, a woman's voice came from the camera above the steel door. "Mayor, who is this bareheaded man behind you? What do you want with me?" The mayor, a bit frightened by the inquiry, hurriedly explained, "Dr. Choka, this is Captain Woollebear, a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million berries. He wants to discuss something with you." After a few seconds of silence from the other side, with a click, the steel door opened to reveal a small yard filled with various steel instruments. "Please let Captain Woollebear enter alone." "Okay." As Woollebear stepped into the yard, the door behind him closed, and then the door to the steel laboratory opened. Woollebear wasn't afraid of traps and walked directly into the laboratory. As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful woman in a white lab coat with wavy golden hair cascading down her back, observing something under a microscope. She only lifted her head when she heard Woollebear's footsteps approaching. The woman was extremely beautiful, at least the prettiest Woollebear had ever seen. However, her gaze kept scanning Woollebear's muscular physique, her eyes starting to burn with intensity. And a perverse smile appeared on her face, as if she were looking at some precious experimental specimen. Feeling the curiosity in her eyes and her twisted smile, Woollebear couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Although she looked quite beautiful, she seemed to have some issues. "I've heard of you, the immortal thunder, Woollebear. By the way, Captain Woollebear, you are from the Fur Tribe, right?" "Ahem, yes, I am from the bear-type Fur Tribe, but Dr. Zoka, could you please stop looking at me with the eyes of someone examining an experiment? Sorry, it's a professional habit. I just didn't expect there to be such a peculiar creature as the Fur Tribe in the world. I thought my grandpa was just joking." Woolebel understood that this was because most of the Fur Tribe lived in Zou, and very few chose to leave Zou. Therefore, it was rare to see members of the Fur Tribe on the sea. In the eyes of many, they were even scarcer than giants. "All right, don't be shy. Let me introduce myself. I am Kashu, the owner of this laboratory. I wonder what a big pirate like you, Captain Woolebel, wants with an ordinary researcher like me." Kashu twisted her waist to relieve some of the stiffness and sat cross-legged in her chair, even in front of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. She felt no discomfort at all. Woolebel looked at Zhuoka, who was sitting in front of him, towering over 2 meters tall, and whose impressive figure was hardly concealed by the oversized white lab coat. He felt a surge of interest. "Dr. Zhuoka, I came here this time to invite you to join our Thunderstorm pirate crew." Upon hearing Woolebel's words, Zhuoka, curious, posed his question. "Why would a pirate like you, who engages in burning, killing, and plundering, seek out a scientist like me?" Woolebel did not hide his intentions and candidly stated his purpose. "I invite you to join the crew to research the Fur Tribe and devil fruits." After hearing Woolebel's words, Zhuoka thought for a moment and chose not to refuse outright. The previously playful smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. "Captain Woolebel, let me tell you a story first. It's fine to decide afterward. In fact, I am not the biological granddaughter of the doctor. You could even say I'm not a normal human." "Huh?" Woollebear looked at the seemingly transformed Kaju in front of him, scratching his head in confusion. The other person seemed quite normal. 20 years ago, a guy named Vegapunk came to this island to research biology with my grandfather. Upon hearing Vegapunk's name, Woollebear immediately became serious. After all, anyone associated with Vegapunk was no simple character. They developed an initial draft of a technology called the Bloodline Factor on Kerala Island. I am an experimental subject created by Vegapunk using his Bloodline Factor. However, due to the immaturity of the technology, my vital signs were very weak, and I could die at any moment. Later, that guy Vegapunk received funding from others and left Kerala Island for the New World. It was my grandfather who spent years perfecting the unstable bloodline factor in my body, allowing me to live until now. I should be considered an artificial human. Although I know that in Vegapunk's eyes, I am merely a failed experiment. My grandfather once said that the moment I gained self-awareness, I became a complete person. I learned a lot from my grandfather, and since he passed away 2 years ago, I have set a goal for myself to create the most powerful experimental subject, surpass that guy Vegapunk, and become the greatest scientist. But research is a money-consuming beast, and I need a force to provide me with ample resources. If Captain Woollebear, you had come a few days later, I would have planned to leave Kerala Island and join Navy. Money and resources are not an issue, but I need to see the value in Dr. Kaju. It seems that Captain Woollebear has his own leverage. Interesting. Then let me show you my research results. Kaju stood up, walked to the safe behind him, entered the password, and opened it, taking out a tube of blood-red reagent. Captain Volebel. This is an experimental product I created using the bloodline factor technology, which I call a biological agent. This tube of biological agent contains a bloodline factor from tiger. As long as this biological agent is injected into a person's body, if they can endure the fusion period, they can gain most of the abilities of that tiger's original form. Although, currently, I can only extract bloodline factors from some ordinary animals to create biological agents, and the success rate is only 20. But I can assure you that this is due to a lack of money and materials. I believe, Captain Volebel, you should be able to see the immense value of this biological agent. Volebel was staring intently at the red potion in the other person's hand. At this moment, he had already realized the value of the biological potion. If what the other party said was true, then the development prospects of the biological potion were several times more powerful than artificial animal-type devil fruits. Although they could only extract the bloodline factors of ordinary organisms now, and success rate was very low, if they could continue to improve and replace ordinary organisms with powerful beings like sea kings or Zo, how monstrous would that be? Volebel took a deep breath to suppress his excitement and said, Dr. Zhuoka, if the biological agent is truly as you say, its potential is self-evident. I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates, I can provide you with research funding worth over 10 billion berries within a year. That's just empty talk, Captain Volebel. You're being too boastful. Even the world government can't come up with over 10 billion berries. I advise you, Captain Volebel, not to have any other ideas. This laboratory contains a large amount of explosives, and if you make any moves, I will detonate them immediately. Even if I die, I will not let you take advantage of my. Volebel could sense the doubt in the other person's eyes, which revealed what his trump card really was. Although he currently wanted to compare resources and money with the Navy or the world government, he was just a small player. But what is the greatest advantage of being a time traveler? It is the understanding of future plots. Although there was no money on Volebel's ship, he knew of a treasure worth over 10 billion berries on the Grand Line. I wonder if Dr. Zoka has heard of Sandora? Upon hearing this name, Zoka was momentarily taken aback, and, after some thought, uncertainly replied, Are you talking about the fictional land of gold that was once on Gyre Island? Seeing that the other party was aware, Volebel also breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, it's that land of gold. Are you saying you know the whereabouts of the land of gold, and are even confident about obtaining that gold? That's correct. The land of gold, Sandora, was swept away by the knock-up stream over 300 years ago to a sky island located 10,000 meters high. You should know that I'm a Logia fruit user, so I can go to the sky island. I believe that with the wealth of the land of gold, it should be enough for you to freely pursue your research. After hearing Volebel's words, Zoka fell into hesitation. If what Volebel said was true, then undoubtedly, the benefits of joining the Thunderstorm Pirates would surpass those of the Navy. After all, even with funding from the Navy, it would be impossible to get over 10 billion berries, and her research would be monitored by the Navy and even the world government. Zoka felt a bit hesitant about whether to take the gamble. If she gambled correctly, her research would not be stuck in the current situation and would directly enter a fast track. After thinking for a few minutes, Zoka looked up at Volebel and nodded. I can agree to this, but you must agree to a few conditions. No problem. As long as I can fulfill them, I will agree to you. Upon hearing Zoka agree to join the Thunderstorm Pirates, Volebel immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Volebel understood that the Zioka in front of him just wanted to take a gamble on whether their relationship would lean more towards cooperation. If Volebel didn't find the golden town, the other party would undoubtedly walk away. Although Volebel only exchanged a few words with the other party, he has already seen through Zhuoka's character. This is a person who will stop at nothing for the sake of research, and it is obviously unrealistic to try to persuade him with dreams and ideals. Volebel needs the research results from the other party, while Churka wants sufficient resources, which forms a strong interest relationship. In any case, Volebel has definitely made a big profit this time. In the restaurant of the Immortal, Volebel was eating delicious food and pointed at Churka and the crew around him, saying from now on, Doctor, Churka will be our ship scientist and an officer on our ship. Everyone looked at each other and greeted Churka, while Churka gazed at the Fur Tribe, giants, and fishmen in front of her, her eyes filled with a desire for research, making everyone feel uneasy under her stare. After a while, Viper, you call a few people to be responsible for moving Dr. Churka's experimental equipment onto the Immortal. After 3 days of recording the data, we will leave Kara Island. Understood, Captain. A day later, in a newly built laboratory of the Immortal, Volebel was sitting opposite Churka. Captain, what do you want me to research? Since you, Dr. Churka, understand the bloodline factors, you should be able to help me. However, it's not time yet, but I can briefly tell you what I want to research. Our fur tribe undergoes significant changes under the light of the full moon. We call it the moonlight line form. In that form, our fur turns silvery white. Our bodies become gigantic, our fur becomes more lush, and the electricity contained within our fur becomes stronger. In that form, our combat power is greatly enhanced. I suspect that this change may have something in common with the Zoan-type devil fruits. Therefore, one of the reasons I invited you aboard is to study the relationship between the two, to see if we can deduce the key to the fur tribe transforming into the moonlight lion form from the research on devil fruits. It would be best if I could master this ability freely. Hearing Volebel's words, Churka's interest heightened even more. That sounds very interesting, but according to what you said, we currently lack one crucial element. So, we can't start the research yet. However, Zoan-type devil fruits are much more common than other types in the underground black market. And as long as the money is sufficient, they can still be purchased. Just as the two were discussing bloodline factors and devil fruits, footsteps were heard from the corridor outside the laboratory. Knock, 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 followed by a hurried knocking sound. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a worried tiger pushed the door open. Captain, it's bad. At least 5 naval warships have appeared near Kara Island, and they have surrounded us. What? Volebel immediately activated his observation hockey, and indeed sensed the presence of numerous Navy soldiers on the warship. This was troublesome. Through Volebel's perception with observation hockey, besides Zephyr, there were several other powerful auras. Although they were not as strong as Zephyr, they were still formidable. They should all be high-ranking Navy officers. The ship's log pointer would only be completed in one day. If we escape now, we might get lost at sea. It's important to know that in the world of One Piece, if you sail without a log pointer, there's a 99% chance of dying at sea. There is no time to think about that. Even getting lost at sea is better than dying here. Tej, quickly give the order to activate the Immortal and assemble all combat members on the deck. We need to try to break through the Navy-S encirclement. Yes, Captain. When Volebel reached the deck to observe, several warships had already appeared within 5 nautical miles of the Immortal. Looking at the 500-meter warships surrounding him, Volebel felt his heart sink further. A Navy force of this scale could not only deal with Volebel, but also challenge the top pirates in the New World. At this moment, on the largest warship among the 5, Zephyr stood at the front of the deck, holding a din-din mushy in his hand. This time, I have mobilized all idle high-level combat forces in the Grand Line for you. Remember, we must kill that Volebel and give the Celestial Dragons an explanation. I understand, Admiral. After hanging up the phone, Zephyr took a deep breath and ordered the Navy soldiers behind him. Prepare the other warships to load shells, destroy the Thunderstorm Pirates ship. Remember to keep a safe distance from the shore to avoid harming the island's residents. Understood, Admiral Zephyr. Just as the Immortal was about to start and leave the coast, all the cannons on the 5 warships had finished loading and were aimed at the Immortal. Suddenly, the booming sound of cannons erupted as countless shells rained down on the Immortal. One sword-style dragon wing slash, with a crisp sound of sword ringing. A sword energy tornado formed from the blade's aura shot out from the deck of the Immortal, directly slicing through the hundreds of incoming shells. In an instant, countless shells exploded in the air above the Immortal, and thick black smoke enveloped the ship. On the deck of the Immortal, Inuarashi sheathed his sword and took 2 steps back, leaning against the railing. Well done, Inuarashi. Your training over the past 2 years has not been in vain. Now, leave it to me. Seeing that the first round of cannon fire had not caused effective damage, the 5 Navy warships did not hesitate to begin a second round of bombardment. For the Navy, achieving victory through long-range firepower meant they didn't have to sacrifice their soldiers. Moreover, these 5 warships were all Vice Admiral-class ships from the Navy headquarters, each equipped with over 200 cannons, making them comparable to a demon-slaying order. Watching the thousands of shells shooting towards them again, a hand of Volebel crackled with lightning, while the other hand conjured a mass of white clouds. As Volebel raised both hands, the lightning and clouds merged, forming a rapidly growing black thundercloud above the Immortal. When the thousands of shells struck the thundercloud, they were detonated by the lightning within, and the booming sounds echoed from the black thundercloud, but eventually faded away. The 5 warships continued their bombardment until they had fired all the shells on board. It's important to note that such a volume of shells could normally destroy an island. Some misfired shells landed on Carrot Island. Fortunately, Volebel had already instructed the people of Carrot Town to take refuge in Jaka's laboratory when he discovered the Navy's approach. The steel laboratory should be able to protect their safety. The heavy thundercloud dissipated, revealing the iron fragments left behind after the shell explosions. Watching the floating iron scraps, Volebel extended a hand, and a large amount of blue electricity surged out, enveloping the iron. Thunder iron. The collision of the electric currents generated intense heat, instantly melting the iron shavings, which under Volebel's control transformed into a spear several dozen meters long. Boom! Volebel held the middle of the iron spear with one hand, and the weight of the spear directly pressed the immortal down by 1 meter. Volebel tightly gripped the iron spear, his muscular arm bulging as he aimed at the largest warship. With all his strength unleashed, the spear, several dozen meters long, shot through the air like a javelin, emitting a tremendous whistling sound. Zifa watched as the steel spear rapidly approached, removing his navy cloak and tossing it to his expressionless adjutant, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Kid, do you underestimate the Navy Admiral too much? The pitch-black color of armament hockey instantly enveloped Zifa's arm. Zifa stomped on the deck and used Soru to appear in front of the Navy warship in an instant, throwing a punch that collided directly with the steel spear. At that moment, everything nearby seemed to lose sound. After a brief moment of stalemate, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. In an instant, the sea beneath Zifa sank, and the massive warship was pushed back 100 meters by the shockwave. Crack! Crack! The steel spear began to show cracks at the point of collision with Zifa's fist and quickly shattered into countless fragments, falling into the sea. Watching Zifa display such power, although Volebel felt reluctant, he understood that he was no match for Zifa at this moment. If he could transform into the Moonlight Lion form now, he might have a chance. However, seeing the sun just rising to its peak, Volebel couldn't help but sigh. Escaping this time was not as easy as last time, when only Zifa and the Viper needed protection. Now he faced 5 warships led by an admiral. Looking at the 5 warships surrounding the Immortal, Volebel quickly thought about how to escape. The only way appeared to be to directly control the Immortal to fly away. However, as a massive ship over 200 meters in length, it would take several seconds to lift off. Additionally, while controlling the Immortal, Volebel couldn't use the powers of the Devil Fruit and would even have to contend with the strong winds affecting his ability to exert force. To get the Immortal to fly away, he had to hold off the Navy for a few seconds. Seeing the 5 warships, now not far from the Immortal, Volebel took a deep breath and used the Storm Fruit with all his might. In an instant, the previously clear sky was covered with dark clouds. Torrential rain poured down. Blue lightning flashed in the clouds, and powerful air currents whipped the calm sea into tumultuous waves, with small whirlpools appearing continuously on the surface. Observing these changes, Zifa, although unaware of what Volebel was up to, sensed something was off and immediately ordered the other warships. Do not approach any further. Zifa then quickly used Soru and Jeppo to get closer to the Immortal. Storm domain. Several 100-meter-wide whirlpools appeared on the sea, and one of the nearby Navy warships began to be uncontrollably pulled into a vortex. At the same time, countless lightning bolts struck down from the dark clouds, and the sea surged, creating a massive tsunami, with giant tornadoes connecting heaven and earth. Witnessing this level of natural disaster, even Zifa couldn't hide his shock and immediately halted his pursuit, turning to throw a punch at the giant whirlpool that was about to engulf the warship. His formidable power instantly created a shockwave that shattered the whirlpool over 100 meters wide. Looking at the surrounding disasters, Zifa felt as if he were deep within the New World. Truly, the legendary storm fruit was the most suitable for the sea, even without being fully awakened. It could create such powerful natural disasters. Meanwhile, Volebel, watching the military ships surrounded by the disasters he created, showed no signs of relaxation on his face. He understood that such disasters were not as threatening to Admiral-level Navy personnel. Under Volebel's control, countless underwater whirlpools, tsunami tornadoes, and lightning surged towards those warships. Volebel wanted to use these threats against the warships to force the Navy to give up their attack on the Immortal, thus buying time for the Immortal to escape. Zifa looked at the few warships in a very dangerous situation without a trace of worry on his face. The ones who came to see him this time were not ordinary individuals. Resisting such natural disasters was not a problem for them. Suddenly, several figures clad in navy cloaks leaped from the ships. Some instantly transformed into animals, smashing apart storms, thunder, and tsunamis with their fists and kicks. Others drew their long swords from their waists, launching flying slashes that shattered the disasters created by Volebel into pieces. The strong Navy members on the warships joined forces to fend off Volebel's attacks. Seeing this scene, Despair appeared on the faces of the crew members on Volebel's ship. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great. Without Volebel, even an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral would not be able to withstand the current Thunder Pirates. Seeing that his created disasters could not threaten these warships, Volebel felt a chill in his heart. Just as Volebel was starting to feel hopeless, he didn't know when. But Zerka had arrived beside him. She was holding a tube of blue potion in her hand, and, under Volebel's puzzled gaze, directly injected the potion into his body. Zerka, what are you doing? Viper's eyes turned red instantly at this sight, wanting to attack Zerka. However, after being injected with the potion, Volebel immediately felt a change and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Viper, Zerka is helping us." At that moment, Zerka looked at the empty potion tube in her hand. Her beautiful face filled with heartache. "Volebel, this is a gene enhancement potion I developed after failing hundreds of times. If it weren't for the fact that I'm on the ship now, I wouldn't dare to use such a precious potion on you." "Haha, then I really thank you." "Don't thank me. This potion can significantly enhance your muscle structure and unleash greater strength in a short time, but it also has strong side effects." At this moment, Volebel felt the power surging within him and smiled slightly. "No matter what the side effects are, I won't blame you. Thank you, Zerka." After saying that, Volebel's figure flashed, and he instantly flew in front of Zifa. Zifa looked at Volebel, who was floating in the air, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. For some reason, Zifa felt that Volebel's aura was much stronger than before. Before Zifa could figure it out, Volebel was already in front of him, throwing a punch at his head. Despicable. Zifa immediately reacted and threw a punch to collide with Volebel's fist. With a loud bang, a figure quickly retreated over 100 meters. Zifa, who had retreated 100 meters, looked at Volebel, who was still standing in midair, motionless, his eyes filled with shock. "Impossible. Volebel, how could your strength have increased so much?" At this moment, on the deck, Zerka, seeing Volebel sending Zifa flying with one punch, also breathed a sigh of relief, and then unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Haha, as expected of my masterpiece." The gene enhancement potion was another research achievement of Zerka regarding bloodline factors. If it weren't a matter of life and death, she wouldn't have taken this reagent out. The method of making the gene enhancement potion involves extracting the bloodline factor that represents a certain characteristic from a biological bloodline. The gene enhancement potion just injected into Volebel was made from the bloodline factor representing muscle from the stag beetle's bloodline. After being injected with this bloodline factor, Volebel's muscle structure would become similar to that of a stag beetle, allowing for a significant increase in muscle strength in a short time, thus unleashing even greater power. Of course, this potion has side effects. After all, one is a mammal and the other is an arthropod, and their body structures are completely different. There will be uncertain side effects after the effect wears off. However, in this critical moment, Volebel couldn't care less about the side effects of using this potion. Thanks to the gene enhancement potion, Volebel's strength increased by about double. Although he still couldn't compare to monsters like the Four Emperors, he could barely suppress Zifa. Volebel clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force surging within him, and murmured, "With this level of power, I should be able to use that move." Time rewinds to over a year ago, in the Elder's room on the giant island of the New World. "Volebel, are you sure you want to learn Conqueror's Haki? It's not that I can't teach you, but using Conqueror's Haki requires a very high level of physical strength. If two synchronized giants use it, the strength required is about the same as yours. But for one person to use Conqueror's Haki, it needs to be at least doubled, if not more. Otherwise, you might get seriously injured from the backlash of the power." After hearing the Elder's explanation, Volebel understood why that Big Mom could use a move resembling Conqueror's Haki. The Elbaf Spear, alone, while Dory and Broggy needed to work together to use it. "It's okay, Elder. I believe that one day my strength will reach that level. Well then, since you want to learn, I'll teach you this move." With his thoughts focused, a massive amount of lightning surged from Volebel's hand, forming a blue greatsword over 10 meters long. "Come on, Zephyr. If you have the ability, block this move." As the powerful force continued to accumulate, Volebel suddenly swung the greatsword forward, unleashing a blue shockwave mixed with thunder towards Zephyr. Zephyr instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he saw that the attack was aimed not only at him but also at the naval warship behind him, his expression darkened. He was not like a Kainu, who could sacrifice his comrades and civilians. Volebel's actions undoubtedly ignited a killing intent within him. However, as someone who wouldn't kill a vice admiral, he had to block this move of Conqueror's Haki. "You damn brat, you dare do this?" Volebel sneered dismissively at Zephyr's furious roar. Isn't it ridiculous to talk about righteousness and morality when Zephyr is about to kill him? In that case, I'll directly shatter your attack and show you the power of a Marine Headquarters Admiral. Zephyr's muscles bulged as his shirt burst apart, and the intense armament haki enveloped his entire body. Armament armor, black arm. At that moment, the armament haki flowing from Zephyr's fist to his forearms began to surge. Zephyr swung his fists, colliding with the shockwave infused with lightning. His fists shot out like meteors, resembling a spear as he tore the shockwave in half. Protecting the warship behind him, the split shockwave struck the sea, creating two massive chasms that seemed endless. Droplets of bright red blood dripped from Zephyr's fist, which had exposed bone, having just taken that blow head-on. Even Zephyr was injured. However, for the battle-hardened Zephyr, this injury was nothing. At this moment, he looked at the immortal ship, which had already soared over 100 meters into the sky, with a grim expression. On the deck of the immortal ship, Volebel felt Zephyr's gaze and waved his hand with a big smile. Shortly after, the immortal ship quickly flew into the sky, disappearing into the dark clouds. In less than half an hour, the immortal ship plummeted directly from over 100 meters high to the sea, causing everyone on board to stagger. Fortunately, the entire ship was made of atom wood, so it sustained no damage. Volebel, who had been controlling the immortal ship on the deck, was now slumped on the deck, his face filled with pain. Seeing this, Viper hurried over to help Volebel up. Wait! Zorka's voice halted Viper's hand in midair. Don't move his body. He's currently in a state of side effect from the gene enhancement drug, and can't be moved recklessly. Zorka didn't explain further, instead moving to Volebel's side and injecting the prepared green potion into his body. After the potion was injected, the look of pain on Volebel's face immediately began to dissipate. Volebel struggled to sit up from the deck, feeling as if all the muscles in his body had been torn apart. Volebel turned to the side and looked at Dr. Zoka. What's my current situation? Hearing Volebel's inquiry, Zoka replied irritably, Don't worry, the gene restoration potion I just gave you was from Salamander, so it shouldn't leave any serious side effects. What bad luck, I've already spent so many precious potions without receiving any investment. But seeing Volebel's weak face, Zoka couldn't bring herself to scold him and let out a helpless sigh as she explained. The gene enhancement potion I injected into you earlier was made from extracting some bloodline factors of a stag beetle. Although it can temporarily boost your muscle strength, the side effects might cause your muscles to shatter and turn into a pile of mush. Fortunately, your physical condition is decent, and the side effects didn't tear your muscles apart. Plus, the gene restoration potion can enhance your recovery abilities, so you'll be fine soon. However, it will take about half a month for you to fully recover from your current injuries. After hearing Zoka's words, Volebel finally breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked her. This time, I owe it all to you, Zoka. Without you, our Thunderstorm pirate crew would probably have been wiped out. Seeing Volebel's sincere face, the usually carefree Zoka felt a bit awkward and scratched her head, as it was the first time she had faced such a situation. Zoka waved her hand in embarrassment. No need to thank me. Just provide me with some research materials in the future. Haha, no problem. Whatever research materials you need in the future, I'll cover it all. Just then, heavy footsteps approached from behind, and Boar, with a worried expression, came to Volebel's side. Captain, our log pointer has malfunctioned because we didn't finish recording at Carla Island. So now we're lost at sea. What? Another failure. Steelbone Kong stood up angrily and punched the desk, splitting it in half. I'm sorry, Admiral Kong. I don't know what Volebel used to enhance his strength so dramatically and unleash such powerful moves. I also bear some responsibility. It was my decision to let the Thunderstorm pirate crew escape while I held back their attacks. If the Celestial Dragons come looking for trouble, I'll take full responsibility. Forget it. After hearing Zephyr's words, Steelbone Kong sat back down, feeling a bit of a headache. After a moment of silence, he continued, I'll handle the Celestial Dragons. Zephyr, you go back to the New World. That guy, the Golden Lion, is attacking the Navy base in the New World for some unknown reason. You should go there to provide support. After hanging up the transponder snail, Zephyr looked at the residents of Carla Town, who were filled with fear and dread as they gazed at the Navy soldiers emerging from the laboratory. Although Zephyr had tried to keep the Navy away from Carla Island during the bombardment, thousands of shells still landed on Carla Town. Looking around, Carla Town had turned into a wasteland. After the failed capture, Zephyr immediately issued orders to rescue the residents of Carla Town. However, he didn't expect that Volebel had led the residents to hide in that strange laboratory the moment they discovered the Navy's presence. Meanwhile, he, as a just Navy officer, had neglected the safety of the civilians he was supposed to protect, causing him to feel somewhat confused about whether the Navy was truly just. Of course, this was the more compassionate side of Zephyr. If it had been a Kainu, he wouldn't have hesitated to reduce the entire Karla Island to ruins. To him, sacrificing a small number of lives to save the majority was entirely justified. But Zephyr wasn't like that, which might be the root of his lifelong struggles and pains. In any case, this encirclement was deemed a failure. Due to the Navy's failure to capture the Thunderstorm pirate crew, they once again made headlines in the newspaper. Successfully escaping from encirclement of a Marine admiral and 5 warships, Volebel's bounty increased again, reaching 400 million berries. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Now, having mostly recovered, Volebel stood on the deck of the Immortal, somewhat worried as he maneuvered the ship floating in the air. Just then, while he was in the middle of his recovery training, he received some bad news from Boar. It seemed they had arrived at the doldrums. Upon hearing this news, Volebel immediately maneuvered the Immortal into the sky. Looking down at the large shadows swimming in the ocean below, Volebel felt speechless. "Captain, what should we do next? Should we continue deeper into the doldrums or turn back?" Looking at his surrounded crew, Volebel fell into thought and ultimately decided to continue deeper into the doldrums. As is well known, the world of One Piece consists of 4 vast seas: East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. People from the 4 seas can enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain, and at the end of the Grand Line, they can reach the New World via Fishman Island or by crossing Mariewa. However, what separates the 4 seas from the Grand Line and the New World is the doldrums. The doldrums can divide the world's seas into 6 parts because it is completely unsuitable for ships to navigate. It's important to note that the ships in the world of One Piece are primarily sailing ships, which rely on the omnipresent ocean breezes for propulsion. In the doldrums, there is no wind at all, making it impossible for sailing ships to operate. Of course, aside from sailing ships, some vessels can use external wheels or machinery for power. Theoretically, such ships can traverse the doldrums. However, the problem is that beneath the doldrums lie countless giant sea kings' nests. Any unidentified object that appears on the surface of the sea will be attacked by these numerous sea kings. Thus, the doldrums became a boundary that isolates the 4 seas. It wasn't until decades later that Vegapunk created a method for the world government and the Navy to embed sea prism stone beneath warships, allowing them to deceive the Sea King's senses and cross the doldrums to freely reach the new Grand Line or the New World. Of course, some strong individuals could forcefully break through the doldrums blockade. People like Roger and Shanks are well known for this. Additionally, there are methods like using tamed Sea Kings to pull ships, as seen with Amazon Lily. Based on the navigation charts and their journey so far, Volebel speculated that they had crossed the doldrums and reached the sea area of Luffy's hometown, East Blue. After deciding to cross the calm belt, the Immortal ship has been flying in the sky for 3 days, but Volebel and his crew have still not succeeded in crossing it. Although the calm belt appears as just a line on the map of the One Piece world, its area is vast when considering the entire world. During these 3 days, Volebel has not rested at all. And even though he has exceptional physical fitness, he is starting to feel a bit fatigued. The crew, seeing Volebel's tired face, looked concerned, and some crew members even dared not to look at him on the deck, finding tasks to occupy themselves to alleviate their inner guilt. For a time, the ship became orderly, and the deck was shining enough to reflect light. As members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, they couldn't help their captain during the previous naval encirclement or now in the calm belt. They felt like a burden to Volebel, who had to bear even more pressure because of them, making them feel guilty for his training. However, Volebel did not feel this way. He understood that his crew was still too inexperienced and believed that they would surely help him in the future. "Captain, there is an island ahead." Upon hearing the lookout's words, the crew immediately put down their tasks and rushed to the edge of the deck to look. Great, there really is an island ahead. Volebel, who was resting with his eyes closed, also came to the railing to look down. He saw the outline of an island appearing dozens of nautical miles away. Great, once we reach the island, the captain can rest. The Immortal ship landed on the beach of the small island, and as the ladder was lowered, the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates finally set foot on solid ground again. However, the moment the Immortal ship landed on the beach, a loud and chaotic noise began to emerge from the dense jungle. Within just a few minutes, dozens of giant animals appeared at the edge of the jungle. Indeed, it was the calm belt. Even a random island had so many powerful creatures. Just as the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates picked up their weapons to prepare for battle, they found that these wild beasts did not dare to step out of the jungle, as if there was something on the beach that they feared. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from behind a large rock on the beach. It's been a long time since I've seen humans. Cough, cough. The owner of the voice seemed to have not spoken for a long time, coughing a few times before his voice became clearer. What year is it in the sea-round calendar now, little pirates? Everyone looked towards the large rock, and, under their gaze, a man wearing shorts on his lower half walked out from behind the rock. He was muscular all over, with muscles that were not like those of a bodybuilding champion, but rather proportionate and powerful like those of a beast. Standing about 4 meters tall, his face bore several obvious wrinkles, indicating that he was not young. His mouth was covered with a beard, but he had a shiny bald head. His tan skin was marked with various scars, particularly a huge, circular scar located near his heart, as if his heart had been pierced by something. Although the man did not actively release his aura, the kingly dominance of being at the top of the food chain put pressure on all members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, including Volebel. The giant wild beasts, upon seeing the man, fled in a panic into the depths of the jungle. The moment Volebel looked at the man, a powerful sense of threat surged within him. His instincts were continuously warning him that the man before him was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. This feeling of danger was no less than that of Zephyr at the time, and perhaps even stronger. Senior, it is now the year 1493 of the Sea Circle. Time really flies. It has passed in the blink of an eye for 30 years. The man sighed at the swift passage of time, and then carefully scrutinized Volebel and the others. An interesting pirate crew, giants, fishmen, fur tribes. Humans, your pirate crew has quite a variety of races. Well, since you, kid, seem to be somewhat polite, I can tell you that this beach is the only safe zone on this island. You can rest here. After saying this, the man turned to leave. Just as he was about to turn away, an old wanted poster flashed in Volebel's mind. Wait a moment, Senior. Hearing Volebel shout, the man turned back with some confusion. Senior, are you Blood Tiger? Upon hearing this familiar title again, a hint of nostalgia appeared in the man's eyes. It's been a long time since I heard that name. I didn't expect there would still be someone in the sea who remembers me. Volebel was greatly shocked when he heard the man confirm his identity. The reason Volebel knew the identity of the man before him was that he had seen the wanted poster of the man in an old tavern on Chef Island that had been around for 100 years. It was a yellowed wanted poster that looked very dated, and it didn't even have a photo. Instead, it was drawn in a sketch style. Volebel remembers it so clearly because that wanted poster was placed among the notorious pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion by the over 80 tavern owner. At that time, Volebel had asked the tavern owner why this yellowed wanted poster was displayed among those of such famous pirates. Even now, Volebel still recalls the excited expression of the elderly tavern owner after he raised his question. Through his narration, Volebel learned about the imposing man before him. He was the infamous pirate who, over 30 years ago, made waves across the seas, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, and had even killed a Marine admiral. Blood Tiger Moro. However, after killing an admiral 30 years ago, he was besieged by a significant portion of the Navy's forces. Following that siege, this legendary pirate vanished without a trace. To this day, people still do not know what happened during that battle. Volebel did not expect that the man, who was rumored to have killed an admiral and was being hunted down by the Navy headquarters, was still alive. Moro's gaze carefully scrutinized Volebel, and a sense of interest arose in his heart. Interesting little fur tribe kid. Although you look quite big, from your aura, you should still be a youth. A young kid with power far exceeding my peers. There's no doubt you're a genius. So, little kid, why have you come to the depths of the Calm Belt? Speaking of which, my experience is somewhat similar to that of my predecessor, but I'm nowhere near as powerful as you. Oh, similar to me. I was chased by an admiral and ended up in the Calm Belt due to the compass malfunctioning and wandering around. Ha ha ha, interesting. I didn't expect the current admirals to be so weak, unable to even kill a kid like you. It seems you have some skills after all. Volebel looked at the terrifyingly powerful man in front of him with a serious expression and asked without hesitation. Senior Blood Tiger, I wonder if I can become your disciple. Huh, little brat, we just met. With your limited understanding of me, you dare to ask to be my disciple? Aren't you afraid that I will kill all of you? After speaking, a powerful aura rose from Blood Tiger, sweeping over the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. In an instant, the crew on Volebel's ship fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back, and even Inuarashi and the Viper were weakened, half kneeling on the ground. This is Conqueror's Haki. Volebel struggled to say the name of this power. That's right, little ghost. If you want to be my disciple, you need to have a king's heart. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be my apprentice. Volebel could feel the opponent's Conqueror's Haki becoming increasingly powerful. As the Conqueror's Haki grew stronger, Both Inazuma and Viper could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Even Volebel's mind became chaotic in the face of the increasingly powerful Conqueror's haki. At that moment, many memories from the past flooded into Volebel's mind, including scenes of battles in the boxing ring in his previous life, years of daily training, and the time spent living as a beggar. What do I truly want? Wealth? Money? Status? No, I just want to survive. I want to become strong enough that no existence can interfere with my will. I want to become the king who dominates destiny. Looking at Volebel, who had lowered his head and seemed to have fallen into a coma, Moro felt a bit disappointed. Is this all you have? It seems you are not worthy of inheriting my legacy. Just as Moro was about to withdraw his Conqueror's haki and leave, a budding yet resolutely strong Conqueror's haki rose from Volebel. Sensing the new Conqueror's haki, a smile appeared on Moro's face. Not bad, kid. I will wait for you at the peak of the mountain on the other side of this island. If you want to be my disciple, first defeat the beasts in the jungle and come before me. I remember, Master. Don't be too hasty in calling me Master. Let's talk after you defeat those beasts and come before me. Watching Moro walk into the jungle, Volebel directly sat down on the beach. So strong. Just the release of his Conqueror's haki made me feel dizzy. No wonder he is a legendary pirate. But only someone like him is qualified to be my master. Haha. I, Volebel, have decided on this master. Captain, are you okay? Viper and Inazuma, holding their dizzy heads, were the first to crawl up from the beach and scan the area, spotting Volebel sitting cross-legged on the sand. I'm fine. Captain, are my comrades okay? Don't worry. They just fainted from the shock and will wake up shortly. What kind of power did that terrifying human use just now to make us all fall unconscious? Remembering Moro's Conqueror's haki, both Viper and Inazuma felt a bit fearful. Do you remember when I told you about the most special type of haki, the Conqueror's haki? What? Conqueror's haki. Viper and Inazuma exchanged shocked glances. They indeed learned about what Conqueror's haki was from Volebel. It is the kingly haki that can only awaken in 1 out of a million. Well, since you are awake, let's drag the crew back onto the ship for some rest. Tomorrow, you two will join me into the jungle. Yes, Captain. After dragging the crew onto the ship, Volebel returned to his cabin and laid down on the big bed, falling into sleep. In the blink of an eye, the sky brightened. Volebel lazily made his way to the dining room for breakfast. Turning to look at Chef Jifu, who was cooking, Volebel's eyes flashed as if he had sensed something. Jifu, you've got much stronger. Jifu, who was cooking, turned around in surprise upon hearing Volebel's words. As expected of the captain, you noticed this. I've been training with that guy Inazuma during this time. Although I'm just a chef, I can now fight for the pirate crew. I don't want to be a burden to you, Captain. After saying this, Jifu flexed his strong arms. Ha ha, as expected of our crazy Thunder Pirate Crew's chef, you're impressive. The crew members who were eating cheered and playfully complimented Jifu upon seeing his appearance. Watching this harmonious scene, a smile also appeared on Volebel's face. All right, boys, eat well. We're going to explore this island next. Yes, Captain. An hour later, Volebel led Viper, Inazuma, and Tiger to the edge of the jungle. Initially, Volebel didn't plan to bring Tiger along, as his current strength was weak and entering the jungle would be dangerous. However, Tiger insisted, feeling that he had nothing to do on the immortal and thought he was less than an ordinary crew member. He wanted to become stronger. Seeing Tiger's determined gaze, Volebel ultimately did not refuse. Looking at the endless expanse of green jungle before him, Volebel dared not relax his vigilance. He still vividly remembered the dozens of giant beasts from yesterday, some of which had a presence that was not inferior to his. As they stepped into the jungle, towering trees over 100 meters high surrounded them, and even the weeds were several meters tall. You three, don't stray too far from me. This jungle is extremely dangerous. Stay close. Seeing Volebel stride into the jungle, the three of them quickly followed. Just as the four entered the jungle, far away at the peak of the mountain deep in the island, Blood Tiger opened his eyes. Have they already entered the jungle? I wonder how long it will take you to defeat those powerful giant beasts. Just after entering the jungle, Volebel and the others were surrounded by several giant beasts. According to Volebel's observation with his observation haki, the presence of these giant beasts was already comparable to that of naval school-level officers. It's worth noting that this was just on the outskirts of the jungle. Who knows how powerful the beasts deeper in the jungle will be? It seems this journey to find a master won't be so easy. Looking at the several towering creatures in front of him, Volebel cracked his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Just right. My injuries have healed, and I haven't had a chance to fight yet, so I'll use you to practice. After saying this, Volebel transformed into a blue-white flash and instantly appeared before a giant beast over 20 meters tall, resembling a combination of a zebra and a rhino. A punch crackling with lightning struck, and a massive beast collapsed to the ground like a cannonball, breaking several trees in the process. Seeing Volebel take action, the three of them were unwilling to be outdone and launched attacks at the other giant beasts. The sounds of battle echoed continuously from the jungle, and the fighting continued until nightfall. When the sky darkened, Volebel emerged from the jungle, covered in blood, carrying the already unconscious tiger. Behind him were Viper, whose arm hung limply, and Inazuma, who limped while leaning on a sword. When they returned to the Immortal, the crew members were shocked by their condition and hurriedly rushed forward to take Tiger and provide simple bandaging. Currently, there was no professional doctor on board. Volebel and the others had to make do with some common medicines they had purchased, relying on their own recovery abilities to endure. Fortunately, there were no ordinary people on Volebel's ship. With their strong recovery abilities, they could recover as long as it wasn't a serious injury. But now it was different. Tiger had a massive penetrating wound in his abdomen. Watching Tiger, who was on the verge of collapsing, Volebel could only seek help from Jakku. After paying a small price, Jakku injected Tiger with a genetic recovery agent, saving his life. Looking at Tiger, who was wrapped in bandages, Jakku felt a bit distressed and frowned, asking, "What exactly happened?" "In just one day, you turned into this, especially Tiger. If he weren't a fish man with strong physical qualities, he would have died from excessive blood loss long ago." Inulan listened to Zhuo Ka's question, his expression somewhat grim as he explained, "This is all my fault. At first, the giant beasts we encountered, although strong, were manageable. However, as we ventured deeper into the jungle, we faced increasingly powerful beasts, and eventually we encountered several formidable giants. The captain fought against 4 of them alone, while the 3 of us tackled 1 each. Even so, we were still pushed back by that giant beast that resembled a rhinoceros. I accidentally got my leg broken by that rhinoceros, and in trying to save me, Viper got his arm broken and Tiger was pierced in the abdomen. If the captain hadn't intervened, we would all have died. Damn it, it's all my fault." Saying this, Inulan slammed his fist on the deck in regret. "All right, it's not the end of the world. You all take your time to heal, and I will venture deeper alone. But Captain, we don't want to be a burden to you." Inulan's words made the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates feel disheartened. "I have never considered you a burden. You are all my partners, members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. You just haven't grown strong enough yet. Turn your frustration into motivation. You can all head into the jungle and fight those giant beasts to strengthen yourselves. But remember, your lives are the most important." "We understand, Captain." After hearing Woli Bayer's words, the crew's faces were not filled with fear, but rather excitement. Their experiences of being hunted multiple times made them no longer want to be a burden to their captain. Volebel turned to look at the mountain peak that was faintly emerging from the depths of the jungle, and he made up his mind that he had to go there. Volebel understood how big the gap was between him and the world's top powerhouses. Even though he had great potential now, he lacked the advanced skills and experience to develop it. If he could become a disciple of Blood Tiger under the guidance of such a top powerhouse, he would surely grow rapidly. This was an opportunity to become a top powerhouse that he would never give up. Time quietly passed, and a year and a half went by. As more and more talented individuals like Akiji and Barrett emerged, Volebel's name gradually faded from people's memories. At this moment, deep within the jungle of the Nameless Island, Volebel was battling a giant beast that resembled a yellow monkey and stood over 30 meters tall. As Volebel collided again with the giant ape's fist, a powerful shockwave instantly uprooted several ancient trees over 100 meters tall, and the earth's soil surged, causing the entire island to begin to tremble slightly. Volebel and the giant ape both stepped back, panting heavily as they faced each other. The giant ape in front of him was the strongest being in this giant beast jungle. Over the past 6 months, Volebel had fought this giant ape dozens of times, gradually transforming from a complete defeat at the beginning to a situation where they were evenly matched. During their first encounter, Volebel suffered a significant loss. In battles against other giant beasts, he had relied on the storm fruit, which allowed him to survive even in dangerous situations by utilizing elemental transformation. However, this giant ape was different. It possessed the powerful dual-color haki. It is important to note that the larger the creature, the more difficult it is to master haki. Imagine how terrifying it would be if a creature over 30 meters tall, larger than a giant, mastered armament haki. The power of hundreds or thousands of tons of body covered in armament haki would be incredibly formidable, akin to the monsters in Ultraman. In terms of strength, Volebel was somewhat weaker than the giant ape, and the ape's reaction speed also exceeded his. Therefore, in the dozens of encounters before, Volebel had never gained the upper hand. Fortunately, thanks to his lightning form, if Volebel wanted to escape, the giant ape could not catch up to him. Thus, they found themselves locked in a battle where neither could claim victory. After months of fighting, Volebel finally made breakthroughs in armament hockey and observation hockey after yesterday's battle. And now he had the power to defeat this giant ape. At the center of the jungle, at the foot of the mountain, the area had turned into a small basin due to the dozens of encounters between Volebel and the giant ape. Volebel was once again enveloped in lightning as he approached the giant ape. The giant ape's pupils contracted sharply, and its observation hockey activated, causing its massive body to immediately tilt to the side. Seeing this, Volebel felt a surge of joy. He was no longer the same as before. A thick layer of armament hockey immediately wrapped around his fist. As the giant ape's body turned sideways, Volebel changed his attack trajectory. By the time the giant ape realized this and attempted to forcibly twist its body, it was already too late. Unable to evade, the giant ape's gaze turned fierce. Its massive fist, larger than Volebel's body, was now wrapped in dense armament hockey and came crashing toward him. When their fists collided, a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Trees within a dozen kilometers were blown askew by the hurricane-like force, and the beasts in the jungle let out terrified cries as they fled to the edges of the forest. Previously, in their direct confrontations, the giant ape had the upper hand, but this time everything was different. Seeing that Volebel was not pushed back as usual, the ferocity on the giant ape's face vanished, replaced by disbelief. It could not believe that the creature it had suppressed for half a year could now surpass it in strength. Volebel saw the smile on the giant ape's face disappear, its mouth curling into a grin that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. The smile won't disappear. It will just shift from your face to mine. This time, it's your turn to run. Volebel's eyes stared at the giant ape, and as their gazes intertwined, a powerful Conqueror's Haki was released from Volebel's body. The Conqueror's Haki swept over the giant ape, causing its body to stiffen and its pupils to momentarily dilate. Now's the time. Volebel knew the opportunity had come, and another vacant fist instantly struck the giant ape's fist, forcing its body to stagger back. Immediately, Volebel's figure transformed into a blue lightning bolt and appeared at the giant ape's chest. Powerful blue and white lightning, infused with black armed domineering, surged into his right fist. Volebel delivered an uppercut to the giant ape's chin. The immense lightning and brute force directly penetrated the giant ape's skull, turning it pitch black under the lightning. The overwhelming power shattered the giant ape's sharp teeth. As a plume of black smoke erupted from the giant ape's mouth, its eyes glazed over, and with a loud thud, the giant ape crashed to the ground. Volebel sat down on the giant ape, turning to look at the mountain peak in front of him. Finally succeeded. At this moment, Moro was watching the spectacular battle from the peak, a satisfied smile on his face. Such a strong comprehension and talent. In a year and a half, the dual color hockey has risen from intermediate to advanced. This kind of talent is truly rare in my life. I can hardly imagine how far he will grow in the future. It seems the Navy and the world government are in trouble. Ha ha! Looking at the not-so-tall mountain peak in front of him, Volebel immediately started climbing. As he got closer to the summit, he felt an increasingly strong sense of threat. When Volebel reached the top, he immediately saw a stone house built from rocks. Just as Volebel hesitated whether to knock on the door, it opened from the inside. Moro, wearing only a pair of shorts, walked out of the house. He looked up at Volebel, who had grown even taller, and said with some emotion, "Is your fur tribe really that tall? At this rate, you might surpass some hybrid giants in height in the future." In 2 years, Volebel's height had nearly reached 6 meters, and at this growth rate, he could very well exceed 10 meters in the future. "Since you have passed my test, I will be your master from now on. By the way, what is your name, apprentice?" "My name is Volebel." "By the way, Volebel, you should be the user of the natural type storm fruit, right?" "That's right, master." "Ha ha, this is really interesting. I didn't expect you to eat this devil fruit. What good luck you have. You should know that the storm fruit is known as the devil fruit that rules the sea, but your development of it is really too weak. But it's okay. Your master once fought against the previous owner of this fruit. So, master, did you win?" Volebel asked curiously. The smile that was on Moro's face froze at Volebel's question, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Cough, cough, cough. Although I am reluctant to admit it, that was 50 years ago. I was badly beaten back then. However, if both of us were at our peak when we fought, the outcome would not necessarily be the same. No wonder you are the Blood Tiger Master. By the way, Volebel, since you can awaken Conqueror's Haki, you must have your own ambitions. I want to hear what your ambitions are. My ambitions? Volebel instinctively blurted out without thinking when he heard the question. The strongest. I want to become the strongest being, someone who can dominate their own destiny. In fact, there were words that Volebel did not say. Volebel knows the future development of the One Piece world. He doesn't want his fate to be controlled by Luffy or him. He wants to possess the strongest power, the power to dominate his destiny. He wants to change the world. Interesting, wanted to master destiny. Huh? What a presumptuous little brat. If you want to take control of your own fate, you must fight against everything that interferes with you. Why not? Ha ha, what a cocky little brat. But I really like it. After all, I'm also a guy who doesn't follow the rules. Moro looks at Volebel as if he sees his own shadow in him. Kid, your Haushika Haki has already gotten on the right track, although it's a bit rough, but it's not a big problem. As for the devil fruit, I can only provide you with some ideas. But what I can teach you to climb to the peak of the world is martial arts. Martial arts? Volebel had studied various martial arts from many countries in his past life. However, he merely incorporated some techniques into boxing, which cannot be considered true martial arts training. Master, what is martial arts? Martial arts is an endless slope, both challenging and full of joy. I see that you, like me, are a warrior who fights with the body, making you suitable for practicing my martial arts. The body is the innate power of all martial artists. Every part of the human body can be used as a weapon. They are the original, strongest, and most indispensable form of armament. The combination of exquisite martial arts and a powerful body is my path to becoming one of the world's top fighters. Come, disciple, let you personally experience your master's abilities. After saying this, Moro casually raised a hand and lightly punched towards Volebel. Volebel, witnessing this scene, dared not underestimate it all. He activated his observation haki to predict Moro's attack. However, Volebel realized that this punch was impossible to predict, as if no matter how he moved, he would be hit by this punch. Volebel did not hesitate at all. He immediately covered his fist with armament haki and punched towards Moro's fist. Since he couldn't dodge, it was better to clash head-on than to do nothing and wait for death. However, Volebel did not expect that his lightning-like punch was easily avoided by Moro. A seemingly light punch appeared in front of Volebel, and although it was just a gentle blow, he felt a strong killing intent from it, causing cold sweat to break out and dampen his white fur. What has happened? Moro retracted his fist and nodded in satisfaction at Volebel's punch. Not bad, knowing he couldn't dodge but still willing to fight to the death. You're not a coward, kid. Volebel forced a bitter smile on his face. Without fighting for it, there wouldn't be any chance at all. At least if he fought for his life, there would still be a glimmer of hope. That said, some people don't even dare to fight for that tiny chance. And from this perspective, you have already surpassed most people. You might be confused as to why that punch just now looked ordinary, but was completely unpredictable by observation haki. In fact, this is one of the martial arts secrets I have mastered, and its principle is quite simple. As we all know, observation haki is used to predict an opponent's attack path, and some top masters of observation haki can even foresee the future or read minds. But even such powerful observation haki is useless against my move. This move of mine is actually undergoing hundreds of changes every moment. Even if you foresee where I will land my punch and try to dodge, my punch will change according to your body's movements. I call this secret technique in your presence. Of course, there are many other powerful martial arts secrets. I estimate these few moves will keep you busy learning for a long time. Hurry up and grow stronger, kid. Your master doesn't have much time left. Time really flies, doesn't it? It's about time, Volebel. You should be leaving now. With several more wrinkles appearing on his face, Moro looked even older, and even his body had thinned out quite a bit. He gazed at the towering, bare-headed man before him with appreciation, his tone filled with pride. Seeing the now much older Moro, Volebel respectfully bowed and saluted. Thank you, Master, for your teachings over the past 3 years. I will not disappoint your guidance. I only gave you the method to become stronger. Without talent and effort, even if you exert yourself to the utmost, you wouldn't be able to learn it. In 3 years, you have already mastered more than half of my martial arts. I believe that as you continue to grow, you will soon surpass me. It's a pity. I may not see how strong you will become in the future. A hint of regret appeared in Moro's eyes. Previously, death held no fear or significance for him. But since having Volebel as a disciple, Moro found himself with new concerns. He wanted to live a little longer to see how far his disciple could go. Over 30 years ago, during the Navy's encirclement, he suffered severe injuries, with his heart being pierced and half of it blown apart. if it weren't for the powerful vitality provided by the awakening of his Zoan-type devil fruit. He would have died during that encirclement. However, the injuries he sustained still caused permanent damage to his body, and living to over 80 already showed how strong his physique once was. Seeing the now much smaller Moro, Volebel couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. After 3 years of living together, Moro truly regarded him as a disciple, sharing everything he knew without holding anything back. Volebel even learned one of the most powerful techniques from the world of One Piece, the advanced version of Conqueror's Haki, called Conqueror's Haki Wrap. Unfortunately, Volebel hasn't team mastered it yet, but he has already grasped the principles, and he believes it won't be long before he does. Volebel knew that Moro was driving him away now because his body was visibly deteriorating and he didn't want to die in front of his disciple. Goodbye, master. I will become the strongest in the world with what you taught me. I believe in you, you little brat. As Volebel left, a rare hint of warmth appeared in Moro's eyes. Go for it, Volebel, my proudest disciple. I believe you will succeed. When Volebel arrived at the beach, he saw his crew cleaning up the spoils of today's battle. Several giant beasts were being smoked over a fire, so they could be preserved in the ship's hold for a long time. Speaking of which, the Thunderstorm Pirates now had only a little over 20 crew members. Among them, the officers included fighters, Viper, Inu Rans, and Tiger, Chef, Zeph, Scientist, Chaka, Helmsman, and part-time shipwright. Or, after nearly 5 years of training on this nameless island, everyone in the Thunderstorm Pirates had undergone tremendous changes. Even the ordinary Fur Tribe warriors had grown to the level of Navy school-level officers. If placed in the future great age of exploration, each of them would be a pirate worth tens of millions of berries. Even in the ranks of the 4 emperors, they could serve as junior officers. As for Inu, Rans, and Viper, their strengths were now at the level of Navy major officers, or had also made tremendous progress in the battles over the years, successfully mastering Haki under the guidance of the giant ape defeated by Volebel. With Haki, Bor was like a harvesting machine on the battlefield, capable of exerting great power against some strong foes he was strong against. Chef Zeph's strength was somewhat weaker, but he could still compare to a Navy brigadier general. Of course, this was just Volebel's own estimation. The actual combat could still vary. As for Chaka, she was a scientist and did not possess combat abilities. However, she had not been idle during these years on the nameless island. Since entering the island, Chaka had been keen on researching the powerful giant beasts there. Through countless giant beasts in the jungle as materials, she made significant breakthroughs in biological potions. And now she could extract the bloodline factors of those giant beasts to create even stronger biological potions. These biological potions would become a powerful tool for Volebel to rapidly expand the Thunderstorm Pirates' eyes. Are you ready, partners? We are setting sail again. Let's give the world a surprise with the Thunderstorm Pirates. Haha. After a few hours, looking at the nameless island gradually becoming just a small dot in the distance, everyone in the Thunderstorm Pirates felt a bit emotional. The nameless island was like a training camp that greatly improved everyone in the Thunderstorm Pirates, transforming them completely. If they encountered the same difficulties again, Volebel was confident he could confront Zifa and retreat unscathed. After several days of sailing, with the gentle sea breeze brushing against their faces, the immortal ship once again descended from the sky to the sea surface. Looking at the clear, cloudless waters, Volebel knew they had arrived in the East Sea, one of the 4 seas. Compared to the extremely harsh weather of the New World, the East Sea was simply too mild. Next, let's head to the nearest island. Volebel closed his eyes and released a weak electric current within his body. In the world of One Piece, each island has its unique magnetic force. After his experience of getting lost at sea 4.5 years ago, Volebel studied how to find islands in such situations, which involved utilizing the magnetic force of the One Piece world. By sensing the abnormal magnetic field around him through the electric current he emitted, Volebel could now confirm whether there were islands within hundreds of nautical miles. After carefully perceiving the surroundings, Volebel finally detected an unusual magnetic point. Bull, record that direction. Let's head there next. Set sail, boys. Oh, Captain, we have spotted that small island. Volebel, who had been sweating in the training room, immediately went to the deck upon hearing the crew's report. With a telescope, he carefully observed the village on the island and saw a familiar mansion. The mansion on the small island was exactly the same as the one that Koya would live in the future. This meant that the nearby small island was the West Rob village in the East Sea. He didn't expect to end up here. Looking at the mansion, Volebel breathed a sigh of relief. Koya's wealthy merchant father should have sea charts, so they wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the East Sea. The world of One Piece is not as depicted in the anime, where the distances between islands are close, without sea charts or log poses. It's easy to get lost at sea. Master, it's bad. There are pirates. The young man, who was reviewing documents in his office, immediately turned serious upon hearing the butler's report. He was Kale, the richest man in West Rob Village and a well-known merchant in the East Sea. Quick, gather the village defense team to the coast. As the richest man in West Rob Village, he had spent a lot of money purchasing firearms and established a guard team to combat the small pirates of the East Sea. However, when he led the dozens of villagers making up the guard team to the coast and saw the enormous pirate ship not far away, the musket in his hand dropped to the ground. Unlike the unworldly villagers of West Rob, as someone who had seen famous merchants in the East Sea, he naturally recognized the distinct appearance and flag of this pirate ship. This pirate crew was the Thunderstorm Pirates, which had appeared like a meteor more than 4 years ago and then suddenly vanished. "It's over," Kale said, filled with despair. "What is wrong? Kale, why do you look like that?" The other party is the Thunderstorm Pirates. Their captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. How is that possible? A pirate of that level wouldn't be in the East Sea. The East Sea, known for being the weakest, had the strongest pirates only with bounties of 20 to 30 million berries. A pirate like Volebel coming to the East Sea was like a dimensional strike. "Sir, should we contact the Navy branch for support?" "No need. Not to mention that the Thunderstorm Pirates are almost at West Rob Village. Even if the Navy branch comes, it would help. They're a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. The East Sea Navy branch can't handle them. What should we do now?" Kale shook his head with a grim expression. "We have no choice but to gamble on luck. The good news is that I've never heard of the Thunderstorm Pirates committing large-scale massacres. Now we can only hope they attack West Rob Village. As long as they don't harm the villagers of West Rob, I can offer all my treasures." At this point, Kale suddenly thought of something and turned to the butler, asking urgently, "By the way, keep an eye on that guy, Jesus Burgess. If he knows there are pirates, he will definitely act. If Jesus Burgess provokes the Thunderstorm Pirates, West Rob Village will likely be finished." Hearing Kale's words, the butler's expression stiffened. "Sir, it might be too late." "What do you mean?" "When I was gathering the militia, I already informed Jesus Burgess about the pirates' arrival. Now he is probably hiding somewhere, preparing to snipe them." Upon hearing the butler's words, Kale's face turned pale, then dark, then white again. "It's over. It seems West Rob Village is doomed this time." At that moment, on a hillside in West Rob Village, a black-haired Jesus Burgess lay on the grass, holding a modified sniper rifle, aiming at the immortal ship several kilometers away. With a loud bang, a lead bullet shot out from the musket, targeting Volebel, who stood at the front of the immortal's deck. Hearing the gunshot, Inuarashi, standing next to Volebel, changed his expression. "Shave." Inuarashi instantly appeared in front of Volebel, drawing his sword, and with a red sword energy, he split the bullet in half, causing it to fall onto the deck. Seeking death, daring to attack the captain. In an instant, everyone on the ship looked grim. Volebel looked at the bullet on the deck with a slight smile. There was no doubt that this bullet was the work of Jesus Burgess. It was now the mid-year of the 1497 Sea Circle calendar, and there was less than a year left until Roger was captured and executed. Roger was about to become the Pirate King, and only after that would Shanks establish his own pirate crew. Therefore, Jesus Burgess had not yet joined the red-haired pirates. It was important to note that Burgess would eventually become a key officer in the 4 Emperor's red-haired pirates. Volebel naturally wouldn't let such a promising guy go. "Captain, should I deal with the guy who attacked you?" "Haha, no need. He might be our companion in the future." "What qualifications does a guy with a flintlock have to become our companion?" "Inuarashi, can you estimate how far the immortal is from that small island?" Hearing Volebel's words, Inuarashi was stunned for a moment, then observed the distance between the immortal and the island, his expression becoming complicated. At least 3 kilometers. In this era, even the most advanced navy could only use flintlocks, which could only fire 1 shot at a time after loading black powder and a lead bullet. To be able to snipe from 3 kilometers away with such a crude flintlock was simply a miracle. "Captain, do you want to recruit that sniper?" "Exactly. The other party has a strong talent for sniping. Such potential is qualified to be a part of our Thunderstorm Pirates." Inuarashi did not refute Volebel's words, but stood behind him again. After experiencing that sniper shot, the immortal had not been attacked again, and it finally docked steadily at the shore of West Rob Village. The dozens of guards on the shore looked at Volebel on the deck with fear and dread in their eyes. This was a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. Not to mention a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. They had never even fought against one with a bounty of 4 million. Under normal circumstances, They would never encounter a pirate of Volebel's level in the East Sea in their lifetime. Seeing Volebel and several officers come down from the Immortal, the militia retreated in fear for more than 10 meters. Only Karai took a deep breath to suppress the fear in his heart and walked up to Volebel. Looking at Volebel, who was like a small mountain in front of him, Karai's teeth trembled in fear. But he still bowed and stammered. "I'm sorry, Captain Volebel. I accidentally fired my weapon just now. It's all my fault. I am willing to give my life to make up for the mistake and offer all my wealth. I hope you won't take it out on the others in West.Ra Village." Volebel looked at Karai, whose face was dripping with sweat and trembling all over, and did not rush to speak, because in his observation haki, he sensed someone approaching quickly. "Wait, the person who just shot at you is me. Don't kill Karai. If you want to kill someone, kill me." Seeing the panting, curly-haired man in front of him, Volebel knew the main character had arrived. "Stop bowing. We, the Thunderstorm Pirates, do not kill innocent people. However, you do need to pay some price for that shot." "Wait, Captain Volebel, I beg you not to kill Jesus Burgess. I am willing to die for him." Karai stood in front of Jesus Burgess, trembling but not retreating at all. "No, Karai, that shot was clearly fired by me. How can you take my place in death?" "All right, I never said I wanted to kill anyone. You must be Jesus Burgess, right? Can I see the gun you used to snipe me just now?" Hearing Volebel's words, Jesus Burgess looked a bit confused, but still reluctantly took out his somewhat old flintlock from behind and handed it over. The members of the Thunderstorm Pirates looked at Jesus Burgess's old flintlock with surprise. They had seen the Navy's trained gunners in their previous encounters with the Navy. Using the Navy's most advanced flintlocks, they could only maintain accuracy within 100 steps. Yet here was Jesus Burgess, who could accurately strike a target from 3 kilometers away with this worn-out flintlock, a capability far beyond their understanding of gunners. No wonder he's a renowned sniper. "So, Jesus Burgess, are you willing to join our Thunderstorm Pirates?" Jesus Burgess, who was already prepared to die, was dumbfounded upon hearing Volebel's invitation to join. He thought Volebel would kill him, but instead, he wanted to recruit him. Upon hearing that Volebel did not intend to harm Jesus Burgess, Karai breathed a sigh of relief. Recruiting was much better than killing. If they could recruit Jesus Burgess, the Thunderstorm Pirates would likely not take action against West.Ra Village. However, at this moment, Jesus Burgess fell into hesitation. "What's wrong, Jesus Burgess? Don't you want to become a pirate?" "No, I do want to become a pirate, but I don't know if the Thunderstorm Pirates are the crew I want to join." "Oh, interesting. Then tell me what kind of pirate crew you want to join." Hearing Volebel's words, Jesus Burgess showed a look of longing. "I want to be a free pirate. What do you think a free pirate looks like?" After hesitating for a moment, Jesus Burgess furrowed his brow and said, "Every day, I can happily drink and eat on the pirate ship. I can have thrilling adventures at sea and fight against various strong opponents. No problem, you can do all of that in our Thunderstorm Pirates." Even though Volebel said this, Jesus Burgess still seemed a bit hesitant. "And one last point, I hope the pirate crew I join is not one that burns, kills, and loots indiscriminately. Is that so?" You can ask the guy next to you. His words should make you believe even more. "I can guarantee that our Thunderstorm Pirates have never harmed the innocent since we set sail." Jesus Burgess looked expectantly at Karai, who hesitated for a moment under Jesus Burgess's questioning gaze, thought hard, and finally nodded helplessly. "All right, I am willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates." Upon hearing Jesus Burgess's agreement, Volebel also smiled. He then extended his fist, and seeing this, Jesus Burgess also extended his fist to bump against Volebel's. "Welcome to the crew. From now on, Jesus Burgess, you will be the sniper of our Thunderstorm Pirates." In the villa, Volebel was sitting on the sofa with Karai, and seeing Karai's nervous expression, Volebel knew he was still wary of him. "Karai, I don't want you to spread the news of our Thunderstorm Pirates coming to West.Ra Village. If it spreads, both of us will have quite a bit of trouble." Karai immediately picked up on the threat in Volebel's tone and hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Captain Volebel, don't worry. Only I have the phone bug to contact the outside world in West.Ra Village. As long as I don't leak the news, the Navy 1T find out. That's good. Until I voluntarily expose myself, I don't want any news about me to circulate outside. That's all for now. After we replenish supplies, we will leave West.Ra Village. By the way, as a famous merchant in the EC, you should have a detailed sea chart of the entire EC in your hands. I hope to copy a copy from you." "No problem. I happen to have some extra sea charts that I can hand over to you directly." A few minutes later, looking at the detailed sea chart of various islands in the EC in his hands, Volebel was quite satisfied. After glancing at a few familiar islands on the chart, Volebel had already decided where to go next. Because the sea in the EC is much safer compared to the Grand Line, there are basically no abnormal weather conditions. With the sea chart, People can navigate freely in the EC without needing to rely on a log pose to guide their direction. Just as he stepped out of the villa, Warliber thought for a moment and turned back to the nervous Kolai, saying, Kolai, I give you a piece of advice. Always be wary of others. Don't let your kindness cost you your life. You are a good person, and I hope to see you again in the future. With that, Warliber left the villa. Watching Warliber leave, Kolai finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa, feeling weak all over. Finally, they had sent away this terrifying figure. The butler told all the villagers not to spread what had happened today. If the news leaks, everyone in Zilabu village will be threatened with their lives. Lock all the phone bugs for contacting the Navy in my safe, and for the time being, stop all business activities. Don't let any ships come to Zilabu village. Yes, sir. Standing on the deck of the Immortal, looking at the distant Zilabu village, Yusubu felt a bit sad. But looking at the vast and boundless sea in the distance, the initial sadness was instantly washed away. Watching Yusubu, who quickly became familiar and was drinking and joking with the crew, Warliber felt a headache coming on. He grabbed Yusubu and brought him to the cabin. Warliber pushed open the door to the laboratory and saw a disheveled Jaka with fluffy golden curly hair and 2 dark circles under her eyes. Looking at the unkempt Jaka, Warliber was somewhat speechless. Such a beautiful woman was completely unrefined. Seeing Warliber come in, Jaka finally looked up and paused her experiment. What does the captain want with me? Don't tell me you want another gene recovery potion. My stock has been nearly exhausted by you. Hearing the disdain in Jaka's tone, Warliber awkwardly touched his nose. Because there was no doctor on board, every time the crew was severely injured fighting the beasts on Nameless Island, they relied on Jaka's gene recovery potions to recover. I'm not here to borrow potions from you. Saying this, Warliber pulled out Yusubu, whose eyes had turned into hearts looking at Jaka. This kid is Yusubu, a sniper who just joined our pirate crew. I want to ask you to help him make a powerful sniper rifle. You got the wrong person for sniper rifle. I'm a biologist. Don't be modest. I've seen the mechanical creations you've made. Don't worry. I will draw the design, and you just need to follow it to make it. It won't take you much time. Are you really knowledgeable about those things? Looking at Jaka's skeptical eyes and questioning tone, Warliber's mouth twitched as he directly walked to the laboratory workbench, pulled out a pen, and began to draw on a draft. A few minutes later, Jaka took the draft paper and looked at the various parts that were somewhat messy, but still discernible in structure and function, her eyes brightening. Impressive, Captain. Your firearm design is simply ahead of its time. The weapon you design can achieve rapid fire and has power that far exceeds current firearms. If this draft gets into the hands of the Navy and the world government, it would cause a huge problem, considering the surprise you've given me. I'll take care of the manufacturing process from here. Just come by tomorrow to pick up the gun. At this moment, Yusubu, who was standing by, was trembling with excitement at the sight of the sniper rifle on the draft. Although he didn't understand mechanical manufacturing, he had already constructed an epic-making sniper rifle in his mind that far surpassed his flintlock rifle through these parts. He believed that with such a divine weapon, his strength would increase exponentially. All right, you kid, don't get too excited. Go get to know the crew, and just come by tomorrow to pick up the gun. A day later, when Yusubu received the neat, jet-black Barrett sniper rifle over 2 meters long from Jaka, he almost ascended to heaven in happiness. His trembling hands gently caressed the cold gun body as if he were stroking his lover. By the way, this is a pistol I made using the same principle. Its bullet capacity is the same as your sniper rifle, which is 10 rounds. After saying that, Jaka threw a silver-white pistol, resembling a desert eagle, to him. Yusubu quickly caught the pistol carefully, stroking the shiny, cold gun body with a foolish grin on his face. Looking at the other person's lewd expression, Jaka kicked Yusubu out of the laboratory with a look of disgust. For days passed again, and looking at a small island in the distance, Warliber knew they had arrived at their second stop in the EC. Before even landing on the island, a powerful aura emanated from it, like a sharp sword, making one's skin tingle. Feeling this sharp aura, Kenlin excitedly gripped his sword, Dragon Slayer, at his waist. Such strong sword intent. Captain, there must be a formidable swordsman on this island. Not just any swordsman, but one from Wano country. Wano country? This is the East Sea. How could there be people from Wano country here? Volebel did not continue to explain, as a powerful conqueror's haki emanated from him, directly suppressing the sword intent. At this moment, on the cliff of the island, a man in his 50s, dressed in the unique samurai robe of Wano country, was staring intently at the immortal ship several nautical miles away. This man had already died in the era of Luffy. He was the descendant of the dragon-slaying swordsman Shimatsuki Ryuma from Wano country, named Shimatsuki Gensaburo. And this small island was the hometown of Zoro, Shimatsuki Village. Because Volebel released his powerful conqueror's haki, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo did not dare to act recklessly, allowing the immortal ship to safely dock on the coast. Not far from the coast was a dojo, and before Volebel and the others could disembark, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo, dressed in a samurai robe, appeared on the beach. "You must be the Thunderstorm Pirates. I have seen your news in the newspaper before. I am quite interested in your crew, made up of the Mink tribe." Perhaps due to some connection between the Mink tribe and Wano country, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo did not harbor hostility towards Volebel and his crew, but there was not much respect either. After all, in his eyes, the Mink tribe was merely a subordinate force of the Oden family, a group of samurai beneath the nobility. That he could speak to Volebel with this equal attitude was already a sign of respect for them. "I am Shimatsuki Jinsaburo of the Daimyo family, a noble of Wano country." Seeing the pride on Shimatsuki Jinsaburo's face, the eyes of Volebel and his crew turned slightly cold. They could all see the contempt he held, believing himself to be above them. "Don't think that just because you are from a daimyo family, even if you were a general of Wano country today, you wouldn't have the right to act arrogantly towards us. Bold. You Mink tribe are merely subordinates of the Oden family. How dare you show disrespect to the nobility? If this were Wano country, you would have already committed a capital offense." Volebel had long anticipated Shimatsuki Jinsaburo's behavior. As for the other Mink tribe warriors, their idealized view of Wano country had already shattered into pieces. Volebel still remembers that at the beginning of the Wano country arc, the frenzied pursuit of Kamurasaki by the Yokozuna already revealed the feudal system and class rigidity of Wano. After his pursuit failed, the dialogue between the Yokozuna and the Ratman highlighted the harshness of Wano's class system. The Ratman confirmed Kamurasaki's identity with the Yokozuna and, upon learning that she was from the town of Tokage, directly told the Yokozuna that people from Tokage were not even worthy of being servants to Kaido. The Ratman suggested to the Yokozuna to burn her house, kill her family, or leave her with no way out, destroying her life and making her rely on him. The Ratman told the Yokozuna that there could never be feelings between him and Kamurasaki precisely because of the natural class shackles that existed between them. The Ratman proposed that as a noble, it was the duty of the upper class to have life and death power over the lower class. "You are all rebels. How dare you disobey the rules and systems that have existed since ancient times? Haha, it's really interesting. Our Mink tribe owes you nothing in Wano. If you keep acting this foolishly, don't blame me for killing you." The momentum of Volebel grew stronger and stronger, and even Xuanyue Jingsenlang couldn't help but take a few steps back. Not to mention that Xuanyue Jingsenlang was nearly 60 years old and his strength was greatly diminished. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced back by Volebel. Of course, even at his peak, Xuanyue Jingsenlang would not be a match for Volebel. "Damn it, you disrespectful fools. How dare you insult the general?" Looking at Volebel, who was radiating Conqueror's haki and looking at him with disdain, Xuanyue Jingsenlang's eyes turned red. As a loyal dog to the Oden family, they would not allow anyone to insult their master. "Rebel, you all shall die." Xuanyue Jingsenlang, with blood-red eyes, drew his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and slashed at Volebel, unleashing a silver-white blade of energy that extended for 100 meters. At this moment, Inuyarashi, with a grim expression, did not hesitate to draw his sword, the Dragon Slayer, and unleashed a crimson blade of energy to collide with the silver-white blade. The two blade energies shattered in midair, sending countless fragments flying in all directions, carving out huge ravines in the sand and on the sea surface. "Thank you, Captain, for helping me see the true attitude of Wano towards our Mink tribe. From now on, we, the Mink tribe, shall sever all ties with Wano." Seeing Inuyarashi say this, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Volebel's eyes. One of his purposes for coming to Xuanyue village this time was to help his Mink warriors realize what kind of people Wano truly was. Foolish and naive generals, self-important nobles, and exploiting samurai. Wano was nothing but an extremely decayed feudal state, with a level of civilization that was among the lowest even in the world of One Piece. It can only be said that it truly lived up to its inspiration from Japan, and Volebel was not disappointed. "Captain, let me cut off the past that has burdened me for so many years." Inuyarashi looked at the blood-red-eyed Xuanyue Jingsenlang with a gloomy expression, his eyes flashing with undisguised killing intent. "Of course, he was the opponent I had chosen for you. Coincidentally, the other party was also an old swordmaster, which should help you break through the bottleneck you have been stuck at for a long time." Upon hearing Volebel's words, Inuyarashi's eyes showed a touch of emotion. Then, his gaze towards Shuangyue Jingsenlang became even more dangerous. Inuyasha's father may have never imagined that one day his child would harbor killing intent towards the Wano nobles he had once worshipped. Rebels, it is you who should die. Inuyasha leaped down from the deck, the dragon slayer in his hand glimmering with a scarlet light. Shuangyue Jingsenlang was equally unyielding, stepping onto the sand and instantly leaping into the air. Wado Ikemonji collided with the dragon slayer, producing a shower of sparks. The powerful gust of wind caused the garments of both fighters to billow out, and the force of the collision blew the nearby seawater and sand in all directions. After one strike, Inuyasha and Shuangyue Jingsenlang retreated in unison, neither gaining the upper hand. Shuangyue Jingsenlang looked at Inuyasha, who was on the sandy ground not far away, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and focusing all his attention. Mink swordsman, your swordsmanship is quite high, but unfortunately, you are facing a sword master from the Shuangyue family. Today, I will let you experience our Wano swordsmanship. Shuangyue swordsmanship. Full moon. Shuangyue Jingsenlang raised Wado Ikemonji and unleashed a massive crescent-shaped blade of energy. Feeling the immense threat of this move, Inuyasha's fur bristled. Don't underestimate us Mink swordsmen. The dragon slayer in Inuyasha's hand was covered in black armament haki, transforming into a black sword. Without fear, Inuyasha used Soru to dash towards the blade of energy, and at the moment he was about to be struck by the energy, he thrust the dragon slayer upward. One sword style, rising dragon slash. The dragon slayer struck the silver-white blade of energy, and it was as if a hot knife was cutting through butter, cleaving the massive blade of energy in half. The two shattered blade energies rushed towards the unbreakable, and Jesus Burgess, seeing the two remnants of blade energy exceeding 100 meters, immediately raised his sniper rifle. But before he could act, a shadow suddenly landed on the deck of the Unbreakable, and the figure of Viper appeared in front of the two shattered blade energies. Hey, do you two really need to make such a big scene while fighting? Viper extended his claw, covered in armament haki, and swiped at the two shattered blade energies, his sharp claws slicing the remnants into fragments. On the beach, the figures of the two constantly moved and collided. As the broken blade strikes, and the shock waves from the collisions created deep ravines and large pits in the sand. Volebel could see the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Kazabur Shimatsuki's advantage lay in his deeper swordsmanship, while his disadvantage was his aging body. After decades of living in seclusion and the effects of aging, he could no longer exert his full strength. Inazaka's advantage was his powerful physical constitution as a member of the Fur clan. But his disadvantage was the gap in swordsmanship skills, as well as his lack of experience in sword duels compared to Kazabur Shimatsuki. Inazaka and Kazabur Shimatsuki's swordsmanship represented two extremes. Kazabur Shimatsuki's swordsmanship focused on technique. Having mastered the family sword techniques honed over hundreds of years by generations of swordsmen from the Shimatsuki clan. Although its power was not dominant among swordsmen, it had a very high standard in defense. In contrast, Inazaka's swordsmanship was all about bold and aggressive moves. He had not undergone systematic sword training, and his techniques were developed through battle experience. This made Inazaka's moves unpredictable, often appearing in places where Kazabur Shimatsuki least expected them. It was a contest of strength versus technique. Once again, Kazabur Shimatsuki was pushed back by Inazaka's completely unconventional and wild sword techniques. His eyes filled with anxiety and anger. He couldn't believe he was being forced back by such unorthodox swordplay from Inazaka, and he felt he was already at a disadvantage. He couldn't understand why Inazaka's clearly self-created techniques could contend with the sword techniques that had been passed down in his family for hundreds of years. However, Kazabur Shimatsuki did not consider how much actual combat experience these noble families had undergone during Japan's centuries of isolation. Such flashy yet impractical sword techniques had long lost the essence of swordsmanship, which is to unleash greater power to defeat enemies. Although Inazaka lacked experience in competing with other swordsmen, his combat experience was not something Kazabur Shimatsuki could match. As the scope of their battle expanded, someone could no longer hold back and quickly left Shimatsuki village to head towards the coast. Before long, a young man dressed in a grayish-white robe and wearing round glasses, looking refined like a teacher, arrived on the beach. As a swordsman, Inazaka immediately sensed a powerful sword intent from this young man, one even stronger than that of Kazabur Shimatsuki, who was currently engaged in battle with him. To be safe, Inazaka did not continue attacking Kei Zabor Shimatsuki, wary of a young man's potential ambush. Great. Kei sure, come quickly and help me kill these traitors who despise Japan. Kei Zabor Shimatsuki exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Kei sure, knowing that Kei sure was a swordsman even stronger than himself. With Kei sure's help, even Volebel would not be insurmountable. However, Kei sure did not act as Kei Zabor Shimatsuki had imagined. Instead, he turned his attention to Volebel on the deck of the Immortal. I have long heard of your great name. You must be the infamous pirate captain, the Immortal Thunder. Volebel, with a bounty of 400 million berries. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a common villager from Shimatsuki village, and you can call me Kei sure. If you're here to cause trouble for this guy, I will not interfere. But please do not involve the innocent villagers of Shimatsuki village. Kei sure, what nonsense are you talking? Your bloodline flows with the blood of Japan's nobility. Quickly help me slay these traitorous rebels. Kei Zabor Shimatsuki roared at Kei sure, his tone filled with threats and commands. I told you, my name is Kei sure, and my hometown is Shimatsuki village in the EC, not Japan. Don't forget that I am your father, and your body carries my blood. As my son, you must listen to me. Now you remember you're my father? But you bastard, have you ever done anything a father should do? Kei sure looked at Kei Zabor Shimatsuki's twisted face, a mocking smile appearing on his previously expressionless face. I haven't forgotten how you treated my mother. As a man, you should be the pillar of the family. Yet every day you took money from my mother to buy alcohol, and when you ran out of money, you beat her. When you came home drunk, you would also hit and scold her. My mother once cried to me, saying that if it weren't for me, she would have long since committed suicide. Shut up. That is my wife, my property. I can do whatever I want to her. My surname is Shimatsuki. I am a noble of Japan. If I were in Japan, I would have a harem by now. Yet in Shimatsuki village, I have only had your mother. Doesn't that prove my love for her? Then your love is truly disgusting. Even if you die in front of me today, I will never lift a finger to help you. My mother died young because of your long-term abuse. I will never forget how she looked in her last moments. If you weren't my biological father, I would have already torn you to shreds. At this point, Kei sure's calm expression suddenly turned sharp, exuding a strong killing intent. In that moment, you look like a demon crawling out of hell. You ungrateful son. I should have killed you and your lowly mother back, then instead of teaching you swordsmanship and raising a tiger to harm me. Ha ha ha. Teach me swordsmanship? You just wanted me to become a weapon to help you reclaim the title of the Shimatsuki clan, didn't you? Give it up. No matter what you say today, I will only protect Shimatsuki village. Out of respect for your past teachings, I will collect your corpse. Damn it. I am Kei Zabor Shimatsuki. I should be the lord. You all die. Since you all want me dead, I will bring you down with me. Kei Zabor Shimatsuki gripped the hilt at his waist, eyes filled with madness. As he drew the blade from its sheath, everyone felt a chilling aura emanating from him. They looked at the translucent long knife in Kei Zabor Shimatsuki's hand, which seemed to be made of ice, and felt an ominous presence. I never expected to use this blade in my lifetime. You should feel honored to die by this demon blade, Zuki, which is said to be even stronger than Yama. Kei Zabor Shimatsuki, as a renowned swordsmith of Japan, personally crafted the Great Blade Yama and Zuki, among others. The Great Blade Yama was famed for its ability to destroy even hell itself. This sword could unleash the user's flowing cherry blossoms, i.e., Busashoka Haki, demonstrating immense power. For ordinary people, using it would generally lead to their death from the absorption of Haki. But when used well, it was a powerful weapon. The blade in Kei Zabor Shimatsuki's hand. Zuki was a demon blade like Yama, but it was even more difficult to tame. This blade is my life's greatest work. Unfortunately, this demon blade cannot be tamed by anyone, not even by me as the smith. But now it's different, since my fate is death. Let you all see the power of the demon blade. Zuki. As Kei Zabor Shimatsuki laughed maniacally, the hand gripping the demon blade, Zuki, visibly withered at a rapid pace. In just a second, Kei Zabor Shimatsuki shrank to nothing but skin and bones. If Volebel guessed correctly, this was the same ability as Yama, which could absorb the user's Busashoka Haki. You all die. Kei Zabor Shimatsuki raised the demon sword Zen with both hands and swung it towards Inazuka's. A blue sword aura, only a little over 10 meters long, was unleashed from above Zen, cutting through the beach and the sea, directly parting them and freezing everything within a kilometer nearby. Volebel could sense that this sword energy was mixed with a large amount of armed color domineering and powerful cold air. Even Volebel at this moment could not guarantee that he could safely receive this sword energy without any harm. Just as Volebel was about to step in to block the sword energy for Inuyarashi, the fur on Inuyarashi's body bristled, and he hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Captain, trust me, let me handle it." Feeling the firmness in Inuyarashi's tone, Volebel hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retracted his foot. However, he did not give up. If anything unexpected happened, he would still be the first to act to protect Inuyarashi's life. Wherever the blue sword energy passed, the seawater and sand were instantly frozen. This terrifying cold air was likely the reason why Ichizuki was stronger than Enma. Inuyarashi's gaze was fixed on the blue sword energy, tightly gripping his blade. The Dragon Slayer. Red gas began to emanate from his body, quickly coalescing behind him into a giant red dragon. One sword style, Ultimate Dragon Slash. The phantom of the red dragon swiftly surged into the blade, and at that moment, the already black Dragon Slayer transformed into a crimson color. Inuyarashi's body suddenly expanded, all his strength erupting, and as he swung his long knife, a phantom of a giant dragon with claws and fangs flew out from the blade to collide with that sword energy from Ichizuki. A mushroom cloud mixed with red and blue rose up, and the collision generated a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions, causing the island to tremble violently and the sea to churn. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the beach where the two fought had vanished, leaving only a bottomless pit, which even the incoming seawater could not fill. Above the pit, Volebel floated in the air, wrapped in wind, holding the already unconscious Inuyarashi in one hand, his grip still tight on the Dragon Slayer. "Well done, Inuyarashi, you've finally grown up." That sword energy from Ichizuki was very powerful. Volebel estimated its strength had reached the level of a vice admiral. Even Volebel did not dare to underestimate this move. At the edge of the pit, Getsu Jinsaber, whose body was nearly drained by the cursed sword Ichizuki, lay weakly on the ground. Beside him was the cold-eyed Jinchur. Looking at his son, who had already grown into an adult, Getsu Jinsaber's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. At that moment, he seemed to see his spirited self from over 30 years ago. Over 30 years ago, on the day the Getsu family S-Lord ascended, he initiated a coup to usurp the position of the Getsu family S-Lord. But in the end, he failed under the intervention of Getsu Yashaharu. If it weren't for Getsu Yashaharu's nostalgia, allowing him and his followers to escape from Wano, Getsu Jinsaber would have long been dead. However, even after leaving Wano, Getsu Jinsaber did not give up searching for powerful materials to forge a strong legendary sword to enhance his strength and return to Wano. In the end, he forged the cursed sword Ichizuki, which was even more powerful than the great sword Enma. But the conditions for using the cursed sword Ichizuki were too harsh for him to tame. Ultimately, in despair, he sealed Ichizuki into its sheath, but still unwillingly kept it with him at all times. Later, Getsu Jinsaber thought of another method. He wanted to cultivate a swordsman stronger than himself, preferably one who shared his bloodline. That was why Getsu Jinsaber saved Jinchur's mother to use her as a breeding tool. After all, he had no feelings for Jinchur's mother. Later, his plan went very smoothly. Jinchur not only inherited his bloodline, but also had swordsmanship talent that surpassed his own. In just 20 years, Jinchur had already surpassed his peak self. But just when he wanted to have Jinchur return to Wano with him to seize the position, he was ruthlessly rejected by Jinchur and was even defeated and expelled from Getsu village. He did not expect that the reason for his plan's failure was that ordinary woman he treated as a breeding tool. In the eyes of this nobleman from Wano, Jinchur's mother was merely an object to him. In Wano, women were often treated this way, and it was common for some women to be sold to brothels by their husbands. However, Getsu Jinsaber's perception was only suitable for the feudal and backward Wano. In the ordinary village of Getsu, the relationship between husband and wife was equal, with men earning money and hunting while women cared for children and maintained the home together. Getsu Jinsaber's feudal mindset was the tragic reason for Jinchur's mother's fate, and it was also the fundamental conflict between him and Jinchur. Looking at Jinchur, who resembled his younger self, Getsu Jinsaber seemed to finally realize his mistakes, and a sense of guilt arose in his heart. He trembled as he lifted the Wado Ikemanji from his waist and handed it to Jinchur. "Cough, cough, cough, Jinchur. I truly am not a qualified father. Just as you said, I am a bastard. I am sorry for Wado Ikemanji. I hope you can find it a true swordsman. I will repent for my sins in hell." With a bang, Wado Ikemanji fell to the sandy ground. Looking at the lifeless Getsu Jinsaber, Jinchur stood motionless for a long time until Volebel walked up beside him. "Lord Volebel, Could you hand over this guy's corpse to me for disposal? As for these 2 swords, they belong to your spoils. Find a good owner for Wado Ikamanji. As for this cursed sword H-Zuki, I will take it away." After speaking, Volebel picked up the cursed sword H-Zuki from the ground. The moment he grasped the hilt of the cursed sword H-Zuki, a powerful suction force emanated from it, trying to draw out Volebel's armed color domineering. "Just a weapon, and you dare to act so arrogantly." Volebel's expression turned cold, and a large amount of blue and white electric currents surged within him, all pouring into the blade. Then, it seemed that Volebel heard a painful cry, and the cursed blade, Huangquan, began to tremble violently, trying to break free from Volebel's grip. Still not obedient, Volebel increased the current again, and, at that moment, he educated the troublesome kids like the Thunder King. The demon blade, Huangquan, trembled violently before finally quieting down completely. "Gung Shiro, you are a powerful swordsman. I hope to see your figure at the peak of the world in the future. I'm sorry, Captain Volebel, but protecting this place is my dream." "Ha ha ha, Gung Shiro. You are truly an interesting swordsman. Well then, goodbye, Gung Shiro." After saying that, Volebel jumped directly onto the deck of the Immortal. "Boys, let's set off. Let's continue our adventure." "Oh, Captain, where are we heading next?" Volebel stared at the sea chart in his hand, deep in thought. To be honest, the East Sea is vast, and there are far more countries here than in the anime. But the East Sea is not suitable for the Thunderstorm Pirates. The East Sea can be said to be the Navy's backyard. On the larger islands here, there are Navy branches stationed. If they continue to wander around the East Sea, it won't be long before their whereabouts are discovered by the Navy, and then they would face encirclement, which would not be good. Currently, Volebel has no intention of going to war with the Navy. Fighting them now would only deplete the strength of the Thunderstorm Pirates without any benefits. Only a fool would engage them in battle. Moreover, it is now over 20 years before the start of the storyline, and most of the main characters have not yet been born. Volebel did not want to significantly impact the birth of the main characters or drastically alter the original history. He had his own plans and intended to make good use of the Straw Hat Pirates to achieve his goals. The target was Reverse Mountain. At this moment, hundreds of nautical miles away from Frost Moon Village, a dog-headed warship was leisurely sailing on the sea. On the deck of the warship, a strong man wearing beach shorts was lying on a recliner, fast asleep. Suddenly, the strong man opened his eyes and turned to look in the direction of Frost Moon Village. Beside him, a man with a wild hairstyle and an eye mask lying on another recliner also noticed the strong man's movement and lazily asked, "What's wrong? Is there something unusual?" "Vice Admiral Carp?" Carp wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became alert. "There's someone fighting in that direction. I sense several strong presences." "No way, Vice Admiral Carp. I didn't feel anything at all." "Ha, you just need to practice for 30 more years. Then are we heading back to Windmill Village?" "No, those presences are very powerful. I feel they are at least New World level. They are not something the East Blue Navy can handle. We need to resolve this quickly. Inform the crew to head towards that direction at full speed. By the way, Kazan, tell Bogart to contact the nearby Navy branch and prepare for support at any time. We can't let such powerful individuals run amok in the East Blue." "Yes, Vice Admiral Carp." At this moment, Volebel was still unaware that they had been discovered by Carp due to the battle between Inuarashi and Frost Moon Gensuburo. The Immortal was racing across the ocean, trying to reach Reverse Mountain in the shortest time possible. 2 days later, on the deck of the Immortal, Inuarashi, wrapped in bandages, was carefully wiping the Dragon Slayer with a clean cotton ball. Beside him, Volebel was playing Dodiju with Zaruka and Viper. "Captain, you lost again." Zaruka couldn't help but mock the gloomy bear-head man, whose face was covered with sticky notes. The sailing in the East Blue was too safe, with almost no abnormal weather, which made everyone feel quite bored. To make the journey less dull for the crew and himself, Volebel had specifically brought entertainment like mahjong and dodiju aboard. At first, relying on his past life experience, Volebel defeated all his crew members and mocked them for quite a while. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, Zaruka quickly surpassed Volebel with his high intelligence, and the others also got familiar with the rules. Now, it had become very difficult for Volebel to win against them. Looking at the bad hand in his hand, Volebel could only frustratingly stick another note on his face. "By the way, Inuarashi, how's your recovery going?" Hearing Volebel's words, Inuarashi tried to move his body. "I've probably recovered about 70 to 80%. I estimate I can fully recover in another couple of days." Although Inuarashi had previously withstood the deadly sword energy from Frost Moon Gensuburo, he wasn't in great shape himself. Using the Dragon Slayer was still a bit strenuous for him, and his body had suffered heavy backlash. Since there were no doctors on board, Volebel and the others could only help Inuarashi with some basic bone resetting and medication. Fortunately, the Mink tribe had tough skin and strong recovery abilities. He had almost recovered in just 2 days. However, if there had been a qualified doctor to treat Inuarashi's injuries, he might have already fully recovered by now. It seems we really need to find a doctor as a companion. That way, we won't have to rely on your gene recovery potions. Zaruka. Captain, you finally said something sensible. Don't mess around. Do I look like a person? Another 2 days passed, and just as the Immortal was about to reach Road Town after sailing for half a day, the lookout spotted a pirate ship not far away. Volebel, who was playing cards, didn't pay much attention to this news. After all, there weren't any formidable pirates in the East Blue at the moment. Suddenly, Volebel seemed to sense something and took a deep breath, asking Viper, whose face was also covered in sticky notes, "Viper, do you smell something delicious?" "I do, Captain. But it should be that guy Zeph cooking something delicious again, right?" "No, this aroma isn't coming from the cabin. It's coming from that ship." As soon as Volebel finished speaking, Zeph hurriedly ran out from the cabin. "Captain, where are we? Why is there a smell of delicious food? Can you smell it too?" Zeph: "Yes, Captain. Even just by the smell, I can tell that the other party's cooking skills are impressive. I want to exchange culinary skills with them. That aroma is coming from that pirate ship over there. What do you think? Should we go meet them and exchange culinary skills? That would be the best. Boys, our head chef wants to go to that pirate ship to exchange culinary skills with their chef, to enjoy better food in the future. Hurry up and steer towards that pirate ship. Remember, we're going to exchange culinary skills, so don't get into a fight." "Yes, Captain. Captain Zeph, not good. That huge pirate ship is approaching us." "What?" Hearing the crew's words, Zeph, who had just come out of the kitchen, quickly took out his binoculars to observe. As the Immortal approached, the binoculars finally allowed him to see the appearance of that pirate ship and a white bear pirate flag. He looked at the pirate flag's emblem several times uncertainly, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. "Not good, boys. Hurry and escape. They are the Thunderstorm Pirates." Thunderstorm Pirates? The crew of the chef pirates looked at each other, unable to recall this pirate crew for a moment. However, they felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. "Wait, Captain, are you talking about the Thunderstorm Pirates that once killed a celestial dragon in front of Admiral Zifa at the Sabati Archipelago?" "That's right, it's that Thunderstorm Pirates. They are a powerful pirate crew that managed to escape from the encirclement of a Navy admiral. They're not something we can handle." Upon hearing Zeph's confirmation, the crew of the chef pirates hurried to control the sails, wanting to escape. Watching the sailing ship in the distance, trying to use the sea breeze to escape, Volebel revealed a wicked smile. For some reason, a strong wind suddenly blew, causing the sails of the chef pirate ship to inflate, but in the opposite direction. "It's over. Is fate trying to take us down? Captain, what should we do?" Feeling the untimely wind, Zeph's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. "There's no way out now. Draw your weapons and prepare to fight." As the Immortal drew closer, fear and shock appeared on the faces of everyone in the chef pirates. Their ship, only 20 meters long, seemed like a small toy compared to the Immortal. Looking at the Immortal, which was over 200 meters long and several dozen meters tall, it felt like a small island, imposing and overwhelming. The Immortal stopped several dozen meters away from the chef pirates, and Zeph looked up to see a giant bare-headed figure on the deck staring at him. Even though the other party didn't release any imposing aura, Zeph's body trembled uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, he was powerless. His instincts told him that the other party was a terrifying monster. Seeing some of his crew already paralyzed with fear on the ground behind him, Zeph took a deep breath and shouted, "You're the Thunderstorm Pirates, right? I wonder what you want with our chef pirates." Seeing Zeph's pale, anxious face, Volebel's eyes brightened. Recognizing the other party, Volebel realized he had encountered someone familiar. This was Zeph, who would later adopt Sanji. "I've heard of your name. Redfoot Zeph, right?" Volebel carefully sniffed the air, and his eyes brightened a bit more. "I heard that the members of your chef pirate crew are all skilled chefs. I wonder if we have the honor of inviting you to join our chefs for a dinner today?" Hearing Volebel's words, the chef pirate crew members breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, we will be more than happy to cook for the famous Thunder Pirate crew. Then please come aboard." A cloud ladder dropped from the immortal ship to the deck of the chef pirate crew. Zeph hesitated for a moment as he looked at the ladder, then gathered his strength and jumped onto the deck of the immortal ship. Seeing Zeph's display of strength, Volebel was not surprised. As expected of Redfoot Zep, his strength is quite impressive. "Ha ha ha, Captain Volebel is joking. My strength is nothing in your eyes. All right, stop being modest. With your strength, you are definitely a top pirate in the East Sea, and even in the Grand Line, you can sail safely with your abilities. By the way, Captain Zepp, let me introduce you to our chef, Zeph, from the Thunder Pirate crew. I came to find you because we caught a whiff of the aroma of your cooking and sensed your extraordinary culinary skills. I see. Looking at Zeph, who was quite a bit taller than him, Zepp frowned slightly and then suddenly had a realization as his eyes lit up. Are you the renowned Chef Zeph, who was a 3-time champion on Chef Island? I didn't expect you to know, Captain Zepp. It is truly an honor. As a chef, I have certainly heard of your great name. At such a young age, you have already become one of the best chefs in the Grand Line. When you went missing back then, chefs in our community were very regretful, and I never expected you to join the Thunder Pirate crew. Ha ha. Once he understood that Volebel's intention was simply to have him and Zeph exchange culinary skills and prepare a grand meal, the fear he had felt earlier dissipated. Following Zeph's explanation, all the members of the Chef Pirate crew relaxed and became excited. They all knew the famous Chef Zeph. As a pirate crew made up of chefs, what could be more enjoyable than cooking with a famous chef from the Grand Line? A few hours later, the sky had completely darkened, but the deck of the immortal ship was brightly lit. The crew members of the Thunder Pirate crew and the Chef Pirate crew gathered here, and the large deck was filled with tables and chairs, everyone eagerly waiting for the grand feast to be served. Before long, various delicious dishes were brought to the table, and Volebel reluctantly took out half of the fruit wine he had seized from the great Monkey King from his private stash. Everyone was amazed by Zeph and the others' culinary skills as they enjoyed the food. At the lively banquet, the members of the 2 pirate crews gradually let loose, putting their arms around each other, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. The barriers that had arisen from their differences in strength quietly disappeared. The banquet lasted throughout the night until dawn broke and the sun rose from the distant shore, marking the end of the feast. Looking at the crew members sprawled all over the deck, Volebel also reclined in a lounge chair, feeling slightly tipsy and content. The Thunder Pirate crew had not interacted with others for a long time on Nameless Island, and this banquet allowed the crew to express the repression they had felt. Although the days of sailing were boring, each adventure and the occasional banquet with others brought a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps this is the meaning of sailing. A few hours later, the crew finally got up from the banquet table, and after sobering up, they all let out satisfied roars. Zepp, your culinary skills are amazing. If you ever stop being a pirate and open a restaurant, it will surely be packed with guests. Ha ha ha. Chef Zeph, your cooking is even better than mine. During the process of cooking with you, I learned a lot of new knowledge. Likewise, farewell to all the members of the Chef Pirate crew. It is our luck to encounter each other on the vast sea. We must continue our adventures as the Thunder Pirate crew. Goodbye, everyone. Watching the immortal ship sail away into the distance, Zepp stared at the small booklet in his hand in a daze. Captain, what are you holding? A drunken crew member approached Zepp, wanting to sneak a peek at what he was holding, but was promptly kicked away by Zepp. You idiot. Go back to sleep if you're not awake yet. Zepp carefully opened the little booklet in his cabin, which contained the training methods for armament hockey, Soru, and Jeppo. Volebel is very curious about whether Zepp could sail further in the Grand Line if he learned to shave, moonwalk, and use armament hockey, and whether he would still end up with a broken leg like in the original story. This is a small experiment for Volebel. He wants to see if the world of One Piece has any corrective measures and to verify some of his hypotheses. Just a few hours after 2 pirate ships left this sea area, a dog-headed warship also arrived here. On the deck, Carp took a deep breath, smelling the lingering aroma in the air, and saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. So fragrant. Damn, couldn't the banquet last a bit longer? All right, Vice Admiral Carp, focus on your demeanor and stop sniffing. Bogart felt embarrassed for his superior, even though there were no others around. Really, Bogart, why are you so serious? Don't you think it smells good? Vice Admiral Carp. Okay, let's move on. Based on the remaining scent, they should have just left here not long ago. Full speed ahead. Captain, we VE reach near Logtown. We'll arrive at Reverse Mountain shortly. Good, continue at full speed. Volebel had no intention of stopping at Logtown. After all, Logtown, as the last small island before Reverse Mountain, was guarded by the strongest naval branch in the East Sea. Although for Volebel, this strongest naval branch could be easily wiped out, he didn't want to expose the whereabouts of the Thunder Pirate crew just yet. However, he didn't expect that over 100 nautical miles behind them, Carp was following the scent of their banquet like a dog. Hurry up and accelerate. Their target is Reverse Mountain. We cannot let such a dangerous guy leave the East Sea. Although the Grand Line is ostensibly under the jurisdiction of a navy, there are many other forces lurking in the shadows. Among them are powerful nations, pirates, and gangs, and even the Navy cannot fully control the Grand Line. Bogart, quickly notify the garrison at Lowtown to intercept them before Reverse Mountain. Remember, even if it costs something, we must delay those guys. Yes. Vice Admiral Carp. A few hours later, as the Immortal arrived at Reverse Mountain, the lookout spotted the situation and immediately shouted to Volebel and the others who were playing cards on the deck. Captain, not good. There are 3 naval warships blocking the way in front of Reverse Mountain. What? Volebel immediately put down the cards in his hand and looked at the warships in the distance. Just as the lookout had said, 3 warships were blocking the way in front of Upside Down Mountain, about a dozen nautical miles away. Damn, could it be that our movements have already been exposed? Did that guy Keela leak the information? Impossible, Captain. Keela is a smart man. He wouldn't do that. Yesub didn't believe that Keela would disregard their friendship and the lives of everyone in Zilabu village to inform the Navy. Well, that doesn't matter now. I need to observe for a moment. Volebel opened his observation hotkey to sense the presence of the few warships, and after confirming their strength, the serious expression on his face relaxed, turning into a bit of confusion. What's wrong, Captain? It's a bit strange. Those 3 warships don't have any strong presence. If the Navy really discover my whereabouts, they wouldn't just send these minions to stop us. Perhaps the Navy hasn't received news about us. But that guy shouldn't have leaked anything. So why are they intercepting us? Could it be that the captain and the others are not intercepting us? I don't know. But if we catch them, we'll find out, right? Boys, grab your weapons and move full speed ahead towards those 3 warships. Bring me their leader. No need to make it so complicated. Just leave one person to me, Captain. Viper tore off the note on his face and excitedly patted his chest. Okay, then it's up to you, Viper. Remember, make it quick to avoid any changes. No problem, Captain. At this moment, the Navy on the warship also noticed the Immortal, and seeing the familiar pirate flag, a man in a Navy cloak behind him bit through his cigar, looking extremely grim, and turned to his aide, roaring, quickly, bring me the contact for Vice Admiral Carp and the phone bug for the Navy headquarters. Brew. It's Brigadier Fire Mountain. What's wrong? Is there something happening in the East Sea? Marshal Kong, it's bad. The Thunder Pirate crew, which had escaped and disappeared for years from Admiral Zephyr, has appeared in the East Sea. What? Are you sure? I can guarantee with my life. As a Navy who graduated in the same class as Sakazuki, Fire Mountain, now a brigadier general and the highest officer of the East Sea Navy branch, could suppress the entire East Sea with his strength. But who would have thought that a big shark would emerge from this calm, fishing pond of the East Sea? Hearing that long-ago name that made him gnash his teeth, Steelbone Kong stood up angrily. Where are they now? Marshal, the Thunder Pirate crew is near Upside Down Mountain. We are less than 10 kilometers away from them. Why are you nearby? Are you hiding information? No, Marshal Kong. I intercepted them here because Vice Admiral Carp discovered some traces of the Thunder Pirate crew and told me to intercept them in advance. But I didn't expect that the crew I was told to intercept was the Thunder Pirate crew. Damn it. How far is Carp from you? Just now. Carp's aide said at least hundreds of nautical miles. I understand. I will contact Carp immediately. No need. Marshal, I've already contacted Vice Admiral Carp. Carp, wake up. Don't sleep. Fire Mountain shouted at the phone bug, which had its eyes tightly closed and was snoring with drool hanging from its nose. Carp, wake up quickly, or I'll cancel your entire vacation. Hearing that Steelbone Kong was going to cancel his vacation, Carp's bubble of drool burst, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Oh, it's Marshal Kong. Hearing Carp's nonchalant voice, Steelbone Kong's forehead twitched. Carp, be serious. Since you have discovered their whereabouts, why didn't you contact the Navy headquarters? You should know that the Thunder Pirate crew is not something the East Sea Navy can handle. They escaped from Zephyr years ago. Carp scratched his ear and said helplessly, Marshal Kong, you can't blame me. I was just passing by there on my way home and felt the momentum they emitted during their fight. I didn't know their identity. I initially planned to follow them alone, but their ship was too fast and my warship couldn't catch up, so I asked Fire Mountain to intercept them. How was I to know it was the Thunder Pirate crew? All right, the current situation is not about right or wrong. Hurry up and speed up to meet Fire Mountain. As for Fire Mountain, see if you can avoid conflict. Try to delay for time until Carp arrives. If you engage in battle with the Thunder Pirate crew, with your strength, you will definitely not be their opponent. I understand, Marshal Kong. As the Navy, we are already prepared for sacrifice. I will try my best to delay the Thunder Pirate crew. I understand, Brigadier Fire Mountain. Take care. After hanging up the phone bug, Carp stood up from the deck chair, stretched his waist, and walked to the stern deck. Bogart, hurry up. We are taking off. Some new recruits looked confused at Carp's words, not knowing what he was planning. Some seasoned veterans quickly called the new recruits to hold onto something sturdy nearby. Are you ready? We're taking off. Carp rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and aimed at the sea. Fist bone impact. With Carp's punch, A powerful shockwave sent the dog-headed warship flying from the surface of the sea. Vice Admiral Carp, you are really too reckless. Some Navy personnel who hadn't held on were almost thrown off, but ice blocks extended from the ship to secure their bodies. Ha! As expected of you, Kazan. Oh dear, this is really troublesome. Vice Admiral Carp. After hanging up the phone bug, Fire Mountain sighed in frustration, finishing his newly lit cigar, and looked at the Immortal, which was now less than 10 nautical miles away. He drew the long knife from his waist. Soldiers, load ammunition and prepare for battle. The Immortal quickly approached the warship, with both sides only a few hundred meters apart, close enough to see each other's appearances clearly. On the deck of the Immortal, Volebel was still leisurely playing cards with Jesus Burgess, while only Viper stood on the deck, locking eyes with Fire Mountain. I didn't expect that you, who survived from Admiral Zephyr, have not disbanded. Let me introduce myself. Cut the crap. You should be the strongest Navy here. Come and fight me. Viper remembered Volebel telling him to finish off the opponent quickly. Not you. Viper didn't give Fire Mountain a chance to speak, and his figure instantly disappeared from the deck, appearing several dozen meters in the air. In Fire Mountain's incredulous gaze, Viper actually used Jeppo to quickly approach the warship. Seeing Viper's smooth Jeppo, even the members of the Thunder Pirate crew gasped in surprise. They all learned the 6 powers from Volebel, but none could use it as skillfully as Viper. How was that possible? Where did you learn the Navy's 6 powers? Fire Mountain looked at Viper's skilled Jeppo, his heart filled with shock. The 6 powers were supposed to be learned only by the Navy's elite, and now it had leaked out. Moreover, Viper's mastery of Jeppo was obviously better than his. Watching Viper's movements, Volebel also showed a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Even now, he does not dare to claim that his mastery of the Navy 6 style surpasses that of Viper. Although Viper is not a swordsman like Inazuma, his strength is not weaker than Inazuma's, and in some aspects, he may even be stronger. With his powerful physical qualities and extraordinary talent in martial arts, combined with years of diligent training, Viper has become a formidable martial arts expert. At this moment, Viper has arrived above the warship, looking down at the shocked Fire Mountain, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He then flicks out his sharp claws, unleashing 10 wind blades that soar towards the warship like flying slashes. Damn it! Fire Mountain grips his katana tightly, coating it with armament hockey, and lets out a roar as he directly slashes out a flying slash that stretches 20 meters long to collide with Viper's attack. With a loud bang, the flying slash is shattered, but the remaining wind blades continue to rush toward the warship. Damn it! How can a mere officer of the Thunderstorm Pirates be so powerful? Fire Mountain curses inwardly, but he understands that he is the only one on these 3 warships capable of blocking this attack. He raises his katana, stomps hard on the deck, and his body immediately shoots into the air like a rocket. Fire Mountain opens his usually squinted eyes, filled with determination. The katana in his hand collides with the wind blades, producing a massive explosion. Subsequently, the wind blades, along with Fire Mountain's katana, are shattered, and the overwhelming force of the wind blades sends Fire Mountain crashing down from the sky, directly breaking through the warship's deck. Cough, cough, cough. Amid a series of coughs, Fire Mountain shakily jumps out from the shattered cabin. At this moment, his upper body is left with only strips of cloth, and there are several deep wounds on his chest that expose bone. He uncontrollably coughs violently, continuously spitting out blood. His gaze is fixed on Viper, who is flying in mid-air using moonwalk, filled with despair. Although he is also a renowned Navy genius, this is the first time he has faced such a powerful enemy. It is hard for him to imagine what kinds of monsters his peers, like Sakazuki, are facing in the New World. If he remembers correctly, Viper's bounty is only a mere 100 million berries. Yet, such a 100 million berries pirate is completely beyond his capability to contend with. Just as Viper is about to launch an attack to completely defeat Fire Mountain, a sound that grows louder enters Viper's ears from the sky. Meanwhile, Volebel and the others on the deck of the immortal ship also notice the sound and look towards the sky in the distance. They see a small black, rapidly piercing through the massive white clouds, descending towards them at an incredible speed, resembling a shooting star. As it gets closer, they can see that it is actually a dog-headed warship. On the deck of the warship stands a burly middle-aged man, hands on his hips, feet firmly planted on the deck, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Fire Mountain brat, old man is here. Navy hero Carp has arrived. Great. Vice Admiral Carp, you finally made it. Just as the warship is about to crash into the sea, Carp throws a punch at the sea surface, directly countering the force of the warship's descent. allowing the dog-headed warship to land smoothly on the sea. You must be the Thunderstorm Pirates, huh? I didn't expect the strong ones I discovered to be you. Since you've crossed paths with me, consider yourselves unlucky. Let me defeat you and send you off to impel down. Carp cracks his knuckles with a crisp sound, a brilliant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Who loses and who wins is still uncertain. Even if you're a Navy hero, you have no right to decide my fate. A powerful conqueror's haki rises from Volebel, causing soldiers on several Navy warships to fall unconscious. And even Fire Mountain feels his body go limp, half kneeling on the ground. Such powerful conqueror's haki. He is so young, yet possesses such formidable conqueror's haki. Kid, your dream is quite dangerous. However, this level of conqueror's haki is still far from enough. A powerful conqueror's haki rises from Carp, colliding with Volebel's conqueror's haki in the air, producing countless black-red lightning bolts. Come on, Hero Carp. Let me see just how strong you are, capable of contending with rocks. It has been a long time since I heard the name rocks. For the peace of the sea, you all go to impel down and repent. The two of them leap off the deck in perfect synchronization, their black armament haki enveloping their fists. Carp laughs loudly in midair and throws out his fist. Come and taste my love punch. Oomph. Thunder punch. The fist wrapped in blue electric currents collides with Carp's love punch, and a powerful shockwave erupts, sweeping across thousands of meters around them. The white clouds in the sky are instantly shattered by the shockwave, and the sea surface beneath their feet sinks by dozens of meters, forming a massive cavity. A tsunami dozens of meters high is generated, sending the warship and the immortal ship crashing towards the nearby upside-down mountain. Volebel and Carp both floated backward for hundreds of meters, feeling the air around them. Volebel could sense his right hand trembling slightly, as expected of the Navy hero Carp. Even a normal punch from him could possess such immense power. You're not bad either, kid. Even though that was just my ordinary punch, not everyone can block it. Your strength deserves a bounty of 400 million berries. At this moment, dozens of nautical miles away, the impact from the collision between Volebel and Carp had forced back the immortal ship and 4 naval warships, where fierce battles were taking place. Just as the serpent was about to pierce the burning mountain with a claw, a shield made of ice appeared in front of the burning mountain. The Viper, with his haki-covered claws, crushed the ice block, but was momentarily halted. In that brief moment, the figure of the burning mountain had already vanished. The Viper looked up at the tall, slender expert who was supporting the burning mountain, his gaze becoming sharp. Who are you? Are you also from a navy? The man, wearing a simple naval uniform with thick lips and an explosive hairstyle, was none other than the Navy's monster supernova, Kazan. Oh dear, this is troublesome. I'm Rear Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters. Let me take over for the burning mountain and fight you. Rear Admiral? Then you should be stronger than that guy from earlier. Let me see what a Rear Admiral of the Navy is capable of. Meanwhile, not far away, the Doghead warship had already clashed with the immortal ship, and both sides were engaged in fierce gunfire on the deck using makeshift ladders. On the deck of the immortal ship, Bold drew his giant sword, effortlessly repelling the Navy soldiers who boarded the ship. His massive physique, combined with his hockey defense, made him a killing machine on the battlefield. Jifu also unsheathed his chef's knife, each swing sending flying slashes toward the enemy. Tej was not to be outdone, shooting droplets of water that pierced through several Navy soldiers. At the top of the immortal ship's mast, Jesus Burgess aimed a Barrett at the Navy below, continuously firing. Each bullet could kill 1 or even more soldiers. However, the most intense scene was the 2 fighters clashing in the air. Bogart and Inu Wan were locked in a fierce aerial battle. One was Carp's aide, and the other was Volebel's subordinate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, dozens of nautical miles away, Volebel and Carp had exchanged punches over 100 times. As their punch speed increased, Volebel began to feel the pressure from Carp. Carp could feel the blood in his body starting to heat up. It had been a long time since he had fought so vigorously. The two completely embraced each other's punches, their fists striking each other with a sound akin to iron being hammered. However, Volebel knew he couldn't continue this way. Due to the difference in their hockey, he was taking far more damage than Carp. Volebel first forced Cap to retreat with a punch, then took a deep breath, and the hair on his body turned into white arcs of electricity at that moment. Lightning form. This move can stimulate the cells in Volebel's body with electric current, significantly enhancing his physical abilities in a short period of time. Volebel transformed into a white-blue lightning bolt, quickly approaching Carp. Seeing this, Carp, not to be outdone, covered his fists with armament hockey and struck at Volebel, just as their fists were about to collide. Volebel surprisingly dodged Carp's punch and landed a powerful blow infused with strong electrical currents directly on Carp's chest. Carp's shirt in front of him was instantly singed, and the immense electrical current combined with Volebel's enhanced strength sent Carp flying. This was the first time Volebel had knocked Carp back. Carp retreated several hundred meters, continuously using Moonwalk to counteract the force. Looking down at the charred fist mark on his chest, he felt a slight pain. "I haven't felt such a heavy punch in a long time, kid. Your physical training is quite impressive," Carp said, his fighting spirit growing hotter in his eyes. "Kid, this move of yours is somewhat reminiscent of a notorious pirate from the past. I believe he was called Blood Tiger." As expected of Carp, he recognized who my master was at a glance. "Huh, how could I forget such a powerful guy? No wonder you're Blood Tiger's disciple, but unfortunately, I was too weak back then to have fought against such a legendary pirate as Blood Tiger. However, it's still good to be fighting against his disciple now. Let me see how much of your master's strength you've inherited." Seeing that Carp only suffered a bit of superficial injury, Volebel felt quite disappointed inside. Even though he didn't voice it, he hadn't held back at all with that punch, estimating that even Zifa would have spat out blood if he had taken it. At the moment Volebel's fist hit him, Carp had already covered his chest with armament haki, which mitigated most of the punch's power. Carp's armament haki was exceptionally powerful, reaching a perverse level. Although Volebel was confident he could contend with an admiral, Carp was not just any admiral. He was a naval hero, even stronger than an admiral. No, I can't keep clashing head-on with Carp. Although Volebel was confident about his progress over the past few years, the opponent was Hero Carp, one of the top 5 strongest in the sea. But before Volebel could come up with a countermeasure, Carp attacked again. A terrifying surge of armament haki began to pour from Carp's fists, eventually forming a layer of transparent armor around them. Armored Iron Fist of Armament Haki. Seeing the opponent's move, Volebel's pupils contracted. This technique was similar to the one Zifa had used earlier. However, the armament haki on Carp's fists was clearly much stronger and more solidified. Without hesitation, Volebel decided to use elementalization to distance himself from Carp, as his speed was noticeably faster than Carp's. Yet Carp seemed to have anticipated this, unleashing a powerful Conqueror's haki that froze Volebel's body in place. Seizing the moment, Carp had already reached Volebel's front. With no time to dodge, Volebel could only make a hasty move. Due to the short distance between them, he could only pull back his arm and then violently thrust it out. Half-step Shatter Fist. The fist wrapped in lightning collided with Carp's armored Iron Fist. In an instant, shockwaves and lightning swept across the sea, and both men were once again knocked back. However, this time Volebel clearly retreated farther. Drip, drip. Scarlet blood stained Volebel's white furred hand, continuously dripping into the sea. Feeling the intense pain in his right hand, Volebel was filled with shock. Undoubtedly, his right hand was already fractured. Observing Volebel's condition, Carp couldn't help but grin. "Kid, since you fought that guy Zifa, you must have seen this move before." This technique is called Armament Haki Armor, an advanced skill of armament haki and synonymous with its hardness. A powerful armament haki can condense into an invisible armor outside the body, greatly enhancing the user's defense and attack power while nearly nullifying all Devil Fruit abilities. Upon hearing Carp's words, Volebel finally understood why his punch felt as though it had struck the Red Earth continent and had been so hard to shake. Before this, Volebel had thought Zifa's move was a special martial art, only to realize now that it was actually an advanced technique of armament haki. In his understanding, the only advanced technique for armament haki was the flowing cherry haki from Wano, and he had not expected there to be an advanced technique called armament haki armor. "I can sense that you just used a technique to make your armament haki flow, but your mastery is too low to shake my armament haki armor at all. Now prepare yourself. Go repent in the underwater prison. Don't speak too soon, Carp. Have you forgotten that I'm also a Devil Fruit user? Let me show you the power of the Storm Fruit." Thick clouds rapidly formed in the sky, followed by lightning flashing within the clouds, heavy rain pouring down, and powerful winds creating tornadoes and whirlpools in the air and sea. The storm range created by Volebel this time is 10 times that of the previous battle against Zephyr. And there has been an essential change as well. Carp looked around at the devastating storm and was shocked beyond measure. No wonder it's the Storm Fruit. If I'm not mistaken, the source of this natural disaster's power is not you, but the entire sea. As expected of the hero Carp, he immediately recognized the power of my move. That's right, in the past, Volebel had to expend his own stamina to activate the power of the Storm Fruit. But now, Volebel has shifted most of the consumption to the sea. The reason he was able to achieve this is that Volebel discovered the close connection between the storm fruit and the sea. The endless sea generates water vapor that rises into the sky, where it gathers under the influence of the wind and turns into clouds. The water vapor condenses into clouds, which then coalesce and finally turn into liquid rain, and electricity is generated within the dark clouds. Afterward, the raindrops fall back into the sea, thus forming a complete cycle. It can be said that wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all originate from a sea. After Volebel understood this principle, he began to develop in this direction, ultimately succeeding in placing the consumption of this technique upon the sea. Now, as long as Volebel is willing to control the storm, it can exist indefinitely. Impressive. Being able to develop to this point shows you have a deep understanding of the storm fruit, and awakening is not far off. Truly worthy of the storm fruit. Even without awakening, it can create such large-scale natural disasters, but it's still not enough. Then why don't you give it a try? As Volebel's voice fell, countless lightning bolts suddenly descended from the dark clouds, and a violent wind created a towering tornado accompanied by a 100-meter tsunami rushing towards Carp. Under such a natural disaster, Carp felt as if he were facing the entire world alone. Haha, that's the feeling. It's really been a long time since I practiced punching against such things. Then Volebel witnessed an unbelievable scene. An endless stream of armament haki surged from Carp, eventually covering his entire body with armament haki armor. It's worth noting that Zifa back then could only cover his forearms and below with armament haki armor. Yet Carp before him could achieve full body coverage. Carp's figure moved as if teleporting, arriving in front of the tsunami and tornado, and with one punch, he split the tornado in half. The overwhelming tsunami was sliced in two by Carp's whip kick, and the lightning falling from the sky was shattered by the powerful shockwave generated by Carp's punch. Under Carp's terrifying strength, the storm disaster was easily destroyed as if it were a small wife. What a monster! Watching Carp's inhuman performance, even Volebel felt a sense of insurmountable power, truly deserving of being the world's top existence just by mastering physical techniques. This is the hero Carp. However, the time for delay was long enough. At some point, energy spheres of different colors appeared before Volebel. They were the energy bodies of the four natural elements: wind, rain, thunder, and clouds. Under Volebel's control, the four energies fused into a purple energy sphere. Feeling the power within the energy sphere rising exponentially compared to before, Volebel was overjoyed. Finally succeeded. This technique was learned by Volebel over the past few years, modeled after the moves of his master Blood Tiger, who described the previous user of the storm fruit's abilities. This technique condenses the energies of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning into an energy body. When the four energies merge, they transform into a strange purple energy. Although his master did not know what this purple energy really was, he understood that this technique could unleash extremely terrifying power. According to Blood Tiger, this move could only be used after the opponent's fruit awakened. However, Volebel could barely use this move thanks to the elemental energy brought by the storm. Though it wasn't the complete form of the technique, its power was definitely not weak. Feeling the terrifying power within the purple energy sphere, Carp's expression turned serious. What a strange technique this is. Volebel wouldn't give Carp a chance to react. His left hand, still able to move, grabbed the purple energy ball and transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing right in front of Carp. The speed was so fast that even Carp could only react momentarily, covering his entire body with armament haki armor, curling up and crossing his arms to assume a defensive posture. The purple energy ball was pressed against Carp's body by Volebel, and at that moment, the previously stable purple energy ball began to expand rapidly at an incredible speed the moment Volebel relinquished control. Seeing this, Volebel hurriedly used elementalization to evade damage, and the purple energy sphere grew larger and finally covered an area of over 10 kilometers. With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud over several thousand meters high appeared over the sea. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, a giant pit several kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep appeared in the ocean. Even Volebel was shocked by such destructive power. He did not expect this move of his to be so strong. It seemed he had gained some insight into this technique, and he had a premonition that as long as he could comprehend its mysteries, he would awaken his fruit's power and become even stronger. However, he could not afford to think further at this moment. His observation haki sensed that Carp's aura at the center of the explosion, although weakened, was still strong. That guy Carp still had not lost his fighting ability. Without hesitation, Volebel transformed into lightning and quickly made his way to Reverse Mountain. At this moment, the 4 Navy ships and the crew on the Immortal were forced to cease fighting due to the aftermath of the battle between Carp and Volebel. Both sides continuously took action to protect their ships from the attacks of tsunamis, hurricanes, and lightning. Volebel landed on the deck of the Immortal, directly using the power of wind to lift the Immortal off the sea, quickly ascending into the sky and disappearing from sight. Just a few minutes after the Thunderstorm pirates left, a figure covered in charred black fell onto the deck of the Doghead warship. Looking at the unknown creature in front of him, completely charred and with even his hair and beard gone, Fire-Burning Mountain hesitated for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Is that you, Vice Admiral Carp?" Hearing Fire-Burning Mountain's uncertain tone, Carp's already dark face became even darker. "Of course, hurry up and find me some clothes." After saying that, Carp jumped directly into the sea to wash himself. When Fire-Burning Mountain returned to the deck, he saw Carp, whose entire body was now devoid of hair. Looking at the severe burns on Carp's body from the recent explosion, as well as the fist mark on his chest, Fire-Burning Mountain's expression was quite grim. Is Vice Admiral Carp's opponent really that strong, capable of inflicting such heavy injuries on you? Carp, upon hearing this, put on a pair of shorts and touched the fist mark on his chest, his gaze sharpening. "Go get the Den Mushy. I need to report the current situation to Admiral Kong." "It's Vice Admiral Carp." "Hello, is this Admiral Kong?" "This is Carp." "How is it, Carp? Have you captured the Thunderstorm pirates?" Hearing Steelbone Kong's hopeful question, Carp fell silent and did not respond. Seeing Carp's silence, Kong suddenly had a bad premonition. "Did they escape again?" "Sorry, Admiral Kong, I wasn't able to capture them." After hearing Carp's response, Steelbone Kong took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Carp, are they really that strong to escape from you?" "Very strong." At this point, Carp's tone became particularly serious. "That guy called Volebel has truly grown up. I estimate that even Zifa wouldn't have a complete victory over that kid now. Their armament hockey and observation hockey are just one step away from reaching the top level, and their devil fruit abilities are on the verge of awakening. Plus, they have quite a bit of Conqueror's hockey. Although technically none of these have reached the top level, and they still can't match the strength of a Marine Admiral. He has mastered techniques from the former Great Pirate Blood Tiger, and coupled with his devil fruit ability, it's just too abnormal. By my personal estimation, his strength is now not inferior to that of a Marine Admiral. Of course, if it were Sengoku, he should still be able to defeat him, but capturing him now would at least require the combat power of 2 admirals. Has he grown to such an extent?" Steelbone Kong sat in his chair, somewhat dejected. Since the Thunderstorm Pirates debuted, they have caused him a lot of trouble. To be honest, this should be the most troublesome pirate group for him apart from the Rocks Pirates, knowing that they would grow to such a terrifying level. He had sent enough forces to pursue them, but he had never succeeded. Now that they have grown to this point, capturing them again has become very difficult. I will notify the Navy in the Grand Line to temporarily abandon the capture of the Thunderstorm Pirates. If they encounter the Thunderstorm Pirates at sea, they should protect themselves without engaging. The current sea is just too chaotic, and we no longer have extra forces to deal with such a strong small pirate group. As long as they don't commit crimes in the Grand Line, the Navy will not engage in battle with the Thunderstorm Pirates. Right now, I just hope the Thunderstorm Pirates quickly roll into the New World and have infighting with that group of pirates. But how should we explain to the world government about Admiral Kong? After all, the Thunderstorm Pirates killed a celestial dragon. Now that the sea is so turbulent, they still need the Navy to stabilize it. At most, we will receive a few scoldings. I've long since gotten used to that. Steelbone Kong took a sip of tea, feeling much better. By the way, apart from that guy, Volebel, are there any other powerful members in the Thunderstorm Pirates that need bounties? Powerful members? Carp looked at Fire-Burning Mountain, who was covered in bandages on his ship, and nearby were Bogart, who had bandages on his chest, and Akiji, who had bandages on his arm. He instructed them to carefully explain their opponent's abilities. After listening to Carp's report, Steelbone Kong's previously slightly better expression became grim again. He didn't expect that the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates would be this strong now. Perhaps soon another large pirate group would emerge on the sea. At this point, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if so many geniuses appeared in our Navy. A day later, news of the Thunderstorm Pirates escaping again shocked the entire world once more. Just yesterday, the Thunderstorm Pirates had appeared in the East Sea and engaged in fierce battles with the Navy led by the hero Carp. In the end, over 100 Navy soldiers died. Vice Admiral Fire-Burning Mountain was heavily injured. Several high-ranking Navy officers were also seriously injured, and even the Navy hero Carp was wounded. The final result was that the Thunderstorm Pirates successfully escaped pursuit and entered the Grand Line. Because of this great escape, the bounties of the Thunderstorm Pirates members changed. Captain Volebel's bounty increased from 400 million berries to 650 million berries. Viper's bounty rose from 100 million berries to 200 million berries. Inuarashi was also rewarded for the first time with a bounty of 120 million berries, nicknamed the Red Blade Swordsman. The reason for such a high bounty was that he had injured Bogart, Carp's vice admiral, who had participated in the God Island incident and was not weaker than a Navy rear admiral. The fourth-ranked member, also receiving a bounty for the first time, was Bogart, the navigator, part-time helmsman, and shipwright of Volebel's ship. Nicknamed the Great Sword Giant, he had a bounty of 74 million berries. In the battle against the Navy, he single-handedly blocked most of the Navy soldiers and was the best-performing warrior aside from those like Inuarashi. The fifth-ranked member, also receiving a bounty for the first time, was the Fishman Tiger, nicknamed the Kung Fu Fishman, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Following that was Zeph, who was awarded a bounty of 38 million berries for his sword energy and chef's uniform, nicknamed the Blood Chef. The last member to be rewarded was Jesus Burgess, who had always hidden in the lookout and never revealed his appearance. However, with the Navy's investigation, they learned about Jesus Burgess's information in just one day. Name, Jesus Burgess. Sniper of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Nickname, God Marksman. Bounty, 30 million berries. As for the other members of the Mink tribe, each of their bounties was basically around 10 million berries. It can be said that even a random member of the Thunderstorm Pirates would be an absolute great pirate in the four seas. Even in the Grand Line, they are definitely no weaklings. The Thunderstorm Pirates have once again appeared on the sea, causing a slight upheaval across the entire ocean. Whether it's the New World, the world government, or other major forces, everyone was somewhat shocked upon hearing this news. They never expected that the Thunderstorm Pirates, who had long since vanished, would re-emerge on the sea with such a significant increase in strength. However, at this moment, Volebel was still unaware that the reputation of the Thunderstorm Pirates had already spread throughout the ocean. Volebel and his crew were nearing their first island on the Grand Line, Cactus Island. The name Cactus Island sounded unfamiliar, but it had a small town called Whiskey. Yes, this is the future gathering place for many bounty hunters, Whiskey Town. But for now, the residents of Whiskey Town were just ordinary people, making a living by brewing beer. It would only be after Roger's death that this place would become a base for bounty hunters, who would earn berries by hunting down new pirates coming to the Grand Line from all over the seas. Since there was nothing of particular interest in the town, Volebel sent a few people to buy some local beer, and after recording the log pointer, they left Whiskey Town. What Volebel didn't know was that the news of the Thunderstorm Pirates had already been passed to his boss behind the scenes by a bar owner in Whiskey Town. But that essay's story for later. 2 days later, following the guidance of the log pointer, Volebel and his crew finally arrived at their destination. From a few nautical miles away, they could see the remains of two giant beasts. Indeed, the two captains of the former giant soldier pirates were not to be underestimated. Everyone was shocked to see the bones of the sea kings that resembled small mountains. The immortal ship docked on the coast of the small garden, and everyone disembarked from the ship. Volebel thought for a moment and then took the viper dog, Lon, and Boer to the island. Before leaving, Volebel specifically called out Zhuaka, who was conducting experiments in a laboratory. "Hey, Captain Volebel, why did you call me out? I was in the middle of an experiment." Zhuaka, following behind Volebel, kicked him in dissatisfaction. Volebel, feeling the other person's strength like that of an ant, explained somewhat helplessly, "This small island is called Little Garden, and it is home to ancient creatures that resemble saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs. I thought you would be interested in these animals, which is why I brought you along." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing Volebel's words, Zhuaka immediately became interested. However, after following for a while, Zhuaka had not seen any of those creatures, and his gaze toward Volebel was already filled with questioning. Volebel looked at the three people beside him and kicked one of them. "You guys need to tone down your aura. You've scared away all the animals." After hearing Volebel's words, the few of them awkwardly restrained their presence, and soon sounds began to emerge from the surrounding jungle. Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger, over 5 meters tall and nearly 8 meters long, jumped out. When this saber-toothed tiger saw several giant bear-headed, bull-headed, and dog-headed figures that were even taller than itself, especially a giant, its previously open mouth instantly closed, and it turned to flee. A viper suddenly appeared behind the saber-toothed tiger, grabbing one of its legs and flipping the massive creature onto the ground. With a thud, the saber-toothed tiger lay on the ground, seemingly dead. "Well done, Viper." Zerka praised the snake and then walked over to the saber-toothed tiger, excitedly exploring it. "Wow, it really is a saber-toothed tiger. Captain, what you said was true. Can you help me catch one of every ancient creature on this island for my experiments? No problem. Upon hearing Volebel's agreement, Zerka happily dragged the saber-toothed tiger back to the ship for experiments. Watching Zerka easily move the saber-toothed tiger, Volebel and the others were left in awe. This saber-toothed tiger must weigh at least several tons. It seems Zerka had undergone some kind of body modification. Let's go. We still haven't reached our destination. The group passed through the jungle and arrived at a lake, with 2 volcanoes in front of them emitting white smoke. Just as everyone wondered what was happening, the 2 volcanoes suddenly erupted. The ground began to tremble slightly, and then 2 giants, over 20 meters tall and wearing crude leather armor, burst out from the jungle near the volcanoes. The 2 wielded long swords and short axes, clashing at incredible speed, and the immense force caused the entire small garden to shake. Countless pterosaurs and flying birds took to the sky from the jungle, making a cacophony of noise. Volebel stood quietly by the side, blocking 3 people as he waited for the 2 giants to fight. After an hour of battle, the 2 giants ended up in a stalemate, exhausted, sitting on the ground and laughing heartily. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their laughter, and the 2 giants noticed a group of people not far away watching them. When they saw Volebel and his companions, they showed expressions of surprise. Both the giants and the Fur Tribe members, Dongli and Brokey, had seen each other before, but it was the first time they encountered this particular combination. These 2 must be the captains of the former giant warrior pirate crew, Volebel said. I am Volebel, the captain of the Thunderous Pirates, and as you can see, I am a member of the Fur Tribe. The 3 people behind me are my companions, Viper, Dogstorm, and the giant boar. Hello, I am Dongli. I am Brokey. I wonder what brings you, Captain Volebel, to seek out us 2 old fellows. By the way, why haven't I seen you, Boar, in the tribe? Are you a newly born giant from Elbaf? So you're giants from Elbaf. I am Boar, a giant from Giant Island. What? Upon hearing that Boar was from Giant Island, Dongli and Brokey exchanged excited glances. Is Giant Island still around? We thought it had sunk. As 2 giants of high status in Elbaf, they had heard of Giant Island, one of the 3 great homelands of giants. However, hundreds of years ago, Giant Island lost all news overnight, and even using a record pointer, it was impossible to find its location. The giants of Elbaf speculated that some kind of accident had caused Giant Island to sink into the sea, but now they were astonished to hear a giant claiming to be from there. Seeing their excitement, Boar couldn't suppress his own excitement and continued to converse with the 2. After listening to Boar's story, Dongli and Brokey both showed anger on their faces. Damn it, so it was the world government that did this. No wonder Giant Island lost all news overnight back then. Don't worry, Giant Island has now regained peace, and I believe that in a few hundred years, we can rebuild Giant Island once again. After hearing Boar's words, the 2 giants, dragging their exhausted bodies, stood up and bowed gratefully to Volebel. Thank you, Captain Volebel, for helping my fellow giants. Don't be so polite. I just happened to come to Giant Island and help Boar and the others. Captain Volebel, you helped Giant Island, so you are a benefactor of our giant tribe. By the way, Captain Volebel, what is the purpose of your visit this time? I came to invite you 2 to join the Thunderous Pirates and continue sailing the seas. You want to recruit us? Exactly. I want to invite you 2 to join our Thunderous Pirates. Dongli and Brokey exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Sorry, Captain Volebel, but we can't agree to that. Our wager has not been decided. We cannot give you an answer until our battle is over. Seeing their stubbornness, Volebel was momentarily speechless. He had to admit that these 2 might be the most obstinate people he had ever encountered in his life. After all, not everyone could fight for 100 years just to determine a winner. Then why do you have to determine a winner? Upon hearing Volebel's question, both of them looked somewhat confused. Brokey, why have we been fighting until now? How would I know? You don't know? I don't know either. Listening to their bizarre conversation, Volebel felt his head spinning. Boar, hearing what his giant predecessors were saying, was also perplexed. Is this human speech? Why can't I understand it? Although they had forgotten the reason, they both insisted on determining a winner. Volebel felt his heart racing at the other person's firm words, thinking that if this continued, he would eventually be driven to death by the 2 idiots in front of him. How about this? Let's make a bet. We'll have a match. And if you 2 can injure me, I'll give up on recruiting. On the contrary, if you 2 can't do it, then you'll join the Thunderstorm Pirate crew. Captain Volebel, do you think too little of us? We are warriors from Elbaf. So what do you say? Shall we bet? Volebel looked at the 2 fools in front of him, their faces showing anger, and knew that his simple provocation had worked. He continued to stoke the flames, saying, You 2 can come at me together. All right, we accept your wager, betting on the honor of the Elbaf warriors. Good. I will come back here tomorrow. And I hope both of you can maintain your best fighting condition to face me. After saying this, Volebel quickly pulled a few people and ran back to the ship without looking back. Once he was far away from the two, Volebel let out a sigh of relief. He felt that if he continued talking with them, he would be driven to anger. Bull, you seem pretty smart. Why are those two so stubborn? Bull wanted to explain to his clansmen, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Tiger, Jesus, you two take a few crew members to help Doctor Choka catch all those ancient animals in the small garden. After giving instructions to the two, Volebel went to the training room to continue his physical training. Becoming stronger requires persistent effort. The next day, Volebel arrived on time at the clearing in front of the volcano. As the volcano erupted, Dong Li and Brokey emerged from the jungle, surrounding Volebel. Captain Volebel, which one of us do you want to fight first? Looking at the two dull-witted guys in front of him, Volebel provocatively beckoned with his hand. You two can come at me together. If you can hurt me, I'll admit defeat. No need, I can handle alone. Brokey drew the giant sword from his back, pointing it at Volebel. Come on, let me see how much strength the famous captain of the giant warrior pirate crew has left. Brokey raised his long sword and swung it at Volebel. Feeling the power behind the sword, Volebel had no intention of retreating. He directly reached out and grabbed the blade of the giant sword. The tremendous force transmitted to the ground, causing the ground beneath Volebel's feet to crack and sink instantly. Too weak. Is this the strength of your giant warrior race? Woolabier's muscular arm pushed the giant sword back with a single punch. Brokey's body was directly sent flying by Woolabier and crashed to the ground. How is this possible? Brokey, are you okay? Dong Li hurried to help Brokey up, and at that moment, Brokey stared blankly at his already torn tiger mouth. Let's attack together. If it's just like this, I can't even take a step back. Damn it, Brokey, let's go together. Dong Li gripped his short axe and charged at Woolabier, while Brokey also regained his senses and raised his giant sword to attack. Volebel stood motionless on the ground, extending his hands to catch the axe with one hand and raise the giant sword effortlessly with the other. Then, with a strong swing of his arms, he sent both the weapons and Brokey flying away. The two massive bodies crashed to the ground, creating two large craters. Struggling to get up, they looked at the weapons in their hands that were nearly crushed, feeling shock in their hearts. Were these two merely names without substance? As pirates whose bounty had reached 100 million berries nearly a century ago, they couldn't even use the color of observation hockey? Hearing Woolabel's words, embarrassment appeared on Brokey's face. It wasn't that they couldn't use it, but rather that they were unable to unleash the color of observation hockey at this moment. They were not incapable of it, but after decades of battle, the internal injuries they had accumulated had reached a terrifying level. Now, they were like the future Golden Lion, whose body was no longer able to support the powerful hockey they once wielded. The last move is our trump card. If Captain Volebel, you can withstand this move without a scratch, then we will join the Thunderstorm Pirates. All right, I look forward to it. Dong Li and Brokey understood that this was their final trump card. They raised their weapons, now covered in cracks, and infused terrifying power into them. As their strength erupted, they simultaneously swung their weapons. A terrifying white shockwave seemed to rush towards Volebel. Elbaf's dominance. Watching the rapidly approaching white shockwave, Volebel finally showed a hint of seriousness on his face. Yes, this is the power you two should have. Woolaber directly entered Thunder Mode, and the hair all over his body turned into white arcs of electricity, with bolts of lightning rapidly gathering on Woolaber's fist. Thunder Fist. Woolaber suddenly threw a punch, and a blue shockwave composed of fist force and lightning collided with the power of a nation. As the two attacks clashed, the entire small garden began to tremble violently. Several volcanoes erupted with scorching magma, and the powerful shockwave swept the soil off the ground, causing the large trees to sway uncontrollably. As the smoke cleared, the original open space had turned into a large pit, and Woolaber walked up to Dong Li and Brokey. At this moment, Dong Li and Brokey lay on the ground in a disheveled state, their hair standing on end from the electricity, and their weapons had turned into fragments. Dong Li and Brokey lay helplessly on the ground, looking at the unscathed Woolaber with bitter smiles. Captain Woolaber, you have won, but unfortunately, we are no longer at our peak. Otherwise, we would definitely have had an exhilarating battle with you. Woolabel extended his hand to pull the two up from the ground. No matter what, welcome to the Thunderstorm Pirates. From now on, you are my companions, so please take care of me. Thank you, Captain Woolabel. I haven't had a drink in decades. It feels so good. At this moment, Dong Li and Brokey were on the deck of the Neverending, drinking from enormous wine glasses. Everyone looked at the two giants in surprise. No one expected there would be two giants on Little Garden. Captain, what should we do next? If we continue on this course, we will have to stay at Little Garden for a year. Volebel naturally understood that he couldn't spend a year staying at Little Garden. After all, the sea would soon become turbulent. Roger was about to surrender, and Volebel wanted to use the chaos caused by Roger to establish his own large pirate crew during the Great Pirate Era, so he couldn't stay at Little Garden. In the original work, Luffy and the others directly crossed the journey to Alabasta using a log pose that pointed straight there. However, Volebel didn't have such a thing, but he had already thought of a solution. Don't worry, Boar, I've already looked at the sea chart. The distance from Little Garden to the next island isn't far at all. As long as I grasp the general direction and don't go too off course, I can use magnetic perception to find the location of that island. Since the captain is already prepared, I can rest assured. No problem. Just leave the direction confirmation to me. Soon, the immortal ship set sail again. According to Volebel's understanding, their next island was called Carl Island. There was a kingdom of Carl there, which was not only a member of the world government, but also had a naval branch station on the island. However, Volebel wasn't worried. Even if the Navy sent a vice admiral, he could handle it. 3 days later, not good, Your Majesty. The Thunderstorm Pirates are less than 50 nautical miles away from us. A soldier jogged up to the king to deliver the latest news. In the hall of the castle, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a golden crown turned pale upon hearing this news. Damn it, they just arrived at the Grand Line 10 days ago, and now they've already reached us? How'd they cross Little Garden so quickly? It's important to know that the magnetic influence of Little Garden requires a year to record. And with many powerful ancient beasts on Little Garden, normal people wouldn't take that route. This is also the reason why the kingdom of Carl hadn't suffered from pirate invasions for many years. What should we do now, King Carl? Upon hearing this news, the ministers in the hall began to discuss among themselves, all displaying fear. Has Colonel Russell received this news? The soldier hesitated, looking at the king's grim expression, and finally nodded. At the same time we detected the Thunderstorm Pirates, the naval branch also discovered them. Upon hearing this, King Carl secretly regretted why he had agreed to let the Navy establish a branch in their country. Unlike other naval branches, the one stationed in the kingdom of Carl was very weak. After all, this place had never been frequented by many pirates. The Navy branch here was a support base for the Navy on this route, used for storing supplies. One could say that the Navy branch in the kingdom of Carl was merely for show, and even Colonel Russell Station there was just an ordinary naval officer. If their kingdom didn't have a naval branch, they could completely allow the Thunderstorm Pirates to enter, at worst. They could pay money to avoid disaster and at least save the country. But with the naval branch, the news had already reached the Navy and the world government. If he did that, his fate could very well be death. Quickly call Colonel Russell over. Before long, Colonel Russell, whose face was as dark as coal, arrived in the hall with several sailors. King Carl waved to dismiss the ministers. He wanted to discuss in detail how to protect the kingdom and their lives with Russell. Colonel Russell, have you contacted the naval headquarters? Upon hearing this question, Colonel Russell's expression grew even darker. I have contacted the naval headquarters. Air Marshal said that the closest to us is Vice Admiral Garp. However, it will take at least half a month for them to arrive. By the time they get here, we will be dead. So we're just waiting to die. After hearing this news, King Carl's face turned ashen, filled with despair. The Navy wanted to negotiate with the Thunderstorm Pirates, and if the negotiation went smoothly, the kingdom of Carl should be able to survive. I never thought that one day our Navy would actually negotiate with pirates. Damn it, because of the Navy and the kingdom of Carl's allowance. The immortal ship successfully docked near the port of the kingdom of Carl. Just when the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates felt that the process was a bit too smooth, a man wearing a crown and a man in a Navy uniform arrived at the port, surrounded by soldiers. Thunderstorm Pirates, I am Colonel Russell, the highest officer of the 56th Naval Branch. Just a naval colonel? Viper, who wants to take action? Volebel slouched in the recliner with no desire to move. After all, he was just an ordinary colonel. Just as several officers were eager to take action, the leader, King Carl, hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment, members of the Thunderstorm Pirate crew. We are not here to fight you. We want to talk to your captain, Volebel." Oh, upon hearing the other party's words, Volebel became somewhat interested and stood up from the recliner. Volebel walked to the edge of the deck and curiously asked the people below, "Interesting. What do you want to talk to me about? Speak quickly while I'm still curious." Seeing that Volebel was interested, the expressions of the two men also brightened a bit. At least there was a chance for a conversation. King Carl hesitated for a moment, waved his hand to the soldiers behind him, and Colonel Russell nodded to the naval soldiers beside him, signaling them to step back. In just a few seconds, Only King Carl and Colonel Russell remained on the coast. Just as Volebel was curious about what the two would do next, Colonel Russell surprisingly took out a din mushy from his pocket. As the din mushy was connected, a voice filled with pressure came from it. This should be our first conversation. Scum of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Let me introduce myself. I am Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Hearing his admiral insult others as scum, Colonel Russell's mouth twitched, fearing that Volebel might directly attack and kill them. Oh, I didn't know it was the famous Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. I wonder what someone like you wants to discuss with a small person like me. There was no hint of fear in Volebel's tone, and it even carried a hint of provocation. Steelbone Kong listened to Volebel's taunts and, after a few seconds of silence, spoke in a voice that sounded almost constipated. Volebel, let's make a deal. As long as your Thunder Pirates don't attack the world government's allied nations, naval bases, and world government organizations during your journey in the Grand Line, I can reach a temporary agreement with you that our Navy will not take action against you. I didn't expect the famous Admiral of the Navy would reach such an agreement with a small pirate like me. How interesting. Will you accept this condition? If you don't, our Navy will send out extermination orders to hunt you down. You should know that you are still in the Grand Line, and it would be very easy for our Navy to encircle you. At worst, we will directly give up some territory in the New World to eliminate your Thunder Pirates first. You see, you're anxious. Admiral Kong, this deal isn't impossible, but your chips aren't enough. Volebel, don't push your luck. Steelbone Kong, don't you think you're trying to catch a wolf with empty hands? Let us not even talk about whether your Navy will honor this agreement. Even if you do, you haven't paid any price. For me, aside from not being chased by your Navy, I gain no benefits. If you want me to reach an agreement with you, I need you to raise the stakes. After hearing Volebel's words, Steelbone Kong, in the office of the Navy headquarters, angrily kicked the desk in front of him away. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" Admiral Kong, since that is the case, I want 5 paramecia-type devil fruits. What? Impossible. Hearing that Volebel wanted devil fruits, Steelbone Kong didn't hesitate to refuse. He knew that even the worst devil fruits were incredibly precious treasures, especially for the Navy, as devil fruits are strategic resources that can enhance their strength. He cannot easily give away such valuable items. Then our agreement is void. I'll just be hunted down by your Navy again. It's not the first or second time. After hearing Volebel's words, the veins on Steelbone Kong's forehead bulged, and he was close to grinding his teeth. I can give you at most 2 devil fruits, and they will be animal type. I want paramecia-type devil fruits. Admiral Kong, you're offering me animal-type devil fruits. Isn't the price difference a bit too large? How about this? A flat price of 3 animal-type devil fruits. The ordinary ones will do. Of course, if Admiral Kong is willing to give me ancient or mythical types, that would be even better. You dreamer. So, Admiral Kong, will you agree to this deal? Steelbone Kong thought for a moment about the many important islands on this route, especially the final judicial island, and gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree. There will be someone on the next island to deliver the devil fruits to you. However, you must promise me that you will not attack the world government's allied nations, the Navy and world government organizations while on the Grand Line. If you violate the agreement, you will face our Navy's full-scale encirclement. Rest assured, I agree to your conditions. But I hope to see those 3 animal-type devil fruits on time when I arrive at the next island. With a cold snort, the snail phone was abruptly hung up by the other party. Volebel looked at the 2 in front of him, who were trembling in fear, and waved his hand. You 2 can relax. I want to take action against you for those 3 devil fruits. But is it okay for me to purchase some supplies from you? Of course. No problem. Captain Volebel, just let us know what supplies you need, and we, King Carl, will provide them for free. Seeing the other party so accommodating, Volebel nodded in satisfaction. You're a smart man. Volebel instructed his subordinates to purchase supplies while he continued to train in the gym. A few hours later, Volebel, drenched in sweat, arrived on deck and saw that the deck of the Immortal had already been filled with various supplies. Viper, what happened? Did you rob the kingdom of Carl? No, Captain. I only reported some necessary supplies. But King Carl sent us a lot of supplies and even gave us 300 million berries as a thank you. Looking at the huge treasure chest that Viper brought over, Volebel curiously opened it and saw it neatly filled with berries. He didn't expect the other party to be so generous. Since it was free, he might as well take it. Organize the supplies into the cabin. I don't want to end up without a place to sunbathe later. Yes, Captain. The next island of the Kingdom of Carl is called Kuril Island, the largest trading island on this route. It is said that as long as you have money, you can buy precious items from all over the sea and the New World on this island. According to the information Volebel and his crew received from King Carl, a group of unknown forces has emerged on Kuril Island in recent years. Relying on their powerful strength, they established a large auction house on Kuril Island. The auction house has gathered precious items from Kuril Island and has now become the gold signboard of the entire island. After learning this news, Volebel felt a sense of curiosity. What kind of force could establish a profitable auction house in such an important trading city so close to the Navy branch? Boys, set sail. Next stop, Kuril Island. At this moment, in a high-end office of the Kuril Island auction house, a man was arguing with the other side of the phone book. Steelbone Kong, why should your Navy make me provide you with 3 devil fruits? Don't forget what my identity is. Oomph. If you don't provide them, I wouldn't mind shutting down your auction house. Hearing the anger in Steelbone Kong's tone, the man finally compromised. I can provide you with these 3 devil fruits, but Steelbone Kong, you must agree to some of my conditions. Speak. I've heard that the world government intends to recruit some strong individuals to form a new force to counter the great pirates of the New World. I wonder if I have the honor to become one of them. Doflamingo, although I don't know where you got this news. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. However, since you are willing to provide these 3 devil fruits, I can mention it to the world government. All right, since Admiral Kong agrees to my condition, I will provide these 3 animal-type devil fruits. By the way, Doflamingo, I advise you not to provoke the Thunderstorm Pirates. After all, Kuril Island is not a world government member state. If it gets destroyed, the Navy won't intervene. Don't worry, Admiral Kong. The other party is the notorious Thunderstorm Pirates. I am just a small underworld family. Just so you know, the immortal Thunderstorm Volebel is a notorious killer of celestial dragons. As a former celestial dragon, he won't take you seriously. After 2 days of sailing, the Thunderstorm Pirates finally arrived near Kuril Island. As everyone looked at the city on the distant coast, they were all amazed. This was their first time seeing such a prosperous city. Even before they landed, they could see the bustling streets filled with people. Just as they were approaching Kuril Island, a ship quickly arrived in front of the Immortal. As the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates prepared to confront the enemy, a man in a deep red suit with flashy red glasses flew in front of the Immortal. Volebel, who was lounging on a deck chair enjoying afternoon tea, looked at the man in the air with surprise. He didn't expect the other party to arrive in the Grand Line so soon. Indeed, the man was none other than one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Heavenly Knight Demon, former celestial dragon Don Quixote, Doflamingo. It seemed that the auction house on Kuril Island was Doflamingo's property. No wonder he was a candidate to become the king of the underground world, achieving a career before the age of 20. At this time, Doflamingo had not yet been bounty hunted. His Don Quixote family was part of the underworld, and with his identity as a celestial dragon, he could smoothly take over Kuril Island without the Navy daring to act against him. Volebel sat up in the recliner and looked at Doflamingo, who was smiling arrogantly in the air. Where did this nameless nobody come from to disturb my nap? A powerful conqueror's haki surged from Volebel's body. Although Doflamingo's smile remained, he began to sweat coldly upon sensing this overwhelming haki that was much stronger than his own. It was normal for Captain Volebel not to have heard of me, a nameless nobody. I am Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, and also the behind-the-scenes power of Kuril Island. I came here this time without any ill intentions. I am just entrusted to deliver these items to you, Captain Volebel. Doflamingo took out 3 exquisite small boxes from his chest and tossed them over. Before the boxes could fall, an invisible wind caught them and flew them in front of Volebel. The boxes opened up in the wind, revealing 3 different colored, uniquely shaped Zoan-type devil fruits inside. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be the intermediary that Steelbone spoke of. It seems your identity is not simple. If I remember correctly, Don Quixote should be the surname of the celestial dragons, right? Upon hearing Volebel's words, Doflamingo's expression did not change at all, but he felt a surge of joy inside. He had come specifically to announce his name to leave a deep impression on Volebel's mind, preparing for future business dealings. If he could make Volebel owe him a favor, it would be a significant gain for him at this moment. However, Doflamingo was unaware that Volebel's understanding of him was likely more detailed than his own. After all, in his past life, Volebel had quite liked Doflamingo as a character. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the world of One Piece, but unfortunately, he ultimately fell to Luffy's protagonist aura. Upon seeing such a talent for the first time, Volebel wanted to recruit him. However, he understood that Doflamingo was not a suitable candidate for recruitment. Nonetheless, they shared a common goal in wanting to destroy the celestial dragons and overturn this world. Additionally, Doflamingo's business acumen was quite good. As long as you were stronger than him, he would make you feel comfortable. Seeing Volebel's interest, Doflamingo immediately took out a din mushy. I wonder if I could have the honor of leaving my contact information for you, Captain Volebel. In the future, if you want to engage in any underground business, you can come to me. Volebel did not refuse and nodded to take the phone bug from the wind. Seeing Volebel take the phone bug, Doflamingo was overjoyed. Although he had sacrificed 3 Zoan-type devil fruits, he not only received a promise from Steelbone Calm, but also established a connection with Volebel, a future limitless pirate. He felt this deal was worth it. Captain Volebel, tomorrow is our annual auction on Corvo Island. I invite all members of the Thunder Pirate crew to attend. I believe there will be treasures in the auction that will attract you. After extending the invitation, Doflamingo did not linger and returned to his ship, docking the Immutable at the port. Watching Doflamingo leave quickly, Volebel looked at the phone bug in his hand, unsure of what he was thinking. If anyone wants to attend the auction tomorrow, come with me. The rest of you are free to do as you please. Oh, long live the captain. The crew happily left, and Volebel lay back down on the deck chair again. It wasn't that Volebel didn't want to go to the island. It was mainly that his current features were too obvious to hide his form. Wandering around the island would only lead to trouble, so it was better to stay on the ship and contemplate. Ever since his last battle with Carp, he felt that he was just a thin membrane away from awakening his fruit. Volebel understands that there are many stronger individuals in this world than himself. If he wants to completely dominate his own fate, he needs to work harder and plan more, not letting any opportunity to enhance his strength slip away. After several hours of contemplation, Volebel ultimately gained nothing. Feeling unfulfilled, he realized he needed a battle to stimulate himself. With nothing insightful gained, Volebel began to wander aimlessly around the ship and eventually found himself outside Jaka's laboratory. Volebel pushed open the laboratory door and saw Chuka, whose eyes were red and had dark circles all around. Chuka, you stayed up late doing experiments again? Chuka did not respond to Volebel and continued to look at the things under the microscope. Just when Volebel thought something had happened to Chuka, Chuka finally moved, letting out a loud shout and jumping up excitedly. Great! I finally extracted the genetic factor from the devil fruit. What? So fast! Hearing this news, Volebel was also overjoyed. It was only half a day since they got the Zoan-type fruit, and Chuka had already extracted the genetic factor from the devil fruit. Haha, I'm indeed a genius. All right, genius, hurry up and go to sleep. Looking at you, it seems like you've been staying up for several days. I'm really afraid you'll end up exhausting yourself to death. It was only at this moment that Chuka noticed Volebel. After hearing Volebel's words, fatigue surged from within her like waves, making her body go weak, and she fell backward. Volebel rushed to support Zhuoka from behind upon seeing her. Even though the experiment is important, you also need to take care of your health. Seeing the concern in Volebel's eyes, Zhuoka felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't this the first time studying such a rare thing as the devil fruit? I got a bit too absorbed in it. Since you've already discovered the genetic factor of the Zoan-type devil fruit, you can continue the research after you wake up. No, I have an idea in my mind that I haven't realized yet. If I don't conduct the experiment, I will feel uncomfortable all over. What experiment? Previously, my biological potions were made using the genetic factors extracted from animals. Although I could obtain most of the animal's power, it also limited the user's talent. The Zoan-type devil fruit can grow stronger through development. According to what you said, any devil fruit can be developed to the point of awakening. So, I'm wondering if I can use the genetic factors of the Zoan-type devil fruit to create a biological potion with growth potential. If the research is successful, my biological potions will undergo a qualitative improvement. Hearing this, Volebel's eyes brightened. If this experiment can succeed, it would definitely be a good thing for him. No wonder you are the top scientist of our Thunderstorm Pirates, but Zhuoka, you should rest for now. Remember, you're not only a scientist, but also a partner of our Thunderstorm Pirates. I don't want my partner to have health problems. Looking at Volebel's serious expression on his fierce bear face, Zhuoka reluctantly nodded, showing a rare warmth. All right, then I will rest for a while and continue the research tomorrow. Early the next morning, when Volebel planned to exercise, he found that the lights in the laboratory were already on. Entering the lab, he saw Zhuoka, who had already regained her spirits, merging a tube of biological potion with another unknown potion. Haha, finally succeeded, Zhuoka exclaimed excitedly, looking at the purple potion in her hand. Volebel curiously looked at the tube of purple potion. Is this potion different from the previous biological potions? Rather than calling it a biological potion, it's better to call this potion a devil potion. What do you mean? In simple terms, through my experiments, I found that only the genetic factors from a creature of the same species as the extracted devil fruit can be used to make a devil potion. This potion should possess most of the abilities of the devil fruit without the side effects, essentially a weakened version of the devil fruit. Unfortunately, this devil potion requires the genetic factors of the devil fruit as raw material, and one devil fruit can produce 5 tubes of devil potion. It's a pity that the devil fruit used as raw material cannot be reused. That's enough. This research result is already great. Since the research has succeeded, I would like to invite the beautiful Ms. Zhuoka to be my companion to attend the auction, if that's okay. Okay. Hearing Volebel's words, Zhuoka lowered her head and replied softly, "Then I won't disturb you here. See you later, Zhuoka." After saying that, Volebel left the laboratory, but he didn't know that Zhuoka, with her head down, had a flushed face for some reason. I didn't expect this stinky bear to have such a gentlemanly side. Today, Volebel rarely decorated himself, draping a tiger skin cloak over himself, which was a gift from a saber-toothed tiger during their time in the small garden. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhuoka, who had transformed from her usual crazy scientist appearance. The deep red high-neck dress accentuated her perfect figure, and her flawless face, paired with her flowing blonde hair, exuded a powerful charm at all times. At this moment, Zhuoka was the most beautiful focus, making it hard for anyone to look away. This time, accompanying Volebel to the auction were Inulan, Viper, and Jesus Burgess. As for Tiger and Bull, they had no interest in the auction. Doflamingo had long sent his subordinates to wait at the port, and when they saw Volebel and the others, they all lowered their heads in fear. Looking at the black suits worn by Viper and the others, Volebel felt a sense of being a black boss on the move. You can't deny that this feeling is a bit enjoyable. Under the leadership of a few people, Volebel's group crossed the street to a huge building. Passers-by couldn't help but be attracted to Zhuoka, but when they saw Volebel and his group, they quickly scattered in fear. Looking at the massive building that resembled a bird's nest stadium, even Volebel was a bit shocked by Doflamingo's financial power. The tall guards pushed open the door to the auction, and a beautiful receptionist led everyone down the brilliantly decorated aisle. One must say that Doflamingo's ability to make money is quite impressive. The guards led Volebel and his group to a very luxurious private room. Sitting on the soft leather sofa and looking through the one-way glass in front, Volebel and the others could clearly see the auction stage opposite them. Zhuoka curiously touched the soft leather sofa and sat next to Volebel. It seemed that they were waiting for Volebel. Just as they settled down, the auction officially began. After the formal announcement, a man wearing a white suit with a red cape draped behind him and 2 vertical red tattoos on his face walked onto the auction stage. The man was Diamante, one of the core members of the Don Quixote family. Diamante is a user of the float fruit, capable of turning any object he touches into a lightweight, cloth-like form, though the material of the object does not change. With this ability, Diamante can even turn steel into clothing to enhance defense. His strength was barely adequate. Had he not followed Doflamingo since childhood, he would only be an ordinary cadre now. However, his vision was still good, and he invested in Doflamingo's success. Welcome everyone to the Kurara Island auction. I am your auctioneer for today, Diamante. Today, we are honored to have esteemed guests, and I hope everyone can find the treasures they need at the auction. As the auction began, a beautiful receptionist pushed a small cart to the auction stage. Diamante picked up a red cloth, revealing a long knife with a black sheath. He drew the blade, and the sharp edge gleamed with a dazzling cold light, indicating it was a good knife. Today's first auction item is a fine blade, one of the 51 excellent blades, named Listening to the Rain. It is said that this knife was once held by a very powerful swordsman and is a treasure among knives. Owning this knife can at least enhance a swordsman's strength by half. Therefore, the starting price for this knife is 5 million berries. Hearing that the first item was a fine blade, the bidders in the audience were taken aback. One must know that precious items like fine blades would absolutely be the highlight of smaller auctions. Now, it was actually the first auction item, indicating that the subsequent items would be even more precious. It was hard to imagine what else would be auctioned off at this auction. Listening to Diamante's passionate introduction, many swordsmen in the auction began to place their bids. I bid 5 million berries. I bid 6 million berries. Soon, this fine sword was auctioned up to 10 million berries. Normally, you could buy 2 fine swords for that price. Volebel wasn't tempted by this famous sword. After all, there were only 2 sword trainers on his ship, and they both already had their beloved swords, so it was of no use to them. In the end, this fine sword was sold to a swordsman for 11 million berries. Seeing this price, even Volebel realized how profitable the auction was. The fine sword usually sold for about 5 million berries, and now it could be auctioned for twice its original value. Looking at it this way, One couldn't help but wonder how much the other party was making. Indeed, people in the Grand Line were wealthier. Soon, more valuable items came up for auction, but there were very few that caught Volebel's interest. He still had 300 million berries from King Carl, and in this era, the purchasing power of 300 million berries was still quite strong. After bidding on more than 20 items, Volebel finally saw an auction item that piqued his interest. Looking at the cubic stone on the auction stage, Volebel placed a bid immediately, as this was a raw piece of sea stone. Sea stone has properties similar to the sea itself. It can restrain devil fruit users and can also be placed beneath the ship's cabin to isolate sea kings. Volebel's reason for wanting to bid on these sea stone was simple. He wanted to use them for training. In the end, Volebel spent 26 million berries to acquire these sea stones. Just when Volebel was starting to feel a bit drowsy, Diamante suddenly shouted, "Esteemed guests, next up are the last 3 items for auction, the grand treasures of our event." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. The red curtain behind Diamante was pulled back, revealing an iron cage. Inside the cage was a young man who looked to be only in his teens, wearing only shorts, with a sea stone explosive collar around his neck. His sharp nails and fierce gaze were intimidating. As Diamante approached the cage, the young man attempted to reach out and attack him, but as soon as he touched the iron cage, he was repelled by a jolt of electricity. This is a wild man we discovered on a deserted island. He has consumed an animal-type devil fruit and possesses great strength. Capturing him cost us quite a bit. Therefore, the starting price for this wild man is 50 million berries. Hearing this price, a gasp of astonishment arose from the audience. To be honest, an animal-type ability user isn't that rare. You could buy an animal-type devil fruit for 50 million berries. Due to the high price, no one in attendance made a bid. Just when everyone thought it would be a no sale, in the VIP box on the second floor, Zaka took a bit of interest in the young man. Volebel, just in time, I need a test subject. A living animal-type ability user is perfect. I want him. Zaka playfully kept tapping on Volebel's thigh. 50 million berries. I want this guy. Although 50 million berries was indeed a bit high, he had sea stones in hand. If this kid had no cultivation value, he could simply extract the fruit from his body. Volebel could see the unyielding will in the youth's eyes, like flames. Perhaps the 50 million berries was not a loss after all. Next came the second to last item. Diamante took out a beautiful box, opened it, and revealed a devil fruit with red, twisted patterns resembling a pear. This was a paramecia-type devil fruit known as the weapon fruit. It could transform the body into swords, and even firearms, making it a decent paramecia-type devil fruit. Upon hearing that this devil fruit was the weapon fruit, Volebel's eyes immediately lit up. However, the audience below showed expressions of disappointment upon hearing it was a weapon fruit. In their eyes, a devil fruit that could at most transform into firearms had limited potential. In this era, people viewed the power of firearms as negligible in the face of strong individuals. Spending so much on a devil fruit that could only serve as a cannon clearly seemed like a loss. Nevertheless, Volebel understood the immense potential of this devil fruit. Paramecia-type devil fruits generally had great potential, and as long as one's imagination was broad enough, they could be developed in extreme ways. If the weapon fruit could be developed to create missiles, hydrogen bombs, atomic bombs, or even laser weapons, superparticle blades, and antimatter weapons, then the weapon fruit would truly be invincible. Of course, Volebel knew it was difficult to develop to such an extent, but this did not negate the strong potential of the weapon fruit. The starting bid for this devil fruit was 80 million berries. Upon hearing this bid, the venue fell silent. No one wanted to spend 80 million berries on what they perceived to be a weak paramecia-type fruit. I'll take it for 80 million berries. Congratulations, honored guest. Now is time for the last item. Diamante once again took out a beautiful small box, opened it, and revealed a devil fruit with yellow patterns. This was a rare animal-type fruit, the ancient species Archaeopteryx fruit. The people in the audience became excited upon hearing it was an ancient animal-type fruit. However, Volebel couldn't help but laugh when he heard it was the Archaeopteryx fruit. What's wrong, Volebel? The ancient animal types should be very powerful devil fruits, right? Zorka asked, somewhat confused. Do you remember those feathered birds we encountered in the small garden that could glide in the air? They were Archaeopteryx. This ancient creature doesn't have a strong body. It could only glide, making it one of the most useless ancient-type fruits. However, judging by the looks of these people, they probably still didn't know what an Archaeopteryx was. Zorka and the others felt speechless after realizing what the Archaeopteryx was. In the end, this ancient animal-type devil fruit was auctioned off to a tall man in a black robe for 170 million berries. Volebel glanced at the other person, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed a strong presence and was surprised that there were such figures in the Grand Line. However, after just one glance, Volebel lost interest, although strong. They were still incomparable to him. As the last auction item was sold, the auction came to a successful conclusion. Just as Volebel planned to take his companions to settle the payment, Doflamingo unexpectedly arrived at the box. Doflamingo was draped in a familiar pink feather coat. Captain Volebel, as my esteemed guest for this event, I will cover your expenses at the auction. Consider this a way to make a friend with you, Captain Volebel. Seeing the smiling Doflamingo, a smile immediately appeared on Volebel's face. Haha, since you're being so generous, I want to be polite. In the future, if I want to buy anything, you will be the first one I consider. If you need a little help from me, that's no problem either. With Volebel's promise, Doflamingo's smile grew even brighter. For him, connecting with a strong individual was far more valuable than the money involved. After all, with his current earning ability, he didn't lack for a few berries. However, his strength was still too weak and his foundation unstable. If he wanted to establish himself in the underworld, he needed to find a strong ally. Volebel is the strongest pirate he can currently come into contact with, which naturally makes him his target, leading him to help Volebel multiple times. He wants to prove his abilities in front of Volebel, making Volebel believe that his financial power and underground world identity can assist Volebel. Volebel also understood Doflamingo's meaning. The two old foxes had reached a cooperative relationship. Help me get the auction item onto my ship and keep in touch with Doflamingo. No problem. On the deck of the ship Immortal, Volebel and the others were gathered around the iron cage, looking at the white-haired boy inside. The boy looked at the monsters surrounding him without the slightest fear, even baring his teeth at Volebel and the others. Captain, I have to say this guy is actually quite fierce. Viper looked at the young man in the cage, reminiscent of a beast fight, and felt a bit of admiration in his heart. Volebel walked up to the iron cage, grabbed the iron bars with both hands, and with a strong pull, directly broke the bars. Seeing the bars that trapped him break, the white-haired youth, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, immediately squeezed out. As soon as he got out, he was grabbed by a large hand. Volebel watched as the white-haired youth in his hand struggled to break free, his fingers gripping the key to unlock the sea stone explosion collar. Feeling his strength returning, the white-haired youth twisted his body even more desperately, trying to escape from Volebel's grip. But Volebel's large hand was as immovable as an iron clamp. Sensing the threat, the white-haired youth's body began to change. Black fur quickly sprouted all over him while his short white hair rapidly grew longer and a black tail emerged from behind him. Beastification, huh? Powerful energy erupted from the youth's body. Unfortunately, such struggles were completely futile in the face of absolute strength. Not bad. I admire your power a bit, kid. Volebel had already transformed into a half-orc form, resembling a white-haired young man like Inuyasha, let out a roar, still not giving up. His strength was increasing, and because he was exerting himself too much, his eyes began to bleed. Seeing that the opponent seemed to have completely lost rationality, disappointment appeared in Volebel's eyes. If the opponent could not be reclaimed, there would be no value in cultivating him. Just as Volebel was thinking about how to extract the devil fruit from the opponent's body, the white-haired young man finally began to speak. Let me go, monster. You can talk. I thought you were a mindless beast. Because of the excessive effort, the young man sustained internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed he hadn't spoken in a long time, and when he did, his words were intermittent. I will not be a slave. Kill me. Seeing the unwillingness to submit, Tiger felt a bit moved and spoke up. Captain, why not let him go? A devil fruit user is worth cultivating, and I'm willing to be his guardian. Since Tiger has said so, I can give you a chance. I want you to prove your worth. If you can prove your value, you can join the Thunderstorm Pirates. But if you fail, don't blame me for being heartless. Do you have a name? The white-haired young man was momentarily stunned by Volebel's question. I have no name. I am an abandoned orphan. Then you'll be called 01 for now. Work hard. I'll give you a month to learn the two-color hockey. If you can learn it, I'll give you a real name. After saying this, Volebel placed him on the deck, and Tiger hurried over to his side in case he posed a threat. 01. Captain, will you be my family in the future? Looking at 01's hopeful eyes, Volebel seemed to see an orphan longing for family. As long as you can do it, we will all be your family from now on. Okay, I will definitely succeed. Seeing 01 suddenly filled with passion, Volebel felt a bit uncomfortable for some reason. He seemed to see himself as an orphan in his past life in the other. However, now Volebel looked at his companions around him, their faces showing happy smiles. He was no longer alone. By the way, Here's a Jesus cloth for you. Volebel tossed the weapon fruit to Jessup. Jessup looked at the weapon fruit in his arms and, somewhat uncertain, asked, "Captain, are you sure it's for me? The only one on our ship who can match the weapon fruit is you, Jessup. With the weapon fruit, you can turn any part of your body into a weapon. Given your familiarity with firearms, your strength may reach a terrifying level. I have high hopes for you, Jessup. Don't let me down." Listening to Volebel's grand promises, Jessup's gaze became resolute as he directly picked up the weapon fruit and swallowed it in one bite, only to immediately reveal a pained expression. "Wow, it tastes terrible, Captain." After complaining about the taste of the devil fruit, Jessup began to attempt to control his ability. Jessup's right hand quickly elongated and expanded, eventually transforming into a sniper rifle identical to his own. He aimed at a rock on the coast and fired a shot. With a bang, a small hole was left in the center of the massive rock. "Wow, the gun I created is actually just as powerful as my sniper rifle. However, Captain, it seems I can only transform into weapons whose structures I understand, not into imaginary weapons." "No problem. I know some very powerful weapons that will be enough for you to use for a long time. Once you learn to master the two-color hockey, your strength will see a significant boost. Make sure to develop this devil fruit well." "Yes, Captain. I will not let this devil fruit down. Bull, let's set sail and continue our adventure with the Thunderstorm Pirates." A few days later, in the Immortal Training Room, Volebel was now lying weakly on the floor. Overcoming the effects of sea prism stone in a short time was indeed difficult. Lying there, Volebel raised his hand to look at the gray shackles on his wrist and sighed helplessly. For the past few days, Volebel had been wearing sea prism stone shackles to train his resistance against it, so that he could better utilize his other powers when he lost his devil fruit. What Volebel wants to be is a versatile powerhouse. He doesn't want to lose all his combat abilities because of weaknesses. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Immortal Number, Tiger is teaching 01 to cultivate hockey. Watching 01 train diligently in front of him, Tiger feels quite relieved. For 01, the Thunder Pirate crew is a place that is willing to accept him, and for the sake of home, he is willing to put in 100 effort. Just as Volebel finishes another round of training and collapses on the floor, the lookout tower announces the latest news. They are about to arrive at Drum Island. Hearing this news, Volebel takes off his sea prism stone bracelet and goes to the deck, where he sees Drum Island in the distance, with several cylindrical peaks. Looking at Drum Island, Volebel knows he is once again on Luffy's route. Drum Island is a famous medical nation on the Grand Line, and he has finally arrived at such a medical powerhouse. Volebel had long made up his mind to find a doctor as a partner here. It would be really troublesome for a pirate crew to be without a doctor. The immortal ship docked at the port of the Drum Kingdom, and a group of soldiers dressed in green military coats quickly surrounded the entire port. The strong man at the front walked up to the immortal ship and shouted, "You must be the Thunder Pirates. I am Rhett, the captain of the guards of the Drum Kingdom. Our king welcomes your arrival, and I wonder if there is anything we can assist you with." "Rhett, right? I am Volebel, the captain of the Thunder Pirates. I have come to the Drum Kingdom to find a doctor as a partner. Rest assured, I will respect the will of the doctors. I need your help to spread the message throughout the Drum Kingdom." Upon understanding that Volebel only wanted to recruit a doctor, Rhett also breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, we will spread the news right away." "All right, I will wait at the port of the Drum Kingdom for 3 days." Rhett quickly left the port to instruct the soldiers to spread the message. Volebel watched the departing soldiers and began to contemplate the plot of the original work. At this time, Drum Island was not yet under the control of that future warlord, but rather governed by his father. His father was a benevolent ruler, known for his governance, but he was overly indulgent with his children. Thus, after his death, Warlord would become the person he was. The doctors of the Drum Kingdom had not yet suffered persecution from Warlord, and it was believed they would soon know the outcome of the recruitment. 3 days later, Volebel stood on the deck, feeling the biting cold wind blowing from Drum Island, which he found very comfortable. His fur was indeed well suited for living in such an environment. Zorka also stepped out of the cabin to see the scenery of Drum Island, but as soon as a gust of cold wind hit, he shrank back into the cabin like a hamster. While Volebel was sitting on a chair on the deck, reading the newspapers from the past few days and sipping hot milk tea, Red arrived at the port, leading 2 individuals up the stairs to the deck. "Captain Volebel, these are the only 2 doctors so far willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates, the sisters Luca and Luna. Although they are only 16 years old, they are already well-known doctors in our Drum Kingdom." Looking at the 2 young girls, Volebel felt curious. "Why do you 2 want to join the Thunderstorm Pirates? Adventuring at sea is a gamble with your lives." "Captain Volebel, we are joining the Thunderstorm Pirates to repay your kindness." "Repay my kindness?" Volebel replied. I don't remember having any debts to you. Captain Volebel, do you remember the celestial dragon that you killed? He was our enemy. Our parents were famous doctors in the Drum Kingdom. Because that celestial dragon contracted a rare disease, our parents were forcibly taken by the world government. Later, the celestial dragon was cured, but he claimed that his holy body was defiled by commoners and harmed our parents. Yet we had no way to seek revenge. But Captain Volebel, you killed that celestial dragon, and for this great favor, we sisters are willing to vow our lives to repay your kindness. After hearing this reason, Volebel gained a deeper understanding of the contemptible nature of the celestial dragons. Volebel hesitated and did not immediately agree to the two sisters, instead asking them to come back tomorrow. Although their words were very sincere, Volebel still wanted to investigate first. As for who was most suitable to investigate this matter, it was definitely Don Quixote.Flamingo, the former celestial dragon. Volebel directly took out the phone bug and called. Hey, is this Doflamingo? I need you to help me investigate something. The next day, Volebel received the results. I have to say Doflamingo's efficiency is really fast. In just one day, he had already investigated what the two sisters' parents experienced in Mariewa. Just as the sisters mentioned, their parents were indeed persecuted by the celestial dragon that Volebel killed, so there should be no problem with their identities. With that, Volebel felt relieved and invited the two to board the ship. However, Volebel didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took Luca and Luna into a huge room. Inside the enormous room, two giants were snoring as they slept. Seeing the two giants lying down like small mountains, Luca and Luna felt a bit scared. Don't be afraid. They are members of our Don Quixote pirates. I hope you can check their bodies. Dory, Broggy, wake up and get up quickly. Hearing Volebel's voice, Dory and Broggy climbed out of bed. What's up, Captain? Why did you wake us up so early? Let me introduce you. These are our ship's new partners, Doctors Luca and Luna. You two cooperate and let them check your bodies. Volebel had suspected in his previous life, while reading comics, why two people would become so powerful later on. However, when he fought against himself, he couldn't even use armament hockey, which was very unusual. To verify some thoughts in his mind, Volebel immediately brought the two sisters over. He asked them to check Dongli and Brokey's bodies to see if there were any injuries inside. Luca and Luna suppressed their fear and took out a stethoscope from their medical kit and went to Dongli and Brokey to start tapping and checking their bodies. Due to the giant's enormous size, it took the sisters more than an hour to complete a rough examination. Watching the two girls running around on the giants and slightly panting, Volebel immediately contacted the kitchen to have 2 cups of tea sent over. Volebel handed tea to the two, who were a bit taken aback by the gesture. After taking a short break and discussing among themselves, they reached a rather grim conclusion. Captain Volebel, these two giants have accumulated a terrifying number of hidden injuries, and according to the examination, these injuries may have persisted for decades. Even if they were just minor injuries back then, they have now developed into serious ailments. Although they seem unaffected at the moment, their physical condition has deteriorated significantly. If it weren't for their strong physiques, the outbreak of these hidden injuries could have cost them their lives. Upon hearing the sisters' words, Dongli and Brokey were startled, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They never expected that decades of fighting would lead to such serious injuries. In fact, as long as they refrained from engaging in intense battles, these hidden injuries would not suddenly flare up. With proper treatment, they could live for a long time. But what if we want to continue fighting? Then your bodies will weaken further, and eventually, the hidden injuries will erupt, leading to your demise. If the warriors of Elbaf cannot fight, then we would rather die in battle. Dongli and Brokey's faces showed pain. For them, fighting was a profoundly meaningful part of their lives. Luca and Luna hesitated as they looked at the two, who seemed to have lost their souls. Currently, the only way to treat them might be the legendary surgery fruit. Surgery fruit? Hearing this familiar name, Volebel couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. As far as he knew, the appearance of the surgery fruit would occur 10 years later, meaning Dongli and Brokey would not be able to fight in the meantime. I understand. I will find a way to seek out the surgery fruit. You don't need to trouble the captain. Since we can't fight, we are just a burden to the pirate crew. It's better to abandon us. I never expected that one day we would become a burden. This is truly a novel experience. Don't say that. Since you joined the Thunderstorm Pirates, you are my comrades. Even if you're disabled now, I will take care of you for life. And it's not like there's no hope for healing. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Captain Volebel, you don't need to go to such lengths for us. Though they had only known Volebel for a short time, they could tell that he genuinely cared for his comrades. Their time in the Thunderstorm Pirates was the happiest they had experienced in decades. a feeling reminiscent of their days in the giant soldier pirates many years ago. If you're willing to take a gamble, there might be someone who can treat some of your hidden injuries. Upon hearing Luca's words, Dongli and Brokey's eyes immediately lit up with hope. Really? Doctor, do we really have a way to continue fighting? Seeing Dongli and Brokey approaching, Luca and Luna, feeling a bit scared, hid behind Volebel. Just being behind him gave them a strong sense of security. We know an elder who is nicknamed the Witch. As far as we know, she has lived for 100 years. Her medical skills are the best in our Drum Kingdom. If she intervenes, the two of you should still be able to continue fighting. Great, Dongli. We can still fight. Yes, Brokey. Seeing the two completely unconcerned about the risks, Luca and Luna were a bit surprised. They had never met such open-minded people. Looking at the small castle in front of him, Volebel walked to the door and gently knocked. After waiting a few seconds, footsteps were heard from inside, and the wooden door opened to reveal a woman wearing only a cropped tank top and flared pants. Seeing Volebel at the door, Giriva showed a hint of surprise. I never expected the famous Volebel would come to see me. I wonder what business you have with me. Two small heads poked out from under Volebel's tiger skin cloak. Grandma Gulliva is the one who asked us to bring the captain to find you. Why are you two little girls here as well? Gulliva took a puff of smoke and said nothing. Grandma Gulliva, I want to ask you to help treat Captain Volebel's crew's old injuries. Please, Grandma Gulliva. Well, since it's for you two, I can help, but I believe Captain Volebel can pay the 50 million berries consultation fee. Right? No problem, Dr. Gulliva. Don't say 50 million. Even if you want all my berries, I can give it to you. With the help of Luca and Luna, Gulliva followed Volebel to the immortal ship. Inside the cabin of the immortal, Gulliva looked at the two giants in front of her and felt a bit speechless. Such large giants, Captain Volebel. I need to charge more. No problem. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Dongli, Brokey, cooperate with Dr. Gulliva. Gulliva walked in front of Dongli and Brokey, took out various instruments, and began to examine them. Behind her, Luca and Luna took notes, continuously recording the symptoms on the two. After checking both of their bodies, Gulliva's brow furrowed deeply. You two little ones really gave me a big problem. If it weren't for the fact that you two are my juniors, I really wouldn't want to help. Grandma Gulliva, can you treat Mr. Dongli and Mr. Brokey's injuries? Gulliva pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and sighed helplessly after some thought. There are two options. One is to completely heal them, but that would render them useless. The other is to remove most of the hidden injuries, which can preserve most of their combat ability. However, with the hidden injuries already in their bodies, it will be difficult for their strength to improve again. After hearing Gulliva's words, Dongli and Brokey showed no hesitation. Dr. Gulliva, we choose the second option. As long as we can still fight, we are satisfied. All right, at present, the second treatment plan is the best. The hidden injuries in your bodies have existed for too long. They have already fused with your important organs. To completely treat it, we first need excellent medical skills to remove the lesions. Then we must find a way to control the massive bleeding. This is beyond the scope of medical skills. Perhaps we can only rely on the power of devil fruits. This is already very good, Dr. Gulliva, since we have become part of the Thunderstorm Pirates as crew members. Our duty is to help our captain achieve his dreams. If we lose our strength, we will become a burden to the entire pirate crew. We do not want to be a burden, even if the captain doesn't mind. But we still do not wish to become a burden to the Thunderstorm Pirates. If we were to be rendered useless, it would be better for us to die directly. Gulliva could see the resolute expressions on the faces of the two in front of her and felt a hint of appreciation. Then let's prepare for the surgery. Because your two sizes are too large, the anesthetic won't be very effective. You two will have to endure the pain of the surgery. If you can't hold on, we can pause the experiment. Don't worry, Dr. Gulliva. We are warriors of Elbaf. It's just pain. We will not be defeated by it. Luca, Luna, you two come with me to operate. We need to perform the surgery as quickly as possible. Hours later, the largest cabin of the Immortal had been transformed into an operating room. Gulliva, Luca, and Luna each held a giant surgical knife, constantly flying around the two giants with Volebel's help. Wounds were cut open, and large amounts of necrotic muscle, blood vessels, and even shattered bones were cleaned out. To be safe, Volebel also took 2 tubes of gene restoration potions from Chaka. Everything was to ensure the success of the two surgery. The surgery lasted for a whole day, with the 3 continuously cutting open and stitching the wounds. During this time, Dongli and Brokey's faces grew paler and paler, and the pain engulfed their entire bodies, but they still gritted their teeth and endured. The surgery was completed, and all 5 of them lay exhausted on the floor, with Luca and Luna almost falling into a coma. Volebel quickly arranged for 2 people to take a rest. while he walked in front of Dongli and Baluki to inject them with gene recovery serum. Looking at Dongli and Baluki, whose bodies were covered in stitches and whose faces were pale, Volebel couldn't hide the worry on his face. Rest assured, I have already dealt with the internal injuries they could manage, based on the recovery abilities of these two giants. It will take about a month for their injuries to heal significantly. Volebel and Girieva walked out of the operating room together. Girieva rubbed her sore wrist and suddenly looked seriously at Volebel. Volebel, I hope you will treat the two sisters from the Luca family well. Ever since you killed that celestial dragon 5 years ago, their personalities have become a bit brighter. I hope that their decision to join your crew to repay their gratitude is not a wrong choice. Don't worry, Dr. Girieva. Now that Luca and Luna are my partners, I will do my utmost to protect them. Goodbye, Grandma Girieva. On the deck of the Immortal, Luna and Luca waved goodbye to Girieva on the shore, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. Seeing the two children she raised about to leave her, Girieva couldn't help but turn away to wipe her eyes. I hope you two sisters can return safely. Watching the gradually shrinking, eventually disappearing Maggot Island, Luca and Luna felt a wave of melancholy. Seeing this, the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates took the initiative to approach and chat, and before long, they cheered the two up. Seeing this scene, Volebel felt relieved. Just as he was about to return to the training room to continue exercising, an unexpected guest blocked his path. You said you have learned the dual color hockey. Looking at the now more muscular 01 in front of him, Volebel was somewhat surprised. After all, they had left Kuril Island for less than 10 days. And 01 had already learned dual color hockey. Such talent was a bit abnormal. So, Captain, can I join the Thunderstorm Pirates now? During this time, 01 had seen how the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates interacted like family, which was exactly what he desired in his heart. He wanted a home-like existence, not to be a lonely beast. Come on, 01, let's have a match. Let me see your progress. As long as you can earn my recognition, you will be a member of the Thunderstorm Pirates from now on. Before long, the news of Volebel's match with 01 spread throughout the entire pirate ship. The crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates put down what they were doing and came to the deck to watch the excitement. At this moment on the deck, Volebel and 01 stood facing each other. 01's height was just over 2 meters, making him quite petite compared to Volebel, who stood at 8 meters tall. Come on, 01. Let me see how much you have improved. Then Captain Volebel, you should be careful. 01 exuded a very violent beastly aura. In contrast, the ferocious-looking Volebel emitted no aura at all, as if he had returned to simplicity. Looking at the towering Volebel, 01 felt a chilling sense, as if he were staring into an abyss. Come on, 01, prove your strength. Then I won't hold back, Captain. 01 slightly bent his body. His white short hair rapidly grew long, reaching the ground. His eyes turned into beast-like golden vertical pupils. His canine teeth elongated, his nails became sharp claws, and his body began to swell, with a large black tail emerging from behind. Half-beast transformation. In his half-beast form, 01 could more acutely feel the oppressive aura emanating from Volebel. It represented the gap between life classes. But he was a honey badger. Life and death meant little to him, and he would fight back if he didn't comply. As a honey badger, 01 didn't know how to fear. Even if the power gap between the two was vast, he would use his last breath to bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent. In a flash, 01 appeared right in front of Volebel, and the crew gasped at his speed. This is Sorrel. Seeing 01 suddenly appear before him, Volebel seemed to have sensed it in advance, effortlessly dodging 01's claws by leaning to the right. Seeing his attack miss, 01 felt no surprise. He understood the power gap between himself and Volebel, and all he needed to do was prove his strength. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, 01's claws turned pitch black, revealing his use of armament hockey. How is that possible? He learned armament hockey in just a few days. Then, to everyone's further astonishment, 01 swung his claws at Volebel, and 10 wind blades formed and shot towards Volebel. This move was exactly the technique of the boss of the Viper. Hearing the gasps around him, Viper couldn't help but smile. He had been paying attention to 01 during this time, and the way he fought was indeed very similar to his own. Watching 01 practice hard with Tiger every day, Viper was moved by 01's determination and had shown him his technique, not expecting that within just a few days, 01 would grasp the essentials. This guy has amazing physical talent. It looks like the captain is going to make a big profit this time. The wind blades reached Volebel's front, and feeling the power within them, Volebel casually waved his hand. A shockwave shattered the 10 wind blades effortlessly and then continued towards 01 in midair with undiminished force. Seeing the rapidly approaching shockwave, 01's pupils narrowed into pinpoints as he activated his observation haki, leaning back and bending his body at a 90-degree angle to narrowly evade the shockwave. 01 straightened up and touched the blood on his cheek, his eyes filled with high fighting spirit, showing no trace of fear. Not bad. From now on you won't be called 01 anymore. I'll call you Karoo. Hearing Volebel acknowledge him and give him a new name, Karoo immediately jumped up in excitement. Captain Volebel, from now on, I will be your sharpest weapon, and I am willing to dedicate everything to the Thunderstorm Pirates. Everyone cheered for 01, no, now Karoo. Everyone, to welcome Karoo's official joining of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Let's have a feast. OXN, is that Alabasta over there? Looking at the endless yellow desert in the distance. Volebel knew they had arrived at one of the most powerful countries on this route, Alabasta. Alabasta is a very important country in the world of One Piece. Regardless of the history or characters here, they are all important supporting roles in the world of One Piece. The ruler of Alabasta is the Nefertari family, one of the 20 royal families that once ruled the world. Their family has a very close relationship with the Blank Century and the war between Joy Boy and the world government. Among them, Nefertari, the queen of the Alabasta kingdom 800 years ago, along with the other 19 kings, created the world government. However, she did not stay in Mariewa as a celestial dragon, but returned to her homeland to preserve the name of Nefertari. Of course, what her true purpose was remains uncertain. However, due to the slow pace of manga updates, Volebel does not know the exact reason. The current king of Alabasta is Cobra, the father of Vivi. Today's Alabasta is a superpower on the Grand Line, rich and strong. Alabasta has not yet been torn apart by that guy Crocodile. Although there are not many strong individuals within Alabasta, with nearly 1 million soldiers, they can still dominate a region on the Grand Line. Just a few days ago, Volebel asked Doflamingo to investigate the backgrounds of Luna and Luca, and Doflamingo informed him of some news. There is a powerful individual in Alabasta. A year ago, Doflamingo originally wanted to expand his family's business in Alabasta's underground world, but was stopped by a guy named Crocodile. With the natural sansan fruit, which perfectly complements the environment of Alabasta, Crocodile gained a huge home field advantage and successfully drove Doflamingo's Don Quixote family out of Alabasta. However, Doflamingo does not believe that Crocodile's strength is greater than his own. It's just that the environment of Alabasta is too suitable for his sansan fruit. In a similar environment, he does not think he would lose to Crocodile. Crocodile is the first to become one of the warlords of the sea and was also the first warlord to be defeated by Luffy. In the future, he will ally with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, to support the Cross Guild and help Buggy the Clown become the new emperor. Crocodile has already entered the New World. However, the outcome was that one of his hands was cut off by Whitebeard, forcing him to retreat from the New World in disgrace. At this moment, in the luxurious office of the Rain Dinner Casino in the oasis city of Alabasta, Crocodile is smoking a cigar, staring blankly at his empty left arm. His thoughts drift back to the battle a year ago when he, filled with dreams of becoming the strongest, went alone to challenge the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. With just one strike, his left hand was severed by that monstrous man. Even now, he can still feel the intense pain in his severed left arm and the feeling of his dreams shattering. The defeated Crocodile feels that his strength is still far from enough, and he retreated in disgrace to Alabasta, the island that gives him the most sense of security. After a year, with his powerful strength, Crocodile has successfully dominated the underground world of Rain, the most prosperous city in Alabasta. He established the largest casino in Rain, the Rain Dinner, and created the Baroque Works, which will cause significant trouble for Luffy in the future. With the luxurious casino making money hand over fist, Crocodile quickly amassed a great fortune. But while drinking wine worth millions of berries, he feels no joy in his heart. Crocodile is confused, ever since his defeat to Whitebeard. He has felt trapped in a muddy swamp with no way out. His dream is to become a being like the king of the seas, Rox. He wants to become the strongest just like Rox did, relying solely on himself. As for companions, he shares Rox's attitude. They are merely tools and stepping stones for success. However, during his battle with Whitebeard, he experienced the immense gap in strength between them. That gap made him feel despair, shattering his dreams. Just as Crocodile was lost in thought, the phone bug on his desk suddenly rang, breaking his contemplation. It was a call from the Baroque Works branch in Canola Flower. As soon as he answered the phone bug, an anxious male voice came through. "Boss, it's bad. Our extraneous personnel just discovered that the Thunderstorm Pirate's Undying is already landing on the shores near Canola Flower. What? Upon hearing it was the Thunderstorm Pirates, Crocodile stood up from his boss chair, his expression complex, a mix of excitement and confusion, but ultimately all turned into a fierce look. Send someone to monitor their movements. The rest is up to me. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Crocodile sat back down on the leather sofa, repeatedly recalling information about the Thunderstorm Pirates. Although he is also a well-known pirate star on the seas in recent years, his reputation is significantly lower than Volebel's. The only thing he can compare with Volebel is that he survived under Whitebeard's hand. But Crocodile knows that it was merely Whitebeard showing mercy, wanting to take him as a son, which is why he did not kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape from the hands of that monster Whitebeard. However, the Thunderstorm Pirates are different. The Navy will not show mercy to pirates who kill celestial dragons. Having escaped from Admiral Zephyr twice and from the Navy Hero Garp once has already proven the strength of the Thunderstorm Pirates. But if you ask Crocodile if he feels any fear, the answer is no. On the contrary, Crocodile is very excited right now. After all, he dared to challenge a monster like Whitebeard, and now he is facing just another pirate star like himself. What does he have to fear? Meanwhile, a strange black outer ship has landed on a remote coast of Alabasta. A tall and muscular man dressed in black military uniform steps out of the cabin. The man jumps onto the shore, and the black outer ship behind him transforms into a purple crystal and sinks into the sea. Is this Alabasta? I wonder how strong the guy who survived under Whitebeard is. Is this Canola Flower? Members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, dressed in white robes, are currently walking together on the streets of Canola Flower. Volebel felt a sense of familiarity as he looked at the architecture and clothing that resembled a certain country from a past life. Although everyone was wearing white cloaks, which seemed a bit strange, Alabasta also had this traditional attire, so it didn't look out of place. The people walked down the street, enjoying the local delicacies while laughing and in good spirits. However, Volebel and a few other members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, who were skilled in observation hockey, had already sensed that someone was watching them not far away. If Volebel was not mistaken, those people should be the subordinates of that guy Crocodile. Volebel was not in a hurry to have his companions take action to capture them. He was very curious about what Crocodile would use to deal with them. The group had been happily touring the streets for half a day when suddenly Volebel and the others changed their expressions. And then hundreds of Alabasta soldiers surged out from a nearby alley, surrounding them. Leading the soldiers was a young man about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a white robe. Looking at the other party's appearance, Volebel carefully thought for a moment about the original work before recalling who this person was. More than 20 years in the future, he would become one of Alabasta's 2 guardians, having consumed the Zoan-type wolf fruit and taken on the form of a jackal, Gakka. You are the pirates trying to plot against Alabasta, aren't you? Hurry up and take off your white robes and surrender. Seeing the other party's stance, Volebel immediately guessed who was behind this. This situation was definitely orchestrated by Crocodile. It seemed that Crocodile wanted to use Alabasta to deal with their Thunderstorm Pirates. Captain, should we go? Karoo asked excitedly, extending his claws. To him, everyone else except the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates was just prey. No need. Volebel directly took off his hood, and when the soldiers of Alabasta saw the somewhat fierce bare head of Volebel, they all retreated in fear. How could this be? You are the esteemed Captain Volebel of the Thunder Pirates, specifically welcomed by King Cobra. Sorry, Captain Volebel. It seems we got the information wrong. According to Gakka, Alabasta should know that the Thunder Pirates have already reached a peace agreement with the Navy. Otherwise, they should have fled immediately. No need, since it's a misunderstanding. You can leave now. We still want to continue shopping. Seeing that Volebel intended to leave with his crew, Gakka gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Wait a minute. Captain Volebel, I am Gakka, the chief guard of Alabasta. King Cobra instructed us that if we see you, we should invite the Thunder Pirates to the palace for a banquet. Interesting. Who among you wants to attend? I'm not interested. Captain, you go by yourself. Zorka looked at the nearby commercial street with stars in his eyes, and the others also had no interest in attending the banquet. Really, forget it. Viper, Inu Ranch, Karoo, you 3 come with me. As for you, feel free to roam around. Hooray, long live the captain. Let's go, Gakka. Captain Volebel, you follow me. Are you saying that the Thunder Pirates did not clash with the soldiers of Alabasta and are now heading to the royal capital with them? The phone bug on the other end cautiously replied, Yes, boss. Crocodile let out a cold snort, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. I understand. Tell me their location. Crocodile hung up the phone, donned a gray cloak, and transformed into sand, directly leaving the rain banquet. At this moment in the desert, a desert giant lizard over 100 meters long was swiftly racing across the endless sands. Volebel and the others were leisurely playing cards on the giant lizard in the desert. Just when everything seemed normal, a sudden fierce wind began to blow in the desert, which had nothing but the scorching sun. Jaka, feeling the sudden sandstorm, looked puzzled and murmured to himself, "It shouldn't be like this. The weather today doesn't look like it would bring a sandstorm." Volebel casually unleashed the Joker King, his gaze fixed on the sandstorm not far away. Viper and the others seemed to have sensed something, with Inuzuka already drawing half of his Dragon Slayer, and Viper and Karu extending their sharp claws. It seemed that guests were arriving. Jaka turned to look at Volebel in confusion. "Captain Volebel, what do you mean by that?" It was then that the sandstorm around them began to form several sand tornadoes at an unnatural speed within a few seconds. Sensing the powerful natural disaster, the desert lizard instinctively wanted to burrow into the sand to hide. Volebel struck the desert giant lizard directly on the head with a punch. "With us here, what are you afraid of?" Feeling the terrifying aura rising from Volebel, the desert giant lizard's body instantly stopped moving and became completely stiff. Beside Volebel, the dog Storm and the Viper attacked simultaneously, their sword energies and wind blades shattering the 100-meter sand tornado into pieces. Jaka, witnessing this earth-shattering scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful person actually able to resist the forces of nature with sheer human strength. Clap, clap, clap. A sound of applause gradually approached from 100 meters away on the sand dunes, and the swirling yellow sand solidified to reveal the figure of a man. It was Crocodile, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, an earring in his right ear, and a burning cigar in his mouth. However, at this moment, Crocodile's left hand was not adorned with a golden hook. It was empty. He wore a black fur coat over an orange checkered long-sleeve shirt, exuding the style of an Italian mafia boss. Crocodile did not expect it to be you. Jaka looked at Crocodile with an ugly expression, as a guard of Cobra. He naturally knew that Crocodile had been causing trouble in the underground world of Alabasta recently. "Jaka, today this is none of your Alabasta Kingdom's business, so step aside." "Impossible. The Thunder Pirates are honored guests invited by our king. I will not allow you to attack them." Seeing that Jaka dared to threaten him, veins bulged on Crocodile's forehead. To him, Jaka was just trash who had eaten an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit, daring to threaten him here. If it weren't for Alabasta's status as a member of the world government, he would have already struck. "All right, Jaka, I'm quite curious about what you want from me." Crocodile, "I want to waste my time with a weakling like you, Jaka. I came here to challenge Volebel to a fair, one-on-one fight." Hearing Crocodile's words, Volebel was somewhat surprised. After all, Crocodile was a cunning character in the future. He didn't expect Crocodile to be so straightforward in personality now. It took Volebel a moment to adjust. "I didn't expect you to be quite upright, Crocodile. I am a man who aims to become the king of the world through my own strength. So let's have a fight." Looking at the present Crocodile, who was the opposite of his future self, Volebel found it quite amusing. After all, the future Crocodile had abandoned his initial resolve and cast aside the heart of the strong to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton. He had launched a series of plans to destroy nations in Alabasta, almost using cunning to bring down the entire kingdom. The current Crocodile, though confused, had not given up on his original dream and was still focused on enhancing his own strength. "All right, I accept your challenge." Volebel was also curious about how strong Crocodile, who had not yet changed his style of doing things, really was. Under the blazing sun, in the endless yellow desert, Volebel and Crocodile were staring at each other from 100 meters apart, looking at the tall and muscular white, bare-headed Crocodile. Volebel did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Seeing Volebel's robust physique, Crocodile knew that Volebel's physical abilities must be extremely powerful. To counter a martial artist like Volebel, using his fruit ability for long-range attacks should be the optimal solution. Crocodile's sand fruit allows him to turn any part of his body into sand and shape it into blades for attacks. He can reach out and absorb the moisture from any living being or object he touches, extract water from rocks or soil to turn them back into sand grains, or drain groundwater from the desert to create quicksand, among other things. Additionally, by gathering sand in his hands, he can generate sandstorms. His weakness is that when his body comes into contact with water or blood, it becomes solid. Sand clumps when it encounters liquid, making him vulnerable to physical attacks. Crocodile raised his right arm, and a large amount of sand poured into it, forming a huge sand blade, while his lower body turned into a sandstorm and swiftly rushed towards Volebel. Seeing the magnitude of this attack, Volebel had no intention of blocking it and allowed Crocodile's Desert Treasure Blade to strike his body. The Desert Treasure Blade struck Volebel's chest with a sound of metal clashing, and as the sand and dust dispersed, it revealed Volebel completely unharmed. Volebel patted the sand off his chest and looked at the retreating crocodile with an extremely disdainful gaze. Did the famous crocodile only have this little strength? It seems he's just a name with no substance. Hurry and show me what else you've got. Seeing that his attack had no effect on Volebel, Crocodile cursed inwardly, calling him a freak. What terrifying defense is this? Is this still the body of a living being? Don't underestimate me. I'm Crocodile, Desert Sword of Kings. The original sand blade transformed into 4 larger sand blades, aimed at Volebel. Useless. It only made the futile attacks more numerous. If that's all you've got, you can't hurt me at all. Volebel casually slapped Crocodile, directly turning the 4 golden swords into a cloud of sand. The immense power created a shockwave that transformed Crocodile's body into sand. As Crocodile's body reassembled into sand dozens of meters away, he felt increasingly despondent upon realizing that his attacks could not inflict any harm on Volebel. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile's arm grew massive and transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slashing towards Volebel. If struck by this sand blade, it would absorb all the moisture from within the body. This move exemplified the characteristics of the sand fruit. Faced with this attack, Volebel finally felt a hint of threat. As he sensed the sand blade cutting through his body, a look of surprise appeared in Crocodile's eyes. A commendable corrosive power, but unfortunately, it was still far from fully developed. Volebel sincerely praised his slightly withered little finger. The erosion power among the sand blades has indeed absorbed a bit of moisture from his body. Although it's not much, it has certainly broken through my defense. Watching Volebel's little finger, which had hardly changed, Crocodile truly felt the gap between himself and Volebel. Unlike the time he was swiftly defeated by Whitebeard, Volebel had no desire to counterattack and allowed him to strike, which instead made him feel an even greater disparity. Seeing Crocodile, who had already lost his fighting spirit, Volebel showed a hint of disappointment. Crocodile, is your heart of a strong man only at this level? It seems I overestimated you before. Upon hearing Volebel's words, Crocodile's face turned pale. In the past, he had been so spirited as to dare to strike against the world's strongest, Whitebeard. Yet now he had lost his fighting spirit just facing Volebel. This was not who he was. Just as Volebel was about to deliver the final blow to Crocodile, a powerful aura rose from not far away. Crocodile also sensed that aura and glanced towards the distance, where a massive figure slowly emerged from behind the sand dune. Standing over 5 meters tall, dressed in a black military uniform, and with a muscular build that exuded an extraordinary strength. He was none other than the young monster who could match the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, in combat. The inheritor of the demon, Douglas Barrett. Interesting. I didn't expect that Barrett and Crocodile would actually fight at this moment in the original story. In the original, Crocodile had once fought Barrett, but neither side had emerged victorious. Looking at Douglas Barrett, Volebel felt a surge of admiration. He really wanted to recruit this powerful monster into his ranks, as he was a top-tier powerhouse who could potentially reach the level of the 4 emperors in the future. Douglas Barrett was once a soldier, heading to the battlefield at a young age and demonstrating extraordinary strength, earning him the title of hero among the people. Later, he met Roger and boarded his ship, actively participating as a core combat force in this era, being on par with the Vice-Captain Rayleigh at that time. However, Barrett did not become arrogant. Instead, he intensified his training. But after Roger fell ill, he was hit hard and went down a wrong path, eventually leading to his capture. Barrett only believes in his own strength, pursuing personal power since childhood and wearing all his emotions on his face. He believes that weak individuals cannot survive in this cruel sea. Having experienced a series of betrayals, he became unwilling to trust anyone again. Therefore, he thought that as long as he became the strongest, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone else and could achieve everything by himself. Douglas Barrett possesses the ability of the Paramecia-type combined fruit, which allows him to rearrange and combine all objects, merging them with his own body. He can fuse inorganic materials he touches with his body and can also combine inorganic materials together to create new weapons, such as building submarines or weapons from scrap metal and rubble. I didn't expect you, known as the inheritor of the demon, to not stay in the New World but instead appear in the Grand Line. At this moment, Barrett also sensed the powerful aura from Volebel, and his gaze towards Volebel was filled with aggression. Originally, I just wanted to find that guy named Crocodile who escaped from Whitebeard to have a fight. I didn't expect to encounter a stronger opponent worth my challenge here. Now, Douglas Barrett has left the Roger Pirates to challenge strong opponents and improve his strength. Although in the original story Crocodile could fight Douglas Barrett to a standstill, Volebel had reason to suspect that Crocodile might have started searching for ancient weapons after losing to Douglas Barrett, which shattered his will to fight. Seeing that Barrett was here to challenge him, Crocodile's expression darkened. He certainly recognized the hulking figure before him, rumored to be a monster capable of matching someone like Rayleigh. Although he believed himself strong, he now understood that his strength was far inferior to these top-tier powerhouses. In other words, Barrett was also a monster he could not contend with. With you here, it didn't matter whether Crocodile was present or not. Douglas Barrett gazed intently at Volebel, slightly bowing his body. Boom! A large hole appeared in the sand dune beneath Barrett's feet, and in an instant, his figure appeared before Volebel, launching an iron fist enveloped in armament haki towards Volebel's head. Volebel's face showed not a trace of expression, as if everything was within his expectation. In an instant, with a half-step collapse punch, the two forces combined and exploded, directly sending Barrett flying, his massive body crashing through several sand dunes. Watching the power of Volebel's punch, Crocodile felt a toothache. He thought he might be directly killed by such a blow. After all, both Volebel and Barrett were strong enough to confront Marine admirals, while Crocodile was merely a guy who wasn't even proficient in the two-color haki. Although he had some strength, at most he was only at the level of a bounty of 1 or 200 million. Haha, no wonder you could escape from that monster carp. Finally, I've met a strong opponent worth my full effort. Come on, Volebel, let me see just how strong you are. Wait a minute, Barrett, I want to make a bet with you. What kind of bet? I want to invite you to join my thunderous pirates and become my partner. Haha, do you know what you're saying? Douglas Barrett, only trust myself. Come on, if you have the ability, defeat me. Once you defeat me, you could do whatever you want with me. Then let us battle. Both of them unleashed powerful conqueror's haki, the red and purple haki clashing together, creating black-red lightning in the air. Thousands of meters away, Gaka and several soldiers accompanying him felt as if their brains had received a heavy blow. Their vision blurred before they fainted. Even the desert giant lizard collapsed with a thud onto the sand. The powerful conqueror's haki was something Inu and Viper had long since become accustomed to. Meanwhile, Karoo transformed into a half-beast form, his fur bristling with energy. Is this the captain's power? Who is that guy fighting him? He can actually contend with the captain. Don't worry, kid. I believe our captain will definitely win, Viper reassured. Patting Karoo's head. I believe the captain will definitely win. Karoo looked at Volebel with admiration. In his heart, Volebel was the god who rescued him from the abyss. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, Crocodile was bearing the pressure of the two powerful conquerors' haki, his body slightly hunched over. He forced himself to stand against the oppressive haki, his face reddening and his eyes bloodshot as he watched the two. So this is the true strength? Ha ha. Compared to them, my previous battles were like a child's play. Crocodile felt utterly defeated, his heart filled with despair. However, Volebel and Barrett had no energy to pay attention to Crocodile at that moment. Their fists, covered with armament haki, collided like meteors. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the sand beneath their feet was struck into countless large pits, eventually forming a massive basin. Finally, with a loud crash, Barrett's body was once again smashed into the basin like a meteor. It seems that in terms of strength, I am still superior. Volebel flew in the air, his gaze fixed firmly on the basin below. With a whoosh, Barrett once again jumped out of the basin. At this moment, the black military uniform on his upper body was mostly torn, exposing his strong muscles. Barrett's skin had changed from a wheat color to a purple hue, emanating a disturbing and terrifying aura. Is this the devil form? The devil form is when Barrett integrates his domineering aura into his body, significantly enhancing his speed and strength. The purple skin makes him look like a devil from hell, which is one reason he is called the Devil Scion. In that case, I should also use some trump cards. Thunder God mode. Zila. Countless electric currents surged from Volebel's body, and the hair on his body transformed into arcs of white electricity, making him appear extraordinary, as if the Thunder God had descended. The Thunder God form is Volebel's way of using electricity to stimulate the cellular activity within his body. It not only enhances the hair's ability to store electricity, but, more importantly, significantly boosts his strength and speed, similar to Barrett's devil mode. The difference lies in one integrating domineering aura and the other integrating fruit abilities. The two men's eyes ignited with a fiery fighting spirit as they began a direct clash of fists. Volebel is not incapable of using stronger moves. However, Volebel begins to think about defeating Douglas Barrett in the very place he is most proud of. The two are continuously trading punches in midair, and this time the shock wave generated by their collision is even more powerful than before. Countless bolts of lightning and shock waves spread outwards, forcing the Storm Viper and Dog Gale to leap off the Desert Lizard to brace against the aftermath. Crocodile remains nearby on the battlefield, constantly using elementalization to dodge the tremendous aftershocks produced by their clashes. Watching the terrifying power before him that could destroy the world and reshape the desert terrain. Crocodile's appearance seems to age him by 10 years in an instant. With a loud boom, Barrett is once again punched into the basin by Volebel, the immense force causing the ground within 100 kilometers to tremble violently. If the battlefield beneath their feet were a small island, it might have cracked into pieces. Just when Crocodile and Dog Gale thought that Barrett, having suffered such a heavy blow, had been defeated, the previously calm desert began to shake violently once more. To everyone's astonishment, a purple arm several thousand meters long emerged from the basin, reaching for Volebel in the air. Large bullet. As the giant arm approached him, Volebel's lightning mode erupted with full force, causing his body to swell and ultimately transform into a blue and white giant bear over 100 meters tall. Thunder God mode. Heavenly sound falls. Volebel transformed into a blue and white meteor and collided with the purple arm. As the two attacks clashed, it seemed that the only sound left in the world was the explosion. At that moment, the people of Alabasta heard a tremendous roar, and the entire island of Alabasta began to tremble. The people of Alabasta were terrified and hurried to hide, believing an earthquake was coming. At the center of the battlefield, Crocodile watched with wide eyes the miraculous battle before him, feeling nothing but shock. He had always thought that the difference between himself and powerful figures like Whitebeard was merely a matter of accumulation. However, after battling Volebel and witnessing the fight between Barrett and Volebel, he finally realized just how vast the gap was between his strength and that of the world's top powerhouses. Under the gaze of the Viper, countless massive cracks appeared on the purple arm, which was several thousand meters long. The cracks quickly spread across the entire arm, and with a loud bang, it shattered into countless purple fragments that fell to the ground. Is it over? Crocodile licked his dry lips, his voice becoming particularly hoarse. The lightning on Volebel dissipated and fell in the center of the basin, watching Barrett, who lay helplessly in the deepest part of the pit, gasping with arms outstretched. At this moment, Barrett looked at Volebel with shock in his eyes. He never imagined that a rookie pirate who had never even ventured into the New World could defeat him, a seasoned warrior who had fought alongside the Roger Pirates. Now, Barrett, are you willing to reconsider my earlier invitation? Seeing the smile on Volebel's face, Barrett simply closed his eyes and turned his head away. Even though he lost this battle, he still wouldn't change his mind. Don't be so stubborn, at least think about it. All that responded to Volebel was a cold snort. There's really no helping it. Volebel quickly pulled something out of his pocket and directly placed it on Barrett's hand. Barrett instantly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn it, why do you carry Sea Prism Stone with you? Of course, it's for training. If an enemy threatens me with Sea Prism Stone, I can still use my other powers through prolonged exposure to it. But looking at you, it seems you haven't undergone such training yet. After saying that, Volebel picked up the powerless Barrett. Whether you like it or not, from now on, you are a member of our Thunder Pirate crew. Volebel realized that Barrett was too proud to be convinced by words, so it would be better to let him personally experience the atmosphere of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Volebel believes that over time, Barrett will inevitably be influenced by the atmosphere of the Thunder Pirates and sincerely join the crew. Capturing Barrett is not only because he has the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, but also because Barrett is a character that Volebel really likes. This crew member is definitely going to be part of Volebel's team. Volebel lifted the writhing Barrett, who looked like a worm, and brought him to the Desert Lizard. Inu, Viper, and Karu watched as Barrett, thrown in front of them by Volebel, twitched with vacant eyes. This guy had just shown incredible strength, and now his powerless struggle resembled that of a salted fish, creating a stark contrast. Quick, find me a chain to tie this guy up. He'll be a crew member of our Thunderstorm Pirates from now on. You despicable guy, you actually want to force a sale? I don't care. Don't forget what you said before the fight. You said that if I win, I can do whatever I want. That wasn't what I meant. I wanted you to kill me. What a waste to kill you. I like your defiant look, yet you can't do anything to me. Ha. Listening to their captain's devilish laughter, the three could only stifle their laughter while looking for chains. However, they ultimately couldn't find a suitable chain. so they had no choice but to temporarily tie Barrett up with the ropes from the desert lizard. Normally, he could easily break free from such ropes, but the sea prism stone left him powerless, unable to lift even a finger. Looking at the still unconscious Gaka, Volebel walked directly up to him and slapped his cheeks twice. Gaka, feeling the pain, groggily opened his eyes, wondering what had just happened with Captain Volebel. He looked dazedly toward the spot where Volebel had just fought, and when he saw the massive pit several kilometers wide and over 10 kilometers deep, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What happened here? Did a meteorite fall? Cough, cough, sorry, this is the result of my fight with this guy. Following Volebel's, Gaka saw Douglas Barrett tightly bound by ropes. Before Gaka could ask further, Barrett shot him a fierce glare, and under that intimidation, Gaka immediately transformed into a half-beast form, his body becoming extremely rigid. All right, don't be afraid. He no longer has any combat ability. Let's continue to the capital. Gaka swallowed hard as he looked at the fierce-eyed Barrett, then turned to wake several soldiers who were still unconscious. The desert lizard also happened to wake up, trembling as it felt the two terrifying auras on its back. All right, don't be afraid. Hurry up. Upon hearing Volebel's voice, the desert lizard instantly sobered up. Under Volebel's intimidation, the desert lizard burst forth with 200 of its speed and quickly headed toward the capital of Alabasta. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Crocodile stood on a sand dune, watching the rapidly disappearing desert lizard, feeling a mix of emotions. Witnessing a battle between strong foes made him realize that he was just a self-righteous clown. Looking back, if he hadn't consumed the Logia fruit years ago and gained Whitebeard's favor, wanting to take him as a son, he might not even have had the qualifications to stand before Whitebeard. How ridiculous. He had always believed he was close to those top-tier powerhouses, but now it seemed like a mere illusion. Looking down at his severed left arm, Crocodile felt unwilling. Could he really not become a top-tier powerhouse? In the capital city of Alabasta, Alyabarna, under Gaka's guidance, Volebel and the others arrived outside the castle gates. The soldiers opened the gates to reveal a spacious hall, with Volebel leading the way, Inu and Viper pushing Barrett along behind him. At this point, Barrett had adapted to the sea prism stone suppression and could barely move. Just as they entered the hall, a young man dressed in a simple robe descended from the throne and warmly said, "Nice to meet you. Captain Volebel and the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. I am Cobra, the current king of Alabasta." Cobra warmly led Volebel and his crew into the banquet hall, where the table was already filled with various rare fruits. In a desert climate like Alabasta, fresh fruits were worth their weight in gold. It must be said that Cobra had a very gentle aura. During the conversation with Volebel, he showed no signs of fear, giving a sense of inexplicable familiarity. "Captain Volebel, I've already learned from my navy about your agreement with them. Since the Thunderstorm Pirates are not enemies of Alabasta, you are our friends." After saying this, Cobra raised a glass and drank it down in one go. "Let me toast to you all, welcoming you to Alabasta. There's no need to be so polite, King Cobra. Alabasta is a great country, and our Thunderstorm Pirates are not a murderous pirate crew. You can rest assured." Cobra looked at the affable Volebel with a hint of surprise. After all, under the propaganda of the Navy and the world government, the Thunderstorm Pirates' reputation had long been dragged through the mud. From time to time, news would appear in the newspapers slandering the Thunderstorm Pirates, such as reports of merchant fleets being attacked, likely by the Thunderstorm Pirates. In short, Volebel and his crew had gained a lot of notoriety without doing anything. This is the power of public opinion. It seems that much of what is written in the newspapers is fabricated. "Captain Volebel, let us get to know each other anew today." Cobra smiled and clapped his hands, and the banquet doors opened, revealing an array of delicious dishes laid out on the table. Looking at the sumptuous meal, Volebel felt a bit hungry. Battling with Barrett had consumed a lot of energy, and he was feeling a bit peckish. The aroma of the food made Barrett's stomach rumble like thunder. With the sound, a hint of awkwardness crossed Barrett's usually expressionless face. Cobra looked at Barrett, unsure of how to handle the situation. After all, Barrett was known as a dangerous figure. The recent earthquake that shook all of Alabasta and the loud noise were hard for Cobra to forget. Viper untied Barrett. "But Captain, this guy is too dangerous." "It's all right. I trust Barrett." I don't need your pity." Just as Barrett finished speaking, another rumble came from his stomach. Seeing Barrett's dark expression, Volebel chuckled and turned back to continue his conversation with Cobra. Seeing Volebel relaxed, Viper sighed helplessly and finally untied Barrett. Looking at Volebel, who was completely unguarded, Barrett felt complicated, but in the end he grabbed a roasted camel leg and started eating. Watching Barrett eat so ferociously, Cobra felt a bit worried. Fearing that Barrett might suddenly go on a rampage. After all, Barrett's infamous reputation was well known. Don't worry, Cobra, if Barrett causes any trouble. I will handle it since he is now my partner. Upon hearing Wooliber's words, Barrett's hand holding the camel leg froze for a moment. Then he continued to eat with a whirlwind-like ferocity. Seeing that Barrett showed no unusual behavior, Cobra gradually relaxed and continued talking with Wooliber. I wonder how long Captain Wooliber plans to stay in Alabasta? About 7 days later, once the recording pointers are finished, we will leave Alabasta and continue our journey. It seems that Volebel does not intend to stay long in Alabasta, which makes Cobra's smile appear more sincere. After all, no one wants such an unstoppable strongman in their country. Thinking of the strongman, Cobra remembers Crocodile, whom Gaka had mentioned to him. Crocodile's influence is growing larger. He is now controlling the Black Forces in Rain Base, and allowing Crocodile to continue developing is definitely not good for Alabasta. Although Cobra wants to deal with Crocodile, he cannot entrust this matter to Volebel. After all, Volebel is an even more difficult person to handle. And the most important thing right now is to get the Thunder Pirate crew out of Alabasta first. After the banquet, Volebel politely declined Cobra's invitation, asking for a desert lizard to prepare to return to Canola. The eyes of the Viper and others on the back of the desert lizard were fixated on Barrett. They had not forgotten Barrett's terrifying strength. Barrett, however, sat cross-legged on the back of the lizard, unconcerned, contemplating what to do next. His physical strength has recovered a lot now, and he is confident that he can break free from the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. But thinking of Volebel's terrifying strength, he ultimately abandoned the idea of escape. In the distance, the sun set to the ground, and only the sound of the desert lizard walking remained. Barrett, what is your dream? Hearing Volebel's question, which was identical to the one he was asked after being defeated by Roger years ago, Barrett was taken aback. Barrett still remembers his answer back then. He was so determined to defeat Roger and become the strongest in the world. He wanted to become a strong person who could obtain everything without relying on anyone. But at that time, Roger told him that this was not his true dream. Now, hearing someone ask him this question again, Barrett could not confidently state his dream like he did back then. In fact, he is very confused now. Barrett was born in the endless war country of the Grand Line, abandoned by his mother at birth, and became an orphan, adopted by the enemy's military. At the age of 8, Barrett became a young soldier under the command of the army leader Douglas Gray, whose main task was to lead the charge on the battlefield, stepping on landmines or clearing the way with bombs. The one who achieved the most on the battlefield would be awarded a medal. Growing up surrounded only by weapons, young Barrett desperately wanted to obtain it, but only one person would be awarded the medal. Barrett became active due to his powerful combat abilities. But just as he was about to succeed, he was betrayed by his companions. Not only was the medal taken away, but he also suffered near-fatal injuries. His companions betrayed him simply because Barrett was too strong, and even young soldiers who grew up in the same environment wanted to harm him. Barrett captured all those who betrayed and harmed him, reclaimed the medal, and recognized the reasons for his failure. It was his negligence and arrogance, as well as his weakness in trusting his companions. From then on, Barrett no longer believed in others. Everything was for his own victory. At the age of 13, Barrett, with his own strength, became a hero on the battlefield and the strongest young soldier. He increasingly felt that only strength could bring him freedom. When he was on the brink of death due to hunger and fatigue on the battlefield, he consumed the fusion fruit, becoming even stronger. At 14, Barrett became the country's hero, and victory was within reach. The army leader Douglas was promoted to general due to Barrett's achievements and took great care of him, promising to take him off the battlefield and give him true freedom. Barrett believed it to be true and eliminated the enemy in the last war. Unexpectedly, Douglas betrayed him and tried to kill him. In his anger, Barrett destroyed his own country and army, becoming hunted by the world government, thus going out to sea. At 15, Barrett wandered the seas searching for battlefields, remaining undefeated. He encountered Joel D. Roger and, after challenging him, was defeated. After several challenges and defeats, Barrett, experiencing defeat for the first time, decided to join the Roger Pirates, continuously challenging Roger, but always ending in failure. Barrett vowed, "One day, I will defeat you and become the strongest in the world." He joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger. At that time, only Roger could surpass him. Even if first mate Silver's Rayleigh could only fight him to a draw. However, Barrett did not feel proud. Instead, he intensified his training. After learning of Roger's impending death, he grew anxious about not being able to fulfill his vow, which led to various confusions. He gradually developed an awareness that he must protect his companions, becoming less decisive in battle, believing he had weakened, and began to doubt Roger's strength. After failing to challenge Roger one last time, Barrett left the pirate crew and made a name for himself as a newcomer. However, after years of interaction, Barrett was no longer the executioner he once was. His self-awareness began to sprout, and he started to try to accept companions again. Barrett, why not give our Thunder Pirate crew a try? If you want to leave, I absolutely want to force you to stay. Volebel opened the Sea Tower stone handcuffs and waited for Barrett's decision. Well, I'm also curious why you're so confident in your own pirate crew. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Let me introduce. Barrett will be our temporary crew member on the pirate ship. This guy is a bit tsundere, so everyone should get along with him. Upon hearing that a new partner was joining, the crew cheered enthusiastically. The crew on the Volebel is not large, and every new addition feels like a new member joining their big family, which is a joyful thing. Although Barrett seems hard to get along with, they believe he will be able to integrate into the Thunderstorm Pirates. Standing beside Volebel, Barrett feels a slight stirring in his heart as he watches the crew members in front of him, some clapping and some cheering to welcome him aboard. To celebrate Barrett's joining, the boys decided to throw a party. For the next few days, Volebel did not restrict Barrett's movements. The crew members were very enthusiastic towards him, inviting him to join them in various fun activities. It was the first time Barrett felt so welcomed. He did not reject this novel feeling. In fact, he was somewhat pleased, watching Barrett leave amidst the crowd of crew members. Volebel felt more confident about bringing Barrett back. Barrett had never experienced familial love. All he knew was fighting and killing. After several betrayals, he had almost lost all hope in the good side of humanity, becoming paranoid and wanting to obtain everything through force. However, the more one lacks something, the easier it is to be moved by it. For someone like Barrett, connecting with genuine feelings might have unexpected effects rather than suppressing him with force. Just as Volebel was smiling like an ant watching Barrett leave, Choka suddenly appeared beside him. What are you looking at? Smiling so lewdly. Hey, how does a busy person like you have time to come out of the lab? Isn't it to tell you some good news? I've discovered that the bloodline factors in your fur tribe are indeed related to the bloodline factors in the zoan-type devil fruits. However, the experiment is now stuck at the most critical step. I need a user of a zoan-type devil fruit, and I came to borrow Karu from you. Hearing that the experiment had made a new breakthrough, Volebel's heart immediately filled with excitement. You should know that if the experiment succeeds, perhaps he could master the moonlight line form. Volebel couldn't wait to bring Karu, who was training with the Viper on the back deck, to the laboratory. Hearing that it was to help Volebel, Karu was very cooperative. Under the command of Zhuoka, Karu first transformed into a half-beast form and then into a full beast form. After extracting blood samples from Karu's human form, half-beast form, and full beast form, Zhuoka kicked both of them out of the laboratory and began a new round of research. Volebel anxiously paced outside the laboratory as it concerned his upcoming plans. Several hours later, laughter erupted from inside the lab. I did it! Hearing Zhuoka's cheers, Volebel excitedly pushed open the laboratory door. How is it? Did the experiment succeed? It succeeded. I finally deciphered the secret of the beastkin bloodline factor. To put simply, the moonlight lion form of the beastkin is very similar to the transformation of zoan-type devil fruit users. I suspect that your ancestors were once ordinary humans, and later injected with the bloodline factor, which is why they became what they are now. As for your moonlight lion form, it corresponds exactly to the full beast transformation of the zoan-type devil fruit, and I suspect there might be even more powerful forms behind your moonlight lion form. However, I'm currently unsure about the reason you transform into the moonlight lion form. Next time it's a full moon and you transform, let me draw some blood for research. As long as we can find out what triggers the change in your bloodline factor, then I can create a substitute that allows you to freely enter the moonlight lion form. I remember that the full moon is in 3 days, so it seems our experiment will soon be successful. Volebel happily picked up Choka. Thanks to you, my lucky star. What would I do without you? 3 days later, deep in the Alabasta Desert, members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were gathered around Volebel, who was quietly standing on a sand dune waiting for the moon to rise. As the full moon ascended, Volebel looked up at the sky and felt the blood within his body begin to boil. A switch within him was flipped, and Volebel let out a roar as a terrifying aura surged from him. The members of the Thunderstorm Pirates watching couldn't help but step back. Even Barrett took a step back uncontrollably. On the sand dune, Volebel's body began to swell and grow larger, his white fur rapidly lengthening, and his aura continued to strengthen, with bolts of lightning appearing around him. How is it possible for him to be this strong? Barrett looked at Volebel, whose appearance had drastically changed. With shock in his eyes, he had a feeling that the Volebel in front of him could easily defeat him. Is this your true power? At that moment, Barrett's last bit of resistance crumbled. After spending these few days together, he gradually accepted the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Now, feeling Volebel's strength far surpassing his own, he completely let go of his obsession with Roger. Although he still hadn't confirmed what his dreams and pursuits were. Being with the Thunderstorm Pirates didn't seem bad at all. Choka, seeing Volebel radiating a terrifying aura, hurried to his side, completely unaffected. Volebel hurriedly retracted the electricity on his body as Zoka approached. Zoka walked up to Volebel and directly pulled out a huge syringe used for blood-sucking from his backpack. The needle was inserted into Volebel's body and immediately bent and deformed. Volebel's current physical form was estimated to have reached S level, equivalent to the level of the 4 emperors. Not to mention the needle. Even a demon-slaying order couldn't injure him. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. Volebel extended a finger, and his sharp nail scraped against his palm, causing red blood to flow out. Upon seeing this, Jacques hurriedly took out a glass container, and just 2 or 3 drops of blood filled it up. A few kilometers away, Crocodile was observing the situation through a telescope. At this moment, Crocodile looked scruffy and dirty. He had been near the Thunder Pirate crew for the past few days. Watching the transformation into the Moonlight Lion form, Crocodile's feelings became even more complicated. He initially thought that he had used all his strength during the battle with Barrett, but now it seemed this was his true power. Crocodile lay helplessly on the sand, unsure of his current situation. Can I really become the strongest? Volebel did not exit the Moonlight Lion form and looked towards the Vipers. It should be noted that apart from him, the Thunderstorm Pirates also have many Fur Tribesmen who have mastered the Moonlight Lion form during their training over the years. If Choka can later develop a method to freely enter the Moonlight Lion form, they will become an extremely powerful force in Volebel's hands. Come on, it's been a long time since we've fought in lion form. After hearing Volebel's words, the Fur Tribe crew members looked up at the full moon in the sky. Their bodies began to rapidly grow larger. Their fur turned white and longer, and currents of electricity appeared on their bodies. Seeing the Fur Tribe members transform into the Moonlight Lion form, Barrett and Crocodile were beyond shocked. What a powerful racial ability. If the Fur Tribe can enter the Moonlight Lion form at will, then the strongest race in the world shouldn't be the Giants, but the Fur Tribe. Looking at the Fur Tribe crew members who had all entered the Moonlight Lion form, Volebel no longer suppressed the murderous intent brought by the transformation. Let me see how much you've improved. Let's go all out. As soon as Volebel finished speaking, Inuarashi and Viper led the Mink Tribe crew to surround Volebel. Half an hour later, Volebel looked at the several wounds on his body and then at the crew members who had all fallen to the ground, laughing heartily. Haha, you guys did pretty well to actually injure me. You've made great progress. Inuarashi and Viper touched their already swollen faces, looking at Volebel with resentful eyes. Volebel defeated the ordinary Fur Tribe crew members in just 5 minutes and spent the rest of the time beating up the 2 of them. After resting on the ship, he asked Barrett to help carry these guys back. No. Although he said no, he still carried the 2 Fur Tribe crew members. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is what you call being unwilling in words, but honest in actions. 3 days quickly passed. During this time, Zoka had been almost always in the laboratory. And tomorrow night, Volebel would have to use some coercive means to make a rest. After 3 days of effort, there was finally a breakthrough in the experiment today. Zoka finally figured out the secret of why the Fur Tribe transforms into the Moonlight Lion form when they see the full moon. As I had previously speculated, it is very likely that your Fur Tribe was created as super soldiers using bloodline factor technology back then. The reason the Fur Tribe can only transform into Moonlight Lions when seeing the full moon is because there is something in their bodies similar to a genetic lock. This should be the handiwork of those who created the Fur Tribe back then. I suspect that they used some kind of device to turn your Fur Tribe into Moonlight Lions to become destroyers on the battlefield. But after the war ended and the device was lost, your Fur Tribe lost this ability. The light waves emitted by that device are very similar to the light waves of the full moon. Therefore, it is only when the full moon appears that your Fur Tribe transforms into the Moonlight Lion form. I currently have 2 methods to make you transform into the Moonlight Lion form. One is to create a machine that can emit light wave frequencies identical to those of the full moon. The other is to break that genetic lock through drug stimulation or even bloodline factor technology. However, I also discover another problem, which is that the Moonlight Lion form actually consumes the lifespan of your Fur Tribe. If you use it once or twice for a long time like now, the impact is not significant. But if used frequently, your lifespan will be greatly reduced. After hearing Zoka's words, Volebel felt that the ancestors of the Fur tribe were practically self-destructive soldiers back then. If using the moonlight line form for a long time accelerates my death, that doesn't seem like a good deal. I have also researched this and come to a conclusion. The moonlight line form stimulates the bloodline factor at the cost of vitality to become stronger in a short time. If your bloodline factor and life form are strong enough to continually support the moonlight line form, then perhaps there will be no such side effects. Oh, it's so difficult. I haven't yet researched how to strengthen the bloodline factor, nor can I break the genetic lock in your body. It seems that I won't be able to overcome these problems in the short term. It's okay. I will treat the moonlight line form as a trump card and try not to use it. In any case, being able to freely enter the moonlight line form has already given our Storm Thunder Pirates an additional powerful trump card. Under the sunshade, Volebel leisurely lay on the deck chair and took a sip of juice. It has been a week since leaving Alabasta. When leaving, Volebel gave Barrett the opportunity to choose. And after hesitating, Barrett ultimately chose to continue staying with the Storm Thunder Pirates. Wally Bell knew it was settled, so he agreed with Barrett, that proud guy. Captain, we have already spotted the next island. According to the nautical charts, the next island is called Gaia Island, where there is a small town named Magic Valley Town. It is a gathering place for pirates and underworld figures from several nearby islands. Oh, have we already arrived at Gaia Island? That means we're not far from Sky Island now. Let's go to the island to replenish our supplies and prepare for our journey to Sky Island. After hearing Wally Bell's words, Boar curiously asked, Captain, is there really a Sky Island in this world? Before Wally Bell could answer, Barrett, who was on the deck wearing sea stone handcuffs and doing push-ups while carrying a heavy iron block weighing over 10 tons, said there is. I once went to Sky Island with that guy Roger. Hearing Barrett say there was a Sky Island, the crew on the ship became excited. However, when we went to Sky Island, we used the knock-up stream. At this time, there shouldn't be a knock-up stream. No worries, I have my ways. Let's continue to Magic Valley Town. Yes, Captain. A few hours later, the Immortal arrived at the port of Magic Valley Town. Looking at the town, which was not very large in scale, Wally Bell lost the desire to disembark and instructed the crew to purchase some supplies while he planned to continue sunbathing. Volebel had only been comfortably lying down for a little over 10 minutes when he heard a commotion from the coast. Sensing something was happening, Volebel stood up and walked to the edge of the deck to take a look. He saw that on the shore, Dogstorm was facing off against the young man. The man had eagle-like eyes and was wearing a fitted white shirt and suit shorts, with a long knife sheathed at his waist. From the almost expressionless face and those eagle-like eyes, Volebel recognized the identity of the young man. It was Hawkeye Mihawk, who would later be known as the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and one of the founders of the Cross Guild, one of the top fighters in the world. However, at this time, Mihawk had not yet acquired the sword that would be known as the strongest black blade, Euro. Nevertheless, from the exquisite craftsmanship of the knife at his waist, it was clear that it was also a fine blade. Whirlibur watched with great interest as 2 figures faced off by the coast. Hey, who are you and why are you blocking our way? Mihawk's gaze quickly locked onto Inuarashi, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a predator spotting its prey. A powerful swordsman, come and fight me. Inuarashi recognized Mihawk's identity by the hawk-like eyes and the sharp aura emanating from him. You must be the infamous Navy hunter Mihawk, right? That's right. Mihawk had forgotten when and why he had killed a Navy soldier. In his eyes, there was no distinction between Navy and pirates. Any enemy would meet the fate of being killed by him. When you arrived on this island, I sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from you. You are a strong swordsman, so I want to fight you. This guy looks tough. Should we help you? No need. Since he wants to fight me, let's fight. I don't think I'll lose. Hearing Inuarashi's words, the accompanying crew members stepped back, leaving only Mihawk and Inuarashi on the coast. Mihawk grasped the hilt at his waist, revealing a long sword with blue patterns. This is the Blue Wave, forged by the 51st Workshop. Please teach me. Inuarashi also drew his sword, the Dragon Slayer. Seeing the red pattern Dragon Slayer in Inuarashi's hand, Mihawk's eyes lit up. He could feel that this sword was sharper than his Blue Wave. What a strong sword. But why haven't I seen any records of it? This sword is called the Dragon Slayer, made entirely from dragon teeth. It is my beloved sword. Upon hearing that it was made from dragon teeth, Mihawk's eyes brightened. As a swordsman, he certainly appreciated powerful swords. The two charged at each other, and the Dragon Slayer clashed with the Blue Wave, creating sparks. The sound of metal clashing echoed, as neither had any intention of dodging. They continued to collide, attacking as defense, knowing that if even one strike missed, it could mean death. After dozens of exchanges, they both retreated simultaneously. Inuarashi looked at Mihawk with a serious expression, while Mihawk's pupils had narrowed to a line. "You're impressive, Mihawk. You're not bad either." Their gazes ignited with intensity, realizing they were about to enter the second round. Both swords were enveloped in haki, turning into black blades, and they began to slash at each other with even greater speed. This collision unleashed countless sword energies, scattering the beach and affecting the port. Witnessing this, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly intervened to block the incoming sword energies. As Mihawk struggled to break through Inuarashi's sword techniques, his anxiety grew. He could feel his stamina depleting. After all, he was still human, having to exert 120 of his strength to match Inuarashi. This rapid consumption of stamina meant he needed to find a way to defeat Inuarashi quickly. Otherwise, once his stamina ran out, it would be his loss. Mihawk used the recoil from their clashes to leap into the air, soaring several dozen meters. Taking a deep breath, he thickened his arms, unleashing a 100-meter-long green flying slash, as if intending to split the entire port in half. Feeling the power of this slash, Inuarashi was not to be outdone. One sword style, Rising Dragon Slash. He executed an upward slash with the Dragon Slayer, sending out a crimson sword energy that cleaved through the green energy, continuing its momentum toward Mihawk. Mihawk's hair stood on end as he covered the blue wave with all his haki and swung down to make a desperate attack. With a loud boom, Mihawk was sent flying, crashing onto the beach, and the blue wave flew from his grip, embedding itself in the sand. After lying there for a few seconds, Mihawk staggered up from the beach. Feeling the weakness of his fully depleted stamina, he stood up, closed his eyes, and spread his arms, awaiting death. Just as Mihawk thought his journey as a swordsman was ending, something was thrown in front of him. He looked at the blue wave stuck in the sand before him, confused, and turned to Inuarashi. "I've already lost. Why don't you kill me?" "You lost because you didn't have a good sword, one that truly resonates with you. If you had a good sword, your strength would increase, and even I wouldn't be certain of defeating you. Let's call this a draw. I hope we can settle it next time." Mihawk, with a complex expression, watched Inuarashi board the ship, collecting the cracked blue wave and leaving the coast. "Why didn't you kill him, Inuarashi? Even if that guy used a sword of the same quality as yours, he wouldn't be your match." Volebel curiously asked Inulan, knowing that after the battle with Shimazuki Jinsaburo, Zoro's swordsmanship had greatly improved and was now not far from becoming a great swordsman. With his strength, defeating the 18-year-old Mihawk would still be quite simple. "I have a feeling that this young man will grow to great heights in the future. That pure and unparalleled swordsmanship makes me think that he might reach an unimaginable level someday. By then, he will definitely be a worthy opponent. Perhaps in the future, if I want to advance further in my swordsmanship, I will have to rely on this guy. Is that so? You really are a sly one, kid." "Ha ha, that's not it. Isn't this all learned from you, big brother? All right, let's continue to prepare the supplies. We are heading to Sky Island next." Unexpectedly, just a little while later, the crew disturbed Volebel's nap once again. "What happened?" The captain said, "It's bad. Barrett just heard the news in the tavern that Pirate King Roger has been captured, and in his anger, he destroyed the entire tavern. Has it already come to this?" Volebel couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the world of One Piece for over a decade. "I understand." Under the guidance of the crew, Volebel arrived outside the tavern, which had now turned into ruins. In the center of the ruins, Barrett was sitting on the debris, continuously pouring a bottle of strong liquor into his mouth. Volebel walked up to Barrett, who was currently in a daze, and gave him a slap. This slap brought clarity back to Barrett's eyes. Upon realizing it was Volebel, Barrett, for some reason, lowered his head and didn't dare to meet Volebel's gaze. "Don't be downcast here, Barrett. Roger was a guy with his own ideals. As the first person willing to accept you, we will personally send him off when the time comes, as a way to thank him for taking care of my companions." After hearing Volebel's words, Barrett's body trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes turned a bit red. "Let's go. The crew is still waiting for you to board the ship. Our adventure continues. Don't keep your companions waiting." "Yes, Captain. Hold on tight. Boys, we're taking off." With Volebel's thought, a gust of wind lifted the immortal from the sea and quickly soared into the sky. Watching the immortal rise higher and higher, Karoo shouted excitedly, and even Barrett was somewhat surprised by Volebel's fruit ability. In the previous battles, Volebel had only used lightning abilities, not demonstrating any other fruit powers in combat. The immortal quickly ascended to 7 kilometers, and looking up at the endless white clouds above, they had reached the bottom of Sky Island, the White Sea, with another 3 kilometers of pure white sea above it. The White Sea had similar properties to seawater, so Volebel had to use some other means. Under Volebel's control, clouds began to appear around the immortal, enveloping the ship. From the outside, it looked like a giant cocoon. Volebel punched fiercely at the White Sea above, and a strong punch directly penetrated the White Sea, immediately controlling the immortal to pierce through the 3 kilometers of the White Sea. As the immortal charged forward, the surrounding white clouds that enveloped it also disappeared. These white clouds were used by Volebel to isolate the seawater. Everyone looked around at the vast expanse of the White Sea, feeling incredibly curious. Just as the crew was still observing the White Sea with curiosity, a buzzing sound came from afar. Several figures riding on Y-bars, dressed like primitive people with white wings as decorations on their backs, were quickly charging towards the immortal. Are these the people of Sky Island? Viper and the others curiously watched the approaching Shandians, wanting to wave and greet them friendly. Before they could raise their hands, they saw those Shandians actually pull out shoulder cannons and aim several shells at the immortal. Seeing this, Viper's face darkened, and he immediately waved his claws to unleash several wind blades, shredding all those shells in midair. Then, his figure flashed as he used Soru to instantly appear before one of the Shandians. The Shandian looked at Viper, who suddenly appeared in front of him. With a changed expression, not intending to hold back against the Shandian who had attacked the immortal, Viper threw a punch at him. The Shandian immediately placed his palm in front of himself, and Viper noticed a strange shell in the center of his palm. But he thought nothing of it and still punched forward. With a loud bang, Viper's body was directly sent flying by force, and he used moonwalks several times in the air before finally stopping. Viper looked at the strange shell in the Shandian's hand, which was emitting smoke, with surprise in his eyes. Just now, after he threw that punch, he surprisingly did not shatter the shell, and that shell actually reflected his power back at him. Although he didn't use much strength in that punch, intending only to incapacitate the guy in front of him, that shell was so amazing. Volebel looked at the shell in the other person's hand and immediately understood what it was. It was indeed a shock shell that could absorb impacts and release them freely afterward. There were many types of shells on the Sky Island, and these shells were important local products used in the lives and battles of the Sky Islanders. Viper took it seriously. The shock shell in the other person's hand could absorb impacts, so he quickly grabbed them and brought them to the deck. After hearing Volebel's words, Viper no longer dared to be careless and used Moonwalk to reach the back of the Shandian, delivering a chop to the neck that knocked him out cold. The remaining Shandians who wanted to escape were swiftly caught by Viper, who knocked out one of them with another chop. A few minutes later, everyone looked at the 5 Shandians on the immortal ship, exchanging glances before turning their eyes to Barrett. Barrett, gazing at the Shandian in front of him, fell into thought. Previously, when they came here with Roger, they had also heard stories about the Shandians. According to Roger's understanding at the time, the Shandians were the indigenous people living on Jaya Island. After being swept up to the Sky Island by the knock-up stream, they fiercely fought against the Sky Islanders for their land and homes. However, in the end, they were defeated and half of Jaya Island was taken by the Sky Islanders, which has now been renamed Appiato. When Barrett shouted out the name Appiato, the Shandians seemed to be stimulated and woke up from their unconsciousness. Upon seeing the strangely shaped crew of the Thunder Pirates around them, fear appeared on their faces. Hey, do you know where the Sky Island is? Quickly take us there, or else don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Volebel's fierce bare head, the few had no hesitation and pointed out the direction to him. According to the direction indicated by these Shandians, the immortal ship quickly arrived at Angel Island. Looking at the small island of white clouds in the distance, the crew felt the wonders of the Creator. They never expected that the legendary Sky Island was actually real. Tiger looked at the Sky Island before him, and the adventurer's spirit within him burned fiercely. At this moment, the people on the Sky Island also saw the approaching massive ship and immediately went to the Temple of Appiato to seek their god. As everyone disembarked from the immortal ship, the Sky Islanders, seeing the ferocious appearance of Volebel and the others, all fearfully hid in their homes and dared not come out. However, Volebel had no intention of attacking these Sky Islanders. Just as the crew curiously observed the cloud-made buildings of the Sky Island, a group of Sky Island soldiers armed with spears and bows surrounded a middle-aged man in full armor, who approached Volebel and the others. Who are you? Why have you come to our Sky Island? The over 40-year-old Gonfer looked robust. Although he was only 8 meters tall, he exuded a strong presence. You must be the ruler of the Sky Island. That's right, I'm a god of the Sky Island, Gonfer. What kind of monsters are you? Seeing the group in front of him, which included people with various animal heads from the Fur Tribe, obviously exaggeratedly tall giants, fishmen, and humans, Gonfer immediately became alert. "We are pirates from the Blue Sea. By the way, you should know this guy." Volebel pulled Barrett out from behind him, and when Gonfer saw Barrett, his eyes lit up as he recognized his identity. "You're the guy who appeared on Skypiea with Roger back then. But you should be a member of the Roger Pirates, right?" After hearing Gonfer's words, Barrett hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Not anymore. Although Gonfer didn't understand what Barrett meant by that, he still breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was someone he knew among them. "What are you here on Skypiea for?" "To become a god." "What? You want to become a god?" Hearing Volebel's words, Gonfer's expression immediately turned cold as he looked at Volebel. Wanting to become a god means wanting to defeat him and become the ruler of Skypiea. But it's impossible. You, a person from the Blue Sea, cannot become the god of Skypiea. You have no power to refuse, Gonfer. "Don't worry, if I become a god, I promise I won't oppress the people of Skypiea, allowing them to live happily." "Words alone are not enough. I can't just hand over Skypiea to you based on your word." Looking at the stubborn Gonfer in front of him, Volebel sighed helplessly. "First of all, I'm not that kind of tyrant. Secondly, even if you want to stop me, do you have the strength to do so?" After saying that, an incredibly powerful conqueror's haki rose from Volebel, pressing down on Gonfer and the guards behind him. Instantly, all of Gonfer's guards fell into a coma, and even Gonfer himself was forced to kneel on the ground by this overwhelming conqueror's haki. "You're simply too weak." Volebel looked at Gonfer, who was trembling and unwilling to kneel, with eyes full of disappointment. He had originally thought that Gonfer would at least have some strength, but now it seemed that he was probably just a small-time pirate with a bounty of a few million. With such strength, how could he possibly protect Sky Island? If a slightly stronger pirate from the Blue Sea came up, he would be no match for them. If it weren't for the difficulty of reaching Sky Island, it would probably have been ruled by the people of the Blue Sea long ago. Volebel retracted his conqueror's haki and looked at the panting Gonfer without changing his expression. "Now, do you agree?" Gonfer had just felt as if his life was slipping away. The guy in front of him was a terrifying monster. It seemed that if he just had a thought, he would die an untimely death. "No, I don't trust you. How could someone as powerful as you treat the Sky Island people well? Aren't you being too stubborn? I've already said that with your strength, you can't possibly defend the Sky Island. If you hand over the Sky Island to me to rule, I can let you continue managing it. This is my final mercy. Don't challenge my bottom line any further." Volebel didn't want a river of blood. He had no psychological burden when it came to killing evil people, but the people of Sky Island were indeed innocent. What he wanted was the territory of Sky Island. And as for the people of Sky Island, he would let them continue their lives peacefully. At this moment, Gonfer's unwillingness finally turned into a helpless sigh. "All right, I agree." He understood that he was too far from Volebel and had a feeling that if he refused again, death would be his fate. Hearing that Gonfer finally agreed, Volebel's expression eased a little. "By the way, Gonfer, you should know where Zangdora is, right? Take me to Zangdora." Upon hearing Volebel's command, Gonfer hesitated for a moment before walking to Volebel's side to point the way. With Gonfer leading the way, they quickly arrived at the jungle of Apiato. Once they stepped onto solid ground, everyone knew they were very close to Zangdora. Zhuaka excitedly sat on Volebel's shoulder, as the upcoming Zangdora was crucial for her future research funding. Soon, under Gonfer's guidance, they arrived at a city covered in moss that looked quite dilapidated. Looking at the ruins around them, disappointment appeared in everyone's eyes. This place looked like a heap of rubble, and it certainly did not resemble a city built of gold. "Volebel, it seems you were lying to me before." Zhuaka looked at the nearby crumbling buildings with disappointment in her eyes. "Don't worry." Volebel casually picked up a brick and wiped off the moss on it with some force. Suddenly, a flash of gold appeared. This was indeed a gold brick. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd's previously dejected mood instantly turned to excitement. They rushed to the nearby dilapidated buildings and removed the moss, and sure enough, they found that the original materials used to construct these buildings were all gold. Looking at the massive city before them, everyone had only one thought in their minds. They were going to get rich. Suddenly, a sound of a giant creature crushing the ground came from the jungle. Gonfer's expression changed, and he immediately warned, "Everyone, be careful, the serpent god is coming." The crowd turned to look into the jungle, where a giant python, hundreds of meters long and seemingly endless, emerged from the foliage. Facing this gigantic serpent, which was comparable in size to an ordinary sea king, Volebel and the others showed no signs of fear. For them, this size of snake was nothing. However, Gonfer was extremely tense, gripping his spear tightly and ready to launch an attack at any moment. Volebel watched as the giant python released its killing intent. Feeling the pressure that caused the python's body to stiffen before it bolted back into the jungle without looking back. How about it? Is the gold here in Zhuoka enough for your next research? Zhuoka looked at the endless city, almost drooling. It's enough. With so much gold, I no longer have to worry about funding for my research in the future. Watching everyone happily scurrying around Pandora, collecting gold, Volebel began to think about what to do next. The first objective of becoming the god of the Sky Island had been accomplished. This was because Volebel wanted to use the Sky Island as a secret base in the future. After all, the strategic location of Sky Island was very advantageous. Currently, there were only two ways to reach the Sky Island. One was the Western Sky Summit, and the other was the ascending sea current. However, the chance of successfully coming up through the ascending sea current was extremely low. As for the Western Sky Summit, no one had figured out what it was so far. Thinking of this, Volebel looked at Gonfouer. Hey, Gonfouer, do you know what the Western Sky Summit actually is? Hearing Volebel's words, Gonfouer was taken aback. Didn't you come to the Sky Island through the Western Sky Summit? Of course not. I flew directly here. Upon hearing Volebel's words, shock and confusion appeared in Gonfouer's eyes. You flew here? So what exactly is the Western Sky Summit? You people from Qinghai call that sea area the New World, where a cloud path forms above a certain sea area periodically, leading directly to the Sky Island. Because this route is extremely dangerous and the air currents up there are chaotic, making it hard to control the ship's direction. The chance of successfully reaching the Sky Island is 1 in 100. I heard that many of the Qinghai people who came to the Sky Island in the past were pirates with ulterior motives. After suffering some lessons, the strong ones on the Sky Island in the New World would purge those scheming pirates, driving them away. So for decades, no Qinghai people have come to our island. I see. It seems that those speculating about it being the Atom Tree of Elbaf are mistaken. After all, when Luffy came to the Sky Island, he saw many intact ships which could not possibly be products of the Sky Island. If it really was accessed by climbing trees, there wouldn't be so many complete wooden sailing ships. It now seems reasonable that a huge cloud path extends from the Sky Island to Qinghai periodically. And this is very likely the technology of the ancient Sky Island people. However, it seems that this cloud path is not widely known, and it's unclear where it is in the New World. By the way, Gonfouer, can your Sky Island people access Qinghai through that cloud path? No. That cloud path is an upward path. We can only use octopus balloons to descend to Qinghai. I see. That explains everything. Why that outsider, Monk, appeared in the Grand Line seems to be because he jumped down from here. Gonfouer, you should know where the Cloud Hidden Village is, right? Take me there. I want to subdue them. But the Shandians won't listen to me at all. I've tried negotiating with them to share Appiato several times, but all have failed. They refuse to forget the grievances of their ancestors and are unwilling to move towards peace for the sake of the warrior's honor. Saying this, Gonfouer couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. As a ruler who loved peace, he had been very kind to the Shandians. During his reign, he had never waged war against them. Yet even so, the Shandians still refused to reconcile with the Sky Island people. It's okay, just tell me their location. I'll take care of the rest. Once we handle the Shandians, we will leave here. After hearing Volebel's words, Gonfouer showed a hint of confusion on his face. God, you're already the god of the Sky Island. Why do you still want to go back to Qinghai? As far as I know, Qinghai is not a safe place. Isn't it better to be the supreme god on the Sky Island? Ha, you Sky Island gods are really too narrow-minded. Gonfouer, I don't blame you. You haven't seen the vast ocean, nor have you encountered various islands and races, nor experienced those wonderful adventures. Although I've become the god of the Sky Island now. To be honest, I really don't have much energy to manage the Sky Island. So in the future, I still need to rely on you to manage the Sky Island. Upon hearing Volebel's words, Gonfouer suddenly felt a surge of impulse. He also wanted to go to Qinghai to see the vast ocean that Volebel spoke of. But then he suppressed this thought. After all, he was the guardian of the Sky Island. Even though he was no longer a god, he still had to use his life to protect the Sky Island. Okay, I'll tell you their location right away. 400 years ago, Admiral of the Rubini Kingdom's expedition team was attracted by the bell sounds of Gaia Island in the Grand Line, landing on Gaia Island. Curing the plague, known as tree fever that was rampant at the time, and becoming good friends with the great warrior Calgera on Gaia Island. Later, when he brought the king back to Gaia Island again, the other half of the island had already been washed away by the ascending sea current, and the land of gold had disappeared. In the end, he was executed by the king on charges of treason and was branded as the Great Liar for 400 years. The Shandians who came to the Sky Island from Qinghai also faced tragic fates, At that time, their strongest warrior suddenly found himself at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, resulting in a significant drop in strength, ultimately dying in battle against the Sky Island people. Without the great warrior, the entire Shandian tribe was expelled from Gaia Island, and later, the land portion of Gaia Island was renamed Appiato. This is the story of the Sky Island. Volebel sat on a white cloud, with Barrett and Gonfor beside him. After listening to the story, Gonfor's expression was quite complex. He didn't expect that the gods would have such a deep understanding of past events. Even he himself wasn't clear about the truth of that year. But he knew that Appiato was indeed the homeland of the Sandians, and this point he could not refute. After hearing the story from Volebel, Barrett also felt somewhat complicated inside. At that moment, he seemed to have a different understanding of war. He felt a certain similarity between himself and the Sky Islanders of that time. However, he was not as bad as those Sky Islanders. After all, they were fighting for their own greed to seize Gaia Island. He was merely a soldier in this war, not understanding the meaning behind it. Whether it was invasion or protection, he just mechanically obeyed orders to survive. Ever since he came into contact with Volebel, Barrett often found himself lost in confusion and contemplation. During his adventures with Volebel, he seemed to have realized many things he had never understood before, and he was now beginning to try to comprehend them. This was already a very good start. At least Barrett's character was no longer as extreme as it would be in the future. In fact, I'd already known the location of Yanine Village. If I wanted to launch an attack on Yanine Village and wipe it out, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Gonfor looked at the simple tents in the distance, with various emotions intertwined in his gaze. Even he found it hard to describe his inner feelings at that moment. Gonfor was indeed a good person, but he was not a good ruler. He understood the importance of Appiato to the Sky Islanders, but he also knew that the origins of this island were dark. If he were a more arbitrary ruler, he would have eradicated the Sandians instead of allowing them to live peacefully. To be fair, if it were Volebel, he would definitely have killed those Sandians. After all, they were undoubtedly a dangerous threat to his people. God, what do you want to do? Do you need me to call the guards for help? No need. They're just a bunch of guys who can't even use Conqueror's Haki. Dealing with them would be no different than dealing with you. Gonfor recalled Volebel's powerful Conqueror's Haki and thought about his words. He didn't understand what kind of power it was, but its strength was undeniable. If it weren't for his strong spirit, he might have directly fainted like those soldiers. Volebel was directly driving the clouds closer to the hidden cloud village, and at this moment, the hill-dwelling people patrolling the area also noticed Volebel and his companions. Seeing the familiar faces of Volebel, Barrett, and Gonfor, who appeared like small mountains, many of the hill-dwelling people became alert. As the warning horn sounded, the people of the hidden cloud village began to take action. They raised their weapons, ready to attack at any moment while watching Volebel and the others approach. Just as tensions were high, the hill-dwelling people in the hidden cloud village opened a path. A middle-aged man with bird feathers in his hair, draped in a cloak and wearing colorful necklaces, stepped forward. He was the current chief of the hill-dwelling people. Volebel suddenly felt a strong observation haki sweep over him, and he looked at the Sandia chief with some surprise. Interesting, I didn't expect you to have observation haki. It seems I've underestimated you a bit. The chief's observation haki was directly repelled when it touched Volebel and Barrett. This situation immediately made him realize that Volebel and his companions were not simple. Wait, don't act yet. The chief raised his hand to stop the Sandians who were about to throw their weapons. You're the god Gonfor from Skypiea, right? What brings you to our Yanine village? Yes, I'm Gonfor, but I'm no longer the god of Skypiea. The current god is the one behind me. We came to you this time to thoroughly resolve the matter of Appiato. The Sandia chief looked at Volebel with some surprise and hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. He then turned to the surrounding Sandians and said, "You all should step back." Seeing their chief give such an order, the Sandians, who had hostility on their faces, had no choice but to lower their weapons. It was clear that the Sandia chief held a very high prestige within Yanine village. Volebel controlled the cloud ship and docked it at Cloud Hidden Village. Then the three of them landed on the clouds to confront the chief. Let me introduce myself. I am Volebel, the current god of Sky Island, and a pirate who came from the Qinghai Sea. What? You came from the Qinghai Sea? Upon hearing that they were pirates from Qinghai, the chief showed a hint of surprise. I haven't seen anyone from Qinghai for a long time. I didn't expect that the new god of Sky Island would actually come from Qinghai. And looking at you, you must be from the Fur Tribe, right? Oh, I didn't expect you to know my race. Of course, our ancestors were close friends with the great adventurer Nolan, and through him, we heard many interesting adventure stories. Nolan once told us that he had reached a giant elephant called Zoe, where he saw a strange race. This race had human bodies, but animal heads, and they called themselves the Fur Tribe. So it was from Nolan that you learned about this. It's not surprising. Although Nolan was born in a small country, he was very powerful. He not only reached many islands in the Grand Line, but also ventured into the New World. He was undoubtedly a great adventurer. It's a pity that such a great adventurer met his end at the hands of his beloved country and was branded with the infamous title of the Big Talker, laughed at by the world. I wonder if you know how Nolan's descendants are doing now. Our promise with Nolan has yet to be fulfilled. At this point, a look of sorrow appeared on the chief's face. It's a pity that when Nolan returned to Gaia Island to search for you, half of Gaia Island was swept up into Sky Island, and he couldn't explain himself to his country, ultimately being sentenced to death. After his death, his story spread across the world, and he was called the Big Talker. However, he truly was a great adventurer, and his death is indeed a bit regrettable. As for his descendants, I don't know much, but I can be sure that they still live in this world and continue to bear the ridicule of others. Upon hearing Volebel's words, the expression of Chief Sandia deepened with pain, and the guilt in his heart was palpable even without words. It is we who have wronged Nolan and his descendants. Actually, this matter cannot be blamed on you. It ultimately stemmed from the Sky Stream, and one can only say that many things in this world are beyond human control. We have never forgotten our promise to Nolan. For this, we have spent over 300 years continuously fighting the people of Sky Island to reclaim Gaia Island, to once again ring the golden bell that represents our friendship. At this moment, even Barrett felt the indescribable friendship between the descendants of both sides, a promise that transcended over 300 years. My purpose this time is to invite you, Cloud Hidden Village, to join Sky Island and live together with the people of Sky Island and Apaya Island to govern this land together. Upon hearing Volebel's purpose, the chief fell into silence for a moment, and while he was still hesitating, many of the tribesmen began to stir. No, we disagree. We have fought against the people of Sky Island for so many years. The hatred between us is as deep as water and fire, and it cannot be resolved with words. Even if they return Gaia Island to us, it is something they should do. Why should we share Apaya Island with those detestable Sky Islanders? Yes, exactly. It's only right for the Sky Islanders to return Apaya Island to us. Seeing that the Sandia people were becoming increasingly agitated, the chief hesitated and struggled for a moment. I'm sorry, God of Sky Island, we cannot agree to you. As my tribesmen said, Gaia Island is our homeland and the place where we fulfill our promise. No matter the reason, we must reclaim Apaya Island. Stubborn, Volebel's imposing aura began to grow stronger as he coldly said, "You actually didn't listen to my kind advice. Since you choose to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment, don't blame me for taking action against you, a bunch of greedy guys. Back then, you already lost to the Sky Islanders, and the entire Apiato has become their spoils of war. If they had been a bit more ruthless, none of you from Sandia would have survived. If it weren't for the Sky Islanders leaving you a sliver of mercy and not killing you, you wouldn't have made it this far. Even now, your strength is still inferior to that of the Sky Islanders, and their willingness to share this land with you is already a concession. When did it become the case that the losers can command the victors? The momentum emanating from Volebel was released all at once, causing the entire Shandian people in the Cloud Hidden Village to be pressed to the ground and faint. The Shandian chief knelt on the ground, struggling to support his body, but it was of no use. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Volebel, the chief gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wait, we are willing." The powerful conqueror's haki suddenly vanished. "Tomorrow, I will send someone to take you to Apiato. Remember, from now on, you must coexist peacefully with the Sky Islanders. If either side acts recklessly, don't blame me." After saying this, Volebel left the Cloud Hidden Village with Barrett and Gonfer. Watching the three leave, the Shandian chief struggled to stand up and looked at his people around him, who were dazed from the conqueror's haki, and sighed helplessly. "Yes, we a group of losers have received the favors of the winners, yet we are still not satisfied. It is indeed somewhat ungrateful. Well, in any case, this way we can ring the golden bell and fulfill the promise to Norland." Days later, looking at the hundreds of guards composed of Shandians and Sky Islanders in front of him, Volebel was very satisfied. He turned to Gonfor and the Shandian chief beside him and said, "From now on, the Shandians will live together with you Sky Islanders. You will develop Apiato together and survive well. I want to be on the Sky Island for a while. I will leave you a Den Mushi. If you encounter any accidents, you can contact me through it, and I will be able to reach the Sky Island within a few days." Volebel handed a phone bug to Gonfor, then, after thinking for a moment, looked towards the chief of the mountain people. "Forget it, you two come with me." Volebel brought Gonfor and Chief Sandia to the Immortal, asking them to wait on the deck first. Volebel pushed open the door to the laboratory and saw Choka engrossed in an experiment. "What's wrong, Captain? Do you need something from me?" "Give me 2 tubes of demon potion. Make sure the quality is good. I want to use them to enhance the strength of Ganfu and Chief Sandia, so they can have some self-defense capability after we leave Sky Island." "No problem. Just let me draw a bit of their blood for research. I also want to see how much effect this demon potion has from the devil fruits." Taking Choka to the deck of the Immortal, the two looked at Choka, who was beside Volebel, wearing a white lab coat and looking stunning, with infatuated expressions. Soon after, the two were kicked away by Choka. "Your strength is too weak. I need Dr. Choka to inject you with a tube of the demon potion. This potion will significantly enhance your strength, so you'll have some self-defense capability when we leave Sky Island." The two wiped their noses and readily agreed. Choka then directly took out 2 purple potions from her bag. Looking at the strange purple liquid, both felt a tingling sensation and an ominous premonition. However, Choka didn't give them a chance to escape, holding a syringe in one hand, a radiant smile on her face, and quickly approaching the terrified duo. At that moment, the two couldn't see any charm in Choka's stunning face. As the demon potion was injected into their bodies, both let out painful roars. Seeing this, Choka quickly withdrew the now empty syringe and hid behind Volebel. Under their watch, Ganfu and Chief Sandia's bodies began to change. First, Ganfu, who was originally 8 meters tall, quickly grew taller, his muscles swelling as the steel armor he wore burst into fragments on the ground. His muscles grew larger, his skin turned a bluish hue, and a pair of thick, curved horns sprouted from his head. He transformed into a 5-meter-tall, giant minotaur. This was the buffalo form of the demon potion. How about that? Not bad, right? Behind Chief Sandia, a huge gray tail shot out, and gray short fur began to grow on his body. His cheeks elongated, his teeth turned into sharp fangs, and his ears gradually pointed, eventually becoming a pair of wolf ears. Simultaneously, his body started to swell, and his muscles grew larger until a 4-meter-tall werewolf appeared in front of Volebel and the others. Feeling the aura from the two, Volebel was very satisfied. Their strength had increased at least 5-fold, and this was just after the injection. They would become even stronger. There was even a chance for them to master full beast transformation and awakening, though that chance was quite small. If the normal awakening probability for a devil fruit is 1, then the chance for the demon potion to succeed in awakening might be 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, but there was still a chance. For Ganfu and Chief Sandia, who were both middle-aged men that had long lost their potential, the demon potion significantly enhanced their physical quality, lifespan, and potential, making it a miracle drug for them. Good. Now you two have the strength to protect this island. Take this, and I hope the next time we meet, you two can surprise me. Ganfu respectfully took the booklet that Volebel tossed over, and then both were drawn for blood by Choka before being sent back to Sky Island. Looking at the booklet that recorded the training methods for the 2-color hockey, Ganfu and Chief Sandia were overjoyed. "God, rest assured, we will not disappoint you." Volebel looked at the warehouse filled with gold bricks and nodded in satisfaction. This time, they had transported almost 110 tons of gold from Skypiea, enough to sustain people for a long time. "It's almost ready. We should leave now. If we don't, it seems we might miss Roger's final dance." Roger's death could be said to be the most famous event in history 100 years later, without exception. He absolutely had to witness the ending of the Pirate King in person. New World, the base of the Golden Lion Pirates. "Roger has been captured. Stop talking nonsense. How can I believe such news? You all should know what a formidable man he is." The Golden Lion looked incredulously at the subordinate who came to report the news. "Don't say such ridiculous things to me." The Golden Lion's face showed anger as he shot at the subordinate's leg, causing him to fall to the ground and scream in pain. Ignoring the howling subordinate, the Golden Lion quickly walked up the steps, preparing to leave the base. Behind him, his men hurriedly shouted, "Captain, where are you going?" Under the gaze of many subordinates, the Golden Lion snorted coldly, and then his body flew into the sky and disappeared. "Night, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The enemy is right on the coast of Marineford. Hurry." Thousands of Navy soldiers and officers rushed towards the direction of the explosion. When they arrived on the coast, they saw a terrifying man standing atop a mountain of Navy corpses. "That guy is the enemy, the Golden Lion? How could Roger be captured by such trash like you? He is a man I acknowledge. Admiral Sengoku." Amidst the exclamations of the Navy soldiers, Sengoku, with his black explosive hair, walked out of the crowd wearing a Navy coat. "Golden Lion, Roger has already withdrawn victorious from your battle. He has become the Pirate King, and you have lost. So what if he is the Pirate King? As long as he is willing to help me, we would have already ruled the world. Although they didn't get along well, they had walked through the same era. If he is here, bring him to me. If I want to kill him, I must do it myself. The execution will take place a week later in his birthplace, the East Blue's starting point, Lobetown. Roger's death will surely crush the spirits of all pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps approached, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. A burly, black-haired man emerged from the crowd. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Everyone exclaimed. If the legend of the Pirate King Roger ends in the most peaceful East Blue, don't joke. That will be the greatest shame for that bastard. So what? The East Blue is a symbol of peace. You won't interfere with the execution. Garp and Sengoku simultaneously ripped off their navy coats, exuding a powerful aura. Looking at the two charging towards him, the Golden Lion's eyes revealed madness. The powerful armament haki instantly covered his two famous swords. Garp and Sengoku did not back down, their armament haki enveloping their fists. The two sides collided like meteors crashing into the earth, and in an instant, the harbor made of solid rock was shattered by the powerful shockwave, causing the entire marine fort to shake violently. Amidst the smoke and dust, the Golden Lion opened his observation haki, continuously clashing with Sengoku and Garp. The dry wood and cherry blossom swords in his hands seemed to emit a cold light like two poisonous snakes. With top-tier dual-color haki and the powerful attack of a great swordsman, the Golden Lion surprisingly fought evenly with Sengoku and Garp for a time. The battle continued for a whole day. A day later, the once grand and imposing marine headquarters had turned into ruins. Both Garp and Sengoku bore deep wounds, revealing bones from the cuts inflicted by the Golden Lion. They were both panting heavily. Golden Lion, you ultimately cannot stop that guy Roger's execution, Garp said as he approached the Golden Lion. At this point, the Golden Lion's dual swords fell weakly to the ground. His arms visibly twisted and deformed from Garp's iron fists. There was also a massive palm print on his chest that had shattered his ribcage. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion gasped for breath, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm onto Garp's black suit. Even though his lion-like golden hair was stained a dark red with blood and most of his bones were shattered, he remained defiant. Looking at the Golden Lion before him, Garp felt a surge of anger for some reason and punched the Golden Lion's face, shattering several of his teeth. Golden Lion, why do you still refuse to admit your defeat? Why do your eyes still reflect the same look as before? You have clearly lost. Ha ha, because I am the Golden Lion. Come on, kill me. Since that guy Roger cannot die at my hands, let me go down and accompany him. Golden Lion, do you think you can just die if you want to? Your Fua no Mi is so powerful. If you die, this fruit will continue to appear on the sea. Go to the deepest part of the underwater prison with your endless sins and repent. Ha! Letting me live will eventually become your greatest regret. I, Golden Lion Shiki, will reappear on the sea one day in the future, and at that time, I will surely overturn this world. East Blue Lobetown. Originally an ordinary town in the East Blue, it was now filled with people from all over the world. They crowded closely together on the streets, all eyes fixed on the execution platform several meters high at the end of the square, having come to witness the execution of the Pirate King Roger. Among the crowd, some cheered, some cursed, and some felt relieved, a mix of emotions intertwined. At this time, Sengoku and Garp guarded the execution platform, with countless Navy officers hidden throughout Lobetown, ready to suppress any riots at any moment, not knowing how long they had waited. As a man stepped onto the execution platform, the previously noisy square fell silent. This man was scruffy with unkempt hair, wearing a tattered, faded red captain's coat, looking quite ordinary, even shabby. But nothing could hide the brilliance radiating from him. He was undoubtedly the king among pirates. He was the Pirate King Roger. People gazed at Roger on the execution platform. Although this man did not emit any aura, for some reason, they all felt an invisible presence from him. Nearby, several future big shots were observing the legendary conclusion. Doflamingo hid in a corner, a happy expression on his face. He was aware of the rumors surrounding the great treasure, and despite the Pirate King's execution, he did not show any signs of sadness, because he believes he is about to usher in a new era. Mihawk looked at Roger with a blank expression, showing no emotion. The young and lean Moria looked at Roger with eyes full of ambition. He had just become a great man of the West Sea and had not yet reached his peak. Crocodile watched Roger on the execution platform. The confusion in his eyes had completely disappeared, and the flame of ambition once again burned fiercely in his gaze. Monkey D, Dragon, also hiding in the crowd watching Roger, had now established his own revolutionary organization. In Lowtown, he was plotting a significant event to change the entire world. Unlike Roger's ideology, which sought to understand the secrets of the world, Dragon was dedicated to completely transforming the world and overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons. In a corner, Shanks and Buggy couldn't control their tears as they cried for Roger on the execution platform. Of course, aside from them, Volebel and others were also watching the downfall of the Pirate King from behind the clouds in the sky. Volebel looked at the classic scene before him and suddenly shouted at Roger below, "Pirate King Roger, where's your treasure?" In an instant, the entire square became even quieter as people stared at Roger, waiting for his response. "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, then go find it at sea. I left it all there." As Roger's words fell, Sengoku hurriedly urged the executioner to carry out Roger's execution, two long blades piercing Roger's body. The legendary Pirate King Roger thus reached the final moment of his life. At this time, the onlookers were filled with shock and joy, as they had not expected Roger's great treasure to be real. Sengoku and others looked at the crowd below, which was in an uproar, their faces dark as soot. They had not anticipated being played by Roger. Roger's last words had been broadcast live around the world, meaning that their original plan to use Roger's death to suppress and weaken the pirates could be declared a complete failure. On the contrary, the world was about to welcome the chaotic Great Pirate Era. During this Great Pirate Era, countless pirates raised their flags and fought with each other in search of the legendary treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger, known as One Piece. Watching the crowd erupt with excitement, Volebel at that moment also felt the tide of history rolling in. Volebel cannot evaluate whether Roger's actions are right or wrong. Roger used a large number of pirates and other forces to undermine the world government's rule, forcing more people to start resisting under the pressure of disaster. All of this is to pave the way for the legendary Nika, who is the future Luffy. In the future, Luffy will become the beacon of hope in the uprising, leading various forces to jointly challenge the world government's rule. Although the final outcome is that Luffy wins without a doubt, Volebel does not consider himself a supporting character. Since he has come to this world, he will be the protagonist. Whether it is Ime or Luffy, they will all become supporting characters in his story. He is the one who will become the protagonist of this world. All right, we should be on our way. Let me see just how turbulent the age of great voyages triggered by Roger really is. I will use this wave to establish my own large pirate crew. Let's go. Boys, take a piece of land that belongs to us in the new world. As Volebel realizes his ambition, the Conqueror's haki on him undergoes a qualitative change at this moment. A powerful Conqueror's haki surged from Volebel, shattering the white clouds that obscured the immortal ship. The powerful Conqueror's haki swept across the entire rogue town, causing countless cracks to appear on the buildings. And all beings below the rank of Rear Admiral fell into a faint. Even the Navy Rear Admiral was forced to kneel halfway on the ground. What a powerful Conqueror's haki. Damn, who could possess such a strong Conqueror's haki? Sengoku raised his head to look at the ship in the sky, and his expression instantly darkened when he saw the white bear pirate flag continuously fluttering on that ship. How could it be that guy Volebel? When did his Conqueror's haki become this powerful? Such a strong Conqueror's haki, even Roger in his lifetime was not this formidable. Under the gaze of a group of high-ranking naval officers, the immortal ship quickly sailed away from Rogue Town, becoming a small black dot on the horizon and disappearing from sight. Volebel's strength is growing stronger. In just a few years at sea, he has already become this powerful. Perhaps another great pirate like Roger or Whitebeard is about to emerge on the seas in the future. Sengoku looked at the disappearing immortal ship with very complicated feelings. He has a detailed understanding of the Thunder Pirates and knows that they are not as villainous as they claim. On the contrary, the Thunder Pirates are more like an adventure group. To this day, he has not heard any information about the Thunder Pirates taking action against ordinary people. If it weren't for Volebel killing a celestial dragon on his first voyage, he would really want to recruit Volebel into the Navy. It's all the fault of those damn celestial dragons. Volebel did not continue to use the record pointer to navigate the normal Grand Line route. After confirming the general direction, Volebel directly utilized the power of his fruit to amplify the wind strength, making the immortal ship speed across the sea like a supercar. On the deck of the immortal ship, Volebel watched the flickering black and red lightning in his hand, continuously mastering this power. As Volebel gained a deeper understanding of his true self, his Conqueror's haki broke through once again, reaching a level that could cause destruction to physical reality. This breakthrough also allowed him to successfully master the Conqueror's haki infusion. If Carp's armament Haki armor is the ultimate defense, then Conqueror's Haki infusion is the ultimate attack. With mastery of Conqueror's Haki infusion, Volebel now had the confidence to clash with the Emperor-level powerhouses on the sea. Additionally, the cadres of the Thunder Pirates had also become strong enough, and this time their goal was directly aimed at the New World. Volebel originally intended to target a well-known, established pirate to make a name for himself. The louder his reputation became, the more pirates would come to challenge him or seek his allegiance. The pirates who challenged him would further enhance his fame, while those who aligned with him would strengthen his power, creating a beneficial cycle for both. Volebel wants to take advantage of the initial wave of the Great Pirate Era to forge his own large pirate crew. However, Volebel looks down on those pirates who commit heinous acts. Although he considers himself not a good person, he chooses to directly kill those wicked individuals upon encountering them. With Volebel tirelessly using his fruit abilities day and night, it took only half a month for the Immortal to once again reach Sabati Archipelago. The Immortal floated in the sky as Volebel and his crew looked at the distant Sabati Archipelago. At this moment, dozens of pirate ships were gathered near Sabati Archipelago, continuously attacking it, while over 100 warships had surrounded them. The flames of battle ignited the waters near Sabati Archipelago. Ordinary pirates now have only one way to enter the New World, to go to Fishman Island, 10,000 meters underwater. They pass through Fishman Island as a transit point to cross the Red Line and reach the New World. Captain, should we go through the Red Line again this time? No, the situation on the Red Line is uncertain now. There might still be powerful beings from the World Government Station there. I plan to head to Fishman Island to reach the New World. But Captain, our ship isn't coded. How can we get to Fishman Island? Volebel turned to look at Barrett, who was doing squats with a huge iron block on the deck. Feeling Volebel's gaze, Barrett suddenly got goosebumps. What are you looking at me like that for, Volebel? At this moment, everyone else also thought of something and turned their gaze towards Barrett. A few minutes later, an oval purple object fell from the surface of the sea into the ocean. Through the purple crystal, Volebel and the others could see various fish and sea creatures swimming past them. Barrett didn't expect that he actually had this ability. Everyone kept praising the emotionless Barrett, which made a hint of pride appear on his expressionless face. As a combined fruit user, Barrett could create a special purple crystal that is malleable and could transform into various things under his control. Volebel had Barrett create a membrane, allowing the turbine behind the Immortal to navigate through the sea using the lightning released by Volebel as long as it was exposed. In front of the Immortal, Tiger was leading the way, and as they delved deeper, the surrounding sea began to turn pitch black. After an unknown amount of time, a bright light caught everyone's attention, revealing an island wrapped in a massive bubble membrane in the distance. That was Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters below the surface. The Immortal quickly arrived at Fishman Island, and Tiger went to negotiate. Perhaps due to Tiger's negotiations, a hole soon appeared in the bubble membrane. The Immortal directly entered through it, penetrating the 2 layers of bubble membrane and successfully landing in the inner bay of Fishman Island. The purple crystalline shell surrounding the Immortal shattered and disappeared, and Tiger climbed out of the water. Volebel looked around, and at this time, the inner bay of Fishman Island was already filled with hundreds of pirate ships. It seems that the Navy's blockade is not thorough enough, as so many pirates have managed to reach Fishman Island. Before Volebel and the others disembarked, a group of armored soldiers, led by Minister Seahorse, arrived in front of the Undying. Welcome to Fishman Island, members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. The steps led down to the shore, and Volebel and the others walked down from the deck of the Undying. Minister Seahorse looked at the crew members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, which included humans, fur tribes, and giants, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. You must be the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. I am Minister Seahorse, the Minister of Internal Affairs of Fishman Island. King Neptune invites all of you to attend the banquet at Dragon Palace, and we hope you can grace us with your presence. No problem. Volebel arranged for Boar and the other 2 giants to guard the Immortal ship, while he took the remaining crew members to the Dragon King Palace for the banquet. The pirates trapped near the inner bay stepped aside in fear when they saw Volebel and his group. Soon, they followed Minister Seahorse to the outside of the Dragon King Palace. Volebel squinted his eyes at the pirate flag flying atop the palace. That must be the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Minister Seahorse, hearing Volebel's words, also looked at the skull flag with the curved white mustache on top of the Dragon King Palace, feeling a sense of pride and gratitude. That's right. Our King Neptune of Fishman Island is a friend of Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and currently, Fishman Island is under the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates. Volebel nodded to show his understanding. After all, without the protection of the white-beard pirates, countless pirates entering Fishman Island every year would have long overwhelmed them. Accompanied by Minister Seahorse, Volebel and his group entered the Dragon Palace and arrived at the banquet hall, which was already filled with various rare dishes and seafood. At this moment, there were already a few people seated at the banquet, with a massive fishman much taller than Volebel sitting in the main seat. He had a fluffy orange beard, wore a golden crown, and had long, curved golden hair cascading down his shoulders. His lower half was a gigantic fishtail, and coral bubbles helped him sit on the chair. He was none other than the current king of Fishman Island, Neptune the Undersea Knight. Surrounding Neptune were 3 individuals, and Volebel's expression became slightly more serious as he looked at them. The 3 were Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the White-Beard Pirates, Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Bista, the captain of the 5th Division. However, the appearances of the 3 were much younger than they would be in the future, with Marco still being in his 20s. As the members of the Thunder Pirates entered the banquet hall, the atmosphere in the entire hall became tense. Hello, members of the Thunder Pirates. I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Welcome to the Dragon Palace for this banquet, Neptune said, trying to prevent any conflict or quarrel between the 2 sides by introducing them. This is Captain Volebel of the Thunder Pirates, the most famous pirate supernova on the seas recently. Captain Volebel, this is Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the White-Beard Pirates. Both of you are exceptional individuals. Marco looked at Volebel, who was slightly taller than his father, without any hint of disdain. Although Volebel had yet to enter the New World, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, as Zephyr and Garp could attest. However, Marco's attention soon shifted to Barrett behind Volebel. The moment Marco saw Barrett, his previously cold expression shattered, replaced by shock. How could that monster from the Roger Pirates join the Thunder Pirates? Marco recalled the terrifying combat power Barrett had unleashed 2 years ago during the battle between the White-Beard Pirates and the Roger Pirates. At that time, it took at least 3 division captains working together to barely confront Barrett, and he estimated that Barrett's current strength would be even more terrifying. I didn't expect the so-called heir of the demon to actually bow down and join the Thunder Pirates. It seems, Captain Volebel, your strength and charisma are quite impressive. Marco knew Barrett's character. He wouldn't join the Thunder Pirates unless he was overpowered and drawn by strong charisma. Blue-haired bird, it's you. It's been years, and your strength has improved quite a bit. Barrett replied, Humph, I'm a Phoenix Barrett. Wasn't it you who got turned into a bald bird by me back then? The crew of the Thunder Pirates couldn't help but burst into laughter at Marco's reddened face. What are you guys laughing at? 30 years of River East. 30 years of River West. Don't bully the youth. Barrett remarked. Stop joking, Marco. I remember you were older than me. This statement became the final blow, turning Marco's face grayish-white, and even Volebel couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Ahem. All right, we're here to attend the banquet. Let's pay attention to our image. Yes, Captain. I didn't expect you White-Beard Pirates to send 3 of your strongest division captains to protect Fishman Island. It seems your old man still values Fishman Island highly. King Neptune is an old friend of our old man, and since Fishman Island is still under our Whitebeard's territory, we must protect it for both emotional and logical reasons. Volebel, I advise you Thunder Pirates not to cause trouble. Although you are strong, I still have my old man behind me. Therefore, I hope both sides can coexist peacefully on Fishman Island. Of course, no problem. After all, we came to Fishman Island to head to the New World and to bring my partner Tiger back to visit his family. Tiger stepped out from the Thunder Pirates, and Neptune's eyes welled with tears as he looked at the much more mature Tiger. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Tiger. It seems you've become a qualified king. Tiger, you haven't returned to give me any information since you left Fishman Island for adventure a few years ago. As a friend, you made me quite worried. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you, Neptune, to be so sentimental. Don't worry, I'm now a crew member of the Thunder Pirates, and my strength is much greater than before. This way, if Fishman Island encounters trouble, I can contribute my part. Seeing that Volebel had no intention of causing trouble or tearing up their relationship, Marco stopped talking. With Neptune's mediation, both sides began to peacefully enjoy the banquet. After the banquet, with Neptune's agreement, the crew of the Thunder Pirates could tour Fishman Island. However, Volebel did not leave. At this moment, Neptune seemed to sense something and waved his hand to dismiss the attendants, leaving only Volebel, Neptune, and Marco in the hall. Captain Volebel, since you haven't left, you must want to discuss something with us, right? Since you guessed it, I'll be straightforward. Marco, I want to obtain a map of the territories of the major forces in the New World from you. As the second in command of the White-Beard Pirates, one of the strongest forces in the New World, Marco should have detailed information about the New World. I didn't expect you to want these things. It seems your ambitions are quite grand. Marco immediately guessed Volebel's intentions, while Volebel showed an indifferent expression, as he had no intention of hiding it. Marco's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, uncertain whether to hand over the map to Volebel. After some hesitation, Marco finally spoke. I can give you the map, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Let's hear them. Seeing Volebel did not refuse, Marco stated his conditions. Very simple. First, you must not lay hands on our Whitebeard pirates' territory. Second, you must help us protect Fishman Island for a period. I can understand the first condition, but why the second? Is it difficult? Does your Whitebeard pirates lack the strength to protect Fishman Island? Hearing Volebel's words, Marco's face darkened, but he ultimately sighed helplessly. Although our Whitebeard pirates have a great reputation, the reason our entire crew is so strong is mainly because of our old man. Without him, we are nothing. Right now, our old man is unable to personally come to Fishman Island due to the pressures of claiming territory in the New World, and he has us bring a portion of the crew here. To be honest, with our current strength, it is quite difficult to adequately protect Fishman Island. As Roger's words spread across the ocean, all the seas of the world began to boil. The small pirate from the 4 seas currently wouldn't cause much impact. However, the old-timers who had been eliminated from the New World and reignited their ambitions because of Roger's words, as well as those pirates who wanted to enter the New World because of him, would all come. Fishman Island, as the only transit point for most pirates heading to the New World, would see a massive influx of pirates, even if the Navy desperately tried to block them. The number of pirate crews that had already arrived at Fishman Island exceeded several hundred, and the entire port was nearly filled. Moreover, these pirates entered Fishman Island before the Navy could seal off the Sabaody archipelago. Those who could arrive at Fishman Island later, amidst the Navy's bombardment and blockade, would be the powerful pirates. If there were only a few, we could still handle it, but judging by the number influenced by Roger now, it will far exceed that figure. At that time, with just a few of us, we won't be able to protect the entire Fishman Island. Sounds good. I agree to your 2 conditions. After all, this is also the hometown of my partner. Neptune was somewhat moved by Volebel's words, and Marco looked at Volebel, who stood up and left with surprise on his face. To be honest, his conditions were quite unreasonable. After all, they would be facing tens of thousands of pirates next, and just a map of the New World's power distribution wasn't worth Volebel doing this. However, Volebel's agreement naturally had its own considerations. Firstly, Fishman Island was the hometown of his partner, Tiger, and importantly, it was the only hub for pirates heading to the New World. This would become the most suitable venue for selecting subordinates. Originally, Volebel planned to head to the New World, secure a territory, and establish his reputation before gathering pirates. But now it seemed this plan could be changed a bit. Come on, let me see what kind of impact the era of great pirates you started, Roger, can bring to this world. Looking at the crew members at the door of the banquet hall who hadn't left, Volebel was somewhat surprised. Aren't you guys supposed to relax at Fishman Island? Why are you all still here and haven't left? How can we let our captain stay in a place like this alone? Yeah, Captain, we are one body. Hearing the concern from his companions, Volebel was also touched. All right, now that you want to rest, there's no time for that. Prepare to head to the inner bay of Fishman Island. I just promised that Marco guy to help him protect Fishman Island for a while, and coincidentally, our pirate crew's next big plan is about to start. Next, we will begin the demon-slaying plan, killing those wicked pirates and leaving behind pirate crews like adventure groups and reclaiming them. We must quickly expand the scale of our pirate crew to have enough strength to launch an attack against those great pirates in the New World. With the biological and devil drugs developed by Dr. Choka, we will soon cultivate a batch of mid to low-level cadres belonging to our Thunderstorm pirate crew. Let us harvest the fruits of our labor in the era opened by Roger. Hearing Volebel's words, the crew's eyes shone with excitement, as they had already seen the ambition of their captain. Their captain aimed to swallow all the powerful individuals arriving at Fishman Island and quickly hatch a strong force of their own. Don't worry, Captain, leave it to us. We're not the same as before when we were chased by Zephyr. Now we can stand by your side. Soon, the guards of Fishman Island, Marco's division, and the Thunderstorm pirate crew formed a coalition and quickly sealed off the entire docking area. Neptune had previously gathered all the fishmen who could be coated, wanting to coat these pirates as quickly as possible and drive them out of Fishman Island. However, Volebel wouldn't be such a fool. With the 3 forces working together, the pirates finally realized their situation. Their previously arrogant demeanor instantly disappeared, and they obediently waited on their ships for the coating to be completed before leaving Fishman Island. Volebel leisurely held a piece of information that Marco had just given him, which detailed all the pirate crews currently docked in the port. The pirates that had arrived at Fishman Island were generally not very strong. Among them, only 2 had bounties exceeding 1 billion, while the rest were small-time pirates. It was unclear how Captain Volebel wanted to deal with these pirates. I want to recruit all the ones I like and make them my subordinates. And as for the rest, I plan to kill them all. Marco was stunned by Volebel's words. According to the information you provided me, most of these hundreds of pirate crews are purely pirates, committing all kinds of atrocities. They could be considered the scum of this sea and this world, and they do not deserve to continue living. As for those pirate crews with a decent reputation, I will recruit them into my crew to expand my power. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Most of the pirates in this sea are evil, and the pirate crew you want is 1 in 100. Moreover, many of these pirate crews have complicated backgrounds, and your actions are sure to provoke trouble. Killing these 99 scum is, in fact, a kind of redemption for this world. Their identities are of no concern to me. The world of the Pirate King was already twisted enough. The era of great voyages initiated by Roger accelerated the distortion of the world, leading to chaos, natural disasters, and man-made calamities, with countless innocent lives affected, causing the entire world to be thrown out of balance. From the perspective of the main characters, Luffy is indeed the protagonist who will save this world. But no one notices how many innocent lives have become lost souls to set the stage for him. Volebel has never looked down on sacrificing the lives of others to achieve his own goals. What I, Volebel, want is a group of like-minded partners. Together with them, I will challenge this world and overturn it. I will pave the way for the Son of Destiny with the entire world as the chessboard. There is actually no way for me, Volebel, to stop it. But Volebel will not become anyone's stepping stone. If we really want to save this world and dominate our own fate, then what does it matter if we are a little obsessive about saving this world? Initially, I thought you were a merciful guy, but now it seems you're just like that guy in the Navy named Sakazuki, a delusional pervert. Obsessive? At least I have a clear conscience. It's really ridiculous that out of hundreds of pirate crews, only 3 have their own principles. They talk about freedom, but they're just a bunch of scum. Boys, it's time for us to make our entrance. Choose your opponents wisely. Volebel distributed the thick stack of intelligence to the crew members of the Thunder Pirates. When the crew saw the heinous deeds committed by other pirate crews on the documents, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Drugs, weapons, robbery, human trafficking, murder, and so on. In his past life, these crimes would have been enough for them to be executed 1,000 or 1,800 times. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed across the bay, as each crew member of the Thunder Pirates had to face enemies 100 times their number, but victory and defeat could not be determined by numbers alone. Under the powerful force of the Thunder Pirates crew, the entire bay quickly became engulfed in flames of war, explosions, and wails of agony. Pirate ships exploded one after another, turning the bay into a sea of fire, with blood staining the waters red. Watching this brutal scene, Volebel showed no emotion in his eyes. In his past life, he had already taken lives with his own hands, and facing these utterly wicked individuals, he felt no pity at all. In fact, Volebel thought their deaths were too swift and not brutal enough. Soon, the cries at the docking area noticeably decreased, and the crew members of the Thunder Pirates gradually returned, presenting Volebel with blood-stained intelligence reports. However, the sounds of battle still echoed in the bay, as a few formidable pirates continued to resist desperately. A few minutes later, Inuarashi and Snake brought a pirate each before Volebel. The pirate fighting Inuarashi was the long-arm tribe whip user, Kurok, with a bounty of 112 million berries. The one being subdued by Snake was a 3-meter-tall, round man resembling a giant ball. He was Carol, a blimp man with a bounty of 135 million berries. The lives in the hands of these two were already beyond measure. They were absolute scum of the pirate world. Both were covered in blood, looking at Volebel in fear as they begged for mercy. Captain Volebel, please spare us. We are willing to offer our treasures in full. We are willing to serve you like slaves. Please spare us. Sure, Volebel replied, and the two immediately showed joy on their faces. However, the following words from Volebel made them feel like they had fallen into an ice pit. Snake, take these two along with those rare races and devil fruit users and lock them in the cabin. I believe that guy, Soka, will definitely be interested in these experimental materials. The surviving pirate scum are either rare races or devil fruit users, and they still hold considerable value. Volebel won't kill them directly, but the consequences of entering the laboratory are no less uncomfortable than death, and even more painful. Neptune and Marco looked at the sea of flames before them, where the seawater had turned into a red bay, and fear unexpectedly appeared in their eyes. They were not afraid of killing, but the thought of killing tens of thousands of people at once truly horrified them. All right, stop looking and hurry up to clean the battlefield. Hearing Volebel's voice, both of them shivered simultaneously and quickly agreed. Volebel wasn't in a hurry to leave because there were still a few matters waiting for his attention. Soon, Tage arrived with a group of people, who were the 3 pirate crews that resembled adventurers. The members of the 3 pirate crews trembled at the sight of the distant battlefield. The captains of the 3 pirate crews, come over here, I need to talk to you about some things. The 3 captains exchanged fearful glances and, suppressing their terror, approached Volebel. After all, their lives were in Volebel's hands. Since Volebel didn't kill them, he must have his own motives. Better to live poorly than to die well. Among the many pirate ships in the bay, only you 3 crews can be considered principled. I, Volebel, am a man of principles. Would you be willing to join my crew and become my subordinates? You claim to be a principled person? The 3 captains internally doubted this. However, Volebel, in a hurry, said nothing and directly threw a thick stack of blood-stained documents in front of them. The 3 were puzzled, and one captain squatted down to pick up the documents and started reading. The more they read, the more shocked they became. These were the misdeeds of those pirate crews. You can say I'm an extreme guy. Sometimes I even feel I shouldn't be a pirate, but should join the Navy. I believe I'd have a lot in common with that guy, Sakazuki. Unfortunately, joining the Navy means being managed by others, and I, Volebel, will never let anyone interfere with my decisions in this lifetime. As you can see, I want to overturn this world. So how about it? Are you willing to join me in causing some chaos? After hearing Volebel's words, the captain's fear diminished significantly. Although Volebel before them was somewhat cruel, it must be said that he only killed evil people. With the reduction of fear came the consideration of whether to accept Volebel's invitation. If we refuse your invitation, Captain Volebel, what will happen to us? It doesn't matter. If you don't join, then you don't. But Captain Volebel, aren't you afraid we will leak what you said today? So what if you leak it? You are pirates. Do you think the Navy will believe you? The 3 felt a lump in their throats upon hearing Volebel's words. I am willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates. The first captain to look at the document stood up. Volebel looked at him with interest. He was a young man with short blue hair, about 3 meters tall, and somewhat slender. I remember you should be called Nolan, right? Why did you join the Thunderstorm Pirates first? Bounty of 48 million berry, Gale Nolan has eaten the run fruit, known for his speed. However, he has no criminal record to date. The reason for his bounty is that he killed a Navy branch's troops. Upon hearing Volebel's words, Gale Nolan's eyes revealed a hint of hatred. A few years ago, our village discovered a devil fruit. Our first thought wasn't to keep it for ourselves, but to report it to the Navy branch. But the officers sent by the Navy, wanting to monopolize the devil fruit, brought a Navy force to slaughter everyone in the village. In the end, I ate the devil fruit and became a power user, killing all the Navy that destroyed the village. Since then, I became a pirate. I've heard of your deeds, Captain Volebel. If what you say is true, I want to lend you a hand. The run fruit sounds like a good fruit. After all, speed is power. If Nolan can reach the level of Silver's Rayleigh, he could undoubtedly become a top expert. What about you 2? After some hesitation, the other 2 captains ultimately joined the Thunderstorm Pirates as well. Thus, Volebel began his plan for expanding his influence. Countless pirates arrived at Fishman Island, unaware that the great demon Volebel was waiting for them. Beneath the ocean, the information couldn't reach outside. They didn't know Volebel had raised the guillotine, ready for their arrival. Watching the corpses once again fill the entire canyon, Volebel casually released a bolt of lightning, turning them to ashes. In the past few days, pirates continually arrived at Fishman Island. Each pirate ship basically carried treasures worth tens of millions of berry, along with many other precious items. Within a week, the Thunderstorm Pirates had wiped out nearly 1,000 pirate crews, including more than a dozen with bounties over 100 million, which was even more diligent than Navy. In the end, the pirate crews Volebel recruited were only a little over 20, which could only be said that Volebel's actions were akin to searching for gold in a haystack. However, as long as the base number was large enough, it would eventually meet Volebel's satisfaction. In recent days, the number of pirate ships arriving at Fishman Island began to decrease, and Volebel learned the reason from the pirates he killed. Some of the pirate crews that came to Fishman Island had already contacted pirate crews in the New World, preparing to defect to them. But in the end, they lost contact while on Fishman Island, and now over 1,000 pirate crews had disappeared from Fishman Island. This news had spread throughout the seas. It was estimated that very few pirates would come to Fishman Island in the following period. What a pity. If only this opportunity to make a fortune could bring in a bit more. Marco, who was following Volebel, felt a toothache after hearing his words. In these days, he had witnessed just how terrifying Volebel was. Hundreds of thousands of pirates were killed at will. Even if they were evil, they were still lives. If Volebel knew Marco's thoughts, he would surely mock him for being too merciful. Volebel, Fishman Island no longer needs your help. You should leave quickly. Marco, why are you so eager to drive me away? Dad has called me several times. Your actions have caused severe dissatisfaction among many pirate crews in the New World. You have killed many of their prospective pirate crews. Your actions are completely cutting off their paths. Most importantly, your actions might incite their anger towards Fishman Island. Fishman Island is the territory of our white-beard pirates, and now Dad has been threatened by several major pirates. Although Dad is not afraid of anyone, Fishman Island may suffer an unwarranted disaster, and you should have gathered enough rewards by now. Indeed, it's about time. Then Marco, according to our agreement, hand me the map of the major forces in the New World. Hearing Volebel's words, Marco hurriedly took out the prepared map from his clothes. Here, I've marked all the information I know. Hurry and go to the New World to deal with them. Volebel arrived at the bay and saw the crew members sorting through their harvest. Looking at the mountain of treasures, Volebel felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. This pile of treasures, combined with the gold he brought down from Skypiea, would become his funding for setting sail in the New World. With the more than 20 pirate crews he had reclaimed, he was already well prepared. Now everything was in place, only the east wind was needed. Boys, pack up the treasures and wrap them in bubble wrap. Next stop, the New World. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the New World, dark clouds covered the sky over the waters. On the deck of a pirate ship resembling a white whale, Whitebeard, holding his weapon Tremor, was confronting several pirate ships ahead. Looking at the few pirate ships in front of him, disdain appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. Lin, Kaido, Silver Axe, are you three planning to ambush me today? Whitebeard. All the pirate crews under my command have lost contact with your Fishman Island. What exactly are you plotting? The disappearance of your pirate crews has nothing to do with me. How could it have nothing to do with you? Don't forget that Fishman Island is your territory. Kaido, you brat. You've become so arrogant after just a few days of not fighting. Don't say it wasn't me, even if it was. What are you going to do about it today? Today, Whitebeard, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, it will be the day your Whitebeard pirates are destroyed. Then come, do you think Whitebeard would be afraid of you? A powerful conqueror's haki erupted from Whitebeard, sweeping across the entire sea. The three opponents also released their conqueror's haki to counter Whitebeard. It seems that we must have a battle today. Otherwise, how will other pirate crews view us? If we can kill you, Whitebeard, then one of us will be the next pirate king. Die, Whitebeard. Suddenly, dozens of shadows surfaced beneath the calm sea of the New World, quickly rising to the surface, revealing over 20 pirate ships appearing in the waters of the New World. Volebel and the others squinted slightly at the sun in the sky. Great, we have finally arrived in the New World. Captain, where are we headed next? Volebel took out the map that Marco had given him and began to think carefully. Just a week before Roger's execution, the legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion went alone to the Navy headquarters. In the end, this legendary pirate was defeated by Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Garp working together. The cost was the deaths of thousands of Navy soldiers and half of the Navy headquarters. However, Volebel did not care about how much the Navy had lost. What he cared about was the vast territory that had opened up after the Golden Lion fell into the underwater prison. It is worth noting that the Golden Lion was one of the strongest pirates on the seas, comparable to Roger and Whitebeard. Unlike Roger, who had a single pirate ship, the Golden Lion commanded over 50 pirate crews, making it the largest pirate group in the New World. Unlike Whitebeard, who only sought to protect his family, the Golden Lion was a true pirate, committing atrocities and pillaging without mercy. He occupied more than 60 islands, all of which were relatively rich in resources in the New World. 3 years ago, in the Battle of Edwarrock, the Golden Lion pirates were wiped out by a sudden tsunami. With the Golden Lion severely injured, most of his crew's strength was destroyed by the tsunami, significantly shrinking the Golden Lion pirates' power. However, his territory remained the largest in the New World, as the Golden Lion was still alive. But now that the Golden Lion had been imprisoned in the underwater prison, there was not even a second in command to stand up for the Golden Lion pirates. The Golden Lion pirates had become a piece of meat to be carved up. In less than a month, half of the Golden Lion pirates' territory had already been divided among several large pirate crews. And it would not be long before the entire territory of the Golden Lion pirates was completely consumed by those pirate crews. Volebel's first goal upon arriving in the New World was to conquer the remaining 20 or so islands. As long as these islands could be brought under his control, the Thunderstorm pirates would have a solid territory, and these islands, developed over the years by the Golden Lion pirates, were capable of producing valuable resources. Bull, go check in our cabin to see if any of the record pointers we collected are close to the territory of the Golden Lion pirates. Bull immediately went to the cabin and soon returned with a record pointer in hand. Captain, this record pointer's destination is an island in the territory of the Golden Lion pirates. Great, then let's head towards the Golden Lion pirates' territory. Let us inherit the land of the Golden Lion and expand it. With the target confirmed, the Thunderstorm Pirates fleet set sail towards the depths of the New World. Volebel entered the laboratory in the cabin and pushed open the door to see Choka. Beside her were two female assistants, whom Volebel had chosen from the captured pirate crew. They were also scientists, perfectly suited to assist Choka and reduce her workload. Captain, what brings you here? Choka asked. How many biological potions do we have on hand? We have about 1,000 regular ones, and as for the ancient species, there are only 100. Recently, I produced quite a few devil fruit potions. There should be over 20. Hand the biological potions over to me. Our pirate crew will be engaging in battle with another pirate crew soon, and we must enhance our strength in a short time. It's time for these biological potions to be put to use. No problem. By the way, Captain, the materials you brought me are great. I've made new breakthroughs in my experiments. Through the bloodline factors of those rare species, I found a way to potentially break the gene lock within you. However, I need more bloodline factors from other species. Also, I've mastered the technique of feeding devil fruits to objects. How about that? Isn't impressive? Looking at Choka, who seemed to be asking for praise, Volebel gently patted her head. As expected of our Dr. Choka. So, is there anything you want? Anything I can do? Just say it. Hearing Volebel's words, Choka's face flushed slightly as she glanced at Volebel, then hesitated before saying, Forget it. You're in the middle of your busiest time. Let us talk about it once everything settles down. All right, as you wish. Volebel then handed over all the biological potions. Choka brought out a large box containing thousands of red biological potions, each labeled with the name of the animal it belonged to. After receiving the biological potions, Volebel immediately gathered the pirate crew that had been following them. They formed a small island in the sea using chains, and over 20 captains came to the deck of the Immortal. What's going on? Captain Volebel, why did you suddenly summon us? Asked Gale Nolan curiously. We will be going to war with the Golden Lion pirates next. I wonder what you all think about it. Upon hearing that they would be fighting the Golden Lion pirates, the faces of the 20 or so pirate ship captains showed hesitation, but no fear. Captain Volebel, we are not afraid, but with our strength, we are no match for the Golden Lion pirates, even if they have lost the Golden Lion now. A pirate crew that has survived in the New World for over 10 years is definitely stronger than us pirates from the Grand Line. That is why I came to find you all this time. Volebel's gaze searched among the more than 20 captains and finally locked onto a guy with a height of barely 2 meters and the weakest presence. Jill, come out. Upon hearing Volebel's words, Jill trembled slightly, but still obediently walked up to Volebel. Jill was the weakest among these pirate captains, with a bounty of only 20 million berries. And at over 30 years old this year, his potential was limited. Jill, do you want to become stronger? After hearing Volebel's words, Jill immediately replied without any hesitation. Of course. However, a look of frustration soon appeared on his face. Captain, you know my talent is poor. At over 30 years old, I'm just a small pirate with a bounty of 20 million. To be honest, I didn't even think I would be able to join the Thunderstorm Pirates. Jill, I'm giving you a chance to become stronger. Do you dare to take it? Upon hearing Volebel's words, Jill's eyes lit up, and he excitedly promised, Captain, no matter what method it is, as long as it can make me stronger, I won't regret it. Good. Volebel didn't hesitate to pull out a purple devil potion from the cold cabinet beside him. This biological potion, when injected, will give you abilities similar to those of a Zoan-type devil fruit. This is the highest grade devil potion among biological potions, so I hope you won't waste it. Volebel injected a needle into Jill's arm. As the demon potion was injected, Jill could feel the blood in his body starting to heat up, eventually feeling as if it were boiling. His 2-meter-tall body began to rapidly expand, black fur continuously sprouting from his skin. In no time, he had transformed into an orc standing 4 meters tall, with black fur covering his upper body and a leopard's head on top. This was the demon potion's Black Panther form. Jill tried to clench his fist, and the air was instantly crushed, producing a loud bang. Feeling the powerful force surging within him, Jill excitedly swung his fists and feet, creating gusts of wind that swept around him. As the captains sensed the power carried in Jill's attacks, their eyes became fiery with excitement. The effect of the demon potion was not much inferior to that of a devil fruit. Furthermore, injecting the demon potion would not incur the curse of the sea, meaning it would not be restrained by seawater, and it also had the chance for fruit awakening. However, this demon potion required devil fruits as raw materials, making it the most precious among the 3 types of biological potions, with only important members qualifying to use it. Jill was determined not to let this demon potion go to waste and to work hard. Yes, Captain. The other captains who did not possess devil fruits looked at Jill with envy. Next, I will take out 1,000 ordinary biological potions. Although these biological potions are the lowest tier, they can still significantly enhance the strength of your subordinates. Of course, there are some side effects, such as animal traits appearing on their bodies, but don't worry. Aside from that, there are no other drawbacks. I will distribute these 1,000 biological potions equally among you, and you must maximize their use. You will then be sent to the battlefield, and if you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Volebel unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki that left the captains dizzy. If Volebel hadn't pulled back his strength in time, these people would likely have fainted. Sensing Volebel's attitude, everyone hurriedly assured, "Rest assured, Captain, if anyone dares to defy your orders, we will eliminate them before you even have to lift a finger." "Good, I believe you," he said. And now for the medium-tier ancient species biological potions. These are made from powerful ancient creatures and possess abilities several times stronger than ordinary biological potions. But there are only 100 of them. With 100 potions, each of you can only distribute 45 ancient species biological potions. And this should only be used on those with decent strength. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste. I don't know much about your crew, so you will have to make that decision yourselves. As for these demon potions, Volebel glanced at the pirate captains and noticed the excitement flashing in the eyes of those captains without devil fruits. Next, we will have several battles, and whoever performs well will receive the devil potion. That's all I have to say. Make good use of the biological potions in your hands to enhance the strength of your pirate crew. I will name those warriors who are injected with biological potions as biological warriors. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the Navy soldiers were busy as usual completing their tasks. Due to the various problems caused by the pirates brought by Roger, Carp and Sengoku were discussing the latest intelligence in the office. The two were sitting on the sofa, their brows deeply furrowed, faces showing fatigue and worry. That guy Roger actually played a trick on our Navy at the last moment before his execution. With Roger's last words, "The whole world has begun to become restless. We should have executed Roger on the spot, instead of beheading him for display." Sengoku said this while pushing up his round glasses, letting out a helpless sigh. "By the way, Carp, I heard that due to the mysterious disappearance of thousands of pirate crews at Fishman Island, the 3 great pirates, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Silver Axe teamed up with Whitebeard to launch a war yesterday, and they are still fighting. I don't know who will win in the end." Haha, do I even need to ask? It must be that guy Whitebeard. After all, he is an opponent even I admire. In these few days, the Navy's casualties have exceeded the total of the previous 10 years. If this continues, our Navy will fall into a period of instability. Sigh. Now we can only hope that Akainu and the others can grow up quickly. We old bones must hold on for a while longer. By the way, has the intelligence department figured out what happened at Fishman Island? Carp curiously asked Sengoku. Sengoku hesitated, first nodding, then shaking his head. There are some uncertain reports. 7 days before that incident, our Navy soldiers stationed at Sabeti Archipelago observed a ship resembling the undead of the Mad Thunder Pirates. However, it has yet to be confirmed whether it is true or not. So far, apart from the Whitebeard pirates and them, it seems that no other force has the strength to wipe out thousands of pirate crews. Is it the Mad Thunder Pirates again? Carp involuntarily raised his arm upon hearing that name. Sengoku looked at Carp's reddened burn on his forearm and knew it was inflicted by Volebel. That guy Volebel is getting stronger and stronger. Last time I could still suppress him, but next time he might be able to contend with you. I certainly know how troublesome that guy is. If I could, I would really like to send out all the Navy's combat power to eliminate him early. It's all Roger's fault for causing such a huge mess before dying. We simply cannot mobilize forces to target the Mad Thunder Pirates right now. Don't worry, Sengoku. Now that Pirate King Roger and the legendary pirate Shiki have been dealt with, the only top pirate left in the New World is Whitebeard. Now that Whitebeard is also fighting with the other 3 great pirates, who knows, he might even kill one of them. Then the pirate forces will weaken even further. At that time, even if there is a pirate wave caused by Roger, there won't be any top-tier powerhouses born in a short time, giving our Navy more time to breathe and develop. That Volebel, at most, will only grow to the level of Whitebeard and Roger. I believe that once Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan grow up, we old folks can finally retire in peace. Carp is right. We old folks are not retired yet. I can still fight for the Navy for several decades. A tall man pushed open the office door, catching the attention of both. It's Zephyr. How did you come back from Sabati Archipelago? It was Admiral Kong who called me back. After the incident at Fishman Island was leaked, it made those pirates dare not continue entering Fishman Island. Now, even the Sabati Archipelago no longer has a large number of pirates appearing. So Admiral Kong thinks this is a good opportunity. What do you mean? We believe that now is a good opportunity to eliminate the pirates in the New World. The flying pirate crew of Shiki has lost its captain and is on the brink of collapse. Roger's pirate crew has also disbanded, with most members having gone into hiding. The current pirates in the New World are not as strong as before. I plan to have the three of you secretly form a team to move to the New World and wait for an opportunity. After the three great pirates finish fighting with Whitebeard, focus your fire on whichever side has suffered more injuries and attack their pirate crew. This time, you must eliminate a large pirate crew to gain more time for the next generation of our Navy. Do you dare to carry out this plan? Looking at Steelbone Kong walking in through the open door, the three stood up without any hesitation and saluted him. Admiral Kong, rest assured, we will complete this plan. Good. I have prepared a ship for you that shows no information at all. This time, apart from the three of you, there will be no other high-level combat power. So you three must act quickly and decisively, behead the great pirate. If you three can kill that guy Whitebeard, our Navy could even repress the pirates in the New World and launch an attack on the entire New World. Then we might even have a chance to take the entire New World. If successful, our Navy will accomplish a feat not seen in its 800-year history. Of course, the chances of this are not high. After all, that guy Whitebeard is not so easy to defeat. Regardless, this mission concerns the future of our Navy. You three must succeed. Don't worry, Admiral Kong. We will definitely succeed. All right, this is the life card of our spies over there. Time is of the essence. You should set off now. Captain, you have a call from the snail. While training, Volebel put down the dozens of tons of dumbbells and picked up the snail. Hello. Marco, what do you want from me? On the other end of the snail, Marco did not speak but fell into silence, until Volebel grew a little impatient. Marco finally spoke in a deep voice. Captain Volebel, I would like to ask you for a favor. Hearing the pleading tone in his voice, Volebel immediately sensed something was wrong. After all, Marco is a very proud guy who usually wouldn't lower himself to ask others for help. What could have happened that made him abandon his pride and seek help? Dad is currently engaged in fierce battle with three great pirates, and the fight has lasted for a whole day and is still ongoing. It's not that I don't trust Dad's strength. It's just that there are too many of them. Plus, our main members of the Whitebeard Pirates are currently at Fishman Island. We are already a bit late to rush over, and I want to ask you to help Dad, as your strength should be able to break the deadlock. Volebel was taken aback by Marco's words and asked uncertainly, Is it because of me? Marco hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, It does have something to do with Captain Volebel, as you completely wiped out their preparatory pirate crew, causing them to suffer huge losses. Plus, Fishman Island is under Old Man's protection, and all of their people vanished on Fishman Island. That's why they went to Old Man for an explanation. However, Old Man chose not to disclose your whereabouts. But without a response, they directly launched an attack on Old Man and the Whitebeard Pirates. I hope that, considering the help I provided you on Fishman Island, you can go and save Old Man, all right? I promise you. Volebel rubbed his temples. Bull, go get my second phone bug. Yes, Captain. A few minutes later, Bull handed a phone bug to Volebel, who immediately dialed without waiting long before the call was answered. Captain Volebel, I wonder what you want with me? Doflamingo, how is the battle between Whitebeard and the other great pirates in the New World going? Oh, Captain Volebel, why do you care about this? Does this war have anything to do with you? Cut the crap. There are some things you don't need to inquire about. Cough, cough, I understand. Currently, in the waters on the edge of Whitebeard's territory, the captains of the three major pirate crews, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Silver Axe of the Silver Axe Pirates, have been fighting Whitebeard for a day. Their strength is too overwhelming, and we underground forces cannot even glimpse what the center of the battlefield looks like now. So I'm sorry, Captain Volebel, but I can't find out the real situation of the battlefield. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Volebel was not surprised, not to mention the other three great pirates. Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit has an extremely large range of tremor power. When he fights, tsunamis and earthquakes cover hundreds of kilometers, making it unrealistic to observe the battle up close. Doflamingo, do you have a way to get the detailed address of the nearby battle area? Are you saying you want to participate in this battle? Volebel, Although you are strong, there are 4 great pirates on the other side. If you rashly intervene, the risk is just too great. Doflamingo's words were sincere. After all, he still wanted to invest in Volebel. Don't worry, I'm going to help Whitebeard. Upon hearing Volebel's words, a thought immediately flashed through Doflamingo's mind, leading him to guess a shocking piece of news. Captain Volebel, could it be that the thousands of pirate crews that disappeared from Fishman Island are you doing? Of course. Otherwise, how could I get involved in such troublesome matters? At this moment, Doflamingo was at a loss for words to describe his feelings, apart from shock. To think that thousands of pirate crews, totaling hundreds of thousands of pirates, were all wiped out by Volebel. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. No wonder he was the one I wanted to invest in. I understand now. I'll contact the underground world right away and inform you of the exact range of that sea area. After hanging up the phone bug, Doflamingo suppressed his shock and an exaggerated grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, followed by a burst of wild laughter. Ha ha, this is too interesting. It seems that another lawless character like Rox is about to emerge on the high seas. Keep growing, Volebel, and kill all those high and mighty celestial dragons. Doflamingo was highly efficient. Within half an hour, Volebel received the exact address of that sea area. Fortunately, among the spoils he had collected from killing those pirates, there was a record pointer for that sea area. Vol, change our course. We're not going to the territory of the Golden Lion anymore. We're heading to Whitebeard Sea area to rescue that guy. Yes, Captain. Although Volebel did not consider himself a good person, he did not want others to bear the consequences of the troubles he caused. Silver Axe, Big Mom, Kaido, let me see just how strong you are now. In the battlefield of the sea on the edge of Whitebeard's territory, 100 kilometers away, many spies from various forces were observing the battle in the distance. The central battlefield was turbulent, with waves exceeding 100 meters. To prevent their ships from being destroyed and their lives lost, they had to stay 100 kilometers away to observe. The battle had been ongoing for 3 days, and these guys were truly monsters. Yeah, can you believe we, who earn tens of thousands of berries a month, have to risk our lives just to observe the battle of these monsters? It's too tragic. Don't say that. I have it worse. I'm just a photographer, and they actually wanted me to take pictures of those 4 monsters and forcibly pulled me over. I just want to go home. At this moment, the center of the battlefield had already moved from the ships to a nearby deserted island. On the shattered island, Whitebeard was slightly panting, but there were no wounds on him, while his opponents, Kaido, Big Mom, and Silver Axe, looked somewhat disheveled. Whitebeard, you old bastard, you're still this strong. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood and rubbed his teeth, which had just been loosened by a punch from Whitebeard, his eyes filled with mad fighting spirit. Mama, it hurts. Big Mom also looked coldly at Whitebeard, her Napoleon showing several fine cracks and emitting a mournful wail. Lastly, Silver Axe's silver armor was also covered in cracks. It should be noted that the hardness of the axe he held was comparable to a large knife, yet it also showed cracks. This was the terrifying aspect of Whitebeard. His tremor power was strong enough to destroy everything. Under Whitebeard's tremor power, both Charlotte Lin, known as the Iron Balloon, and Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, could be injured, and not lightly at that. Currently, the strongest destructive force in the world, in people's hearts, would only have one name: Whitebeard. The 3 had fought Whitebeard for 3 days, but had not succeeded in inflicting even a scratch on him. In contrast, all 3 of them had sustained considerable injuries. However, they had not given up, but rather were fighting harder, as they could clearly sense that Whitebeard's stamina was starting to decline. After all, Whitebeard is just a person. Defeating the 3 of them great pirates, even if he is the strongest Whitebeard, is not that easy. Even if Whitebeard's attack power is terrifying, they could still accept it when shared among the 3. All 3 were ordinary strong fighters. Kaido had a terrifying mythical Zoan-type devil fruit with recovery abilities. Big Mom had a body with iron-like defensive strength, and even Silver Axe had a hard-as-iron fine iron armor. However, none of the 3 were confident they could defeat Whitebeard. If any one of them were to fight Whitebeard alone, they might not even last a day. Damn it, Whitebeard, you really are strong. After another day of fierce battle, even Kaido, the most unruly among the 3, showed admiration in his eyes at this moment. Even under the siege of 3 pirates whose strengths were comparable to marine admirals, Whitebeard could still hold his ground, and with his immensely powerful attack power, he could even faintly suppress the 3 of them. It's no wonder he is Whitebeard. You 3 want to defeat me? You're still too inexperienced. If you can wait another 30 years, maybe you can team up to defeat me. Don't make jokes, Whitebeard. Although you can suppress the 3 of us, your stamina is indeed depleting fast. At this rate, you will eventually be worn down by the 3 of us. We're giving you a chance. As long as you hand over the true culprit who killed our subordinates on Fishman Island, today's battle will end here, and we won't demand any other compensation. At this moment, the three of them already had thoughts of retreating. In the current situation, even if they could eventually kill Whitebeard, they would likely lose one or even two of their own lives, and the remaining ones would probably be heavily injured. By then, they wouldn't even be able to keep their territory. Looking at it this way, continuing to fight against this monster, Whitebeard, was completely not worth it. This is no longer a time when you can choose not to fight. If you want to end the battle, I don't want to. Whitebeard directly thrust Song Yun into the ground in front of him, then grasped the air, causing countless cracks to appear in the air, forming a powerful shockwave that surged towards the three. Air shock. Seeing this, the three did not dare to be careless, with Kaido stepping forward first. Using his half-beast transformation to become a dragon-human hybrid, wielding a wolf Feng club wrapped in armament hockey, charged with electricity. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Big Mom immediately activated her devil fruit ability, transforming Napoleon into a massive sword surrounded by flames and lightning. Emperor's sword. Silver axe raised his massive axe, covering it in armament hockey. Million-ton heavy axe. The three of them combined their powers to collide with Whitebeard's air shock, creating a powerful shockwave that spread across the surrounding sea, causing tsunamis and fierce winds that swept 100 miles around. After 3 days of full-speed sailing, Volebel and his crew finally reached the waters of the Whitebeard pirates. Even before approaching, Volebel sensed several extremely powerful auras. The weakest of these auras reached the level of a general, and the strongest one was probably Whitebeard himself. However, aside from the 4 auras, Volebel also felt tens of thousands of auras on a nearby island, where the elites of the 4 major pirate crews were likely gathered. Viper and Inuyarashi. You two take your pirate crew to support the Whitebeard pirates first. The following battle is no longer something you can participate in. Leave it to me alone. Yes, Captain. At this moment, on the island of Mocha, which belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, most of their fighting strength was engaged in battle with the 3 major pirate crews led by Big Mom, Kaido, and Silver Axe. The Whitebeard pirates were suffering greatly due to the absence of Marco, Jozu, and Bista, and the second-in-command, Kazuki Oden, did not return as agreed with Whitebeard. The current Whitebeard pirates were being heavily suppressed, with significant casualties among their crew due to the siege from the 3 pirate crews. Fortunately, this was Whitebeard's territory. Although the internal power of the Whitebeard pirates was lacking, a large number of ordinary members still used their lives to withstand the onslaught of the 3 major pirate crews. However, the 3 major pirate crews did not bring their full strength this time. After all, they needed to leave a large portion of their crews to protect their own territories from being raided. Leading the Big Mom pirates was Katakuri, who was at the forefront with several of his brothers and the homies created by Big Mom. Leading the Beast pirates was Fire Calamity, who was leading Kaido's Zoan army in the battle. The Silver Axe pirates were led by the vice-captain, Purple Blade. The 3-meter-tall Purple Blade swung his bloody demon blade excitedly, slaughtering the Whitebeard pirates' crew, with bodies piling up around him. The strengths of the 3 were not to be underestimated. Even in the New World, they were considered upper-tier powers. Under the combined forces of the 3 major pirate crews, the ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates were rapidly decreasing in number, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire Whitebeard pirates would be completely wiped out. Just as the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt despair, a massive pirate fleet suddenly appeared in the nearby waters. Upon seeing the fleet, everyone immediately stopped fighting in unison, turning their attention to the approaching fleet. When they recognized the leading ship, the Immortal, and the large white bear pirate flag, they were all taken aback. This is the Thunderstorm Pirates. Impossible. When did the Thunderstorm Pirates recruit so many pirate crews? Katakuri and the others were filled with shock and confusion. For the past few years, due to Big Mom's desire to save the Mink family, he had been keeping an eye on the Thunderstorm Pirates. To his knowledge, the Thunderstorm Pirates had only about 20 members. How could they have built their own pirate fleet in such a short time? Everyone present felt a heaviness in their hearts. Unsure of the Thunderstorm Pirates' intentions, were they there to help one of the sides, or did they have other motives? The Immortal was the first to approach the island, and before they could dock, several of them used Moonwalk to jump onto the shore. You are from the Thunderstorm Pirates, right? What is your purpose for coming here? Katakuri confronted them at the shore, needing to confirm whether the Thunderstorm Pirates were friend or foe. As Viper and the other officers landed on the shore, they heard Katakuri's question. We are neither friend nor foe. We have come to support the Whitebeard pirates as per Captain Volebel's orders. Katakuri's expression darkened as he looked at Viper. 5 years ago, Viper was strong, but not his match. Now, he felt that Viper's strength was not inferior to his own. Our captain has stated that the Thunderstorm Pirates will protect the Whitebeard Pirates today. If you're sensible, you should leave quickly. If you don't, then prepare to be eliminated by us, the Thunderstorm Pirates. Inuarashi beside Viper had several question marks floating above his head. When did the captain say such things? Hearing Viper's words, the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates crew showed expressions of joy. Great, we are saved. In contrast, the faces of Katakuri and the other 3 pirate crews turned grim. They were originally suppressing the Whitebeard Pirates with their superior strength, and now they were at a disadvantage in numbers. Now, with the addition of the Thunderstorm Pirates, it would be their turn to be at a disadvantage. Are you sure you want to oppose our 3 pirate crews? I admit your strength is good, but each of our crews is an established pirate crew. You don't think that just because you escaped from that guy Carp, you can compare yourselves to us, do you? Listening to Katakuri's provocation, Viper's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. It seems some ignorant fools have come. A 5-meter-tall man, soaked in blood, walked over. Purple Blade, keep your distance from me. The stench of blood on you is unbearable. The man completely ignored Katakuri, raising his purple long sword and licking the blood on it with his long tongue. The taste of blood is so wonderful. You two really don't know how to enjoy it. I see you are being controlled by that demon blade in your hand. Being actively controlled by a demon blade, you are truly insane. All right, Jin, let's think about how to deal with the Thunderstorm Pirates first. Since you Thunderstorm Pirates are asking for it, then come and fight. You don't really think that with just these ordinary small pirates behind you, you can contend with us, do you? Looking at the more than 20 pirate ships approaching, Katakuri and the others displayed disdain in their eyes. Scanning the pirate crews behind the Thunderstorm Pirates, they were merely small pirates from the Grand Line. What could these guys possibly do? Our 3 major pirate crews are made up of seasoned warriors who have fought countless battles in the New World. To think that these Grand Line pirates would dare to challenge us is simply courting death. Katakuri was right. They are just some Grand Line pirates who actually dare to oppose us. Waves of mocking laughter erupted from the 3 major pirate crews. Seeing the pirates mocking them, Nolan and the others revealed their killing intent. Then let these guys see the power of our small pirates. Boys, charge for the Thunderstorm Pirates. Countless bio-warriors with animal characteristics appeared on the decks of the more than 20 pirate ships. Let them see our Thunderstorm Pirates bio-warriors. Thousands of bio-warriors injected with biological agents jumped down from ships. Seeing the bio-warriors with animal traits at the harbor, Katakuri and the others felt something was amiss. What on earth are these things? Looking at the terror on everyone's faces, Viper also revealed sneer. Let me see whether the crew of your veteran pirate crew is stronger or are Thunderstorm Pirates warriors. Boys, charge! With Viper's command, the thousands of bio-warriors immediately rushed towards the front line. Even the battle-hardened pirates felt a sense of dread at this moment. The bio-warriors, boosted in confidence and strength by the biological agents, charged into the 3 major pirate crews and began a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, severed limbs and broken arms flew through the battlefield, and lives were continuously lost. Seeing this scene, the faces of the cadres of the 3 major pirate crews changed drastically. No, quickly stop these monsters. The relatively strong cadres, some of whom had even learned hockey, rushed to the front line and used their strength to temporarily hold back the onslaught of the bio-warriors. But this was just the beginning. Just as Katakuri and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation stabilize, over 100 larger and more powerful bio-warriors jumped down from the ships. They were bio-warriors created by injecting ancient species biological agents, and more than 20 captains joined them in the front line. Although they did not possess hockey, their immense strength from the ancient species biological agents put them on equal footing for the time being. The cadres were obstructed, and the ordinary bio-warriors, having been unleashed, continued to massacre the regular pirates, tipping the battle once again in favor of the 3 major pirate crews. Katakuri and the others understood that their only way out now was to defeat Viper and the others first to support their subordinates. Otherwise, if this continued, their subordinates wouldn't last long before being completely wiped out. Viper walked in front of Katakuri, extending his claws, while Inuarashi approached Zoro, drawing his dragon tooth from his waist. The most unexpected was that Taiga walked up to Jin. Both sides understood their current situation without any hesitation and directly clashed together. The remaining members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were not in a hurry to intervene. Volebel had instructed them before coming that their purpose this time was to train the new pirates who had joined the Thunderstorm Pirates. If they continued to provide protection, what they would ultimately cultivate would be useless fighters with mere combat power. Volebel wants a capable subordinate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coast, Katakuri looks at the viper in front of him without a hint of carelessness. You are the Katakuri that Captain Volebel admires, aren't you? Let's see what it is that earned you the captain's admiration. After Viper spoke, his figure turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Katakuri. With his powerful physical strength combined with the explosive power brought by his animal fruit, Viper's speed, unleashed in a short distance, was even comparable to that of Volebel. As he saw the sharp claws about to stab into his chest, Katakuri's pupils rapidly constricted and his powerful observation haki activated. Viper's claws passed through Katakuri's chest, but there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he quickly retreated. Just as Viper moved back, a sharp spike made from glutinous rice shot out from where Katakuri had just stood. Viper looked at Katakuri, who now had a large hole in his chest, with a more serious expression. Just now, Katakuri had used his strong observation haki to predict Viper's attack and utilized the power of the mochi fruit to create a hole in his chest, meaning that Viper's claw had not hurt Katakuri at all. What incredible speed! If it weren't for my observation haki predicting your attack path, I might have been seriously injured just now. Katakuri, feeling a lingering fear, touched the large hole in his chest, looking at Viper with wariness in his eyes. Oomph. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Not far away, Inuarashi looked at the man in front of him with purple pupils, revealing disdain and disgust in his eyes. I never expected that the vice captain of the Silver Axe Pirates would be a fool controlled by a cursed sword. Hee, don't joke around. I have never been controlled by this sword. I willingly gave up my body. The purple sword, with dazed eyes, looked at the cursed sword in his hand, filled with intoxication. A swordsman who can't even control his own sword is a ridiculous guy. Hearing Inuarashi's mockery, the purple sword's face, which had been wearing an exaggerated smile, suddenly turned cold. What do you know? Without the power brought by this cursed sword, how could I have obtained my current wealth and status? For these things, I am willing to be controlled by the cursed sword. After saying this, a strange purple energy surged from the purple sword, forming a terrifying ghostly figure with 18 arms behind him. The purple sword's weapon is called the Cursed Sword Mishura, a cursed sword of quality not inferior to the Great Knife. Unlike the Ghost / series, which brings misfortune to the user, this cursed sword has a strong sense of autonomy. Using this cursed sword to slay enemies can absorb their blood to enhance one's own strength. However, as a cost, the user will gradually be controlled by the cursed sword, ultimately becoming a monster that only knows how to kill. However, judging by the purple sword's appearance, he seems to have actively allowed himself to be controlled by this cursed sword to gain even greater power. The 18-armed ghost behind the purple sword merged into his body, slashing toward Inuarashi with a purple sword energy mixed with a strange aura. If a swordsman cannot master his own weapon, he is inherently weak. If a swordsman can become partners with his weapon, then he is an excellent swordsman, and you are undoubtedly a failure. Inuarashi watched as the purple sword energy was about to strike him, drawing out his blade, the Dragon Slayer. A dazzling red light flashed, and the massive purple sword energy was directly cut into countless pieces. Remember, a sword can be your partner or your tool, but it must never be your master. The Dragon Slayer collided with Mishura, and the powerful sword energy swept in all directions, leaving countless sword marks on the ground extending for hundreds of meters. On another battlefield, Tiger looked at the taller-than-him Enmity, who was striking a pose for Fishman Karate. Fishman Tiger, I never expected to be fighting against someone whose bounty is less than 1 billion. It seems you all look down on me. After speaking, flames began to burn on Enmity's body as he spread his wings and flew into the air, a powerful aura emanating from him, as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened. Tiger looked at the powerful aura of Enmity without a hint of fear in his eyes. The Beast Pirate's high-ranking officer, Enmity, if it comes down to raw strength, I am indeed no match for you. But don't forget, I am a fishman. Upon hearing Tiger's words, Enmity was momentarily stunned, unable to figure out the connection between the two. Then, Tiger jumped directly into the sea. As Enmity looked on in confusion, Tiger surfaced from the water. Fishman Karate, water gun. As Tiger swung his palms, a thick water column formed from the water, shot toward Enmity, who was flying in the air like a cannonball. Seeing the thick water column shooting towards him, Enmity's expression changed. As a devil fruit user, being hit by seawater was definitely not a good thing for him. Without hesitation, Enmity immediately drew his long knife, and the blazing flames wrapped around it as it collided with the water cannon. The powerful impact of the water cannon sent Enmity flying backward, and after a short distance, he finally stopped, flapping his wings, Enmity looked at Tiger with newfound seriousness in his eyes. No wonder you want to fight me. Let me see whether your water is stronger or my flames. Enmity raised his right hand, concentrating the blazing flames into a huge fireball. Flame Emperor. Looking at the giant fireball shooting toward him, Tiger did not dare to underestimate it. He crossed his arms in the water, and with Enmity's incredulous gaze, a massive flow of water was directly whipped out by Tiger. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Sea flow, over-the-shoulder throw. The clash of seawater and flames, two opposing elements, created a surge of hot steam that obscured the figures of both fighters. On the deserted island, Whitebeard once again repelled Charlotte Linlin and the other two, looking at the sword mark on his chest with a gloomy expression directed at Napoleon in Charlotte Linlin's hand. Just now, the three of them had once again launched an attack against him, and even 2 fists couldn't match 6 hands. Even when facing 3 strong opponents, he still had to pay a price. The three looked at the injury on Whitebeard's chest with surprise in their eyes. After spending 3 days, they had finally succeeded in injuring Whitebeard. With this initial success, Whitebeard's injuries would only worsen as the battle continued. If they kept fighting, they might really have a chance at victory. Just as the three were planning to press their advantage, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky in front of Whitebeard, and as the lightning dissipated, a figure taller than Whitebeard appeared on the battlefield. You are Volebel. Charlotte Linlin recognized the person she had been watching for a long time, her face showing a hint of astonishment. Kid, why are you here? Whitebeard gripped his sword, the Cloud Cutter, ready to strike at any moment. It was Marco who asked me to come and save you. Upon hearing that it was Marco, a hint of emotion appeared on Whitebeard's face, and the murderous expression softened a bit. Hey, Volebel, this is our battle with Whitebeard. Do you really want to interfere? Charlotte Linlin scanned Volebel with a predatory gaze. The one who destroyed your subordinate pirate crew was me. It has nothing to do with Whitebeard. Since you are fighting because of this, there is no need for it. If you want to find someone, come to me. Kid, I don't need your pity. It's still 20 years too early for those three to think they can defeat me. Leave the battlefield here to me, Whitebeard. After all, your children are not in a good situation right now. Upon hearing Volebel's words, Whitebeard's expression changed. Indeed, his children were his greatest weakness. I'll leave this to you. Kid, I'll go support my children and come back to help you. You better not die. Don't worry, even if you die, I won't. Stubborn kid, take care of yourself. No one stopped Whitebeard from leaving. After all, their original goal was to force the guy who caused all this to hand over the culprit. Now that the culprit was right in front of them, there was no need to keep dragging Whitebeard into the fight. Whitebeard's strength was already formidable, and with Volebel, they might not even be a match for him. Who would have thought the culprit would be Volebel? How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you are willing to join my pirate crew and become my 26th husband, I will help you resolve this matter. Hey, Lingling, we suffered such huge losses. It would be good to just brush it off with one sentence. Don't worry. At worst, I'll give you some extra berries as compensation. After hearing Charlotte Lingling's words, Kaido also acquiesced. Just then, a buzzing voice came from within the armor. Lingling, don't forget the promise you made to me. Don't worry. Even if the target of revenge has changed, what I promised you won't change. So how about it? Volebel, as long as you are willing to be my husband, I will help you resolve this matter completely. Looking at the still, somewhat attractive Big Mom in front of him, a hint of disdain appeared in Volebel's eyes. No, I have a mental cleanliness obsession. You are just a monster who doesn't treat her husband and children as family and doesn't understand emotions. Hearing Volebel's mockery, Big Mom's expression became increasingly grim. If that's the case, then I won't care about your feelings anymore. I'll chop off all your limbs, and even if you don't want to, you'll have to become my husband and let me have a few children of the Fur Tribe to make my Charlotte family even more prosperous. Ha ha ha. Watching Big Mom, who looked like a mad woman in front of him, Volebel's gaze gradually became dangerous. You really are a pervert, Lingling. Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, stop laughing. Get ready, and remember not to kill him. Leave him with a bear's life. As Big Mom stated her demands, Kaido and Silver Axe acted without hesitation. Cade Volebel now looks like a Super Saiyan, radiating a fierce aura all over. The three of them changed their expressions drastically upon sensing Volebel's powerful presence. How is this possible? How could you be this strong? Zila, watching Volebel in the lightning, who resembled the thunder god, no longer had her previous arrogance. She grabbed her hat, transforming it into Napoleon's sword. Kaido immediately entered his half-beast form, unleashing all his armed color haki to cover his entire body. Silver Axe directly removed his shattered armor, revealing his muscular upper body. His skin turned blue, and his body began to grow rapidly, ultimately reaching a height of 30 meters. In his animal-type mythical zoan fruit, the ice giant form, he condensed a gigantic axe made of ice in his hand. Seeing the three of them with significantly strengthened auras, Volebel became excited. No wonder you are members of the Rocks Pirates. Let me see just how strong you really are. Volebel transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared before the three. His fist wrapped in lightning and armed haki struck the silver axe. The massive ice giant was sent flying by Volebel's punch. Volebel turned and threw a punch at Kaido, but it was surprisingly blocked by Kaido using his kanabo. Such strong observation haki. But just because the attack was blocked doesn't mean my assault is over. Volebel twisted his fist, and a powerful, transparent force directly penetrated the wolf Feng club, sending Kaido flying. Kaido and Silver Axe fell to the ground like two meteors, causing the entire island to shake again. Just as the two were retreating, Big Mom, wielding Napoleon wrapped in flames, slashed towards Volebel's body. Suddenly, Big Mom's expression changed as she shifted her attack target to stab behind her. Volebel had transformed into lightning and appeared behind her, colliding with Napoleon. Due to the sudden change in her attack, Big Mom's power weakened significantly, and after days of battle, her strength had declined, causing her to be sent flying. Amidst the dust, the three of them, Big Mom, Kaido, and Silver Axe, struggled to stand up. Such speed. Seeing the three of them, though disheveled, completely unharmed, Volebel had already anticipated this. Big Mom, who is like a steel balloon, Kaido, who has eaten the Azure Dragon Fruit, and Silver Axe, a mythical Zoan-type ice giant, are all monsters with maximum physical strength. It's no wonder that even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, could not defeat the three of them. Their combined physicality is simply too high. Kid, your punches are much more comfortable compared to that old guy Whitebeard. You think you can take on the three of us by yourself? Although Kaido said this, the shock in his heart was beyond words. It's important to note that Volebel had only been at sea for a few years and had already gained such immense power. His growth rate was indeed exaggerated. At this moment, Volebel was estimating the gap in strength between the two sides. In terms of attack power, Volebel believed he had yet to reach the level of the Four Emperors. In terms of physical quality, Volebel was confident he had reached the level of the Four Emperors. As for haki, so far, Volebel's dual-color haki had not broken through to the top level. However, he had made some progress with Conqueror's haki, mastering Conqueror's haki infusion. Although his devil fruit had not awakened yet, it could still enhance his combat power. Overall, Volebel believed he was currently at a level above that of a Marine Admiral, but below that of the Four Emperors. As long as his dual-colored haki breaks through to the top level, or his fruit ability awakens, he would be able to reach the level of the Four Emperors. Volebel's three opponents are not weak at all. The still-growing Kaido is roughly at the level of an admiral. Big Mom, who is on the verge of reaching her peak, is about equal in strength to Volebel, somewhere between an admiral and an emperor. From the recent clash, Silver Axe's combat power should also be at the admiral level. Overall, Volebel is clearly at a disadvantage, but he has plenty of trump cards of his own. Hey, you two, focus and use your full strength quickly. At this rate, when that Whitebeard guy comes back, we're all going to die. Kaido's body rapidly enlarges, transforming into a 100-meter-long Azure Dragon soaring into the sky. He begins to gather flames in his mouth, and with a dragon's roar, the scorching flames shoot towards Volebel. Heat wave. Come out, Zeus. Zeus flies out from Big Mom and quickly ascends into the sky, transforming from a cloud shape into a massive dark thundercloud over a kilometer long. Heavenly God of great freedom. Crackling sounds fill the air as endless pillars of lightning seem to have a will of their own, rushing towards Volebel. Ha ha, you two are really fired up. The Silver Axe, transformed into an ice giant, raises the ice axe in his hand, which quickly enlarges to an astonishing 100 meters, covered in dense haki, as if it were divine punishment, swinging down towards Volebel. Axe of the Ice God, watching the three attacks coming at him. Even Volebel feels a powerful threat at this moment. His heart races and the blood in his body boils. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Thunder God, Cannon of Heaven. The lightning on Volebel suddenly expanded and burst, causing his body to rapidly enlarge to 100 meters. Volebel unleashed a surge of electricity from his body, thrusting both palms forward. A wave of energy, forged from endless lightning, collided with the attacks from the three individuals. At that moment, even people hundreds of kilometers away felt a flash before their eyes, as the entire sea area was illuminated by a blinding white light. Soon after, a deafening roar echoed, and the fragmented island was instantly shattered, causing the sea surface to plunge by 100 meters, triggering a massive tsunami. As the explosion gradually subsided, only a few small remnants of the island remained. Volebel stood on one of the remaining stones, watching as the three individuals nearby, Silver Axe, had already returned to their normal state, with several large scars on his body. However, these wounds had been charred by electricity, preventing any blood from flowing out. Kaido remained in his dragon form, flying in the air, appearing to be in the best condition among the three. Aside from some scales having fallen off, there were no significant changes. Big Mom, charred all over, sat on Zeus, her gaze towards Volebel filled with disbelief. You actually absorbed Zeus's lightning. I am a user of the natural type storm fruit, the master of wind, rain, thunder, and clouds. Your little lightning is merely a snack for me. You're not feeling too great yourself, are you? The calmest, Silver Axe, seemed to see through something and confidently said to Volebel, who appeared uninjured. Impressive. As expected of the great pirate Silver Axe, your eyes are quite sharp. Volebel could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of black blood, immediately feeling much more comfortable. Although Big Mom's lightning had no effect on him, Kaido's heat and Silver Axe's Ice God axe had directly knocked Volebel out of his Thunder God state, and even caused some internal injuries. This clash can only be described as a draw, with neither side gaining an advantage. Let's continue. As I said, I am the master of wind, rain, thunder, and clouds, and this is just one form of lightning. Let me show you the other powers I possess. After Volebel finished speaking, a fierce wind began to blow above the sea. Volebel's figure started to become illusory and eventually merged into the wind, disappearing without a trace. The moment Kaido and the others saw Volebel vanish, their expressions changed drastically. Because in their observation haki, even Volebel's presence had completely disappeared. The ethereal voice of Volebel came from the winds surrounding them. You few, stop wasting your efforts. The observation haki determines the position and predicts attacks by sensing the aura emitted by living beings. But now I have merged with the wind. My aura has been concealed by it, and your observation haki is ineffective against me. Let me show you the power I possess in my storm form. Wind Blade Domain. The invisible wind turned tangible at this moment, and a violent storm formed countless green wind blades, filling the entire sea area. Big Mom and the other two felt an ominous premonition as they looked at the sky full of wind blades. Then they saw thousands of wind blades flying toward them. It's just wind, I can do that too. Bad wind. Kaido, not to be outdone, unleashed his own power as the user of the Azure Dragon Fruit, capable of utilizing wind, fire, thunder, and clouds. Hundreds of wind blades collided with Volebel's wind blades, shattering them with a thunderous sound. Ultimately, the wind Kaido mastered was merely a supplementary ability of his fruit, while the wind Volebel controlled was the fundamental ability of his fruit, creating a gap between them. Damn it! Big Mom, without any hesitation, directly split her soul and plunged it into the sea, with thousands of tons of seawater surging from the depths. A shield of seawater over 100 meters thick formed above the three of them. Seeing this, Silver Axe immediately spread his arms, and countless icy chills erupted from his body, freezing the thousands of tons of seawater into ice blocks. Thousands of wind blades continuously struck the icy shield, visibly thinning the 100-meter-thick ice shield. At this rate, we will eventually be worn down by all these wind blades. You two must find a way to eliminate them. Silver Axe kept using his ice power to thicken the ice shield, sweat pouring from his forehead. But we currently can't sense where that Volebel guy is. There's no other choice, Kaido. It seems the only way to eliminate so many wind blades is to use brute force. Kaido, do you remember the technique I taught you? You mean that giant race's ultimate skill? Exactly. It's the only technique that might be able to eliminate all these wind blades. But using it is a huge burden for both you and me. There's no time to hesitate now. Kaido, hurry up. I understand. Kaido transformed into his dragon human form, and his Kanabo instantly became enveloped in a rich layer of armament haki. Big Mom, seeing this, also wrapped her Napoleon in powerful armament haki. The two stood side by side on Zeus, gathering their strength, and at the same moment, swung their weapons. At that moment, various colors of energy flickered from their bodies and then transformed into pure white energy. Dominating the sea, a powerful giant shockwave was released by the two, shattering the ice shield in front of them, and countless wind blades were rendered formless by the shockwave. At this time, several ships from unknown forces, over 100 kilometers away, witnessed a massive shockwave suddenly shooting out from the center of the battlefield. They had no time to dodge and were directly pierced through by the shockwave. As the giant shockwave dissipated, this move left a scar over 100 kilometers long across the entire sea. Watching the wind blades that had disappeared, the three let out a sigh of relief. But Big Mom and Kaido, standing on Zeus, were already gasping for breath. This move was a modified technique from Charlotte Linlin based on the Elbaf Kingdom, tailored for her and Kaido to unleash several times their combined power. Just when the three thought everything was finally over, Volebel's voice echoed once more from all directions. "You three won't just end like this, will you?" Hearing Volebel's voice, the three immediately heightened their vigilance and looked around. The ability of Volebel's fruit is truly monstrous, making the three of them not dare to be the slightest bit careless. "Look here," a voice from the sky called out, and the three immediately looked up to see Volebel's figure. High up in the sky, hundreds of meters above, a giant cyan energy ball over 100 meters in size was held high in Volebel's hand, and this energy ball was formed from countless condensed powers of wind. Volebel gave it a familiar name, the Great Jade Spiral Ball. The blue energy sphere quickly smashed towards the three of them, and upon sensing the terrifying energy contained within the sphere, their expressions changed. Even if they could withstand this attack, they would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries. Big Mom understood that among the three, only she had the highest attack power, and now she had to step up. Mingguang Cannon, Anumicius held the end of Napoleon's blade, and the top of the blade pierced through Zeus, forming a green energy ring. Big Mom swung Napoleon fiercely, and the powerful energy ring immediately fired a beam of high-density laser. The laser collided with the spiral ball, resulting in a violent explosion, scattering countless wind blades across the sea and once again stirring up monstrous waves. "Volebel, you really are strong." Charlotte Linlin looked at Volebel in the air with envy, jealousy, and other emotions. "However, Volebel, the abilities you just used are all large-scale skills, which consume a lot of energy for the user. Even if your stamina is exceptional, you must have exhausted quite a bit of it by now. Although the three of us have suffered some injuries, to be honest, they are nothing serious for us. Now we give you a choice. As long as you choose to surrender and give us 70% of the berries and treasures you obtain from those pirates, today's battle will end. Isn't that a pretty good deal?" Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Volebel couldn't help but let out a sneer. "Those treasures are all my spoils of war. Why should I hand them over to you? Moreover, how do you know how strong my stamina really is?" Although Volebel's attack power did not reach the level of the four emperors, his physical quality definitely did. And with the advantages of the Fur Tribe combined with the lightning body tempering, his stamina was truly unfathomable. Although using the storm fruit consumed a lot of stamina, he could completely afford it. However, what troubled Volebel was that his attacks posed no lethal threat to the few guys in front of him, unless he used the Moonlight Lion form or applied Conqueror's Haki, which were his trump cards. Nevertheless, Volebel wasn't anxious. He believed that Whitebeard had already arrived at the frontline battlefield. With his strength, it wouldn't be long before he ended that battle and came back. At that time, these three would still be forced to flee. Just as both sides were in a stalemate, a ship suddenly approached at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the auras on the small boat, the faces of Volebel and the others changed drastically. On the deck of that ship stood the current Marine Admiral Sengoku, the current Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, and the Marine Hero Carp. Damn it, what's going on? How did these three old guys end up here together? Even Volebel felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The battlefield was about to become even more complicated at that moment. Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr. How could you three appear deep in the New World? A few hours ago, Carp, Sengoku, and Zephyr had arrived in this sea area on a disguised merchant ship to observe the battle between Whitebeard and Big Mom. Just as they were preparing to carry out their decapitation operation, the Volebel pirates suddenly appeared in this sea area and joined the battlefield, instantly breaking the stalemate. The Whitebeard, who was originally at a disadvantage, immediately began to fight back and quickly suppress the other three pirate crews. Just as the three were hesitating whether to intervene, that guy Whitebeard actually left the front lines. This was definitely a good opportunity. It was clearly much easier to capture the other big pirates than to capture Whitebeard. However, what they didn't expect was that Volebel's strength was actually so formidable that he could hold his own against the three major pirate crews for such a long time without falling behind. Given Volebel's excellent performance, the three waited for a while longer. It was only when both sides stopped fighting and began to negotiate that they jumped in to reap the benefits. Looking at Big Mom, who was angrily questioning him, Sengoku couldn't hide his smile. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "You are clearly taking advantage of others' misfortune. Do we Navy really need to reason with you pirates? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? However, I am curious. Who did you Navy send to stop that monster Whitebeard? Aren't you afraid he will come back and join us to besiege you? You pirates don't need to know that. Just know that today is the day you fall. Big Mom and the others noticed that they had consumed half of their stamina, and their faces looked grim. They had first engaged in 4 days of intense battle with Whitebeard, and then just had a fierce confrontation with Volebel, leaving them in a state that was less than half of their peak condition. Although they could still unleash all their power in a short period thanks to their strong abilities, Carp and the other two were in a very full state. If they fought with Carp for a long time, it was indeed possible that, as Sengoku said, they could die here. Volebel, we must join forces now. Otherwise, none of us will escape today. It seems this is the only path left. I promise you, Volebel, you should be the one in the best condition and strength here. So you can choose either Carp or Sengoku as your opponent. Big Mom's eyes turned as she said to Volebel, "Can I fight Zephyr? Don't joke around. That guy Zephyr can't compare to Carp and Sengoku at all." Hearing their conversation, Zephyr's face darkened. Hey. You guys come and fight me if you have the skill. Don't look down on me." Volebel is now talking to Big Mom just by time. In his mind, he is constantly thinking about a way out. To be precise, a way to survive. Right now, Whitebeard has been held back by an unknown powerful being, and the four of them here are no match for Carp and his two companions combined. After some thought, Volebel has already formed a plan. Rather than collaborating with Big Mom and her crew, Volebel prefers to team up with the principled and loyal Whitebeard. "I'll take on Sengoku, and the rest is up to you." "All right, then Carp will be handled by me and Kaido." Upon hearing that Volebel wants to fight him, Sengoku gracefully took off his round glasses and put them in his suit pocket. "Volebel, I've been keeping an eye on you since you set sail. If you hadn't killed the Celestial Dragon to become a Marine back then, you would definitely have become our next Marine Admiral." "What a coincidence, Sengoku. I once considered joining the Marines as well. However, I'm used to being unruly and don't like having someone over me imposing their will. Moreover, joining the Marines would mean I could never achieve my dreams. We have different paths, so let's fight, Sengoku." Without hesitation, Volebel's hair transformed into arcs of electricity, entering lightning form as the lightning in his hands continuously released, ultimately forming a lightning spear over 100 meters long. Lightning form, Zeus Spear. Volebel's arm muscles bulged as he launched a spear over 100 meters, the lightning spear shooting towards Carp's ship at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Carp prepared to counter. "Wait, Carp, since this guy Volebel wants to fight me, let me handle it." "All right, I won't compete with you." Sengoku watched the rapidly approaching lightning spear and began to step forward, his body expanding with each step, his black suit bursting apart due to his powerful muscles, revealing skin that shimmered with golden light. After a few steps, a towering golden Buddha, over 20 meters tall, appeared on the deck. Buddha palm impact. Sengoku's palm emitted a brilliant golden light as he struck out with immense force, creating a shockwave that collided with the incoming lightning spear. The golden shockwave clashed with the blue-white lightning, as if attempting to split the world in two. The powerful energy dissipated, revealing Sengoku unscathed. As expected of Admiral Sengoku, "The Buddha, you easily blocked my attack. Volebel, I admit you are strong, but you are still too young. Your dual haki has not reached the top level, and you haven't mastered more powerful techniques. With your current strength, you are simply not my match. You'll know if I'm a match once we fight. Then let's battle." Sengoku stomped heavily on the deck, causing the ship to sink several meters as his massive body transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the air alongside Volebel. In the air, two figures, one gold and one white, clashed continuously, creating powerful shockwaves. Carp easily jumped onto the wreckage of the deserted island, looking at the dragon form of Kaido and Big Mom before him. "You two are quite confident, huh? Back on the Rock's ship, you have both come this far." Indeed, everyone from the Rock's pirates is a dangerous character. "Enough talk, come on, Carp." Among them, the one under the most pressure was not Volebel or Silver Axe, but Big Mom and Kaido. They knew that, even in their prime, joining forces would not make them a match for Carp, let alone now. But in this situation, if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't even have a chance to hold out. Kaido aimed at Carp and unleashed a pillar of fire from his mouth. As he watched the fire approaching, Carp simply threw a punch, combining pure strength with haki, extinguishing the kilometer-long fire pillar with a single blow. "Looks like today I could be a dragon slayer too. Carp, you old man die." Prometheus, attached to Napoleon, followed Big Mom as she swung a slash of flame across a kilometer toward Carp. "Lingling, your sword energy is a combination of devil fruit and power. Compared to the techniques of great swordsmen, It's just a poor imitation. That said, Carp still revealed a hint of seriousness in his eyes as he activated his hockey armor and punched the flame slash. With a loud boom, the flame slash shattered. Although your technique lacks any finesse, I must admit, Charlotte Lingling, your talent is the strongest I've ever seen. It's a pity you don't utilize it, otherwise. Your future would be limitless. Carp understood Big Mom's potential very well. A natural monster who could kill giants at 5 years old. Fighting purely based on her terrifying innate talent without any learned combat techniques. Yet, this talent monster, who relied solely on her innate abilities, could become one of the 4 emperors in the future. If we rank talent in the world of One Piece, Luffy would be first as the destined one. And without a doubt, Charlotte Lingling would come in second. Unfortunately, with your current strength, you are simply not my match. Go and repent in the underwater prison. The lonely Silver Axe and Zephyr exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Both were the last one standing. Silver Axe recalled the last time he fought Zephyr was 10 years ago. Let me see how much strength you have left now. Zephyr, you really are despicable. Let me recover first before we fight. Stop joking. What is there to discuss with you vile pirates? I seal. Silver Axe emanated a chilling aura that froze the nearby sea for hundreds of meters. He once again condensed a giant axe aimed at Zephyr. If you have the ability, let me die here today. Otherwise, I will repay you 100-fold for today's grudge. Hearing Silver Axe's threat, Zephyr's eyes turned dangerous, recalling the tragic deaths of his wife and children. Don't worry, I definitely won't give you the chance for revenge this time. In the air, Sengoku kept using the moonwalk to move, but his speed in the air was clearly no match for Volebel in lightning mode. With the enhancement of lightning, Volebel's speed had reached an extremely exaggerated level, far beyond Sengoku's capabilities. However, Sengoku's observation haki was strong. He suspected Volebel also possessed top-tier observation haki, but he was unsure what advanced abilities he had mastered. Watching Volebel darting around him, Sengoku hesitated to make a move, as most of his earlier attacks had been avoided by Volebel. Observing Volebel's incredible speed, Sengoku remained calm. Your speed is indeed impressive, but how could I not have a way to deal with an opponent like you? Sengoku's hands suddenly came together, and a strange energy spread outwards from him in all directions. At that moment, Volebel first heard a sound resembling the Buddha's mantra, and then he felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, causing a mouthful of blood to burst forth from his mouth. What kind of ability is this? Volebel immediately entered elemental form, which prevented further damage to his internal organs. Watching Volebel hover in the air with blood at the corner of his mouth, Sengoku wore a smug smile. The mythical beasts not only possess abilities far surpassing those of ordinary animal types, but most importantly, they have their own unique special skills. Just like Marco the Phoenix's resurrection flame, Kaido's ability to control various weather patterns, and the ice power of the axe, Sengoku also has his own unique mythical Zoan fruit ability. The sound of Vani is a type of sound that is different from ordinary sounds and is an embodiment of Sengoku's fruit ability. It can harm the fragile organs within living beings, and those with weak mental strength can become dazed or even fall into a coma upon hearing this sound. Volebel immediately used electrical stimulation on his damaged organs to recover quickly, and soon the pain diminished significantly. I didn't expect you to have such abilities, Sengoku. I underestimated you. My power is beyond that. A brilliant golden light emanated from Sengoku, and a massive Buddha figure sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform appeared behind him. The Buddha-like Sengoku pressed towards Volebel from the void, and the giant Buddha behind him also moved in Volebel's direction. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, and an invisible force directly imprisoned Volebel in the air, making it difficult for him to move. Seal the demon. Sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike, Volebel dared not be careless. A powerful energy erupted from within him, allowing him to break free from the force that was imprisoning him. However, at this moment, the giant hand was only a few meters away from him, and there was no time to evade. Armed haki covered him, lightning form activated, and Conqueror's haki entwined. At that moment, the three energies fused into Volebel's fist. White-blue lightning mixed with black-red lightning, and the three energies combined to form a strange crimson lightning. The moment this energy appeared, the space seemed to begin to tremble violently. How is this possible? You actually learned to use Conqueror's haki. However, Volebel had no time to give Sengoku the finger. He desperately controlled the stability of this energy and threw a punch at the giant hand. Volebel's uppercut collided with the golden Buddha palm that was coming down to suppress him. In an instant, a powerful energy erupted from the center of Volebel's fist, forming a giant energy sphere that resembled a nuclear explosion, creating a massive pit in the sea. Even Carp and the others were sent flying back a distance by this energy. Carp looked at the enormous energy sphere covering dozens of kilometers, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Volebel was able to withstand Sengoku's full-force attack. As the energy dissipated, Volebel stood in the air, his right hand now bloodied, while Sengoku faced him with a complex expression, looking at his charred right hand. The not-so-skillful use of Conqueror's Haki, mixed with your devil fruit ability, actually unleashed such powerful strength. It's hard to imagine how strong this punch will be once your devil fruit ability awakens and your Conqueror's Haki becomes more proficient. But unfortunately for you, you're facing me today. Sengoku's charred right hand began to heal at a visible speed. The recovery ability of the animal-type mythical Zoan fruit was that powerful. You just exhausted so much energy with that last attack. How will you block this one? The golden light on Sengoku became even more brilliant, and the massive shadow behind him transformed its 2 hands into 4, eventually becoming an 8-armed Buddha. Unexpectedly, Volebel was able to force Sengoku to use this technique. It seems Sengoku truly felt a crisis this time. Feeling the intense, killing intent contained within this move, Volebel remained completely still, showing no reaction. Are you afraid? Volebel, it's too late to regret. You will die here today. Under Sengoku's command, 8 giant palms came crashing down toward Volebel. Despite being surrounded from all directions for some reason, Volebel remained motionless. Has he given up resisting? The 8 giant palms stacked together and smashed down on Volebel. Big Mom and the others felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. It's over. That kid Volebel should be dead. After the giant palms disappeared, Volebel's figure was nowhere to be seen at the place of impact. How is this possible? Where did that guy Volebel go? Just before the first collision with Sengoku, Volebel had already thought of a way to escape. His storm form allows him to merge his body into the wind, making it undetectable by observation Haki. However, this alone wasn't enough to fool everyone present. After all, besides observation Haki, they also possessed sharp observational abilities. Therefore, Volebel used his third form, the Cotton Cloud form, in which he has the ability to control clouds. After the collision with Sengoku, while everyone was caught off guard, he instantly switched to Cotton Cloud form, using his cloud manipulation ability to leave behind a cloud that looked exactly like him. Meanwhile, Volebel's true self entered storm form, successfully escaping from the battlefield using the powerful airflow generated by the collision. Looking at the vanished Volebel, Sengoku's face was filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend how Volebel had disappeared. But even more shocked were Big Mom and the other 2. See, it's over. That guy Volebel escaped. What do we do now? Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. After a moment of shock, Sengoku's angry gaze turned toward the remaining 3. In that moment, Big Mom and the others felt the greatest malice in the world. They wished to peel Volebel's skin off and extract his bones. But even if they hated him now, they had to find a way to hold on. At this moment on Muad Island, Whitebeard held the Tsongyun slash, exhaling a breath of cold air. In front of him stood a 5 Elders member with a lower body turned into a skeletal horse, wielding a long sword that emitted icy energy. Beside him was another 5 Elders member whose lower body had transformed into a spider, continuously attacking Whitebeard with his sharp limbs. At this point, there were no other lives left on Muad Island except for the corpses. The members of the 5 pirate crews sensed something was off the moment Whitebeard appeared, and soon after, the 5 elders arrived at Muad Island. Whitebeard had not finished the battle here when the 2 5 elders began to fight him. These 2 5 elders were naturally no match for Whitebeard, but their bodies were practically immortal and difficult to defeat. The battle between both sides was so fierce that even the residual force was something ordinary pirates could not withstand. Thus, the 5 pirate crews decided to end the war, and they had already distanced themselves from Muad Island. Therefore, now, on Muad Island, apart from the corpses scattered everywhere, only Whitebeard and the 2 5 elders remained. Whitebeard swung the Tsongyun slash again, using the Tremor Fruit's power to send a bull demon flying. But in a moment of carelessness, another 5 elders member's sharp long sword cut a wound on his side, which was frozen before blood could even flow out. You guys are truly disgusting. Since the beginning of the battle, Whitebeard had lost count of how many times he had killed these 2. Each time he tore them to pieces, their remains somehow reassembled as if they had consciousness. Their recovery ability had already surpassed the limits of animal-type fruits. Whitebeard had seen awakened users of animal-type mythical Zoan fruits, and even regenerating severed limbs was difficult, let alone like them. A pile of rotten flesh that could restore itself to its original form. Whitebeard placed his hand, imbued with tremor power, on the wound at his side, shattering the poisoned ice and expelling the dark poison from his body. The destructive tremor fruit was used so delicately in Whitebeard's hands that even the reassembled five elders could not help but show a hint of fear in their eyes. Having lived a life of luxury for so many years, the five elders had long forgotten the feeling of fighting and slaughter. But in the battle with Whitebeard, one moment of relaxation could lead to their bodies being torn apart by tremor power, and under such torment, fear began to arise within them. Damn it! Can Sengoku and those guys hurry up? Even if we can't die, this is torture. Although the two were no match for Whitebeard, their immortal bodies managed to hold them back. Just as they both hoped that Carp and the others would finish their battles and come to help them, a gust of wind swept across the entire island, and a figure materialized next to Whitebeard from the wind. Volebel, you little brat actually escaped. Whitebeard knew this wasn't the time to discuss that. Big Mom and the others probably couldn't hold on much longer, and they had to find a way to end the battle here to help them. The faces of the five elders turned ugly as they looked at Volebel. Damn it, Sengoku and that bunch of useless guys actually let one get away. Hey, Whitebeard, how about a deal? You two will no longer participate in the Navy's capture of Big Mom and the others. In exchange, I can let you both leave here. Volebel felt that the other party was treating them like fools when he heard the proposed deal, although it sounded like a mutually beneficial arrangement. If the three of them were taken out by the Navy, there wouldn't be many pirates left in the New World. At that point, if the world government and the Navy worked together, the entire structure of the New World would be changed. Volebel clearly understands a principle. Although the pirates of the New World are constantly fighting among themselves, the number of great pirates does not change much. However, now that Roger has just been executed and the Golden Lion has stormed the Navy headquarters and is now imprisoned in the undersea prison, there are now only Whitebeard as the top pirate in the entire New World. Aside from him, the remaining pirates can be counted on two hands. If the New World has already lost two top pirates and then loses three more, the pirate forces in the New World will not stand a chance against the Navy. At that time, let alone the era of great voyages triggered by Roger, even the New World will become the territory of the world government. Therefore, Volebel and Whitebeard cannot abandon Big Mom and the others. They cannot afford to lose so many, even if it means death. Whitebeard also understands this principle and firmly shakes his head to refuse the Gorosei's proposal. Do you think we're fools? If we allow Big Mom and the others to be killed by the Navy, the pirate forces in the New World will be significantly weakened, and at that point, the New World will no longer be ruled by pirates, but will be your world government's domain. Volebel, right? Now that you've withdrawn from the battlefield, how could three pirates possibly stand against Carp and the others? Aren't you essentially abandoning them? No, I didn't withdraw from the battlefield to escape. I want to see who Whitebeard's opponent really is. I aim to join forces with Whitebeard to quickly defeat you. After all, I trust Whitebeard more than Big Mom and the others. Hearing Volebel's praise, a smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Good kid in that case. Let's work together to trap these two immortal monsters. Volebel, do you have any way to hold these two guys for a while? My tremor fruit is developed for destructive power. To be honest, I don't have any suitable moves to trap them. I have no way either. So what should we do? How about you hold them off here while I go rescue Lingling and the others? Even if I hold them back, you can't rescue Charlotte Lingling and the others by yourself. After all, they're the Navy's strongest trident. So what should we do? It's fine. Just because I have no way doesn't mean my partner has no way. Right, Barrett? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed from a distance as a burly man in a black military uniform walked into the battlefield. Just as Volebel arrived, he had come to the immortal ship. The only one on the immortal ship who could stand against an admiral besides Volebel was Barrett. Originally, Volebel only wanted to bring someone to confront Whitebeard's opponent, but now he had an unexpected joy. Barrett, who possesses the combine fruit, can transform objects into purple crystals, allowing them to take on various shapes and become various weapons, even altering the terrain. What Volebel and Whitebeard need to do is to temporarily incapacitate the two Gorosei. Then, they will let Barrett use the abilities of the fusion fruit to seal the two of them. Volebel immediately informed Jindan and the two of his plan. The two exchanged glances and nodded to indicate their understanding. Whitebeard, let's go together. Hey kid, don't command me. Whitebeard raised Song Yun Xia, and a white energy ball appeared on the blade of Song Yun Xia. The ground beneath Whitebeard trembled with power, allowing him to quickly reach the cow ghost and the five elders. Wielding Song Yun Xia to slice down, intending to split the five elders in half. Seeing this, the cow ghost's expression turned grave as black smoke began to emanate from his body, a sign of the awakening of his devil fruit power. He then transformed into his full beast form, rapidly expanding into a giant black spider with a human face and horns. Whitebeard's Song Yun Chia struck the cow ghost, the hard shell colliding with the blade, producing a sizzling sound. The strength of the five elders is not as weak as you think. Feeling that Song Yun Chia could not break the cow ghost shell, Whitebeard did not hesitate. His arms swelled with immense power, pressing down on the cow ghost. The ground beneath the cow ghost sank several meters, and he continuously spat out blood. Looking at the still, unbroken shell of the cow ghost, Whitebeard unleashed all his power. The fruit's strength attached to Song Yun Chia, and the armament haki covered the blade, turning it black. Black and red, lightning flickered on the sharp edge. At this moment, the powers of the devil fruit, armament haki, and conqueror's haki merged into a peak level of strength. Volebel's previous fusion of three abilities could only be considered half-baked compared to Whitebeard's move. Sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike, fear appeared on the cow ghost's face as he twisted his body, trying to escape. But Whitebeard would not give him the chance to flee. He stomped down hard on the cow ghost's body. Whitebeard's eyes seemed to flash with red light as the Song Yun Chia, carrying boundless power, struck the cow ghost's shell once more. This time, a cracking sound echoed, and the cow ghost's tough exterior was shattered, with Song Yun Chia slicing him in half. Meanwhile, Volebel was also engaged in battle with the Bone Horse Five Elders. At this moment, Volebel had entered his lightning form, and his fist struck the opponent, producing a sound of bones cracking. However, in just a moment, the opponent's bones fully recovered. Moreover, the guy in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than the bull demon. The long knife in the opponent's hand exuded a strange and ominous aura, and with just one slash, it could unleash a flying slash over 1,000 meters. His strength was far greater than that of the bull demon. Having already dealt with the bull demon, Whitebeard looked at Volebel and couldn't help but frown. "Kid, can you handle him? If not, let me take over." Watching Whitebeard effortlessly take down the bull demon, Volebel felt a deep envy for his top-notch haki, conqueror's haki, and awakened fruit abilities. Every aspect of Whitebeard was stronger than Volebel. "No need, Whitebeard, although I admit that I can't compare to you in many ways. I also have my own trump cards." Volebel took out something resembling a pocket watch from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on it. An invisible wave of light penetrated Volebel's body, and he could feel the blood inside him beginning to boil, a violent sensation rising in his heart, and strength continuously surging forth. Volebel's body began to grow larger, his hair started to lengthen, and his eyes turned blood red. In just a moment, Volebel transformed into the Moonlight Lion form. Looking at Volebel's dramatically changed appearance, the two elders seemed to recall something, their expressions shifting. "How is this possible? You are actually those weapons from back then. Come on, elders, let me see if you can survive in this form of mine." Moonlight Lion form, Thunder Mode. If Volebel's speed before could only be described as close to lightning, at this moment his speed had surpassed it. In an instant, Volebel appeared behind the bald elder, his eyes shining with a fierce red light as he looked at the opponent's open back. His arm, coated in armament haki and darkened, was now several times stronger than before, with silver lightning coiling around his fist, mixed with black and red lightning. This punch struck fiercely against the elder's back, the terrifying power piercing through his body. However, Volebel's attack was still not over. His other hand, claw-like, directly grabbed the elder's head. Then, a sound like pulling a carrot was heard, and the bald elder's head, along with his spine, was directly ripped out by Volebel. Witnessing the scene, even Whitebeard couldn't help but gasp in shock. Killing wasn't uncommon, but such brutal killing was rare. Volebel pulled his hand out from the opponent's back and used the other hand to throw the opponent's head, connected to the spine, onto the ground. Watching the head writhing on the ground, a flash of red light appeared in Volebel's eyes as he wrapped his foot, infused with armament haki, directly on top of it. The sound of cracking bones echoed, temporarily immobilizing the opponent. "Is Barrett ready?" In response to Volebel, the entire wooden-tiled island began to tremble, and eventually, the whole island transformed into a purple crystalline structure, while a bottomless black hole appeared in the center of the island. Wally Bear and Whitebeard grabbed the bodies of the five elders and threw them into the bottomless black hole. Barrett continued to control the entire island, sealing the entrance with countless purple crystals, and then the small island returned to its original state. Barrett emerged from the ground and dusted himself off. "How long can you keep him trapped, Barrett?" Don't worry, I've sealed them thousands of meters deep beneath this island. Even if they want to get out, it will take some effort. Good. I can't maintain this form for long. So while we still have time, we must hurry to rescue Big Mom and the others. Volebel entered his storm form, wrapping up Whitebeard and Barrett's bodies and swiftly flying towards the location of Big Mom and the others. Carp appeared in front of Big Mom, who was standing on Zeus and did not dare to underestimate him. She immediately covered Napoleon with armament hockey to block in front of her. It's time to end this. Lin, fist bone impact. The armament hockey armor enveloped Carp's fist and struck fiercely against Napoleon's blade. Ah, Mom, it hurts. Napoleon continuously screamed in agony, and countless cracks appeared on his sword. With the sound of cracking, the Napoleon blade made from Big Mom's soul was shattered by Carp's punch. After shattering Napoleon, Carp's fist then struck Big Mom's abdomen, and the immense force caused her to spit out blood, her eyes bulging out as her body was sent flying like a cannonball. Mom. Zeus quickly flew behind Big Mom, expanding rapidly, and only managed to mitigate some of the force after half of his body collided with her. Standing on the damaged Zeus, Big Mom covered the blood hole in her abdomen with her hand, uncontrollably spitting out blood. As expected of Lin, I didn't hold back with this punch, but I didn't expect it to only leave you heavily injured. Big Mom gritted her teeth, tensing her abdominal muscles to forcefully stop the bleeding from the hole. Looking at the half of Napoleon that was still weakly screaming in her hand with despair in her eyes. Charlotte Lin's strength had not yet reached the level of an emperor. If it weren't for her strong physique, Carp's punch could have easily killed her. In the sky, Sengoku, transformed into a giant Buddha, was continuously colliding with Kaido, who had fully transformed into a dragon. Kaido's dragon body was engulfed in scorching flames as he recklessly clashed head-on with Sengoku. Sengoku's attacks kept landing on Kaido, causing dragon scales to fly everywhere, and large amounts of blood to rain down from the sky. Kaido was fighting desperately, using his enormous body from the full beast transformation to absorb the damage from Sengoku. And combined with the super recovery ability from his own fruit, he was barely holding on against Sengoku's onslaught. Although both were in a dire situation, at least they were still alive. Meanwhile, on a piece of floating ice in the sea, one of Zifa's arms had turned black-purple, and he wore a satisfied smile on his face, standing over the lifeless body of the pirate Silver Axe. After failing to capture Volebel a few years ago, Zifa, who had originally planned to retire, once again felt the urge to continue fighting. So instead of slacking off, he worked even harder to train his body. Now, his physique remained at its peak, and most importantly, with this maintenance, his armament hockey had improved significantly. In the recent fight against Silver Axe, Zifa easily suppressed the fatigued Silver Axe. Silver Axe, unwilling to lose so easily, unleashed a powerful fighting spirit, making it difficult for Zifa to keep him down. In order to kill Silver Axe, Zifa adopted a desperate fighting style, deliberately exposing a weakness to take Silver Axe's full power strike head-on, causing his entire arm to turn black-purple from the freezing force, likely freezing his blood as well. Using his body as bait, Zifa found an opportunity and simultaneously smashed Silver Axe's head. Feeling Silver Axe's life force vanish, Big Mom's already pale face became even more distorted. However, she was now at her last gasp. If Carp landed another heavy punch like before, there was no doubt she would be the next to die. Damn Volebel, you bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Looking at the heavily injured Big Mom, Carp showed no hesitation as he charged towards her again, vowing to kill Big Mom today. At the same time, Kaido sensed Silver Axe's aura fade and was caught off guard by Sengoku, whose countless golden palms pressed towards him, sealing his fate. Just as Carp's fist was about to hit Big Mom and finish her off, a massive fist enveloped in armament hockey, Conqueror's hockey, and the power of lightning collided with Carp's fist. Big Mom looked up and saw a transformed Volebel appearing before her. The two fists collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that blew Big Mom and Zeus beneath her away. Meanwhile, a figure holding a large sword landed on Kaido's head. Whitebeard stood on Kaido's head, and a white sphere appeared on Songyun's blade. Skyquake. Countless cracks appeared in the atmosphere, and numerous golden giants shattered into countless pieces under the destructive force of the tremor. Carp and Volebel were locked in a stalemate for 2 seconds before both were sent flying by each other's power. Volebel transformed in the air, elementalizing to counteract this force, while Carp continuously used the moonwalk to step on the surface of the sea, creating dozens of large pits and retreating hundreds of meters before finally stopping. You are Volebel? Although Volebel had transformed into the moonlight lion form, Carp still recognized his identity at a glance. That's right, Carp. You didn't expect me to come back, did you? I really didn't expect you to dare to return, but what surprises me even more is what situation you're in now, to actually receive my punch. You don't need to know so much, Carp. And by the way, goodbye. You're saying goodbye to me? Even though you've come back, you don't think you can leave now, do you? Who knows? At this moment, on the remnants of the small island, Barrett was using the power of his combined devil fruit to create something. Whitebeard, hurry up. Don't be slower than me. Whitebeard, you won't escape. Sengoku and Carp simultaneously attacked the four of them. Big Mom, stop dawdling. Let's go together. Seeing this situation, Kaido and Big Mom immediately understood that Volebel and Whitebeard were saving the two of them, their faces showing surprise. They then immediately used all their remaining strength to launch an attack. Kaido began to accumulate flames in his mouth, and a fire column over 1,000 meters long pierced through Sengoku's golden palm that was coming at him. Big Mom tightened her grip on Napoleon, and a powerful soul force surged from her body, directly repairing Napoleon, while Zeus and Prometheus also attached themselves to Napoleon. Emperor's Sword, a tricolored sword energy, quickly slashed towards Carp. On the other side, Whitebeard raised his fist with powerful Conqueror's Haki and Tremor power attached to it, and punched Sengoku's attack back, sending Sengoku flying. Carp looked at Big Mom's sword energy, grabbed it with both hands, and then crushed it into pieces before continuing to attack Volebel and the others. As Carp approached, without losing momentum, Volebel felt his blood boiling within him, and then the white fur on his body began to flutter. In his moonlight lion form, every hair on Volebel was charged with a large amount of electricity. The energy within Wally Bear continuously transforms into electricity until it fills all the fur on its body. Volebel faced his palm towards the incoming Carp, and suddenly Carp felt a suffocating sense of threat enveloping his entire body. Moonlight lion form, thunder roar cannon, with Volebel's palm as the cannon's muzzle. The electricity stored in his fur erupted from his palm in an instant, shooting a silver lightning pillar towards Carp. The principle of this move is similar to a high-pressure water jet, where water can cut through metal under immense pressure. How powerful would the destructive force of electricity be? Sensing the life-threatening danger, Carp showed no intention of retreating. His entire body was covered in armament Haki armor, and his fist collided directly with the silver lightning pillar. The compressed lightning power unleashed immeasurable destructive force at the moment of impact with Carp. In that moment, even Carp's most confident armament Haki armor was worn down by this energy. At that instant, people within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were forced to close their eyes by the blinding light. Carp was directly blasted into the sea by the thunder roar cannon, while Whitebeard also used it to push Sengoku back. At some point, a black submarine appeared on the surface of the sea. Volebel, hurry up and get on. Without hesitation, the four immediately boarded the submarine. At this moment, the only one left to block them was Zephyr, who could only move one arm. Zephyr, step aside. Sengoku and Carp have already been pushed back. You alone cannot stop us. I'm a navy. How can I let you evil pirates escape? Volebel can hear the firmness in Zephyr's tone, which is a steadfastness for the justice in his heart. Is that so? I understand, and I respect your choice. Volebel suddenly appeared in front of Zephyr. Zephyr desperately released his observation Haki, trying to predict Volebel's attack. As he watched Volebel's fist coming towards him, Zephyr felt as if his observation Haki had failed him. It seemed that no matter how he dodged, he would be hit by that punch. The essence of martial arts was with him. Zephyr, if it were you, what would you choose? Realizing that he couldn't evade the punch, Zephyr made the same choice as Volebel. His fist, fueled by his last ounce of strength, struck towards Volebel's fist. With a thud, Zephyr was shocked to see Volebel's arm piercing through his chest. How was this possible? It's over for Zephyr. Volebel pulled his arm out of Zephyr's body, blood staining his arm. At this moment, Zephyr could no longer feel any pain in his body, lying helplessly on the ice block. No, Zephyr. Sengoku in midair saw this scene and was furious. Volebel returned to the submarine and spoke sternly to Barrett beside him. Let's go, Barrett. Finally, the black submarine sank into the sea and disappeared. Inside the submarine, Volebel and Barrett sat together, while not far away was Whitebeard. As for Big Mom and Kaido, they sat opposite, far from the three. The five of them seemed to stare at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat eerily oppressive. Whitebeard, Volebel, thank you both for coming back to save us. Although the incident started because of Volebel, the life-saving grace is far more important than that. Big Mom and Kaido are not people who can't see the situation. This time, both Kaido and I owe you a favor. As for Whitebeard, you can forget it. After all, you have quite a few grudges against me. I don't care for your favors. Since that's the case, I want to use this favor to make a deal with you. What deal? There can be no more deaths of great pirates in the New World. I hope that before the situation stabilizes completely, there won't be any large-scale conflicts between us. Otherwise, the pirate forces in the New World will become weaker. And at that time, the world government and the Navy will definitely take action against the New World, and we will all be doomed. I wonder if you can agree to this deal. Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. Soon, Barrett maneuvered the submarine to a deserted island, and everyone disembarked from the submarine onto the island. Linlin and Kaido, you two better get the hell out of here, or I won't be polite. Whitebeard, although you saved us, we won't be grateful to you. I don't need your gratitude. Hurry up and get lost while I don't want to fight you. Under Whitebeard's threat, Kaido summoned Zeus, while Big Mom transformed into the Azure Dragon and left the deserted island. After watching the two leave, Whitebeard finally planted his sword, Song Yun Xia, into the ground and sat down. After several days of fierce battles, even Whitebeard was feeling the strain. Hey, Volebel, what are your plans next? Volebel also sat down on the ground directly opposite Whitebeard. I plan to take over the territory of that guy, the Golden Lion, and turn it into my own territory. The Golden Lion's territory? That really is a nice piece of land. Whitebeard originally wanted to say to Volebel that classic line, "Would you like to be my son?" However, upon recalling Volebel's conqueror's haki, which was not any weaker than his own, he understood that Volebel was a guy with lofty ambitions who would never agree to that. Do you need me to help you contact your pirate crew? You wouldn't want them to lose track of you. Don't worry, they have my life paper. Volebel had just finished speaking when a small black dot appeared in the distance, which was the Immortal. Look, it has arrived. The Immortal soon docked, and Inuarashi, with bandages wrapped around his chest, and Viper, with one arm and cast, jumped off the ship. Upon seeing that Volebel had no injuries, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a captain, with two admirals and the hero garb, you managed to come out unscathed. All right, enough flattery. I'm not feeling great either. Hurry up and bring me some food. Before long, a tablecloth was spread on the beach, and dishes of delicious food were placed in front of Volebel and Whitebeard. Let us eat together. Whitebeard, I believe your stamina is running low too. You're not worried I'll poison you, are you? Kid, even if you poisoned it, I'd still dare to eat it. Whitebeard looked at the enticing food in front of him, swallowed, and directly grabbed a large steak to bite into. His eyes lit up the moment it entered his mouth. Delicious. Your cooking skills are on par with my son Sachi's, each with its own flavor. Seeing Whitebeard devouring the food quickly, Volebel also joined in, refusing to be outdone. Just as they finished eating, the Mobidic arrived at the deserted island. Ha ha, kid. Not only do you have a life card, I have one too. Thank you for coming to help this time. I still need to handle matters in my territory. Let us drink together next time. Afterwards, Volebel and the officers assessed the casualties from this battle. Not a single member of the main ship of the Thunderous Pirates was killed, about 15 biowarriors died, and overall, the casualties were acceptable. Viper, who fought against Katakuri, also sustained some injuries. Viper and Katakuri were evenly matched, neither able to break through the other's defenses. Viper's speed and strength clearly surpassed Katakuri's, but unfortunately, Katakuri's observation haki allowed him to predict Viper's attacks every time. However, Katakuri couldn't hit Viper either. Neither could break through the other's defenses. As for Inuarashi, he successfully killed the vice captain of the Silver Axe Pirates, the Purple Blade, but he himself was seriously wounded, with a massive 1-meter-long wound on his chest. As for Tiger, his battle with the Calamity Ash was executed perfectly, although he remained at a disadvantage. He managed to hold Ash back, preventing him from escaping. With the support of the sea, even Calamity Ash couldn't defeat Tiger. Overall, everyone performed well this time. Boys, adjust the course. We are heading to the territory of the Golden Lion Pirates. Yes, Captain. Soon, news of this great battle spread throughout the seas. The Thunderous Pirates showed terrifying combat power in their first appearance, especially with each of the officers being formidable. Volebel forcibly intervened in the battle, taking on 3 powerful pirates without losing ground. Later, Marine Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, and Marine Hero Garp joined the battlefield. The subsequent battles were not mentioned in the newspapers, likely due to the 5 elders ordering a news blackout. In the end, this battle was portrayed as the great pirate Silver Axe being slain by the Navy, and nothing more. However, the bounty of the members of the Thunder Pirates increased significantly, which can be said to be the world government's self-deception. Walleber's bounty successfully increased from 650 million belly to 165 billion belly. Viper's bounty rose from 200 million belly to 350 million belly. Dogstorm's bounty jumped from 120 million belly to 410 million belly after he killed the Purple Blade. Tiger's bounty was raised from 45 million belly to 330 million belly after he intercepted the Flame Calamity. The last one to have their bounty increased was actually Barrett. His bounty went up from 613 million belly to 863 million belly. This was likely due to Barrett appearing twice, proving that he had indeed joined the Thunderstorm Pirates. His bounty was thus raised, and the wanted poster changed his affiliation from the Roger Pirates to the Thunderstorm Pirates. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Am I dead? Zifa's consciousness seemed to be trapped in chaos, with fragments of his memories constantly flashing in his mind. The heroic dreams of his childhood, decades of fighting against pirates. These were all part of his growth, but when did everything start to change? Was it when he helped the celestial dragons handle their evil deeds? Or was it his mercy that led to pirates retaliating against his family, or those ordinary people who died tragically during missions? Looking at these memories, Zifa seemed to let go of everything at that moment. My dream must have ended the moment I went against justice. Suddenly, he heard a vague voice in his ear. Although it was unclear, Zifa recognized it was the voices of Garp and Sengoku. The sudden clarity made Zifa feel as if he was drowning in a swamp. He desperately pulled himself out of the mire. In a medical room at the Navy's New World base, Sengoku, Garp, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and the commanders of the Navy training camp surrounded the bed. They all looked mournful, and the person on the bed was Zifa, whose body was wrapped in bandages and whose right arm had been amputated. Sengoku and Garp had large dark circles under their eyes, looking extremely haggard. They hoarsely recounted their past memories with Zifa. Suddenly, the two seemed to notice Zifa's eyelashes twitching, and everyone immediately shouted excitedly, "Zifa! Zifa! Wake up!" Under the gaze of the crowd, Zifa struggled to open his eyes. "Am I not dead?" Garp and Sengoku looked at the awakened Zifa, tears uncontrollably flowing from their eyes. A few days ago, during the beheading plan, Zifa's right arm was frozen by Silver Axe, and then Volebel punched through his chest. By the time Sengoku reached Zifa's side, he was barely hanging on to life. After a simple treatment, Sengoku and Garp rushed to the New World Navy branch as quickly as possible. After a day of surgery, they barely managed to save Zifa's life. "I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought I was done for." Zifa's hoarse voice reached everyone's ears, and they all lowered their heads in silence. "All right, everyone, please leave so Zifa can rest," Garp said. As the crowd exited the recovery room, only Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa remained. Zifa was silent for a long time before he asked in a hoarse voice, "What is my current physical condition?" Zifa knew very well that his condition might be very poor, and he might not be able to serve in the Navy anymore. But he still held some hope, wishing to hear some good news from Sengoku and Garp. After a moment of hesitation, Sengoku finally spoke about Zifa's situation. "Zifa, your right arm had severe frostbite, and all the muscles and blood vessels are dead, so it had to be amputated. As for the damage caused by Volebel," at this point, Sengoku's expression became complicated. He held back. "That punch was dangerously close to your heart. If it had hit your heart, even just a little, you would have died. However, even though he held back, you still suffered serious injuries, and now that you've lost an arm, Zifa, you might never be able to serve as an admiral again. Is that so?" "I understand." Zifa's face showed no emotion as he calmly accepted this outcome. Seeing the sorrow and pain on the faces of the two, Zifa forced a smile to comfort them, saying, "Don't be so down. It's just right. I wanted to retire anyway. I can still help the Navy train more talents. Sengoku, I'm willing to voluntarily give up my position as admiral. The Navy will be in your hand from now on." In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, Admiral Black armed Zifa of the Navy headquarters retired. On the deck of the Immortal, members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were drinking fine wine and excitedly discussing the newspapers and bounties they had just purchased from the Poster Gull. "Tiger, you really made the Fishman tribe proud this time. I thought you challenged the Flame Calamity just to train yourself. I didn't expect you to have the ability to fight against such a strong opponent. Viper, you're even more impressive. I was completely suppressed by the Flame Calamity, while you were able to fight evenly with that Katakuri guy. Remember, he is the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates. Don't mention that guy. He gives me a headache. I can't even land a hit on him." Dogstorm was leisurely leaning against the railing, sipping his drink, his bare upper body displaying a massive scar that spanned his entire waist. "Captain Dogstorm, is your injury better? You're secretly drinking again." Dogstorm turned to see Luca, who immediately put on a flattering smile. "Just a little bit, Dr. Luca, just a little, I beg you." "No way. You have to follow the doctor's orders, or I'll let the captain punish you by not letting you drink for a year." Unlike the excited crew on the deck, Volebel was leisurely lying in a sun chair, soaking up the sun, while Barrett sat beside him, staring blankly at his bounty. "Barrett, you've been zoning out for half an hour. What are you thinking about?" Hearing Volebel's question, Barrett put down his bounty with a complicated expression. "I just didn't expect that a guy who believes in his own strength would join a pirate crew again." Looking at the thunderstorm pirates on his bounty, Barrett felt a complex mix of emotions he had never experienced before. "You're not regretting it, are you? Let me tell you, once you're on my pirate ship, there's no turning back." "Ha ha, don't worry, I'm just a bit sentimental." Seeing Barrett's increasingly bright smile, Volebel felt gratified and planned to continue soaking up the sun. Just then, a crew member ran over with a phone bug that was ringing. "Captain, it's the number 2 phone bug." Volebel had just answered the phone bug when he heard Doflamingo's voice on the other end. "Captain Volebel, congratulations on your great victory this time. I didn't expect even the Gorosei to take action this time." Listening to Doflamingo's words, Volebel's expression immediately became serious. "Do you know about the Gorosei coming to Mu Island, Doflamingo?" "Of course I know. My identity is somewhat special, and I have my own informants in the Holy Land. Can you tell me why those 2 guys are not staying well in the Holy Land, but came to the New World?" "According to my information, it was a result created by Sengoku. The Gorosei originally didn't want to pay attention to this matter. It was Sengoku who voluntarily gave up the position of admiral for the future of the Navy and agreed to weaken some of the Navy's powers in exchange for the 2 Gorosei taking action. During Sengoku's tenure, the number of pirates on the sea surged, which made the Navy a violent organization under the world government stronger, even causing the world government to be wary. However, they had no way to reduce the Navy's power in order to combat the pirates. Speaking of which, it was Captain Volebel's actions on Fishman Island that caused a chain reaction. The weakening of pirate riots on the sea significantly reduced the pressure on the Navy. That's why Sengoku could use himself as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the world government. After he willingly went to the Holy Land, he stayed there to protect the celestial dragons in exchange for the 2 Gorosei's intervention. It turns out they wanted to eliminate all the pirates this time. But due to your involvement, Captain Volebel, they suffered a loss. Sengoku will soon head to the Holy Land due to this deal, while Admiral Zephyr is still recovering from his injuries. It won't be long before you hear news of Zephyr's retirement, Captain Volebel. By then, the Navy will only have warring states and carp left, and the Navy will fall into an unprecedented period of weakness. However, 3 Navy monsters have now grown within the Navy: Akiji Kazan, Akainu Sakazuki, and Kizuru Borsalino. These 3 are top-level Logia fruit users, and in a few years, they will replace the older generation of admirals as the new admirals. After this Navy operation against the New World, it is estimated that they won't take action against the New World for the next few years. The Navy's next goal is to stabilize its dominance in the 4 seas and the Grand Line. So I speculate that for the next few years, the Navy and the pirates of the New World will remain in a state of non-interference. So, Captain Volebel, it depends on how you operate in the coming years." Listening to Doflamingo speak confidently, Volebel couldn't help but admire him. Many of Doflamingo's deductions matched what Volebel, who knew the subsequent plot, understood. "Your purpose for calling me today shouldn't be so simple, right? Captain Volebel, I want to do something to enhance your plans. Aren't you planning to annex the territory of the Golden Lion? I have gathered detailed information on the current Golden Lion pirates through some informants in the underground world, and I hope this information can help you in your annexation. I'll take the information, but I won't let you suffer. You can make a request now, but I only say this once. After this call, this matter will not count." Hearing Volebel's words, Doflamingo immediately became excited. He didn't expect that he was only trying to enhance Volebel's plans, and Volebel would give him such face, allowing him to make a request directly. After the excitement, Doflamingo forced himself to calm down and began to think about what request to make. He understood that the request to Volebel couldn't be too high or too low. If it was too high, it would treat Volebel as a fool, and if it was too low, he wouldn't gain any benefits, so he had to find a middle ground. "Captain Volebel, in a while, I plan to launch an attack on a certain country in the New World and dominate that island. I hope you can provide me with some assistance then." "No problem." Seeing Volebel agree, Doflamingo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had struck gold. For Doflamingo, to seize Dressrosa was nothing to Volebel. Dressrosa was just a small country in the early part of the New World. Its strength could only be described as barely adequate. If it weren't for their alliances with several nearby countries to jointly repel pirates, they would have been destroyed long ago, relying solely on their own strength. "All right, since you agree, Captain Volebel, I will tell you all the information I know in detail. Currently, with the Golden Lion captured in the underwater prison, and including the previous heavy losses of the Golden Lion pirates in the Battle of Elbaf, the remaining strong members are not many. The current strong members of the Golden Lion pirates are 3 people, known as the 3 ghosts under the Golden Lion. They're the Gun Ghost, the Fist Ghost, and the strongest, the Skin Ghost. All 3 of them are very powerful, especially the Skin Ghost, who is said to have fought Kaido for 3 days without a winner. Their abilities are divided as follows. 2 days later, the immortal ship finally arrived at the Golden Lion's territory. Just as they arrived at the Golden Lion's territory, a Golden Lion pirate ship unexpectedly approached the immortal ship. Seeing everyone take out their weapons, preparing to destroy this pirate ship, Volebel waved his hand, signaling everyone not to rush. Volebel felt several not-so-strong auras above. If these were the ones trying to stop them, then with just these people, they couldn't even defeat a single officer under Volebel. The pirate ship quickly approached not far in front of the immortal Conley pirate group. "We are here to surrender. Please don't kill us." Seeing this, Volebel gave Viper a glance, and Viper immediately understood Volebel's intention and shouted towards them. "You say you're here to surrender. But do you have a letter of surrender? If not, don't blame us for being impolite. We do have one. According to the orders we received before we left, all crew members of the Golden Lion pirate group must gather at Lion Island to jointly resist the Conley pirate group. We dare not fight against the Conley pirate group. We just slipped out from there. Take him out." Upon hearing Volebel's command, Viper showed no hesitation and waved his claws, sending out several wind blades that directly cut the pirate ship into pieces. The few people on the deck shouted in despair. "Why are we telling you this? Why do you still want to kill us? This time, you betrayed your pirate group to survive, but next time you might betray our Conley pirate group to survive." "We don't need scum like you," replied their captain. Under their unwilling shouts, the ship sank completely to the bottom of the sea. "Captain, should we follow the information those people mentioned and head to Golden Lion Island? It feels like a trap. Are you scared, Viper? How is that possible? Then move at full speed. If it's a trap, that would be even more interesting. I want to see what these remnants can come up with without the Golden Lions." The fleet continued towards Lion Island. At this time, 3 indistinct figures were in a room on Lion Island, constantly discussing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. 3 ghosts. "We just received intel that our bait has informed the Conley pirate group, and they are now heading towards Lion Island. We can start the plan." "Good. Pass the order down. I want to see if a pirate group that just entered the New World is really that powerful." The Conley pirate group soon arrived at Lion Island, which was a medium-sized island with a huge stone lion head in the center. As they walked, Volebel did not see any ships. However, Volebel's observation Haki could sense that there were large amounts of life energy gathered all over Lion Island. It seemed that the remnants of the Golden Lion pirate group were all on this island. "Continue forward. I want to see if this is really a feast for the guests." The fleet continued to approach Lion Island, soon closing in to just a few nautical miles from the Lion, where Volebel and the others could even see a dense crowd of pirates on the coast. Volebel discovered that, for some unknown reason, bubbles were continuously rising from the sea beneath them. "Not good, it's a trap. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Ever since you arrived in this sea area, you've stepped into a trap." A voice came from the air, and Volebel looked up to see a pink-haired lowly, appearing to be 13, 4 years old, sitting on a pink bubble high up in the air, wearing a pink princess dress and a golden crown. Immediately, everyone in the Thunder Pirate crew felt a sense of weightlessness. Countless white bubbles erupted from the sea, and the surface of the water suddenly dropped several hundred meters, causing over 20 pirate ships to begin to fall rapidly. At the same time, countless bubbles appeared above them, resembling a huge lid over a deep pit. More than 20 pirate ships began to plummet towards the depths of the sea, as if they were weightless. But the people on the deck of the Immortal did not panic at all. The reason was simple. They believed their captain could solve such a minor issue. Standing on the deck, Volebel did not disappoint them. With a thought, a gust of wind lifted all the pirate ships into the air, preventing them from descending any further. Seeing this scene, the pink-haired lowly did not show disappointment, as if everything was within her expectations. Immortal Thunder Volebel, how could I not investigate the abilities of such a powerful figure like you? So how will you dodge this move? At that moment, countless bubbles in the air gathered together, eventually forming a pink bubble several kilometers in size. Looking at this bubble, which emitted a rainbow of light under the sun, everyone felt a strong sense of crisis. "Try my bubble bomb." The pink bubble covering the fleet directly exploded, and the violent explosion echoed for hundreds of kilometers. "Ha ha! I didn't expect the Thunder Pirate crew to be wiped out so easily. They are truly no match for me. It seems that Big Mom and the others were beaten too badly by that monster Whitebeard, that even 3 of them together couldn't kill you. Let me use your Thunder Pirate Crew's demise to make my name resound across the sea. There will be no more of the Golden Lion Pirate Crews skinning ghosts. Only me, the Bubble Emperor Kurochi. The large pit on the sea was filled with water, and the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the Thunder Pirate Crew's fleet, which seemed unchanged from before. The pink-haired lowly on the bubble looked incredulous at this scene. How is this possible? I spent several days gathering so many explosive bubbles. The power of the explosion could level all the buildings on a medium-sized island. How could such a violent explosion not destroy dozens of pirate ships? A good trap. But unfortunately, the person you encountered is me. Just before the explosion, Volebel had entered storm form and condensed a hurricane shield above all the pirate ships, continuously rotating to negate the explosion. After the previous battle, Volebel's understanding of the storm fruit had improved a bit. Volebel felt that he was very close to awakening the fruit. The power of the recent explosion was incredibly strong, but it was too scattered, making it not difficult to defend against. The pink-haired lowly frowned angrily as she looked at Volebel on the deck of the Immortal. Volebel didn't expect you to be so strong, but do you think this is all we have? At that moment, Volebel sensed a feeling of being watched. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away on Lion Island, a man in a black robe was crouched on the roof of a building, holding a slender firearm. A massive bullet, half a meter long, was shot towards Volebel, whistling through the air and breaking it apart. Volebel's observation, Haki quickly locked onto the bullet, and to his surprise, it was a sea prism stone bullet. But before Volebel could react, Jesus Burgess on the observation deck of the Nimitz fired a bullet from his arm, which had transformed into a cannon. The two bullets collided in midair with a loud bang. How is that possible? That gunman-esque bullet was actually blocked by someone else's bullet. Ha ha ha, because our ship's gunner is the strongest in the world. Oof. Since all traps are ineffective against you, let us fight head-on. As long as you kill us, the territory of the Golden Lion Pirates will be yours. Is it necessary? Do you really think that you remnants of the Golden Lion Pirates can withstand our Thunderstorm Pirates? Do you really need to go this far for that guy? The Golden Lion? The reason we remnants are holding our ground here is because we believe our captain, Governor Golden Lion, will return once again. Even if the current Governor Golden Lion is locked away in an inescapable underwater prison, we still firmly believe that the untamed Governor Golden Lion will never yield. He will eventually escape from the underwater prison. Therefore, we must defend his territory, even at the cost of our lives. Interesting. I didn't expect that such a villain as the Golden Lion would have so many people willing to give their lives for him. I admit that the members of the Golden Lion Pirates are not good people and deserve to be eradicated. However, among villains, there are those with a strong, charismatic personality. Governor Golden Lion is such a person. He is the lion among us villains. No matter how nicely you put it, it doesn't change the fact that you are a bunch of beasts. Just like your three demons, the skinning demon. The number of children who have died at your hands has already exceeded 1,000. Don't worry, once I defeat you, I will let you experience the pain of those you have tormented. Ha ha ha. Don't you think the skin of a child is very tender? I love to peel off their tender skin. Just as the opponent said, their ISNT a good person in the Golden Lion Pirates for so many years. The Golden Lion Pirates have persecuted countless people. This time, Volebel has declared war on the Golden Lion Pirates and has issued a kill order to his subordinates. No one can be spared. We are indeed villains, but you're also a pirate, so why look down on us? I became a pirate because I didn't want to be bound by anything and wanted to pursue my dreams. Perhaps I am here. Volebel flew into the air after finishing his words, while Barrett took over the crazy Thunder Pirates to continue approaching the coast, planning to launch a landing operation. Volebel quickly dashed in front of Karloki and wrapped around him, his fist covered in armament Haki aimed directly at the opponent's head for a punch. Ha, what a violent guy. But it's a pity that someone like you will never have the chance to touch me. Karloki's head collided with Volebel's fist. However, the scene Volebel had imagined did not unfold. Instead, the opposite happened. Karloki didn't even change his sitting posture, and his body slid back several dozen meters. Your attack style is similar to that guy Kaido. He hit me for 3 days, but not a single punch actually landed on me. The bubble fruit has appeared in the future as well, used by CP9's Califa. Her bubble fruit has similar abilities. But the difference is that she makes her opponents slippery, while the Karloki in front of me is passive. She makes her body incredibly smooth, almost causing no friction at all, in which case almost all attacks cannot harm her. Your ability is very similar to the slip fruit. I didn't expect your development direction to lean towards this. The slip fruit? My development is indeed somewhat similar to it. But making myself slippery is just one aspect of my ability. Carloki pointed her hand at Volebel, and a gray bubble appeared from her hand. But this bubble was a strange gray color. Corrosive bubble. The gray bubble quickly flew towards Volebel. A bubble is just a bubble. Since even the wind from a punch can blow out bubbles, what effect does your bubble have in the face of strong wind? A gust of wind emerged and blew towards the bubble, and Carloki looked at Volebel's actions with a sneer in her eyes. As the strong wind blew against the corrosive bubble, the originally singular corrosive bubble instantly multiplied into hundreds and thousands. How is this possible? Volebel looked at the numerous corrosive bubbles in front of him, startled and not daring to be careless. He unleashed countless bolts of lightning that spread in all directions, shattering the bubbles. Volebel, what you just said is correct. The wind does blow the almost weightless bubbles elsewhere. But my bubbles are not ordinary bubbles, after all. I am a Fruit Awaken ability user. Your wind can only make my bubbles multiply. Today, I will eliminate your Thunderstorm Pirate crew here, which will also be a way to repay that guy, the Golden Lion. From now on, the sea will no longer have the 3 Ghost Leader, the Painted Skin Ghost, but only the Bubble Queen. Volebel looked at Carlos, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The bubble fruit allows the user or their opponent's body to become incredibly smooth. But Volebel realized that using armament hockey can make one immune to this technique. However, Carlos's skin has no friction at all, even if he gets hit. His light body combined with his nearly frictionless skin would render all the power of a punch useless. It's clear that trying to fight him with brute force is very disadvantageous. No wonder even a powerful figure like Kaido couldn't defeat Carlos in front of him. It must be said that her devil fruit is indeed a nemesis for physical fighters. Suddenly, an idea struck Volebel. Since attacks with substance and form that can generate kinetic energy are ineffective against Carlos, could she block an attack that is formless and insubstantial? Moreover, wind is ineffective against the bubble fruit, so she decided to try lightning. Volebel is not just a master of martial arts. He possesses a devil fruit that is renowned as a natural disaster. Suddenly, the sky is enveloped by dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts brew within them. Kurochi also senses something is wrong and creates a red bubble in her hand, hurling it towards the clouds above. Exploding bubble. The bubble strikes the dark clouds, shattering a corner of them. However, this is futile as the clouds quickly restore themselves. Volebel can easily create these clouds using the water in the atmosphere. Countless lightning bolts are released from the dark clouds, resembling electric dragons, charging towards Kurochi. Seeing the multitude of lightning, Kurochi's expression changes. A giant bubble appears around her body, and as it is infused with haki, it transforms into a black sphere. The powerful lightning strikes the bubble but cannot shatter it. Volebel saw a figure appear in front of the black bubble, and at the same time, a powerful wind trapped the bubble. Now, Kurochi's armed color haki had transformed the bubble into a solid form, but Volebel couldn't believe that he couldn't break the opponent's bubble like this. Volebel's fist flickered with blue and white lightning as he struck the black ball in front of him with a knife hand. Crack, crack! The black ball before him shattered under Volebel's heavy blow. Kaloki watched in horror as the black ball that had been protecting him broke apart. Just as the knife hand was about to hit him, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Carlos's mouth. Volebel immediately sensed that something was wrong. But at that moment, the arrow was already knocked and he had to shoot. He continued to strike down with his hand, wrapped in lightning and armed haki. Just at that moment, a white bubble appeared in front of Volebel's hand and unexpectedly wrapped around it. The hand wrapped in the bubble struck Kurochi, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Volebel frowned as he watched the white bubble wrapped around his hand continuously releasing lightning. However, no matter how much power Volebel used, he couldn't break it. At that moment, Kurochi, who had been sent flying, looked at the bubble on Volebel's hand and covered her small mouth, giggling. Volebel, I really can't make your body smooth, but I can create bubbles to fix them on your fist. Now that your fist is sealed by my bubble, how are you going to defeat me? Volebel looked at the bubble in his hand, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twisted into a sinister smile. He was a bit angry. Impressive, considering your earlier performance. You probably haven't even learned observation haki. I didn't expect Captain Volebel to observe so carefully. Indeed, since the moment I obtained the bubble fruit, I have developed it in a direction that can evade all attacks. To awaken the fruit, I directly abandoned observation haki, deliberately discarding it to firmly establish my development direction, and that's how I successfully awakened it. However, I do not feel regret. After all, with my current abilities, even without observation haki, it is not a big deal. Now, unless you can shatter my bubbles with razor-sharp sword energy like Governor Shiki, if you can't sever cellular abilities, you will never defeat me. I must say, you have developed your fruit very well, but unfortunately, I've already come up with a countermeasure. The development of paramecia fruits is diverse. In the anime, only Doflamingo and Katakuri have developed their paramecia fruits to awakening and demonstrated abilities. However, their paramecia fruits have been developed towards area of effect skills. After awakening, they can turn nearby objects into strings or machi. This is actually something that puzzles Volebel. Why does the direction of strengthening after the awakening of the devil fruit seem more like a Logia type? Later, Volebel specifically asked his master, Blood Tiger, and his master's answer was that paramecia fruits are the most mysterious among the 3 types of devil fruits. They have a high lower limit, but also a high upper limit. They're a polarized type of devil fruit. The most important thing is that the abilities gained after the awakening of paramecia fruits are extraordinary. Animal fruits grant the user immense physical power and the strong traits of animals. Logia fruits can permanently alter the surrounding environment upon awakening. But the most astonishing is the paramecia type. Each paramecia devil fruit has a bizarre development direction, so the abilities obtained after awakening are similarly unique. But it can be said that as long as a paramecia fruit awakens, it will gain an incredibly powerful and bizarre ability. It can be said that there are no weak paramecia fruits, only paramecia users with limited imagination. And the Kurochi in front of him is a good example. The bubble fruit is undoubtedly a weak paramecia devil fruit, yet the opponent has developed the bubbles to be so powerful. Unfortunately, Kurochi has committed too many evil deeds. Even though he is exceptionally talented, it will not make Volebel feel any affection for him. You don't really think this bubble can trap me, do you? As Volebel's hand was trapped in the bubble, dark red lightning surged from it, and a powerful force erupted, directly shattering the bubble. This is Conqueror's Haki. Seeing the dark red lightning on Volebel's hand, Kurochi's expression changed slightly. She recognized this power. After all, her captain, Shiki the Golden Lion, could also use such techniques. I didn't expect you to possess Conqueror's Haki as well, but only a great swordsman like Governor Shiki could defeat me. Then let's see. Just as Volebel and Kurochi were battling, the Thunderstorm Pirates also landed on Lion Island. The previous battle on Mukwa Island had not been broadcasted due to the 5 Elders blockade, and many people still did not know the true strength of the Thunderstorm Pirates, which was also the reason why Kurochi and the others dared to take action against them. They believed that the Thunderstorm Pirates, having just entered the New World, were not strong and that only Volebel was powerful. Now, the 3 demons of the Golden Lion believed that as long as they could hold Volebel back, the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates were no match for them. As long as they could eliminate the Thunderstorm Pirates, they could once again prove the strength of the Golden Lion Pirates. On the coast, thousands of biological warriors and members of the Golden Lion Pirates began a full-scale war. It must be said that the subordinates of that guy, Golden Lion, are indeed very strong. The crews of both sides were locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a winner. At this moment, 2 figures were continuously jumping on the rooftops, firing bullets that could pierce through buildings. Another round of gunfire erupted, and the 2 sides were now 1,000 meters apart. Jesus Burgess felt the heat radiating from his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Although he could now turn his body into a weapon and gain the traits of a weapon, he would also inherit some side effects, such as the overheating of the barrel. On the other side, the gun ghost, dressed in a black robe, touched the few bullets he had left and felt worried. His gun, modified to be somewhat similar to a semi-automatic rifle, required him to reload every time he fired a bullet, and he had to maintain 100 focus to keep up with Jesus Burgess's bullets. But this wasn't a big problem for him. The issue was that his bullets were not infinite. Jesus Burgess, on the other hand, fired bullets formed from his physical strength, meaning as long as his stamina was sufficient, he could fire bullets infinitely without worrying about jams. Since ordinary bullets had no effect on Jesus Burgess, the gun ghost stopped for a moment and touched the special bullets of various colors at his waist. You are an excellent sniper, but unfortunately, I am the best sniper in the world. The gun ghost loaded a purple bullet from his waist, and in just 0.01 seconds, he had loaded and fired the bullet. With a bang, the purple bullet quickly shot toward Jesus Burgess, who instantly sensed the bullet and predicted its trajectory with observation haki. Jesus Burgess aimed his gun at the bullet, and with a bang, the 2 bullets collided in midair. Because Jesus Burgess's bullet was fired later, the purple bullet exploded several dozen meters in front of him. A cloud of green gas appeared, and wherever it passed, whether it was rocks or buildings on the rooftop, they quickly turned black under the coverage of the purple gas. The gun ghost felt a bit regretful that his bullet didn't hit. He continued to draw a red bullet from his waist and fired again. The bullet passed through the purple toxic mist, targeting Jesus Burgess's temple. Jesus Burgess's observation Haki sensed that the bullet posed a significant threat, and he jumped down to the floor below. The red bullet struck the spot where Jesus Burgess had just stood, causing an explosion that obliterated the surrounding buildings within 100 meters. Is it over? Just as the gun demon was about to leave to support the battlefield, a massive steel arm broke through the rubble, and a gigantic robot over 10 meters tall appeared. If people from Volebel's past life saw the robot transform from Jezeb, they would surely exclaim Gundam. The principle of the weapon fruit allows it to transform into weapons with structures known to Jezeb, to significantly increase Jezeb's power in a short time. Volebel asked Choka and her assistants to spend some time creating powerful weapons for Jezeb. This Gundam is one such weapon, made entirely of special alloys. It possesses strong defensive capabilities and can fly, but most importantly, it carries a massive amount of firepower. The Gundam, like typical robots, had jetpacks on its back that shot out blue flames, propelling its massive body straight into the air. Seeing the Gundam in the sky, the gun demon displayed a look of astonishment on his face. If it weren't for the fact that his observation Haki sensed the same aura from the Gundam as it did from Jezeb earlier, he wouldn't have believed that this 10-meter-tall robot was actually Jezeb. What kind of devil fruit did you eat that not only allows your body to turn into a gun, but also into a robot? No one is left to answer his questions now. Jezeb flew in the air, and the cover on his shoulder opened, revealing 12 red-headed rockets. Using his powerful observation Haki, Jezeb quickly locked onto the gun demon's position. With a thought, the 12 rockets, formed from his physical energy, shot towards the gun demon. Dozens of buildings were reduced to ruins beneath them, and Jezeb, looking at the dust and debris below, dared not let his guard down. Although the opponent had hidden his presence well, Jezeb's intuition told him that the gun demon was still alive. Bang! A blue bullet shot towards Jezeb at such speed that even he couldn't evade it. The bullet struck one of Jezeb's arms, and with a crack, numerous ice shards formed, freezing his arm, and these shards quickly began to crawl towards his body. Faced with this situation, Jezeb calmly raised his other hand, palm facing the ice, and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. Under the flames, the ice began to melt gradually. As the smoke cleared, Jezeb still couldn't see the gun demon's figure, and the sound of water dripping from the melted ice echoed in the area, as if only the sound of dripping water remained. Just as the last drop fell and shattered on the ground, a gray bullet shot towards Jezeb's heart. Sensing the aura of sea stone, Jezeb immediately recognized it as a sea stone bullet. The armor on his arm began to change, transforming into a steel shield. Using armament Haki, the silver shield turned pitch black, and when the sea stone bullet struck the shield, it made a loud bang. However, Jezeb managed to block the sea stone bullet in the end. Just when Jezeb thought the gun demon would continue to ambush him, he suddenly turned his head sharply and saw the gun demon charging at him with a slender firearm. Without hesitation, Jezeb grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, and crackling electricity surged out, forming a lightsaber. The massive lightsaber collided with the bayonet, sparking brilliant flames, and the powerful shockwave shattered most of the buildings on Lion Island. Bang! The gun demon was ultimately sent flying by Jezeb, as the Gundam's overwhelming power proved superior. At the same time, a fishman over 5 meters tall, with bluish skin and sharp fangs, and a pointed nose with gills on either side of his neck, was chasing Tiger through the sea. Watching the fishman quickly pursue him, Tiger's heart raced with anxiety. The pursuing punch demon taunted Tiger. Is this the current Fishman Island? Don't you even have the courage to fight me head-on? Tiger actually knew the punch demon, who had significant connections to Fishman Island. 15 years ago, a prominent genius named Shark Splitter emerged on Fishman Island, possessing strength dozens of times greater than that of ordinary fishermen. Due to his immense power, he became increasingly ruthless, and being a bull shark fishman made his character even more twisted and violent. A few years later, a major incident occurred on Fishman Island, where many fishermen corpses were found in a corner of Fishman Street, their bodies mangled and showing gruesome bite marks. After investigation, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune's father, confirmed that the culprit was none other than Shark Splitter, who had slaughtered his own kin out of curiosity to see if fishmen and fish tasted the same. When the matter was exposed, he dared to confront the entire Fishman Island alone. Neptune's father, the previous king of Fishman Island, fought against Shark Splitter and ultimately expelled him from Fishman Island, but he was severely wounded and died as a result. However, no one expected that he would join the Golden Lion Pirates and become one of the 3 demons under Golden Lion's command. If it weren't for Neptune later becoming friends with Whitebeard, and Whitebeard's crew protecting Fishman Island, Shark Splitter would have long since succumbed to his hatred and sought to destroy the entire Fishman Island. It can be said that there's a deep-seated blood feud between the two sides. Tiger witnessed all of this as a child. His father died while fighting against Shark Splitter. He could never forget the scene of his father being caught by this man, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. That was the greatest shadow in his heart. How could I be afraid of this guy? Behind me is my father, and Fishman Island has my companions. Courage gave him the strength to face the opponent, but the terrifying memories from the past still lingered in his mind. Suddenly, Tiger turned around, his fist covered in armament hockey, and swung at the approaching Shark Splitter. Shark Splitter didn't expect Tiger to suddenly turn around. His agile body couldn't evade in time and was struck squarely on the head by Tiger's punch, sending his massive body flying into the depths of the sea. Tiger looked at his fist, his heart racing wildly. He had finally done it. After delivering that punch, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The underwater silt stirred as the massive Shark Splitter emerged from the sand, his eyes blood red, filled with a frenzied, killing intent as he stared at Tiger. "You worthless fishman, you're just a mere snapper fishman. Weaklings like you are nothing but food for me, Shark Splitter." Hearing this, Tiger exuded a powerful killing aura. "The hatred for my father's murder will never be forgiven. Die, Shark Splitter." "Ha, what an audacious claim. I didn't expect you to have a grudge against me." Shark Splitter's eyes lit up as he closely examined Tiger. "I remember now. Your father was also a snapper fishman, and he tasted quite good. Ha. Want revenge? But you aren't even close. More than a decade ago, the entire Fishman Island couldn't kill me. Do you really think you fishmen can ever kill me in your lifetime? Then come and try. Today, either you die or I die." After finishing speaking, Tiger posed in the stance of Fishman Karate. Looking at Tiger's attacking posture, Shark showed a disdainful expression. "These weak moves again, right, Tiger? As a naturally strong fishman, we have always been at the top of the food chain. What we need to do is not learn these useless moves. What we need to do is fight with our own inherent strength, hitting flesh with every punch, driven by our primal desire to kill." After saying this, Shark's muscles started to grow larger, his original 5-meter-tall figure swelling to 8 meters, his muscles doubling in size, exuding a powerful sense of strength from within him. Tiga, today, I will eat you bite by bite, just like your father." Watching the giant shark man charging towards him, Tiger took a deep breath and threw a straight punch at the rushing shark. Fishman Karate, 10,000-watt straight punch. The punch, powerful enough to break thousands of tiles, collided with Shark's fist, and a wave of tremendous force generated countless water ripples that spread outwards from the point of impact. The powerful force created a torrent of water, and the previously calm sea began to surge again, as if a giant beast from the depths of the ocean was roaring beneath the surface. Feeling his power being suppressed, Tiger quickly distanced himself from Shark by using the force of their collision. He could feel that his strength was far inferior to Shark's. However, lacking power, he could still use his brain and techniques to level the playing field. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Demon. Tiger's other fist, wrapped in powerful armament hockey, struck Shark's face at high speed. The tremendous force directly dented Shark's face, shattering the sharp teeth in his mouth. At that moment, Shark felt his brain lose the ability to think, and his body became weak. Seeing the opponent's eyes turn white, Shark's heart leaped with joy, and he followed up with several more straight punches, finishing with a knee strike that sent Shark crashing back into the seabed silt. After completing this combo, Tiger's hand muscles tore, and blood trickled down his red skin, creating a hint of a bloody scent. At this moment, Shark, who was hit and lying on the seabed, caught a whiff of the blood, and his previously dazed pupils gradually turned blood red. His body began to change. The human-like appearance he once had began to shrink and become smaller. At the same time, the fins on his forearms grew longer and sharper, resembling 2 sharp knives. His broken teeth were replaced by new ones, which were clearly harder and sharper. Finally, Shark's body transformed into a sleek form resembling that of a leopard. Tiger's gaze was fixed on the sea surface when suddenly 2 red lights flickered in the silt. A figure shot out from the mud. It was the now transformed Shark. The opponent's speed exceeded Tiger's ability to sense, and Shark's dual fins swiftly slashed across Tiger's body. Tiger barely managed to cover himself with a layer of armament hockey, but was still struck and sent flying by the powerful blow. Tiger was sent flying hundreds of meters before finally managing to stop, looking down at the blood streaming from his arm, where there was a wound resembling a knife cut, inflicted by Shark's dual fins. What kind of power is this? Since he didn't eat a devil fruit, how did he become like this? Above Lion Island, Kurochi was continuously fleeing under Volebel's pursuit. Previously confident that he could dodge all of Volebel's attacks, Kurochi was now fleeing in a panic under Volebel's assault. Didn't you say that only the golden lion could hurt you? So why are you running now? Hearing Volebel's taunts from behind, Kurochi's expression darkened. I never expected your armament haki could penetrate my absolute defense. Just now, Volebel had figured out how to deal with Kurochi after understanding the principle of his absolute defense. During the previous battle at Mwawadai Island, Volebel finally made progress in his armament haki. He had mastered the flowing armament haki, similar to the flowing cherry blossom haki of Wano country. Moreover, Volebel incorporated his learned techniques into the flowing armament haki, achieving even stronger penetrating power. Kurochi's absolute defense was built on a combination of frictionless skin and a lightweight body. In contrast, flowing armament haki could penetrate the enemy's external armor and attack its interior. Kurochi had just been hit by Volebel's punch, and his untrained body was nearly shattered by the blow. Watching Kurochi, who was still using various means to block his attacks, Volebel decided it was time to end everything. Kurochi, if you have no other means, let me send you to hell. After Volebel finished speaking, the hair on his body turned into white arcs, and a powerful current erupted from him. The immense power unleashed was precisely the lightning form. Volebel clenched his fists, and the powerful armed color haki intertwined with blue and white lightning. In a flash, he quickly approached Kurochi. Seeing Volebel's fists wrapped in lightning and armed color haki behind him, Kurochi gritted his teeth and released the restraint of the bubble fruit. Kurochi's body began to change. Her originally beautiful and charming face rapidly aged, eventually transforming into that of an ugly woman in her 50s or 60s. Kurochi touched her pockmarked, wrinkled face, her eyes revealing a look of resentment. If possible, I really don't want to show my face like this, but Volebel, you're just too strong. If I continue to suppress the power of the devil fruit awakening, I will definitely be killed by you. It's a pity about my previous face. I spent a lot of effort to find a face I was most satisfied with. I still remember her wonderful screams when I peeled her face off. Looking at the drastically changed appearance of Kurochi, Volebel's gaze became even colder. I knew that a devil fruit user who awakened their abilities couldn't possibly have only these methods. But today, no matter what tricks you use, I will kill you. Then let us see. Even Kaido hasn't forced me into this state. Countless colorful bubbles surged out from Kurochi's body, instantly filling the area within 1,000 meters with thousands of bubbles. Volebel can sense the strange aura within these bubbles, and he deliberately steps back a distance to avoid being ambushed. The devil fruit awakens the soul bubbles. Volebel, do you know what color is inside these bubbles? Loki lightly taps one of the bubbles in front of him with his dry, chicken-like fingers. Volebel listened to the other person's words, utterly confused. How was he supposed to know that the colors of these bubbles had any special meaning? Let me show you the power of my awakened devil fruit. Suddenly, countless colorful bubbles transformed into Loki. Inside these bubbles were my various emotions, stemming from the depths of my heart. Let me introduce you to the particularly profound me. Listening to the other person's completely illogical fruit awakening ability, Volebel secretly cursed. The awakening of this superhuman fruit completely disregarded the laws of conservation of physics. Watching the countless rushing bubble Loki, Volebel didn't dare to be careless. With countless lightning bolts wrapping around his fist, he punched out. The powerful lightning formed a giant thunder fist over 100 meters long, striking those bubble Loki. Most of the bubble Loki were shattered by Volebel's lightning punch, and each shattered Loki emitted strange, colorful gas. Even if these bubble clones had different abilities, weren't they too weak? This made Volebel feel puzzled. After all, if it was just like this, these bubble clones were no different from the bubbles she released before, at most just a change in form. But just when Volebel was confused, the gases once again fused together, returning to their original state. So that's how it is. Physical attacks are ineffective? Give up, Volebel. As long as my clones are composed of various emotions that belong to spiritual energy, which are intangible and formless, your attacks are useless against the bubble clones. This is my awakening skill. The voice came from countless Loki mouths, making Volebel's head throb. Countless bubble Loki quickly rushed towards Volebel, who casually waved a green wind shield to protect his body. The attacks of the bubble Loki hit the wind shield, producing different effects. Some of their attacks exploded directly upon impact, while others began to release strange gases that corroded the shield, various abilities quickly wearing down the windshield. These bubble people, formed from different emotions, all possessed different abilities. Watching these bubble Loki continuously destroying his wind defense, Volebel was not anxious at all. because he had already thought of a way to break his opponent's move. Although these bubble Koloki drew their energy from the opponent's various emotions, and physical attacks were ineffective, there should be a simple and clear way to eliminate them. Defeat the true body of Koloki. However, in Volebel's observation, each bubble clone carried Koloki's aura, making it impossible for him to discern where Koloki's true body was. As long as he could find the opponent's location, Volebel was confident he could deliver a fatal blow. It must be said that Koloki's fruit development was indeed impressive, but she had put almost all her energy into fruit development, allowing her to exert powerful strength against many formidable opponents. Although finding Koloki's true body would allow him to defeat her, it was easier said than done. How could he find her true form? Volebel controlled the dark clouds, and a large amount of water vapor began to gather within them. In no time, countless raindrops fell. Looking at the falling raindrops, Kurochi showed a look of confusion on her face. Volebel, what are you doing? You don't think my bubbles will be broken by this rain, do you? Just as she questioned Volebel, her bubble clone exploded the moment it came into contact with the rain. Seeing this, Carlos's expression changed drastically as he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? My bubbles can withstand even seawater. Why would these bubbles be broken by ordinary water? While Kurochi was still in shock, Volebel had already entered electric mode and appeared in front of him. His powerful fist, wrapped in flowing lightning, directly pierced through Kurochi's abdomen. Kurochi widened her eyes and stared at Volebel, spitting out a large amount of blood as she unwillingly asked why. Why can your rain break all my bubbles? Because my rain is acid rain, Volebel replied. The bubbles were originally an alkaline substance. Although they were created by a devil fruit user, their essence hasn't changed. So when they come into contact with acid rain, it causes catastrophic damage to the internal balance of the bubbles. Even an awakened devil fruit can't change that. After hearing Volebel's words, Kurochi unwillingly closed her eyes, and Volebel withdrew his arm, causing Kurochi's body to fall into the sea, leaving a small patch of blood on the turbulent surface. The leader of the 3 demons of the Golden Lion Pirates, the masked demon Kurochi, is dead. Bang, bang, bang. Jesus Burgess, transformed into a Gundam, flew in the air and attacked nearby buildings. A figure quickly moved among the buildings, searching for cover. It must be said that although the gun demon was a marksman, his physical skills and physical fitness were exceptional. Jesus Burgess believed that if he hadn't had Volebel's help to become this Gundam form, he would definitely not be a match for the gun demon. Perhaps Jesus Burgess could excel in marksmanship, but the opponent's armed color hockey, observation color hockey, and physical fitness were all superior to his. With Volebel's various weapons and creative ideas from his previous life, combined with Sokka's research capabilities, they had already created many epic-making powerful weapons. Under the ability of the weapon fruit, Jesus Burgess could transform into these weapons to become stronger. Looking at the gun demon rolling continuously in the ruins, Jesus Burgess knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. Every bullet and shell he fired consumed his stamina. He had only been on the ship for a short time. Although he had made great progress, he was still far from being on par with a pirate like the gun demon. If he continued to drag it out, his stamina would eventually be exhausted. The gun demon had long seen this point. Although he didn't know what devil fruit Jesus Burgess had eaten, it was undoubtedly true that such powerful attacks were consuming Jesus Burgess's stamina. He could tell that Jesus Burgess's inherent strength was definitely not comparable to his own. And as long as he forced Jesus Burgess out of this form, he would have a way to take him down. One side was desperately attacking, while the other was desperately fleeing, falling into a tug-of-war. Jesus Burgess kept thinking of a way to break the deadlock. He had to defeat the gun demon quickly. There was no other choice but to use this move. With a thought, the armor on his arm reassembled into a huge cannon barrel. Blue and white lightning crackled and accumulated within it, and a lightning cannonball shot towards the gun demon. Seeing the rapidly approaching lightning cannonball, the gun demon's pupils constricted sharply as his body instinctively retreated, but he found he couldn't escape at all. With no other choice, he could only cover his gun with all his armed color hockey and collide with the lightning cannonball. With a loud bang, the gun demon was directly knocked away. This lightning cannon was an equipment created by Sokka using Volebel's lightning. Although the prototype needed to consume Volebel's lightning to charge, Jesus Burgess's weapon fruit surprisingly had a bug. He could actually convert his stamina into lightning, which also gave Volebel a big surprise. If they could research nuclear explosions, could Jesus Burgess also use his stamina to create them? Unfortunately, while conversion was possible, it required a lot of stamina, and Jesus Burgess could barely fire a few shots of the lightning cannon now. However, the lightning cannon was already sufficient for the current situation. The knocked-away gun demon crashed into the ground, and the powerful force of the lightning cannon created a long trench. The gun demon lay in the trench, spitting out blood and feeling the numbness throughout his body. In his heart, besides shock, he even felt a hint of fear. He couldn't understand why Jesus Burgess could unleash such powerful lightning when his inherent strength wasn't strong, but his weapon was so powerful. Jesus Burgess couldn't give him a chance to think. His jetpack shot out flames, propelling him towards the gun demon at supersonic speed. The mech on his fist reassembled into a huge drill bit. At this moment, the gun demon's body was numb, and he had no strength to resist. As he looked at the giant drill bit crashing down towards him, he gritted his teeth and used his last bit of strength to cover his bayonet with armed color hockey and stabbed it at the drill bit. The bayonet and drill bit collided, producing a sharp friction sound. Zzzz, the bayonet on the gun began to shatter under the immense force of the drill bit. In the gun demon's unwilling gaze, the giant drill bit pierced through his body, nailing him to the ground. Looking at the gun demon, who was continuously spitting blood, Jesus Burgess's other mechanical arm pulled out a huge handgun aimed at the gun demon's head. You are a powerful marksman. Dying at the hands of the future strongest marksman is not a disgrace. Looking at the gun barrel that was bigger than his own head, the gun demon wanted to curse 1,000 words in his heart, but due to the blood in his mouth, he could only make a gagging sound. Don't worry. I will take care of your corpse. Go in peace. Finally, under the gun demon's resentful and unwilling gaze, with a bang, the gunshot rang out. And one of the 3 demons of the Golden Line Pirates, the gun demon, was thus taken offline. At this time in the sea, 2 figures, one red and one blue, continuously clashed together, blood flowing from the red figure. The 2 were Tiger and Sharktear. The blue figure was obviously faster than Tiger, continuously colliding with Tiger and leaving more wounds on him. Although Sharktear had transformed into this form, he was not as strong as before, but his speed had increased significantly. Even though Tiger had already used observation color hockey, he couldn't completely fend off the attacks, leading to more and more wounds on his body. Fortunately, Tiger's armed color hockey was decent, which allowed him to withstand Sharktear's attacks. However, if this continued, it would be very unfavorable for him. As the wounds increased, he would eventually become weak from excessive blood loss. After a fierce attack, Tiger accumulated more than a dozen wounds on his body. Not far away, Sharktear sniffed the smell of Tiger's blood mixed in the sea and showed a captivated expression. It's been a long time, SI, as he watched the shark splitter charging at him. Tiger took a deep breath and assumed the posture of the fisherman martial arts. From the recent attack of the shark splitter, Tiger had already discerned that the opponent's attack relied solely on extreme speed. Most importantly, he noticed that the shark splitter did not like to turn while attacking, which meant that the opponent's attack patterns were easy to predict. As the shark splitter charged at him again, Tiger began to swing his arms, causing the water currents to change rhythmically with his movements. In the blink of an eye, the shark splitter was right in front of Tiger, its double fins slicing towards Tiger's neck like the scythe of death. Suddenly, the shark splitter found its seemingly unstoppable double fins blocked by an invisible force. Upon closer inspection, it realized that the obstruction was a vortex created by Tiger using the water flow. Fisherman martial arts, White Dragon. With a roar from Tiger, all the power he had accumulated erupted, forming a massive stream of water that took the shape of a white dragon, directly sending the shark splitter flying. After crashing through several coral reefs, the shark splitter barely managed to stop. Rising to his feet, the shark splitter noticed numerous scars on his skin. However, these were merely surface wounds and did not significantly affect his combat ability. Yet, this attack had thoroughly enraged the shark splitter. He glared at the indifferent Tiger with eyes filled not only with fury, but also with jealousy. Why? Why could a worthless red-scaled fishman be so strong? He was the most powerful among fishmen, the shark species. As the shark splitter charged at him once more, Tiger assumed the stance of fishman karate. But this time, he was determined to deliver a fatal blow, and the shark splitter felt the same. Tiga, Shark King's Blade. Fishman karate secret technique, Wu Lai Guan. Tiger's hand gathered a dark water sphere, which shot out and collided with the shark splitter's double blades. The shark splitter felt the increasingly powerful force of the water sphere, and fear began to show on his face. As his double fins were pierced by the water sphere, it directly penetrated his heart. The shark splitter looked at the empty cavity where his heart had been, his eyes gradually losing color. Tiger, watching the shark splitter's corpse sink to the seabed, also sat down weakly on the ocean floor. Although exhausted, he felt an indescribable sense of relief within, having overcome his former inner demons. At this moment, on the main battlefield, under the command of Barrett, a veteran of the battlefield, the biological warriors of the Thunderstorm pirate crew quickly unleashed their full power. The beast-type biological warriors were responsible for slaughtering, while the tough-skinned biological warriors formed the front line, and those with strange abilities were assigned to tasks like assassination, reconnaissance, intelligence, and rescue. Over 1,000 biological warriors, organized by Barrett, displayed an even stronger combat capability. Although the biological warriors of the Thunderstorm pirate crew initially struggled due to their lack of the two-color hockey, the powerful force provided by the biological agents allowed them to withstand the enemy's attacks. The lower battlefield was at a stalemate. However, in the mid-level cadre battlefield, due to the repeated disasters faced by the Golden Lion pirate crew, their cadres were significantly weakened. In contrast, the cadres of the Thunderstorm pirate crew were all skilled fighters, having grown stronger over the years. Even before Barrett, Inu Range, and Viper joined the battle, Karu and the Giants had already forced the cadres of the Golden Lion pirate crew into retreat. Before long, they had dealt with all those cadres. With the deaths of the three ghosts and the defeat of the mid-level cadres, the lower-tier crew members of the Golden Lion pirate crew were swiftly crushed. As the last Golden Lion pirate crew member fell, the Thunderstorm pirate crew emerged victorious in this war. Volebel fell on the beach, and, as he looked around, he saw severed limbs and bodies everywhere, resembling a scene from hell. In the distance, a huge figure quickly flew to the beach. It was Jesus Boo. Jesus Boo reverted from his giant form, his face slightly pale due to exhaustion, but he was visibly excited. "Captain, I've taken care of the gun demon." "Well done, Jesus Boo. You've only been with the pirate crew for a short time, and you're already able to deal with pirates like the gun demon." Hearing Volebel's praise, Jesus Boo bashfully scratched his head. "I owe it all to you, Captain, and to Dr. Choka for developing so many powerful weapons and equipment, which gave me such strength. Don't worry, Captain, in the future, I will become even stronger and make the name of the Thunderstorm Pirates resonate throughout the world." "Ha ha ha, stop buttering me up. If you still have the energy, go help the crew clean up the battlefield." Yes, Captain." At that moment, a dark shadow appeared on the sea, and Tej surfaced from the depths, his body still oozing blood from dozens of wounds. "Captain, I've dealt with that guy, the Fist Demon." Despite being covered in injuries, Tej was full of spirit, which pleased Volebel. "Tej, your progress over the years has exceeded my expectations and made me see you in a new light. Once we, the Thunderstorm Pirates, take over the territory of the Golden Lion Pirates, I plan to establish divisions similar to the Whitebeard Pirates. At that time, I will appoint you as the captain of one of the divisions, and you can recruit fishmen from your hometown to join your division. If anything happens on Fishman Island and you need help, you can lead your division to support them. I will absolutely not oppose this. It's my promise to you." Hearing Volebel's words, Tej was deeply moved, and he knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed, "Captain, rest assured, I am willing to give my life for the Thunderstorm Pirates." "All right, no need to be so serious. Go bandage your wounds, and once we finish cleaning up the battlefield, we will start the banquet." "Yes, Captain." In a luxurious hall within the Lion's Head at the center of Lion Island, members of the Thunderstorm Pirates and all affiliated pirate crews gathered here. Dozens of chefs, under the command of Zeph, prepared delicious food, and the delicacies and fine wine made the crew members, who had just finished fighting, cheer with joy. In the center of the banquet, a bonfire was lit, and Volebel sat there with his Thunderstorm Pirates members. Seeing these crew members who had fought life and death alongside him, a smile appeared on Volebel's face. Watching Barrett happily chatting with his companions, and Luca and Luna, who were no longer afraid of their bizarre partners, Volebel's smile became even brighter. So far, it had been nearly 8 years since Volebel set sail. After all these years, he finally established his own territory in the New World, achieving his second goal. The first goal was, of course, these lovely crew members in front of him. "All right, partners, let us start the banquet. Let us celebrate this victory." Volebel stood up, raised his wine glass, and shouted with a radiant smile at everyone present, "Cheers to victory." At the same time, thousands of people at the scene heard Volebel's words and stood up to raise their glasses. "Cheers to victory." Meanwhile, the news of the defeat of the remnants of the Golden Lion Pirates and the death of the 3 demons sent the entire sea into a frenzy. The name of the Thunder Pirates once again echoed across the seas. Unlike the news that had been suppressed by the 5 elders before, this time the defeat of the Golden Lion Pirates was witnessed by countless forces. Volebel did not stop other forces lurking near Lion Island from spying. At this moment, various major forces had already put the Thunderstorm Pirates and the New World Pirate Group on their hooks. The Thunderstorm Pirates successfully rose to become one of the strongest pirate groups in the New World, second only to Whitebeard. Volebel has been rated as the most likely candidate among the great pirates to become the fourth legendary pirate after Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, thanks to his previous battles with the three major pirates. This time, Volebel's fame has reached its peak. Are the five elders really going to raise Volebel's bounty this high? It's worth noting that Roger was only given a bounty of 5 billion berries. Oomph. You all understand Volebel's strength. Rather than continuing to suppress his bounty, it would be better to raise it. This might provoke conflicts among the New World pirates. As long as the seas stir up chaos again, we will have the opportunity to reclaim the New World. However, if the bounty is truly set this high, many pirates might flock to the Thunderstorm Pirates. I naturally understand this reasoning. By the way, I have some news. According to our insider placed within the Whitebeard Pirates, we have learned about the events happening on Fishman Island. The thousands of pirate crews that disappeared on Fishman Island were all eliminated by the Thunderstorm Pirates. And those who survived and joined the Thunderstorm Pirates are all weaklings who aren't even worth considering as real pirates. This means that Volebel possesses a kind of malice that should not belong to a normal pirate. Such a person would not likely use this to recruit a large number of pirates. That said, he is definitely not someone like Whitebeard. He has his own ambitions and still poses a strong threat to our world government. But that is a matter for the future. Kong. This is your last mission as a Navy officer. After completing it, remember to report back to Red Soil Continent quickly. Yes, 5 elders. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Steelbone Kong lay back in his chair, exhausted, with the 5 elders' words continuously echoing in his mind. Why do I feel like Volebel seems more like a Navy officer than a pirate? It's strange. Why do I suddenly have this thought? A pirate is a pirate. Even if he doesn't commit evil deeds, as long as he becomes a pirate, he is an enemy of justice. That said, Steelbone Kong still felt quite confused inside, because he was no longer sure if they, the Navy, could represent justice. Thus, under the orders of the 5 elders, the bounty of the Thunderstorm Pirates underwent another significant change. 8. Thunderstorm Pirate crew member Red Badger Kalu, bounty 216 million berries. 7. Thunderstorm Pirate Navigator Giant Killing Machine Boar, bounty 323 million berries. Boar's fierce performance in battle has once again showcased the power of giants, defeating thousands single-handedly. 6. Thunderstorm Pirate Gunslinger Weapon Master Jesus Burgess, bounty 583 million berries. His fame skyrocketed after defeating one of the 3 demons of the Golden Lion Pirates, with his bounty increasing by 500 million. 5. Thunderstorm Pirate crew member Kung Fu Fishman Fisher Tiger, bounty 607 million berries. Tiger displayed extraordinary strength by being able to combat the Calamity Flame and defeating one of the 3 demons of the Golden Lion Pirates, the Fist Demon. 4. Thunderstorm Pirate crew member Red Blade Swordsman Inu Erishur, bounty 637 million berries. Although Inu Erishur did not participate in this battle, he previously showcased tremendous strength on Makua Island. 3. Thunderstorm Pirate crew member King of Ghosts Viper, bounty 657 million berries. Viper demonstrated great power in recent battles, leading to a significant increase in his bounty. 2. Thunderstorm Pirate crew member Heir of the Ghosts Douglas Bullet, bounty 1. 536 billion berries. This bounty corresponds to Bullet's current strength. After all, even dealing with great pirates is not a problem for him now. 1. Thunderstorm Pirate Captain Indomitable Thunder Volebel, bounty 2. 968 billion berries. Now, only Whitebeard's bounty remains higher than Volebel's in the New World, and this exaggerated bounty once again shook the seas. This signifies the emergence of the first newly promoted great pirate of the Great Age of Exploration. On the massive stone lion's head in the center of Lion Island, Volebel gazed at the rising sun in the distance, contemplating his next plans. Initially, Volebel intended to use his prestige to gather pirates to join him. However, the problem is that most of the pirates setting out for Roger's great treasure are nothing but violent marauders, with no value for recruitment. In Volebel's eyes, most of these pirates are essentially no different from the celestial dragons. They are all parasites of this world. Since there is still a long time ahead, Volebel plans to start building his army using the territory left behind by the Golden Lion. The Thunderstorm Pirates currently control 26 islands, with a combined population exceeding 10 million. It is worth noting that the Thunderstorm Pirates, along with their affiliated crews, number only about 3,000. Since the path of recruiting from outside is fraught with difficulties, it is better to start from within. Volebel's idea is to conquer the powerful nations on the 3 largest islands under the command of the Golden Lion Pirates. These 3 large islands are said to be under the Golden Lion's banner. but they actually have more of a franchise relationship. Their nations possess a certain level of self-defense capability, but lack top-tier powerhouses to contend with other great pirates. Therefore, they have sought refuge under the Golden Lion pirates, providing money, weapons, and supplies in exchange for protection. What Volebel wants to do is completely reclaim the nations on these 3 islands, including their people. As for the other medium and small islands, they're not organized, making it relatively easy to reclaim them. So, the most important task now is to conquer these 3 nations. Volebel does not have a deep understanding of these 3 nations, and he estimates that he will need Doflamingo to investigate them. However, with a clear plan, it becomes simpler. He does not believe that the strength of the Wild Thunder Pirates cannot subdue these 3 nations. Besides these matters, there is also a very important issue, which is Volebel's hometown, Zou. Volebel has now developed a tool that allows for free transformation into the Moonlight Lion form. If he can subdue Zou, it would undoubtedly bring a tremendous power from thousands of fur tribes to Volebel. However, the current internal situation of the furry kingdom is still more aligned with the Fur Tribe of Wano country. Those like Volebel, who are unwilling to comply with past agreements and possess independent thoughts, are ultimately in the minority. Therefore, in order to reclaim Zou, it is likely that he will have to make a trip to Wano country. The thought of Wano country fills Volebel with a sense of disgust. Whether it is the naive and foolish Kazuki Oden, the corrupt and backward Wano country, or the lecherous Momonosuke, all are things and people that Volebel detests. Yet this country is also essential for Volebel's future, as it conceals too many secrets. For example, the ancient weapon Pluto docked in ancient Wano, and the truth from 800 years ago. The current primary goal is to stabilize the territory. Only then will Volebel have the time to deal with Zou and Wano country. After handing over the investigation to Don Quixote Doflamingo, it wasn't long before he received the investigation materials from Doflamingo. The Golden Lion pirates once had 5 large islands under their command, but now 2 of them have sided with Big Mom, and another has allied with Wang Ji. The remaining 3 large islands are currently in a state of uncertainty regarding their stance. These nations have no real loyalty to the Sky Pirates. They care more about who possesses sufficient strength and can provide better protection, and they will join under whoever's banner that might be. Volebel cannot allow such existence under his command. What he wants is a large force guided by his will, leaving aside the other 2 large islands that betrayed him. The remaining 3 large islands must obey Volebel's orders. However, after reviewing the information on these 3 countries, Volebel felt quite pleased because each of these countries has its own unique characteristics. The first major power is a well-known technological nation in the New World. Their kingdom is famous for various military weapons and high-tech technologies, making it a prominent nation in the New World. This country is quite useful to Volebel. After all, researching weapons and high-tech technologies is beneficial for him. The second major power is known as the Fighting Nation, which should be the easiest to subdue among the 3. This kingdom is passionate about fighting competitions and holds national tournaments every year to determine rankings. They admire true strength, so if you are strong enough, you can subdue them. The third major power is the most unique among these nations, named the Sake Kingdom, which is famous for its sword masters in the New World. According to the information conveyed by Doflamingo, there are individuals in these countries whose strength can rival that of vice admirals in the Navy headquarters. After some thought, Volebel decided who would handle these countries. He plans to assign the technological nation to Jesus Burgess, as his weapon fruit might have a remarkable effect there. Jesus Burgess has already mastered many powerful weapons, enhancing his strength to the point where he can rival a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. This also serves as a test from Volebel to see if he has enough capability. Of course, Volebel won't send just one person, just in case. He will have Jesus Burgess select a cadre to team up with him. For the second fighting nation, Volebel intends to send Viper, believing he will be very interested in that place. As for the last Sake Kingdom, without a doubt, it will be that guy, Inuyarashi, who goes there. Volebel informed the crew of this news, and after their discussion, the first Kingdom of Science was established, with Jisusbu taking Jacques along. Volebel initially did not want to agree to Choka's request to follow, considering the high risks involved. However, since Barrett was willing to join him for a stroll, Volebel consented. The second group from the fighting nation, Viper, planned to take Karu along for an experience. The third group from the Sack Kingdom, Inazuma, intended to bring Jifu with him. When the other crew members who needed to clean up the battlefield heard that Jifu was going to the Sack Kingdom with Inazuma, their expressions turned gray. There was nothing they could do. After all, Zhifu's cooking was so delicious that they felt they would starve without him. However, they voiced no objections, as improving their partner's strength was worth a bit of hunger. Thus, Volebel arranged the personnel to head to various kingdoms, with each team bringing along 200 biological warriors just in case. Afterwards, Volebel also assigned some idle officials to take a portion of the crew to reclaim those small and medium-sized islands. Although the current Thunderstorm Pirates did not have enough members, it would still be simple to subdue them. Watching the departing pirate crew, Volebel did not follow, but instead flew solo into the sky. After finishing up with Carloki, Volebel had some ideas about his own fruit abilities sparked by seeing the other party's fruit development. Perhaps these ideas could help him successfully awaken his fruit. Among the three teams, the one led by Viper and Karu arrived at their destination first. The two looked at the massive island surrounded by walls dozens of meters high on the distant coast with eager eyes. They had heard of the fighting nation's reputation before coming. It was known as one of the most warlike countries in the New World decades ago. Previously, Viper and Karu had not found suitable opponents in their battle against the Golden Lion pirates, and fighting those ordinary officials was not satisfying at all. Now both of them were eager to let off some steam upon arriving here. Before they could even disembark, their pirate ship was spotted by lookouts on the coastal wall. When the soldiers saw the white bear pirate flag flying on the ship, their expressions changed drastically, and they hurried to report to their superiors. However, they did not take action against Viper and his team. After all, with a monthly salary of only a few thousand berries, they hardly wanted to risk their lives. As the ship just reached the shore, the massive city gates slowly opened. A group of human warriors, over 3 meters tall and clad in simple leather armor, quickly surrounded the entire port. Leading the soldiers was a human giant standing at 4.5 meters tall, not much shorter than Viper. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the giant, Karu's claws excitedly elongated. You must be members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. I am Tro, the chief guard of the Fighting Nation. Rank 5th in the Fighting Nation. I'm curious about your purpose for coming here. Hearing the question, Viper frowned, looking at Tro with a serious expression. Isn't this question supposed to be asked by your king? If anyone should be asking, it should be your king, not you, a mere chief guard. As Viper spoke, his aura grew even stronger, forcing Tro to take a few steps back. Sensing Viper's pressure, Tro's expression showed eagerness to fight, but in the end, he suppressed that tempting thought and explained seriously, I know you are the notorious pirate, the Abyss Viper, with a bounty exceeding 600 million. However, when the agreement was signed before, it was the Golden Lion himself who came to negotiate with our king. Don't you think it's disrespectful to our kingdom for the Thunderstorm Pirates to send only one officer to negotiate with us? Listening to Tro's arrogant words, Viper found it hard to restrain his desire to strike. Are you taking yourselves too seriously? The Golden Lion chose to come to us. What does that have to do with you? Do you really think your strength warrants our captain coming to negotiate with you personally? Moreover, our purpose this time is not to sign another agreement like the one with the Golden Lion. We are here under Captain Volebel's orders to reclaim the Fighting Nation. Tro's face darkened at Viper's words, and his previously eager expression shifted to one of anger. What are you talking about? Our Fighting Nation has a legacy spanning hundreds of years. Even the great pirate Golden Lion only pays tribute to us. You actually think you can make our entire Fighting Nation submit to you? You're dreaming. It's the Golden Lion's choice not to take action against you. That's his problem. Our captain absolutely does not permit any country that does not comply with his will on his territory. Since we cannot agree, then come and defeat me. If you can defeat me, I will take you to see the king of our Fighting Nation. You think you can fight me? You're not worthy. Karu, take care of this guy. No problem, Big Brother Viper. He's just a chief guard. He isn't worth your personal effort. Karu looked at Tro, whose face was turning red with anger, and displayed a disdainful smile in line with Viper's words. Hearing their words, Tro felt as if his lungs were going to explode with rage. He was the 5th-ranked powerhouse of the Fighting Nation. Yet this mere officer from the Thunderstorm Pirates dared to look down on him like this. Then let's battle. The surrounding soldiers and Viper retreated a distance. True, remember the name of the one who defeats you. I'm Karu. As soon as the words fell, Karu's figure vanished in an instant, appearing in front of Tro at incredible speed. Tro's expression changed as he activated his observation haki, wrapping his fist in armament haki and striking towards Karu's position. Karu's claw, covered in armament haki, collided with Tro's fist, and surprisingly, Karu's immense strength pushed Tro back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Karu used Soru to appear behind Tro and delivered a black tiger heart-piercing strike aimed at Tro's heart. In this moment of crisis, Tro seemed to have eyes on his back. He kicked backward, sending Karoo flying. What incredible speed. Luckily, I know observation hockey. Otherwise, I would have been ambushed by you. You're such a despicable guy. Only knowing how to sneak attack, not at all honorable. Hearing this, Karoo's previously excited smile vanished, replaced by disappointment. Tro was astonished by the sudden change in Karoo's attitude, wondering why, after such a spirited beginning, he suddenly lost all fighting spirit after those words. So in your eyes, fighting has to be bound by rules? If that's the case, then the image of your fighting nation in my heart is completely shattered. After hearing Karoo's words, Tro's face paled, unable to find a way to refute. After all, although their country revered combat, they had not experienced much fighting due to long periods of protection. The battles in their kingdom were all constrained by various rules, and in their understanding, Karoo's sneak attack techniques were considered foul play. It was unexpected that the renowned fighting nation had such a narrow view of combat. It was truly disappointing. Listening to Karoo's words, Tro lowered his head in a sincere bow. Karoo, you make a valid point. I can't argue with that. Indeed, our fighting nation hasn't engaged in real combat for many years. We've been entertaining ourselves in the arena for so long that I've forgotten that true battles are ruthless. After saying this, Tro stood up, and his aura changed significantly, becoming more ferocious, with a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Seeing the change in his opponent, Karoo's face broke into an excited smile once again. Exactly. In battle, there are no rules. It's only about winning or losing. In the open space in front of the gates of the fighting nation, two figures collided continuously. Tro's fists brushed past Karoo once more, and he was once again clawed by Karoo, leaving 5 bloody marks on his body. At this moment, Tro was covered in numerous claw marks. Although these injuries could be considered minor, the blood loss was considerable, and if it continued, he would likely suffer from excessive bleeding. This was still the result of Tro being covered in armament hockey. Feeling the pain and the boiling blood in his body, Tro let out a hearty roar like a masochist. Haha, this feels great. This is true combat, so much more exhilarating than fighting in the arena. All right, Karoo, let me show you my full strength. Tro roared, and his body began to change. He started to turn white and thick. Wrinkles appeared on his body, and he began to expand. Finally, Tro transformed into a giant rhinoceros man, covered in white skin armor, standing at 7 meters tall. An animal fruit user? Karoo shook his blood-stained claws, and his fighting spirit surged even higher. Aren't we all? After saying this, Karoo's short white hair quickly grew long, his ears became pointed, his fangs became sharper, and a huge black tail burst forth from behind him. I've seen your bounty, Karoo. You're an animal fruit user of the honey badger type. You're just a dog that likes to eat honey. How could you possibly compare to my white rhinoceros? Arrogant. Karoo used Soru to appear in front of Tro, and with a powerful push of his legs, his body sprang up like a spring, and his claws lunged toward Tro's eyes. Sensing Karoo's rapid approach, Tro closed his eyes as the claws were about to pierce them. The thick eyelids covered in armament hockey collided with Karoo's claws, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. Just as Karoo's claws pierced Tro's eyelids, a giant hand came crashing toward Tro's body from behind. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Karoo's expression changed, and he quickly kicked Tro in the chest, using the recoil to dodge the hand that was reaching for him. Tro touched the red blood on his right eyelid and revealed a menacing grin on his massive rhinoceros face. Although we are both animal fruit users, my white rhinoceros fruit is a powerful presence even among animal fruits. Coupled with my armament hockey, your claws will never break my defense. It seems that I will win this battle today. Karoo looked at the tiny wound on Tro's eyelid that he had inflicted, which was already scabbing over, while the wounds on Tro's body had already healed. He knew he had to resort to other means. Observing Tro, who appeared to be wearing thick leather armor, Karoo's eyes scanned Tro's body, searching for weaknesses. While both were animal fruit users, the rhinoceros could be considered among the largest of ordinary animals, while the honey badger was merely a small animal, creating a significant gap in their strength. If Karoo's strength could triple in his half-beast form, then Tro's strength could increase 5-fold or even more upon entering his half-beast form. So, continuing to compete with Tro in strength would be foolish. However, the current dilemma was that Tro, after transforming into a rhinoceros man, had terrifyingly strong skin defense, and Tro's dual hockey was also much stronger than Karoo, who was still a rookie with hockey. Now, Karoo found it difficult to inflict damage on Tro. Karoo's eyes continuously scanned Tro's body when suddenly his eyes lit up. Tro, unaware of Karoo's thoughts, raised his fist, which was as large as a grinding disc, wrapped in armament hockey, and swung it toward Karoo. With a loud bang, the heavy punch hit the ground, creating a pit 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep but Karoo was nowhere to be found in the pit. Tro looked at the empty pit without any surprise. He had anticipated this outcome and didn't expect his attack to hit Karoo. To Karoo, his speed was likely no different from that of a turtle, and to defeat Karoo, he needed to find an opportunity to strike him down in one blow. Karoo's figure suddenly appeared behind Tro. Sensing Karoo's presence with observation haki, Tro wasted no time and immediately turned to punch in the direction of the aura. Once again, Tro's heavy punch missed, and he saw Karoo constantly moving around him, leaving afterimages, while he stood still in a defensive posture. Give it up, Karoo. I admit your speed is very fast, and my attacks can't hit you. But your armament haki, strength, and defense can't compare to mine. Your attacks can't penetrate my defense at all. The longer this drags on, the greater my chances of winning. I could just stand here and withstand your attacks to conserve energy, and when you stop moving, your fate will be to be knocked down by my punch. Is that so? Karoo's figure had somehow appeared behind Tro. Sensing the aura behind him, Tro immediately wanted to turn and throw a punch. But this time, Karoo was even faster than before, and his claws, wrapped in armament haki, became incredibly sharp, piercing through the gaps in Tro's back armor like two surgical knives. Feeling the softness within, Karoo's eyes lit up. He knew he had found the right direction. Sensing the intense pain from behind, Tro let out a muffled grunt. But his fist continued to swing toward Karoo. Karoo, watching the rapidly approaching fist, attempted to withdraw his claws. However, Tro wore a knowing smile. Did you think I didn't know that the gaps in my armor were weaknesses? Tro suddenly tightened the armor on his back, and the immense force directly crushed Karoo's claws. Feeling his claws trapped, Karoo exerted all his strength, but could not pull them out. Karoo's claws were tightly compressed, leaving no room for escape. Watching Tro's fist rapidly approaching, Tro's expression hardened, and he slammed his arms down, producing a series of cracking sounds. Tro felt the claws he had pinned suddenly release a powerful force, forcing open the gap. Taking advantage of this force, Karoo quickly withdrew his claws, rolling on the ground in a somewhat awkward manner. Tro's punch missed, and he turned to look at Karoo, who had already run several meters away. He stared in shock at Karoo's obviously twisted claws, filled with disbelief. You actually twisted all your fingers to the point of breaking them to force out that power. Due to the intense pain from the double claws, Karoo's body trembled slightly, and his originally amber pupils had turned crimson. It hurts so much. It's been a long time since I've been hurt this badly. Karoo lifted his already twisted claws and forced his deformed fingers into a fist with his mouth. Hearing the eerie cracking sound of his bones moving, everyone watching felt a chill down their spine. Ha ha. Although I paid a price, I found your flaw. It's worth it. Oomph. You've lost your proud double claws. What can you use now to break my defense? Do you plan to rely on your broken fists? Although shocked by Karoo's ruthlessness toward himself, Tro's heart was filled more with a desire for victory. He knew that the advantage had completely shifted to him now. Karoo once again used a shave to appear in front of Tro, his fists once again aimed at Tro's eyes. Sensing the threat, Tro dared not be careless and closed his eyes, covering his eyelids with armed haki, while his strong arms began to close in, as if a hydraulic press aimed to crush Karoo into minced meat. Watching the arms pressing down on him, the madness in Karoo's eyes grew stronger. Seeing Tro, who had now closed his eyes, Karoo's face revealed a strange smile. Tro thought Karoo's attack was aimed at his eyes, so he closed his eyes and lost his vision. But this gave Karoo an opportunity, because Karoo's target all along was the gap in the armor on his back. Karoo's fists, originally aimed at Tro's eyes, directly plunged into Tro's horn, violently whipping his body back as if it had no bones. Karoo's black tail behind him, under his control, wrapped around the armed haki and fiercely stabbed into the gap in the armor he had previously pierced. With a thud, half of the tail pierced into Tro's body, and feeling the intense pain, Tro shockingly opened his eyes. Looking at Karoo, whose hands were embedded in his horn, Tro's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Who would have thought that Karoo's attack method would be that inconspicuous tail behind him? Tro spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly knelt on the ground, immediately followed by his body uncontrollably reverting from half-beast form. Sensing that Tro's horn had disappeared, Karoo's hands regained their freedom, and he also exited his half-beast form, stepping directly on Tro's shoulder and flipping away to land steadily on the ground. Tro looked at the wound in his abdomen, which was pierced through, and helplessly revealed a bitter smile. I lost. More than 10 minutes later, Tro, with his abdomen wrapped in bandages, smiled as he entered the kingdom of combat with Karoo and Viper, whose hands were wrapped like Zongzi. Walking along the main road of the kingdom of combat, Viper and Karoo could see the citizens of the Kingdom of Combat on both sides of the road. Their average height reached 3 meters. Their bodies were muscular and clearly well-trained. Although the people of the Kingdom of Combat had long forgotten what true warfare was like due to not experiencing war for a long time, they had never given up their thirst for strength. They revered powerful strength in their hearts. Thus, the people here actively trained their bodies from a young age. Every distance they walked, they could see an outdoor square arena surrounded by residents of the Kingdom of Combat cheering for the fighters wearing boxing gloves in the arena. Tro walked ahead, and whenever the residents of the Kingdom of Combat saw him, they would bow respectfully. Even the fighters in the arena did the same. Viper, seeing the respect and admiration on these people's faces, suspiciously asked Tro, is your reputation in the Kingdom of Combat really this high? Of course. I'm the 5th strongest in this country. ISNT that it. Under Viper's discerning gaze, Tro sighed helplessly and added, I am also the crown prince of this country. What? You're a prince? Upon hearing Tro's words, Karoo showed surprise and immediately looked at Tro with a gaze that seemed to say, how could you betray me? Under Tro's lead, the two arrived in front of a massive stone building. Looking at the building made entirely of giant stones, Tro proudly introduced, this is the largest arena in our Kingdom of Combat, and also the palace of our king. Following Tro inside, Viper and Karoo were shocked by the interior arrangement. It turned out to be a large arena building resembling a Roman Colosseum. Looking at the enormous arena, Tro introduced, this arena is where our Kingdom of Combat holds its annual fighting competition. Experts from all over the country compete here for national rankings. By the way, that's my father's palace. Tro pointed to a constantly rising palace above the arena. As the three reached the palace entrance, they saw a middle-aged man standing inside the palace, reaching 5 meters in height, with a muscular upper body, a large wound on his chest, a few wrinkles on his face, and a long gray beard. Hearing their footsteps, the man put down the steel dumbbell in his hand, which resembled a small mountain, donned a golden crown symbolizing royalty, and coldly questioned Tro, who are these two? Father, these are the envoys sent by the Thunderstorm Pirates. They are the notorious Viper with a bounty exceeding 600 million berries and my newly acquainted friend Karoo. The middle-aged man carefully examined Viper and Karoo, then coldly said, although your Thunderstorm Pirates defeated the remnants of the Golden Lion, if you want to reach an agreement with our Kingdom of Combat, your captain must be present. It would show sincerity. Sensing the condescending tone in the other party's words, Viper and Karoo's expressions grew colder. This time we have come to the Kingdom of Combat to reclaim it. In the future, the Kingdom of Combat will submit to our Thunderstorm Pirates. And your king's position will be equivalent to that of our Thunderstorm Pirates cadre, nothing more. What nonsense are you talking about? We are a nation with over 1 million citizens and a history of hundreds of years. Even without your pirates' protection, we have enough strength to defend ourselves. Moreover, you pirates are merely destroyers and plunderers. Without the support of several countries providing money and resources, how could your pirate crew continue to sing and dance every night? Hearing the contempt and disdain in the other party's tone, Viper and Karoo's expressions grew colder. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Tro quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, father, don't be so absolute. After my battle with Karoo, I clearly felt how weak our Kingdom of Combat is now. Weak? Although our Kingdom of Combat has fought for many years, decades ago, we were also a well-known nation in the New World. Hearing his father say these words, Karoo felt a bit dissatisfied. Father, under the protection of pirates for so many years, how much strength does our Kingdom of Combat still have left? After so many years, we have forgotten even the meaning of fighting, yet we still hope to establish ourselves in the new world with our own strength. Have you forgotten how you were defeated by that Golden Lion with a single blow? Hearing his son's words, the king of fighters' expression darkened, and the disdain in his eyes disappeared as he stroked the wound on his chest. Over a decade ago, the Rocks Pirates were defeated, and the Kingdom of Fighters, which had previously relied on the Rocks Pirates, no longer needed to provide them with supplies and money. Just as they were reveling in this sudden surprise, the Kingdom of Fighters caught the eye of several mid-tier pirate groups from the New World, who teamed up and almost brought the entire Kingdom of Fighters to ruin. In this time of crisis, it was the former Rocks Pirates officer, Shiki the Golden Lion, who easily eliminated those pirate groups. Afterward, Shiki forcefully sought to reclaim the Kingdom of Fighters, demanding that it supply wealth and resources as before. The young and impetuous king of fighters, unwilling to submit to Shiki, challenged him, resulting in his defeat and leaving him with an indelible scar. The power of Shiki instilled fear in him, and he eventually succumbed to the Golden Lion pirates. Just a month ago, That guy Shiki was arrested and imprisoned, causing panic among several nations. Ultimately, 2 nations allied with other major pirates, while the 3 remaining nations hesitated before choosing to first confront the remnants of the Golden Lion pirates. They believed that with the support of their 3 nations, they could at least preserve half of the territory once held by the Golden Lion pirates and continue to live peacefully under pirate protection. However, the unpredictable tides of fate brought forth the Thunderstorm pirates, who annihilated the remnants of the Golden Lion pirates with their formidable strength. Although the Thunderstorm pirates won, the King of Fighters did not believe that Volebel's strength could surpass that of Shiki. Therefore, he thought Volebel would surely come to negotiate with him for the stability of his territory. But what infuriated him was that Viper and Karoo immediately demanded the Kingdom of Fighters submission. It should be known that as long as they paid tribute, the Kingdom of Fighters would still be under the management of their royal family. If they completely submitted to the Thunderstorm pirates, their nation would cease to exist. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to Captain Volebel's demands. Our Kingdom of Fighters is an independent nation. If we submit to the Thunderstorm pirates, I would betray my ancestors. After hearing the King of Fighters' words, Viper's cold face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Is that so? I understand your choice. With that, Viper's figure flickered and instantly appeared before the King of Fighters, his claw wrapped in Busashoko haki, seemingly capable of tearing through the void as it reached for the King of Fighters. Seeing Viper suddenly appear in front of him, the King of Fighters' expression changed dramatically, and he immediately raised his left arm, covering it with Busashoko haki to block Viper's claw. Bang! A severed arm fell to the ground, and feeling the intense pain from his left arm, the King of Fighters let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. TC, a coward who has never experienced battle can't even endure this little pain. Viper casually flicked the blood off his claw, looking at the King of Fighters, who was sprawled on the ground and continuously howling, with disdain and contempt in his eyes. The captain has already instructed that if your country is unwilling to submit, he doesn't see a reason to let this nation change its ruler. As long as anyone is loyal to our Thunderstorm pirates, it doesn't matter who manages these nations. Father. Taro hurriedly ran to the side of the King of Fighters to help him up. He looked at Viper with resentment, as if he wanted to tear Viper apart with his gaze. Don't look at me like that. A powerless guy who doesn't even know how to hide his emotions. If you keep staring at me, I won't hesitate to gouge your eyes out. Feeling the seriousness in Viper's tone, Taro's rising anger was instantly extinguished. He looked to Karoo for help, hoping Karoo could speak up for him. But contrary to his expectations, Karoo's cold-killing intent did not waver in the slightest upon meeting Taro's pleading gaze. If he hoped for any feelings from Karoo, he might as well forget it. Although Karoo thought Taro was a decent opponent, he was merely that, an opponent. For him, the Thunderstorm pirates were his home, and to protect his home, he wouldn't feel the slightest guilt even if he had to kill everyone in the Kingdom of Fighters. The King of Fighters tightly gripped his left arm to prevent more blood from flowing out, his face pale as he looked at Viper, his voice trembling as he said, "I'm willing to submit." Seeing the fear in the other's eyes, Viper disinterestedly tossed something to the King of Fighters. "This is our Thunderstorm Pirate's Genetic Restoration Potion. Injecting this potion will allow your severed hand to grow back. Consider it a benefit for you." Upon hearing Viper's words, hope burst forth in the King of Fighters' eyes as he quickly picked up the tube of purple potion from the ground, moving as quickly as a dog. "Taro, this is your father, a noble waste afraid of battle. A true warrior would never be like your father." Viper continued, "I can see that you have a heart born for battle. I will give you 3 days. I hope the king of this nation will become you. As for your father, let him go enjoy his retirement." Hearing Viper's words, Taro's expression became exceptionally complex, and in the end, under the incredulous gaze of the King of Fighters, he removed the golden crown from his father's head and placed it on his own. Watching the other's actions, a satisfied smile appeared on Viper's face. "Good, just like that. Do well, and if you perform well, our captain won't skimp on rewards. You can see that even Karoo, with a bounty of 200 million, possesses such strength. If you can earn the captain's favor, your future will reach heights you cannot imagine." Listening to the few words, a thing called desire began to grow wildly in Taro's eyes. It was a pursuit of powerful strength. The Kingdom of Fighters submits. Is this the Kingdom of Sak? Inu and Jifu stood on the deck of the ship, looking at the massive city not far away, feeling somewhat shocked that the scale of this city was not smaller than that of Alabastus royal capital, meaning at least 1 million people lived here. However, unlike the towering walls of the Kingdom of Fighters, the walls of the Kingdom of Sak were only a few meters high, allowing Inu and the others to easily see the scenes within the city from the deck. Although this city was very large, the buildings inside appeared somewhat dilapidated, and most of the men on the streets were armed with various weapons, giving the entire nation a feeling of lawlessness. According to the intelligence provided by Doflamingo, the Kingdom of Sac was a nation very keen on practicing swordsmanship. Their king, known as the Swordmaster, was the strongest swordsman in the Kingdom of Sac, and under him were 10 great swordsmen, each powerful in their own right. However, swordsmanship in the world of One Piece is a general term. The weapons of this swordsmanship can be swords, axes, or even clubs. As long as they carry the wielder's will, they can be called swordsmen. Through his telescope, Inu could see that those people's bodies were adorned with various weapons, completely different from the scene he had in mind of wielding swords. Soon, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Sac discovered the ship flying the Thunderstorm Pirates flag and quickly went to report to their superiors. Before long, in a huge mansion in the city center, an old man dressed in a white robe with a double-edged sword at his waist learned of this news. Have they arrived so soon? The Thunderstorm Pirates. The subordinate kneeling below asked anxiously, Swordmaster, what should we do now? You go call the 10 great swordsmen to the coast. I will follow shortly. Yes, Swordmaster. By the way, are you sure they only have one ship? Swordmaster. I would stake my life on it. That's good. The fact that the Thunderstorm pirate crew only sent one pirate ship indicates that they do not intend to go to war with us. They are likely looking to negotiate. At this point, the man's expression suddenly turned very grim as he recalled something. Back then, that guy Golden Lion caused such great harm to our Kingdom of Sac. This time we will not repeat the same mistake. Soon, the Thunderstorm pirate crew's ship docked at the port of the Kingdom of Sac. Jafu and Inuzen had just disembarked when the city gates nearby opened, and hundreds of swordsmen armed with various weapons rushed out. Suddenly, these people parted to form a passage, and a 3-meter-tall, slender old man with a face like jade stepped out from the crowd, exuding an air of distinction. He surveyed Inuzen, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes, but still praised, "What a powerful swordsman. You are just one step away from entering the realm of the great swordsman. You must be Inuzen, the Red Blade swordsman of the Thunderstorm pirate crew. You must be the sword master Mikes of the Kingdom of Sac." "That's right, I am Mikes. May I ask why the Thunderstorm pirate crew has come to our Kingdom of Sac?" Hearing the direct question, Inuzen was too lazy to beat around the bush and stated Woleber's original words directly. "Our captain said he wants to reclaim your country and make it his strength." "Are you saying your captain wants us, the Kingdom of Sac, to submit to the Thunderstorm pirate crew? You're dreaming." Upon hearing Inuzen's words, the swordsman behind Mike's revealed fierce expressions and began to curse. "Shut up." Mike's coldly uttered these 2 words, and the swordsmen instinctively closed their mouths, showing that Mike's still held considerable authority in their hearts. "On what grounds does your Thunderstorm pirate crew expect the Kingdom of Sac to submit? You should know that even after the Golden Lion defeated us, he only demanded tribute, while you want us to submit outright. Why should we agree to the Thunderstorm pirate crew's terms? In this twisted world, whoever has the bigger fist has the greater say. Now that the Golden Lion pirate crew has been defeated by our Thunderstorm pirate crew, his territory rightfully belongs to us. Our captain does not wish for anyone to disobey his will on the land he rules. If you are unwilling to comply with our captain's will, I do not mind killing you all. Anyway, what our captain needs is not your group of swordsmen, but the citizens of your country." Hearing the seriousness in Inuzen's words, Mike's and the others' expressions changed. He did not expect that Woleber did not care about their powerful swordsmen at all, but was instead focused on the commoners, whom they regarded as expendable. After hearing Inuzen's words, Mike's confidence disappeared. Previously, he thought the Thunderstorm pirate crew was here to reclaim their territory. Now it seemed they had overestimated their own value. "How about this? I see you're also a swordsman. Let us make a wager. As long as you can defeat the top 10 swordsmen of the Kingdom of Sac within 3 days and then defeat me, I will represent the 10 sword schools behind me to submit to the Thunderstorm pirate crew. If we win, your Thunderstorm pirate crew will only collect tribute and supplies as the Golden Lion did before, maintaining our Kingdom of Sac's autonomy. What do you say? Are you willing to accept this wager?" Mike's and the 10 swordsmen behind him emitted a powerful sword intent, trying to pressure Inuzen. Feeling the sword intent released by the other party, Inuzen showed no hesitation and drew the dragon tooth from his waist, pointing it at the swordsman before him. "Do you want to fight one-on-one, or all together? You arrogant brat." Upon hearing Inuzen's provocation, the originally calm smile on Mike's face had long disappeared, replaced by a face filled with killing intent. "Can't hide it anymore. Come on, the time for you to choose is here. I am not afraid of your challenge. You can come at me however you want. Don't say we are bullying you. After all, you have that monster Woleber behind you. Tomorrow, we will settle this here. If you can defeat us, we will submit to the Thunderstorm pirate crew as agreed. No problem. By this time tomorrow, I hope you can arrive on time. Remember to clean your neck. I don't want my dragon slayer stained with dirt. Withdraw. The next morning, at the port, Inuzen was sitting cross-legged on the beach, quietly waiting for the swordsmen of the kingdom of Sak to arrive. It wasn't long before the city gate opened. 11 swordsmen with sharp killing intent approached Inuzen, this time without bringing any subordinates. Looking at the 11 before him, Inuzen slowly stood up and spoke. With an expressionless face, who wants to come up and fight me first, or will you all come at once? I'll go. The 10 swordsmen were very eager. As Mike had promised them, the first swordsman to volunteer would receive a large knife. This was a coveted large knife, something every swordsman dreams of. Although they believed Inuzen was strong, they were also swordsmen themselves. Even if there was a gap, they believed it wouldn't be too great, and if they couldn't win, they wouldn't die either. This was their belief, so they were all very eager to be the first to step up. Seeing his eager subordinates, Mike smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After thinking for a moment, Mike's gaze wandered among the volunteers and finally settled on a strong man about 5 meters tall, carrying a giant sword on his back. Luke, it's you. Leave it to me, sword master. The man named Luke stepped forward to face Inuzen, his ugly face covered in a beard glaring fiercely at Inuzen, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Come on, kid. Draw your sword, and let me see your strength. Luke drew the black giant sword from his back and swung it at Inuzen with all his might. With a loud bang, the entire port shook. The dust kicked up by the strike obscured the scene between the two. As the smoke cleared, people saw Inuzen standing on the blade of the giant sword, while Luke's thick arms bulged with veins, unable to pull the sword free. Strong power, but too slow. After speaking, Inuzen quickly drew his sword, the Dragon Slayer, from his waist. People only saw a flash of crimson light, and with a loud thud, Luke's head was severed and fell to the ground. At that moment, the entire port suddenly fell silent, and the remaining sword masters looked at Inuzen in terror. They could hardly imagine that Luke, a swordsman of similar strength to themselves, had been so easily slain by Inuzen's single strike. Looking at the head lying in the sand, Inuzen felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. Although the opponent was also a sword master who had comprehended sword intent, he was simply too weak. The attack just now was mixed with only a faint color of armed hockey. Moreover, Luke's observation hockey couldn't even perceive Inuzen's sword techniques. Such individuals, who only cultivated the sword path without honing other skills, had a generally poor overall strength. Inuzen's evaluation of them was that they looked impressive but were of no use. Who will come next? Inuzen pointed his dragon slayer at the remaining sword masters. The few of them exchanged glances, too frightened to step forward. After all, a swordsman of their level had just been killed by a single strike from Inuzen, and they knew that if they went up, the result would likely not be good. Seeing his subordinates so cowardly, Mixus knew that this battle would have to rely on himself. Without hesitation, Mixus stepped forward, kicked Luke's head away, and fixed his cold gaze on Inuzen, saying, I didn't expect you to possess such powerful strength as a mere swordmaster. It seems that today, I must take matters into my own hands to defeat you. Come, let me see what kind of strength the so-called sword master truly has. After speaking, Inuzen also kicked aside the corpse in front of him and used the shave technique to instantly appear before Mixus. Clang! A bright white longsword collided with Inuzen's dragon slayer, instantly sparking. As their blades crossed, Inuzen's immense strength forced Mixus back several steps. Feeling his trembling right hand, Mixus looked surprised. I didn't expect your strength and speed to be so fast. It seems I underestimated you. However, a swordmaster is still a swordmaster, and I am a grand swordmaster. With that, a vast sword intent rose from Mixus, the powerful sword intent coalescing into a tangible form on his longsword. Sensing the powerful sword intent emanating from Mixus, Inuzen's expression grew serious. As expected of the swordmaster of the Sake Kingdom, you are indeed a grand swordmaster. Ha ha ha. Let me see whether your swordmaster skills are stronger or my grand swordmaster skills are superior. After saying this, Mixus's figure transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from sight. Yet the longsword in his hand was aimed directly at Inuzen's neck. This was an attack intended to return the favor. Inuzen activated his observation haki to sense Mixus's presence, but it seemed as if some force blocked his observation, making it impossible for him to predict the opponent's position. With no other option, Inuzen had to rely on the most straightforward and effective method, using his senses to feel the opponent's aura. But Mixus's sword was incredibly fast, making it difficult for him to sense it. Nonetheless, he chose to trust his senses. He swung the Dragon Slayer, and the tip of his sword clashed with Mixus's longsword. However, the point of contact was too small, only slightly deflecting Mixus's attack. The sound of the longsword slicing through flesh echoed as a deep wound was cut into Inuzen's left shoulder, blood gushing out and staining the sand red. Surprised that his attack had been deflected by Inuzen's blade, Mixus exclaimed, "Interesting. I didn't expect you to perceive the trajectory of my attack with your senses. If you hadn't deflected my sword just now, the strike would have likely severed your neck." Inuzen's gaze remained fixed on Mixus, filled with shock and confusion. Why? Why can't my observation hockey sense your aura or predict your attack route? Perhaps feeling confident about his victory, Mixus explained, "It's simple. After entering the Grand Sword Master level, we can control the release of sword intent from all parts of our body. Observation hockey is originally a form of sensing living beings auras. If I saturate my body with sword intent, it becomes difficult for you to sense my position." "I see," Inuzen thought. "I didn't expect sword intent to have such an effect. Not only that, but the further you go, the stronger your sword intent becomes. However, it's a pity that you will lose. Do you want to concede now? According to our agreement, the Sake Kingdom will still provide for your Thunder Pirates." Drip, drip. The bright red blood dripped from the Dragon Slayer onto the sandy beach. Inuzen loosened his grip on his injured left hand and tightened his hold on the Dragon Slayer with his right hand. With a determined gaze, he looked at Mixus and replied, "Impossible, unless you completely defeat me. Stubborn as a dead duck, unaware of your own limitations. I'm a Grand Sword Master. You are merely a Sword Master. If you don't break through, you will never be my opponent in this lifetime. Is that so? Then let us give it a try." A powerful sword intent surged from all over Inuzen's body, causing the smile on Mixus's face to stiffen. "How is this possible? You've broken through to Grand Sword Master." Feeling the overwhelming sword intent erupting from Inuzen's entire being, wrapping around him, Inuzen wore an expression of realization. So this is what it means to be a Grand Sword Master? If a Sword Master can only cover their weapon with sword intent, then a Grand Sword Master is a breakthrough achieved through the accumulation and refinement of sword intent. When one comprehends their true self and integrates their understanding, sword intent can be released from any part of the body. As Mixus felt the immense sword intent rising from Inuzen, his face filled with apprehension and anger. Why? You easily broke through to Grand Sword Master just from my few words. I trained for 50 years to reach Grand Sword Master. Why can't I accept this?" Looking at Mixus's twisted face filled with jealousy and rage, Inuzen inexplicably felt calm. Why? Inuzen's mind recalled the countless hours he spent practicing swordsmanship as a child. The excitement he felt while reading the Sword Master's notes on Giant Island, and the days of defeating powerful enemies with sword techniques on Nameless Island. It was these experiences that made his sword intent grow stronger day by day. But most importantly, he had found his own sword heart. "My sword is wielded for my companions. It exists to realize our captain's dreams. Today, let me show you my sword path." At that moment, all of Inuzen's sword intent suddenly converged, and he emitted no trace of sword intent. However, to those watching, Inuzen seemed no longer like his former self, but rather like a drawn blade. At this moment, boundless sword intent infused into the Dragon Slayer, and the black blade was stained a blood-red color. One sword style, Dragon Slayer, a red sword energy slashed out, finally transforming in the air into a 100-meter-long red giant dragon. The swordsmanship secret that Qianlan had once used at the cost of half his life could now be easily unleashed without any side effects. As Mike looked at the giant dragon flying rapidly towards him, a look of terror emerged in his eyes. In that moment, he saw in Qianlan the golden lion that had defeated him over a decade ago. His unwillingness fueled an even stronger power within him, and a powerful sword intent surged from his body, wrapping around the long sword in his hand, causing it to shine with brilliant silver light. "I am a master of this country, and I will become the strongest sword master in the world." One sword style, Silver Wolf. The long sword swung out a massive silver-white sword energy, which continuously transformed in the air until it became a 100-meter-long giant wolf with silver-white fur. Red and white, two massive sword energies collided, and the powerful shockwave instantly shattered the entire port, enveloping it in smoke. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing two figures standing amidst the ruins. With a clang, the sound of a sword being sheathed was heard by everyone, followed by a figure crashing to the ground at that moment. As the smoke cleared, Qianlong stood in place, looking down at Mike's. According to the rules of your sack kingdom, from now on, I am the sword master of this kingdom. Do you have any objections? Qianlong's sharp gaze swept over the remaining 9 sword masters, making them feel an icy chill. Without any hesitation, the 9 sword masters simultaneously knelt halfway to the ground, raising their long swords above their heads, and respectfully shouted according to the customs of their sack kingdom. We greet the new sword master. Meanwhile, led by Yasu, Zhuaka, and Barrett, the pirate ship arrived at the Tech Kingdom. Is this really the Tech Kingdom? It looks extraordinary. Yasubu gazed through a telescope at the first mountain peak several hundred meters high on the distant coastline, noticing many large cannon mouths atop those peaks. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the various technological creations on the coast. Ever since he consumed the weapon fruit, he had developed a strong interest in various weapons. Seeing these creations made him eager to dismantle them and turn them into his own abilities. Looks good, but I wonder how their country researches biological technology. Zhuaka also felt a bit excited looking at those technological creations. As the two were excitedly discussing what was in the Tech Kingdom, Barrett, who was meditating with his eyes closed by the railing not far away, suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes sharply, and his figure instantly appeared at the forefront of the deck. Just as Zhuaka and Yasubu were taken aback by Barrett's sudden appearance, several cannon mouths on the distant peaks suddenly lit up with orange light, and then everyone saw several thick laser cannons firing toward the pirate ship. Zhuaka and Yasubu's faces changed dramatically as they saw the lasers capable of destroying their ship. Not good, we're done for. Barrett's gaze turned icy as he looked at the incoming lasers. I can't let you harm my friends. He glanced around the deck and spotted the 10-meter main cannon of the pirate ship. Barrett placed his right hand on the cannon, and it quickly transformed into a purple crystal that enveloped his arm. In no time, Barrett's right arm became a robust 10-meter-long purple crystalline arm. The powerful armament Haki instantly turned the purple crystalline arm into a purplish-black color, emanating a terrifying sense of power. In micro-bullet form, Barrett threw a heavy punch, colliding with the incoming lasers. At that moment, people within a 100-mile radius heard an earth-shattering boom. The sea around the pirate ship was directly pressed into a large pit by the shockwave created by the collision of Barrett and the lasers, and the pirate ship was almost knocked into the sea by the powerful backlash. Barrett felt the power of the lasers and showed a hint of excitement on his face. Then, an even stronger force erupted from his fist. As he fully unleashed his punch, a powerful shockwave directly pulverized all the laser cannons. The shockwave generated by Barrett's strike shattered the nearby mountain peaks on the coast, causing countless mechanical parts to explode out. The seawater rushed into the pit, and the sea surface regained its calm. Barrett shook off the purple crystals from his hand, his gaze filled with fury as he looked toward the distant Tech Kingdom. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm my friends, I will not let you go. With Barrett's punch destroying several mountain peaks on the coast, there were no longer any weapons aimed at the pirate ship, and they soon safely landed on the coast. Looking around at the coast, which had no human presence aside from some abandoned mechanical creations, Barrett opened his observation Haki to sense the surrounding situation, his expression turning puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something special going on? Zhuaka asked curiously, noticing Barrett's strange expression. Something feels off. In my observation Haki, I sense no human presence within several kilometers nearby, meaning the one controlling the weapons attacking us is not here. But whoever did it, I will definitely not let them go for attacking my friends. As Barrett spoke, a powerful killing intent radiated from him, causing the 200 biological warriors following him to shudder involuntarily. In their beast-like senses, Barrett now resembled a terrifying Azura demon. By the way, I remember that the information provided to us by Doflamingo mentioned that the current Tech Kingdom is divided into 2 factions. One is the mechanical sect, and the other is the biological sect. They are currently engaged in a civil war to determine who is the legitimate ruler of this country. The lasers we just saw should be weapons from the mechanical sect. Could they be the ones attacking us? Who knows? For now, we need to reach the Tech Kingdom to investigate the truth behind this attack. According to the map, they still had a long way to go to reach the twin cities of the Tech Kingdom. At that moment, several dozen kilometers away, in 2 neighboring cities not far apart, the mechanical sect leader,